world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic resonance within the ether. He found that his flute, when played with precision, could manipulate this elusive medium. His melodies, a symphony of science, had the potential to shift the very fabric of reality. However, a sinister force lurked in the shadows. The Einsteinian demons. These creatures thrived in the distortion of space-time, causing chaos and disruption. The world needed a hero, and Miller was ready to answer the call. With his flute in hand, Miller played a tune that echoed through the cosmos.
All right. Hola, amigos. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 120. We're going to begin with Proud's new video, and then we'll join the panel. Here we go.
You just said we can read in Wikipedia. The problem with it is, if what Wikipedia is showing is a lie, and you can prove it by going and reading the papers and looking at areas.
Now, what Austin is suggesting is that we should see a different deflection, even without ether, that we would see a different amount of deflection if we slow the light down in water before it reaches the end of the telescope. But the problem with that is that it suggests that water would have some way of knowing that, this vector towards the bottom of the telescope, I'm going to slow it down that direction, but I'm not going to have an impact on the lateral motion due to Earth moving. No, that doesn't work that way. It's going to slow it down, and it will still reach the bottom of the telescope in the same angle that it came into the telescope.
We've done physical tests on the Earth.
That's where Austin comes in.
Yeah,
that's where I was.
You've said that 4 times. Okay, now I'm going to point out why you're wrong. So you actually claimed, just so for the audience to understand, you have to look at a star with a telescope, and to keep the star in the center of your telescope, you have to tilt it, because it comes in at an angle. So the analogy he used is a good one. It's like rain. If it's raining straight down, but you run through it, even though the rain's falling straight down, it's going to look like it's coming at an angle. And if you run faster, the angle's going to increase, right? So the idea is the Earth is moving around the sun, making the star look like it's coming at an angle because of the orbital velocity of the Earth. Now, he claimed at the beginning that's why we have stellar aberration, because of orbital velocity.
You're assuming, see, your description of it there has an implicit assumption that because Earth keeps moving, that the light will have a greater deflection in the water. That would imply that this inherent motion caused by Earth's motion, this stellar aberration, has some way of still manifesting differentially from the downward motion of the photon down the telescope tube. It doesn't have any way of doing that.
That's what you claimed. You claimed the reason it came in at an angle was the Earth was moving.
The reason it came in at an angle is because the Earth is moving, but when it hits the water, it slows down, but it slows down equally in all directions. That means the angle through the telescope is still the same, and it still reaches the bottom of the telescope.
What makes a difference whether it's going lateral?
That's my point. It doesn't.
Okay, so then why are you adding that in there then?
All right, boys, shout out to the level heads.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here?
He is a cyborg sent from the future.
And the greatest host and co-host on all of X, Sacred Space and Proud Flirt.
I got so many clips in the holster right now. Tackle LeBron. That doesn't mean you beat him.
He murders people in these debates.
He still gets to shoot his free throws. He still crossed you up. He was still going to dunk on you. You can't stop this.
Go and tell your master that we have been charged by God with a sacred quest.
Round 4. Going down. Lower round 4.
Oh, look who's here.
And you got dial 118, please. Dr. Morris, please dial.
R-E-N. Accessible.
Hey man, this thing on. Hey, Levelhead, you still up with me? It's still Flat Earth Fridays, right? Let's get it.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. Acid rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though.
Stationary Saturday still counts, right, man?
Clone and modified beat though. Heavy metals all in drink though.
We here, let's go.
Sleep though. Put them in the cup.
120.
Put them in the cup. Sleep. Put them in the cup. Came a coffin. I'm people watching. Count shit. Niggas sleepwalking. All they did right.
What up, Ari?
Well, I ran about it. Laws ain't talking about shit. With baby mama. You don't want to stir the pot. You don't want to detox. I'm sleep though.
Oh, we stirring the pot tonight.
You don't want to two-pot. You want to love and hip hop. I'm sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all
Stop
week.
with the cheap shots, man.
On the street though, I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though.
One piece.
I'm sleep though. Clone politicians don't sleep though. Earth let it fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Clone them modified.
Wake up, Levelheads, let's get it.
Sleep though. Put them in the cup. 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 Put them in the cup.
Welcome to your favorite space.
Put them in the cup. I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code.
Repost, let them know where we at, man.
I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Oh, set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave. Maybe I'm crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though. Burning Mac, man, soul recipes though. I'm make 28, well, we know.
Levelheads.
What you talking about? Talk is talk, and do is do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. How must I remind you, I don't wear designer, no genre attire. My son was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah, gender blur got the kids all confused. Teaching sex ed in preschool. Designer babies in the womb.
Tap in with me.
Through the moon. But I'm sleep though. Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though.
Don't cry, you ready?
Go ride water, I'm sleep though. Acid rain down, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though.
Chill.
On them modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in sleep though. Put them in the cup. 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 Put them in the cup.
Stop running.
Put them in the cup. Put them in the cup. Put them in the cup. Put them in the cup.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? You want to talk to me about fucking flat earth, motherfucker?
Disclaimer, Flat Earth Fridays, level-heads are not liable for cognitive dissonant glitches, including but not limited to internal conflict, sporadic ad homs, insults, rage quits, and or random emotional globulist outbursts, etc.
Medicine, who should be in medicine? Started dropping elements, shit been crazy ever since. Yeah, Food should be your medicine. Tesla shit on Edison. Started dropping elements and shit been crazy ever since. Don't ask me who I'm voting for, a donkey or an elephant. I do not have a preference. Now miss me with that extra shit. I am not a pessimist. I'm just too intelligent. I learned to see the world the way it is and make the best of it. A leader to a state is like a god to a reverend. One hell of an interest, even better when I'm exiting. Brand new effing it. Ain't got time for questioning. Shooting through the rhetoric, I think I need an extra clip. I ain't got a ghostwriter, this is not a reference. I switch the style up, Betty Gordo on some tech and shit. Evidence, let's look at the evidence. Mother Herb, hey, what's up, bitch? What's your measurements? What if Donald Trump was really Mexican? What if a black man never was president? Flatline, navigating the field of landmines. Black crime, black minds. There's no superior bloodline. Yeah, fuck award shows, lose justice in the courtroom. When I get to talking real shit, they say you bugging dudes. Gonna take more than getting something trending on Twitter. It's gonna take more than fucking coexist, bumper stickers. The question I always say this question: how did you get into the music business? Where you let in or blessed in? I'm guessing I never signed my name in blood or sacrificed my best friend. I got as far as I could go before I hit the dead end. Sit back and let it set in. Hollywood love making niggas wear dresses. This is where I step in. And I know you don't wanna hear it. Niggas writing conscious lyrics just to sell our concert tickets. Niggas Polo never sponsor niggas. Tommy never wanted niggas rocking heel figure. Niggas doing charity to be a real nigga. But when the camera's off, they don't wanna deal with you.
When I had cured these people of sickle cell and lupus and herpes and blindness,
W's in there.
I could go to all the leaders. I could go to Minister Farrakhan. I could go to Jesse Jackson. I could go to Al Sharpton. I could go to Oprah Winfrey. But what I found out, I was mistaken. I was wrong. They are not interested in the healing of any black people.
This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat.
Get a troll still up with me too.
Keeping it going, keeping it going. Never stop globing, never stop trolling. Why is you mad? Yeah, you keep coming back.
Don't come grab a mic, man.
What do they pay you in crack? Shout out to all of my globers. Don't get it twisted. We're your opponents. You was a phony, full of baloney. The globe is a lion, we know it. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers, this shit ain't over. Keeping it going, keeping it rolling. Never stop
keeping it going.
Stop trolling, duh. And you know they never gonna stop trolling.
Stop trolling me, man.
The earth keeps rolling, even though it really is not rolling. We know this. Hocus pocus.
Y'all know where we at.
You know they never gonna stop trolling.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Rolling, even though it really is not rolling. We know this. Hocus pocus. This is my rap. Hey, that shit is flat. What do you know about that? Hey, shout out to all of my trolls in the chat. All of my globers. This shit ain't over. Keeping it going.
You see us?
Never stop globing. Never stop trolling.
Another one. Another one. Another one.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching.
I don't give a
Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nursing it a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, nomination leaves, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost, won't dumb it down for the people lost. So sorry, that's your ego soft. Fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching, back always free. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. They watching, back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984.
fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Since it's war, better bring your sword. Better don't wanna let him in. Ain't got a torpedo to let him in. I float in the ethers. Coming to the speakers, you're talking to see me speak. But you're not about a type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown. And I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation. I heard to hate and I swear to fake. And absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it. Take a debate or regurgitate it. Like us, where they watching. Like always, swerving the stocking. Bagger and the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth to get clear that we locked in.
5 minutes later.
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flurf, and I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. I'll be your cruise director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride. Welcome to the show.
You're up to Friday, motherfuckers.
Whoa!
Mic check.
Whoa!
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hey, is this thing on? Can you hear me though?
Sorry, y'all.
120.
We a little tardy. We had got an oil update. You know, them oil updates put us in a coma. I think you humans call them food comas. Something equivalent.
Just a little time dilation. My bad, y'all. I caught an ethereal wind.
We definitely should jump into it tonight. We want to hear from you guys. We want to give y'all a little update of the week and what's been happening and passing. We want to go over some Aries success conversations. That's a big part of tonight.
The success of
We
Aries.
even got some beam updates.
Earth is stationary.
I hope you guys spent your holla-ish day flat smacking your family. I hope you got to at least witness one crash out. We did. Yeah.
Did y'all bring up flat Earth at the dinner table? That's what we want to know. How many Globetars was eating turkey? Shout out to the Globies in the
Are y'all
family.
family allowed to say planets around y'all? Y'all can be honest. Y'all let them say planets? Y'all let them drop the P word with the hard T? Hard T for real? Or y'all correct them and tell them, plain.
The hard T.
Spinning. Let me see who's in.
Dude, the hard T, dude. Dude, you know they sat there and just ate the gravy all pacified and stuff. They're like, oh, this stuffing's good. I didn't hear nothing about no planet.
Just letting them slide like it's nothing.
They need a little wiggle room. Ladling gravy. Eating gravy. Good to see you, bro.
Shout out to TikTok in the house as well. And then we got some resident TikTokers in here. Shout out to y'all. We love y'all. Y'all show love and support. We definitely
TikTok lads.
Yeah, we definitely gonna spin the block on y'all more. It's always a good time over there.
Tic
Hectic, but it's
Tackers,
always a
some
good
say.
time.
That someone was Shane. He called them Tic Tackers. Everyone laugh at Shane.
Shout out to Shane. See Shane in here. Ken the OG. Phantom, what up? Timbo, what up? Flat on X. Flat Lens. Howdy, Bill. Stone, what up? Felix G. Digitize 64. What up, Luke? Liv Fox in the building. Mister in the building. Blue Nutty. What up, Magnus? What up, Plocky? Leland Wilt. JJ Bear. Crash, what up? Adam, what up? Knock of TikTok, my boy. Legend in the chat. Follow my man Knock of TikTok. Y'all know what it is. Karen, what up? Dirty Roof, I see you. Marty, I see you. What up, Hoff? Darius in here. Kingsley in here. Sierra 1620. Sam, Drew, Josh, Biblical. Zach, Melissa, Dot Wiz, Go Fish. Emmer Effer? Flatbot, what up? Magna, what up? Dasky, what up? Donatello. Top. Last man standing. Big Bo. You anonymous. You always got to add 50 to our listener account, man. They be packed up over there in a little Discord. With the anti-flatter Friday stream. What you say, Proud?
Hiding in the corners. Hiding in the corners of the internet.
Ducking. Who else you seeing here, Proud? Before we get to it.
Yeah, AO just jumped in. I see Stone in the building. I see Crash Can. I see Goldfish, Zach, Iceland. I see Drex in the building. Plocky in the building. Magnus in the building. 13LU. Lynn Fox and all her personalities. Hoffman, Levi, Droopy, Dirty Roofer. Bill been waiting on us all night, Bill. Sorry to keep you waiting, man. You know, us cyborgs, when we re-oil up, it slow us down. Karen in the building, Adam, Shane and Ken. Everybody welcome. Timbo. Yeah, like we got a nice crowd pulling in. It's okay if everybody sleep, y'all. They'll catch us in the AM when they wake up. We'll be here. But yeah, we could get it going. We could get it popping. The weekly updates do y'all want to start with? Did anything fall out the sky? Did any satellites balloon pops? Like did we have an EMP hit? Did anything happen we missed?
No new aliens? Any soft disclosures?
Did the UAP walk back they claims of ocean aliens?
We produced a new song for Flat on XOPO. It's only like 2 minutes long, but it's worth sharing.
Flat bars. Yeah, if you could send it to me, I could play it during our next intermission. We kind of late, so this would have been our intermission, not gonna lie.
It's all good. I put it up in the top.
Awesome. Let me go repost the Flat Earth playlist.
We put a lot of love into this one. but we're already done with we're like halfway done with our second song, but we got a couple of other ones on deck. But I think you'll like it.
Ooh. Yeah, I love when a Flat Earth song is stuck in my head.
Y'all know we got the hottest sounds right on Flat Earth Spaces. Come on now.
And don't get on me, Globies. I be trying to find some good Globe Earth bars. If y'all know any good Globe Earth bars, send them. I won't discriminate. I'll play some.
Have you heard that new Big Globe?
Don't tell me.
Yeah, dude.
They
Your
got
boy Young Radii. Little Refraction. You ain't heard of him?
That's actually a nice stage name. Low Refraction. Mr. Relativity. That would be fire. Oh, let me not give them ideas, Alan.
The Globe Earth physics rap game. It would be like Run DMC and the Boys, except, it would be all jibber jabber and pseudoscience and like Star Wars fantasy stuff.
Call me Lil Fabity. Maybe we should make them some AI music. That accurately depicts their model. Welcome to the stage, Galatrax.
Gala, what up? That's Dr. Galatrax to you.
Dr. Trax. Good evening, sir.
Little Mike issues.
Is he
My
talking?
Elon.
Or? Okay.
No.
Gotcha. It's a him issue.
Nathan, you could jump back in. If you're still at your phone.
Who was that, Proud? Who you saying?
Nathan. He was requesting during the intro.
Oh yeah, bring him up if you can. Yo, there's this one clip. I want to post it. Actually, I might post it right now. There's this one clip where he's pressing a PhD live IRL. Oh my god, that was hilarious. Y'all got to see this. My man Nathan be putting feet on land, boots on the ground with it.
And you know they're never gonna stop trolling. Yeah, the PhDs over on TikTok are definitely interesting. They sure do take cover. I will say that. I ain't seen Jorge in months. God,
We had a few that slid by last week though. Shout out Dr. Bennett. Oh, do we have an update for Bennett? I saw he put out a post this past week. Maybe we could talk about that real quick.
Yeah, so he put out the Alpha Challenge in the form of a PDF, so you guys can check that out. That's on last week's episode. And then not this week, but hopefully the following week, he will have a formal presentation on the Alpha Challenge and a new challenge for Einstein's Train. So there'll be 2 challenges coming out soon, and we'll go over the prize pools and all that stuff for it.
And we have garnered a little bit of interest from some people within the scientific community. So this will be interesting to see how this develops. A few trolls in the chat, a little too overly confident, but I mean, the challenge is right there. So we'll see who accepts.
Yeah, we got a couple of bucket lads ready to hop into the lab frame, huh?
From the bucket to the telescope.
Couple of brave souls.
Oh, that's awesome. This
Brave or
should be
naive?
fun.
So I shared the post up top. If y'all want to go get familiar. Last week's episode was pretty epic. If you want to catch that replay, link in bio.
Dude, the first 4 hours of last week's Flat Earth Friday were so educational. So much gravy. Highly recommend you guys check that out. Like, obviously, the whole episode's fire, right? But there's like a particular section that's just like a blazing inferno. You know, they're still trying to put it out. So you should check it out for sure.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
He's on fire!
As for tonight, Aries success. Now, this has been a topic of conversation for quite a while now. Some of the homies open up spaces during the week looking for a refutation to the observations. I don't think I've seen anything to hold any water to the success of Aries, formerly known as Aries failure. What was the failure is the question. What was the success? Which is the true question. And what happens when the prediction fails? Some globe earthers love predictions, right? Talking to Alan the other day, I was like, it seems like just filling things up with water just refutes all of physics these days. Buckets, telescopes. Wonder if they found a lab frame yet.
No, but they'll certainly predict and derive all the laws of physics from it while simultaneously denying its validity. Shout out to the boys. And speaking of Aries failure, we got to tap in with Brian Sweet, our official Aries failure correspondent that does live journalism in the streets every week, all day, every day, some say. And he might have some insights on what the people in the streets are saying about Aries failure. There's been a lot of talk about it, like you were saying. A lot of people have telescopes, and even more of them have water. We're just trying to get these telescope lads to fill their telescopes with water.
Ooh, those arc seconds.
Those pesky arc seconds.
Y'all don't stop denying the measurements, bro. Sooner or later. So it's said that these telescopes have to be set at a particular angle in order to center the starlight when you're viewing them through said telescope. But they say this angle is caused by Earth's motion. So Aries said, well, let's test that. Of course, at the time, they assumed an ether. But what type of ether? Rigid or fluid? That matters. So he said, hey, if we fill this telescope up with water and the Earth is in motion, we should see an additional deflection of this starlight, which means we would have to correct for this angle further. Because as the Earth is moving, the light slows down in a more dense medium, said water, right? Which means that changes the distance that the Earth would travel under said starlight. Which means you would have to correct and add an additional angle from this causal mechanism, Earth's motion. So what happens if I predict that I would have to correct for this angle, and then I find out I don't have to correct for it? And the measurement that I do get is far smaller than what I was predicting. Magnitudes. I mean, we talking about what, 30 arc seconds all the way down to a fraction of an arc second? That doesn't align with Earth's motions, my guy. You anti-flirfs. So if I say the causal mechanism behind the correction angle is due to Earth's motion, and then we test that theory, and then the prediction fails, does that mean that the Earth may not be in motion? Could it be something else? Maybe instead of a static ether, maybe an ether drift or ether wind that's fluid? Insert alpha model. If your claim to a causal mechanism is Earth's motion, then what about the water is causing the additional small correction of this aberration? Maybe it's not the Earth's motion. Now, some of you Goldbergs out there that's listening to this, I really want to talk to you. I mean, I think the best argument that we've gotten so far, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, is it sentient water?
Yep. Lateral dependent water. It just knows.
The all-knowing fluid. Coming from a PhD, that's that's where we at with it.
Yeah, I definitely have some questions about this telescope water. My telescope will not allow me to fill it with water, unfortunately. Probably buy a new one for that. But yeah, I definitely have questions about some of the theories that were postulated or created out of asses or thin air during that conversation Wissa had. And I kind of understand like Globers and them questioning what effect the ether has on light in the telescope. But yeah, like so you would say that the theories we heard were like that's the first time you ever heard the theory, Sacred or Alan?
First time.
First,
That was brand new.
Even Airy didn't have a postulate on what he assumed effect of the ether would be.
Yeah, so the hypothesis of the paper was built on a guy named Klinkerfuse and his hypothesis on the ether. So the framework was a static, immovable ether, so rigid, doesn't move, and the Earth would be passing through it, and that would lengthen the distance, as it travels, as the Earth travels under, out from under it. Right. So it was being used as like an absolute reference frame to compare the velocity against, right? So they had a specific velocity in mind for the way that they derived it, and that was that they would have to tilt the telescope 15 degrees, or I'm sorry, 15 arc seconds over 6 months of the year, and then they would have to tilt it back 15 degrees arc seconds over the other 6 months of the year, totaling for 30 arc seconds, attributing 1 arc second per 1 kilometer for a total of 30 kilometers a second, which would equal the angle that they measured. So this would be confirmation for them to make this measurement. And so it wasn't so much of a test of the ether as it was a test of Earth's velocity. Now, you could argue mechanistically about the ether's impact on it, but what you can't argue is that because the telescope didn't require the correction to the magnitude of Earth's velocity, that somehow the Earth is still in motion, because this is a direct falsification of that.
right? And so they say that the angle, right, is created by this motion. And what's the significance of that? Because they keep saying, well, the light is parallel.
Yeah, so if the light is coming in parallel, or just like imagine you're on a globe, right? Just put yourself in globularity for a second, or you can imagine it on a flat Earth. I guess it doesn't really matter because the optical effect is the same. So what you'll be imagining is, vertical straight lines coming down at you, and then you're moving out from underneath them. So that's going to change the angle at which you perceive them. And they're saying that the only possible way that you could perceive this angle is if you were in motion, right? So in other words, if there's a star that's directly 90 degrees above you, right at your zenith, and you look straight up through a telescope and you're looking at it through the crosshair, they're saying that you have to tilt the telescope a little than what would be expected. And they're saying that the reason for that is Earth's orbital velocity, because when they measure that angle over the course of a year, it comes out to 20 arc seconds. And when you ratio that against the speed of light, you get 30 kilometers a second. So they take that angle and that ratio as confirmation that the only reason that they have that angle is because they're moving at 30 kilometers a second. Now, there is a plus or minus to that angle, right? Sometimes it exceeds 20, sometimes it's a little below, and they round it off to 20 because that's what gives the good ratio they like. But we can address this like at face value, you know what I'm saying? Like we could just take, like, assuming the measurement's true and all that stuff, right? It's like stepping into their paradigm and taking it for what it is, right? We can fully explain the measurement through a stationary Earth framework and the sky moving, because the effects would be the same in terms of how you would have that angle, that perceived angle that you're measuring. The only difference is that you're stationary and the starlight already comes in at that angle because it's apparent. You don't know the actual location of the star. It's already moved. It's just you're perceiving it where it was. And in the other model, right, they're saying that you're moving through where the star it actually is, essentially.
Right, because we could just be observing the starlight at an angle just because that's just the apparent observation that we make, not caused by any motion. They need that motion. But then when you introduce a variable that would be affected by that motion, like a fluid in a telescope, and you don't get the predicted amount, then you can't make that causal claim. We have any Globers in the chat, bro?
Trolls in the chat. Has any
Are y'all
Glober
not clocked
entered the
in?
building? No Glober that's gonna grab a mic. Just fans.
I mean, what? This was done back in the 1830s, was it?
1872. Just the
1870?
1872. Just the one time by Air. Well, there was Arago before Airy who used who half covered a telescope with a crystal prism, who like was basically doing the same thing. When the starlight intersected the midpoint of the telescope, he would either have to tilt it forward, based off of that refractive index of the prism, due to it slowing down the light and the Earth moving out from under it, or he wouldn't have to do it, and he didn't have to do it, which means the starlight already comes in at that angle and the Earth is stationary. And then a couple years later, I think it was probably about like 10 years later, something like that. 1872. That's when Airy did the telescope and water situation. And then after that, they did Michelson-Morley in 1887 to put the matter to rest, when they could actually measure the wavelength of light and get a definitive ratio rather than just kind of guessing at the ratio for kilometers and arc seconds based off of aberration. Because it's an interesting ratio, right? That it happens to work out when you cap it at 20, but it's like the whole thing falls apart. When you have Airy's failure, and then after that, Michelson-Morley, etc. But yeah, when they took it to where they could measure the actual wavelength of light, that's where they got their definitive answer that the Earth was stationary.
And it's always funny, right? They deny the measurements that they take, and then they use an out and say, "Well, we'll just throw out the ether, so we don't have to acknowledge our own measurements."
Yeah.
Like, come on, bro. I don't think that's too intellectually honest.
As if that fixes anything.
Still have a problem with motion. Wikipedia will lie to you.
Dude, Wikipedia lies about Tim Pool. You think they wouldn't lie about the history of the Earth's motion?
Tim Pool was heated about that.
He was pissed, bro.
That ivermectin.
He was like, "I don't do no IV. Get that out of here. I want that." Yeah, never mind. But he was pretty upset about it. Shout out to your boy.
Yeah, if Bennett couldn't edit Wikipedia with the whole PhD. I think he said he wanted to edit the Sagnac effect. Taniac effect, and he couldn't. They stopped him then. So yeah, if we're running into situations like that where top level credentialed PhDs can't edit a wiki article, but random blokes on Twitter can, I don't know. Talking about you, Pubes. I'm talking about you.
Need a community note wiki.
Oh, hold on. Wikipedia got a Twitter? Oh, don't let me spin the blog.
We'll have a fact checking Flat Earth Fridays.
Oh, shit. Yo, imagine if we had a wiki page about us. Is that a W flex or should we be scared? Should I make a poll, y'all? I think that's a flex.
The devs are watching.
Flat Earth Fridays is an archaic platform.
It's something people used to believe in thousands of years ago, but then they also knew that it wasn't a good thing on Friday.
Don't listen to a single thing Sacred says.
Always knew Saturday was better. Do I need to introduce some Greeks to like sell you guys on this or what?
I'm gonna go with W wiki page in the chat. YouTube, type in the chat if you think we should press Wikipedia into making us a wiki page.
I need to be an editor. They can't just deny us the editor.
They gonna be dissing you in the wiki page. I don't think they gonna give you
Can't
the
get
right
access to my own wiki?
Maybe they're nice fellas. They got 600K on here. And they following like 700 people. They might give you guys a follow. Maybe not. Seems like they only follow people that work for them. I'm gonna get some of you anti-flat earthers a job application.
I'm already suspected pay shoes. I ain't gonna lie to you.
More of the story is, yeah, if anyone should be able to edit a PhD, I would think that someone with a PhD would be first on that list. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that some of the alternative views of science are not on Wiki. If only Ari was here today, he'd probably be disgusted.
Got them turning into this toroidal field. What do you think, Pop? Should I play the clip? Got a little pin tweet going.
I was gonna try to get mine on here, but that would require me to disappear into the ether for at least 8 minutes.
Yikes.
I know. Should I try PC Lad? I'm actually not on my PC right now.
This is the way.
I am in the closet. Hello, it's me. You're looking for. Welcome to the stage. What's tomorrow like? Is it tomorrow for you or is it today's tomorrow?
I've never been asked that question. I like that. Because if you think about it, that's a good question. Because you could be in Paris right now and it could be tomorrow. Or it could be yesterday. Who knows?
Time is just a construct, and there's also no spoon.
Well, put in the comments a video I want you guys to check out. Give me just a second. I gotta find it.
What do you believe in? Globe Earth, flat Earth, heliocentric, geocentric?
More of a matrix kind of guy. So all the above. God separated the waters above from the waters below. First page of the Bible.
Are you of the position that we're in motion or stationary?
Oh, definitely stationary. Yeah, and the stars never change.
Somebody told me I can't be a flat earther and a simulation earther at the same time, but I think I can. Most video game simulations are Cartesian coordinate systems anyway.
Checking the chat right now. Shout out Gleam in the building. See Luke in here. Leliana, of course. Miss Poppins.
I also made my family watch Leave the World Behind, and they cloned Tyrone just to like red pill them a little bit. They were very intrigued.
Have you talked to them about the sky and the stars?
Yeah, baby steps. Maybe the pyramids aligning with Orion, but kinematics and dynamies? Nah, we're not there yet.
Yo, none of y'all talk to your family at Thanksgiving about flat Earth? Come on, some of y'all had to bring it up.
Not
All right,
one
fam.
crash out. Go ahead.
I got the video posted in the comments. I was on vacation. It was like 7 o'clock in the morning. Long night. Went out on the beach, and I was watching a rocket go through the firmament, and I was wearing my boy Waters Above drip on. That's my favorite crypto TA guy.
You caught this on your phone?
Yes, sir. And the woman was right next to me too, so that shit was dope. Yeah, it was live in the flesh, dude. I had goosebumps, everything. I was like a kid in a candy store, I swear. I had seen videos, and I was like, I can't believe this is happening right now.
Yeah, that thing looks crazy too.
Yeah, he was rolling through it. What do we think about Elon just sending just hundreds of rockets at the firmament? I mean, is he a good guy? Because I don't think he is.
Did it ever turn like blue?
No, it never. It kind of just like went up, went back down. You know how they fly. But yeah, it never pierced it fully, like we've seen it where like just like the splash.
This is so majestic. You got the beach, the sunset, the
Bruh, it's
rocket, the
lit. Ate
moon,
it.
planet. Yo, y'all repost this. Let this go up.
Yeah, tag Waters in it too. Waters Above with no O.
So I had a Glober tell us that when it's blue, that's it going above the Kármán line. So basically, like seeing the sun again, and then the sun shines its light on it or fuses, shines its light on the fuses that come off the rocket or whatever, and that creates the color that we see. That was a
Yeah.
blower
So
explanation, quote
yeah,
unquote.
yeah, that don't make any sense. But yeah, what Waters Above does is he uses gematria, astrology, and numerology for his technical analysts that he is. He's a professional, and he uses that to, I mean, decode literally anything, and then also crypto and crypto charts. So he's a fucking genius. But yeah, he inspired me to do what I'm doing here with the What's Tomorrow Likes, the channel I started.
That's what's up, man. Funny how all these rockets always look like they going laterally or downward.
Yeah, it's the what's that? Uh, is it Disney where it like completes the little U shape over the castle? Yeah, yeah, that's the rocket.
The only one that has a castle is Disney.
Same thing with what about the stars one, where the stars come in? Yeah.
What was the first thing that made you start questioning the mainstream narrative of where we live at?
Well, I've believed it for over 15 years probably, but
I do have
it was I worked around airplanes my whole 9.5 year career that I did, and I can tell you I've seen so many maps that these airplanes use to fly, and
There's a little bit of background noise we can't really hear.
yeah, I got you. I'm moving away. Yeah, it's I worked around all these airplanes and around pilots and all that stuff, and I've seen their maps that they use when their electronics go down, and it's everything is a straight line from, let's see, it'd be Hong Kong to Anchorage to CBG. It's literally a straight line. I mean, that's just if you use the flat Earth map, if you look at the UN, their symbol that they use, flat Earth map, WEF, the World Economic Forum, flat Earth map. I mean, it's right in your face. They subliminally have to tell you what is really going on, and you have to come within your conscious to figure out what's real and what's not, consciously.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of symbolism. But then, like you said, you could link it to like real world examples and observations, like you said with the planes and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, yeah, and like I should be able to take a picture of the moon with my phone. I have a Samsung Galaxy S21 Ultra. I can take a picture of the moon with a 30x zoom. If the moon was however million miles away, I shouldn't be able to do that on a 30x zoom.
About 200,000, 230,000 miles.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, we're just on a spinning rock. Yeah, because all of NASA's photos that they have of planets and stars, all that shit is CGI. I mean, when they're taking a quote unquote photo of the Earth, I mean, they're using a fish lens.
Yeah, right. It's all about the talk about it all the time, the interpretation.
Yeah, you have to use your subconscious, your conscious to come up with a conclusion, ideally.
With a critical mind and an honest approach.
That and a lot of it is it's all in the spelling too. I mean, if you look at it's the horizon, you got Horus, just stuff like that. The symbology of it. But learning about the calendar too is a good one because we actually have 13th months because women have 13 menstrual cycles during the year. So there should be 28 days a month, 13 months. So with the Gregorian calendar, it makes everything out of whack. It makes your hormones out of whack. You know, daylight savings time, all that stuff. It's all done on purpose.
Yeah, don't get 40 started about Mother Moon.
Shout out 40. I ain't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, the mock treats. I'll fucks with that. Let's see. But yeah, you guys should definitely go check out Waters Above's channel. You learn a lot over there, especially with his astrology work that he does. He works with another gentleman called Archaics and another's Decoji Reality, and they'll collaborate. They'll go on each other's channels and just spit the shit, and it's like a lot of it's mind blowing. Some of the history and stuff that they'll talk about, and just everything, especially the numerology that they be bringing up.
Yeah, feel free to drop it in the purple pill. And then they could double back and take a look at it when they want.
Yeah, I'll put his ad down below. Every Sunday he does a live stream. You can go in there, you can ask him any question that you want. But yeah, like the question I had earlier though, what do you think about Elon, man? I think he's gonna be the guide into this Aquarian age that we're going into, but I just don't think he's a good guy with what he's doing.
I don't know. Should we tolerate any Elon slander? Rod, every time we do, we get to the space get tweaking.
I definitely think Elon is on the side of what's best for himself. So anything that benefits him benefits him.
Yeah, as Hillary Clinton once said, we put 1,000 cracks in that glass ceiling, we're gonna break it one day.
Right. I think today's society's evidence of power or like sign of power is space travel, space exploration. So they gave the tech nerd, PayPal company, tech electric car guy the power to go to space, quote unquote. It's just very odd.
Yeah,
To say the
and
least.
that's a good point because they always want you to think about outer space and not inner space because what they talk about on outer space is actually all within inside of you. You are the creation. You are the universe. You're everything.
Well, he does have some interesting tweets, throwing some nods to flat Earth. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he definitely has to play
Trolling.
both sides. Or at least soft disclosures, karmic debt. They have to tell you the truth some way, shape, or form. And then always he'll be able to say like, I never really believed it for real. If it ever does come out, he'll be able to just walk it back with the jokes and the tweets and the exaggerations.
Yeah, it was like with NASA and the Hubble telescope.
It's called we do a little trolling.
It was they quote unquote launched this big huge telescope satellite, got billions of dollars from the government, and then they got another grant to build a 747 with a telescope. So they got $1 billion in funding and never spent it.
Oh, isn't that convenient?
Yeah, you ever seen that guy that walks around and he walks up to all the NASA astronauts and he's like, "Oh, will you please put your hand on the Bible and swear that you went to the moon?" And then they don't do it.
Or they wreck him in his shit, yeah.
Yeah, they try and fight him, run away.
Yeah, poor thing.
It's just weird because you didn't even have telephones back then, but they live streamed a moon landing. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Who's that had hands with that Buzz?
I think he hit him with a mean left hook.
Hey, Buzz is a G. I like Buzz. But yeah, I figured I'd come in here, spit some shit, see what y'all think, see if you like the channel, check me out, that type of thing.
Hey, appreciate you for pulling up, man.
Facts. We did start a little late, so we apologize to the level heads, but thank y'all for pulling up and still rocking with us, coming in and getting some sauce. If you have any questions about the topic, definitely grab a mic or drop a comment in the comment section. We might play a couple things. I think we got a request to play some clips of something. But yeah, Secret, if you wanted to play the pin tweet, you could. Can I send you my pin tweet? Maybe I could send you my pin tweet. Let me see. Technical difficulties, guys. We are still technology at the end of the day. My leg. I got accused of promoting transhumanism fembot porn, I think. Can I say that on here? I can. I didn't even know transhumanism was a thing, first of all. I guess that's like iRobot or like Hancock.
Yo, you see these new Elon Tesla robots though?
Yo, you saw the one catch something?
Shout out to the cousins. Husbot.
Yeah, they getting more and more sentient, y'all. It's only a matter of time.
I could say mine right quick and wait for yours to send to me. I know that's the banger.
Let's hear from Cosmo, and then I'll see if I can get that to you.
Yeah. Neuralink. Transhumanism. Y'all familiar with Neuralink?
Yeah, totally. That's half of our circuitry.
Yeah. It's like a 21-inch tungsten, 0.18 millimeter or something like that, needle. And then they go into the back of the synapse, which we don't have. And they're supposed to install this fiber optic lace that's attracted to certain electrical values on your neurotransmitters, and it kind of interfaces with it naturally. But I've ceased to see a physical description of it. It's on paper.
Yeah. It was marketed for people who were like either going through dementia or having loss of mobility. It's supposed to like re-spark the actual neurons in your brain to to help you function. I personally think that's a great advancement for the medical field, more so than it is for Elon, science.
I do believe. I think that's really an awesome thing. I think our creator really wants us to like dig deep through all the lies and really search for different type of advancements for humanity that are actually for humanity, so all this stuff about the spooky taboo transhumanism thing, well, there are limitations to everything. There's two sides to the coin, of course, we do know that. So but even the dark side in its purpose state of offset vibration will eventually go to equilibrium. I think that's kind of what we're seeing right now in society as well.
I totally think he's using that to get the funding and the promotion and the hype behind it so that more people put more money into it. Everyone has a grandma, auntie, cousin that
might need it. But in all honesty, I don't think he wants it for, like, I don't think Elon wanted it for that. I think he knows the way to get in the door, but I think
Yeah.
he wants some type of like a enhancement for people. I think the Neuralink to him is supposed to be an enhanced way to live. It's supposed to highlight and make things easier for you. It's supposed to be like a upgrade, like literally
Right.
some type of brain mental upgrade. And I also think part of him buying Twitter was so he
Right.
could like siphon the information. I probably tell this story every week.
Yeah.
He wants to
I think it's
siphon the
right
information
for
from
NASA.
us.
What if it's write-offs for NASA? Tesla is not making a bunch of money. Think about it, y'all. So if they just can write it, NASA can write off, you know what I'm saying? Why not use Tesla, SpaceX, and then hide other stuff in between the lines? But I think I'm going to kind of withdraw from that because of the space we're on kind of right now. Just saying.
Yeah, maybe we could visit that one in Discord.
Exactly.
He
But I
has
really have yet to see actual purposed, raw, physical proof that they can actually mix iron with clay. You know what I'm saying? But I don't
Isn't
know.
a moral thing if they start testing Neuralinks on people?
Yeah. I think that's what Utah, the dead city's for, actually. Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh yeah, I know some
That's why
dead.
they allow that. Think about it. Why would you allow that instead of just like regulating it and figuring out what people need help? No, just let them bomb the streets out. And, 3 o'clock in the morning during the witching hour, just go pull what you need to go test on who you need to. Just saying. And I know this not just some weird conspiracy weird stuff, but there is two sides to the coin. And as horrific as it may be, the light side, when you're protected because your energy, your focus, and you know things and you resonate in them, you see it. And then you're not going to be in that state anyway. And it's a shame that people get there. But there's some heavy influence nowadays, and it's a shame. Didn't mean to
Yeah, if
scare
he was using it, if he was using Twitter to like gather information about people, how we live, how we think, mannerisms, so he can compile it into an AI software that would help the Neuralink run better, I would
Right.
definitely think that that's not as evil as possible.
No.
But just to know that he's playing checkers with all these little pieces is what's frightening.
I mean, there's got to be a line that shouldn't be crossed, though, right?
Right. I don't think they can cross it, though, Sacred. I think they're trying to, but they'll never get consciousness. I don't think they can. They're limited in the genome. They're limited in electron advancements. They barely know about magnetism. They don't know the actual driver of electricity. Actually, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is it? So, I don't know. I think it's a lot of illusion with some good facts, but questionable, perspectives. And the interpretations are just dead wrong, just to mislead people, And when you step out of that mindset and you see things for what they are and the true energy, transformation of it, it's a whole different way that you see your reality. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, facts. I always say the difference between a tool and a weapon is intense.
Yes. Yes.
We all make sacrifices being on spaces, but I feel like using it for a good reason.
Right.
Able to exchange information and have that valuable conversation.
Yeah. I think they messed up when they gave us a device, even though they named it something weird, the devices of man. Wow. But I think consciousness is at a point now where even if there are algorithms, I think consciousness is like a bit different, advanced than some type of computer programming. Because if you think about it, all codes, indexes, when are put into a segment for a computer program, it's made by a human. So it's going to be faulty in a lot of cases and not coherent in certain areas. So consciousness is way more advanced, y'all. That's just the bottom line. We're the most optimal operating system, top down data compression beyond imagination. We can multifunction and multitask beyond any type of program. That's just facts. You can wipe your eye cough, sneeze, think of what you need to do in an hour while you write something out and open the door to let the dog in. I'm just saying. No computer is going to ever be able to do that. I don't believe. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a very good point, man. All this sophistication from a big bang.
Right?
They got quantum computers and whatnot out here. They got machine biochemistry, half computer, half organism.
Wow. I think the nuances when it comes to some of the different advancements in stomach chemistry is really weird. But other than that, I don't know. I don't think anybody can really tap into something that's already was here before actually a prebiotic Earth, when all the frequencies were, causing molecules to randomly go towards life, which never been seen in a lab frame, right? And so, yeah, they came together and formed a cell, right?
I think that's impossible. Actually,
Right.
there's no working theory to how that could even happen on its own.
I
So
know.
that's just not possible. Like, I believe God created Adam and Eve and two humans. We even know that scientifically
That's it.
because you can trace all men back to one man through the Y chromosome and all women back to one woman by the mitochondrial DNA. So even scientists admit there's a genetic Adam and Eve.
Oh, yeah.
But in terms of consciousness, I was just gonna say, like, in terms of Neuralink stuff, there is no understanding of, like, seriously, like, there's a big gap in understanding consciousness. Okay,
Right.
and we can actually be conscious outside of our body. So if you look up some of the FOIA documents that were released on astral projection, like literally, like, and there's peer-reviewed papers too about people being able to astral project and be conscious outside of their body.
Well, I honestly believe there's energies coming from above, which can be registered through certain types of equipment. 100 volts per meter, the higher you go. There's an interaccelerative centripetal force, and I honestly believe that those forces, they're not fictitious. They're actually a modality, part of this ether that we're in. According to Lenz's law and the law of induction, we have a magnetic north. Anytime you put a dipole magnet down within that coil, you're going to start a rotation of flux. Depending on what end you put in will depend on what vector it's going to go into. And so we know we all have a megalithic magnetic north. And it's actually a southward flux because the actual vector flow is of the energy that enters into top down into the donut of like a centrifugal convergence. The bottom is a divergence. So what you have is this energy that is a south pole inward flux to the north. That's kind of weird in itself. We know about the law of reversal. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I find it super interesting when the studies and the sciences start to merge, like the actual science with like the metaphysical.
Yes, that's pretty tricky.
But go ahead, Taylor. I think that you want to jump in. Kind of going to do a little open discussion because
yeah,
I know
I'm gonna back off.
Flat Earthers don't really want to talk about this telescope.
Telescope.
Yeah, y'all talked about it yet?
Tell me about it.
That's Alan stuff.
Is that PZO right there? I gotta ask a question. Did I end that little dialogue accurately with the convergence and divergence? Am I saying that right? I want to just get some like intake on it because I'm learning this now.
I think it's centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence.
Awesome. Thank you for that upgrade. Peace.
Okay, wait. What telescope?
Oh, Taylor, have you heard about what they call Aries failure? Which is
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Some of the guys talk about it throughout the week. But we figured we touch on it because it was one of the main points that they discussed in the, I don't really want to call it a debate, kind of a flat round table over there on Tim Pool's podcast. So they were highlighting the quote unquote Aries failure. And shout out to Wizard. He did a middle ground episode on it. I think was that on Monday? I think that was on Monday. So apparently it was a failed prediction. And the question is, how do we interpret this failed prediction? So if they're saying that the starlight comes in at an angle and we have to adjust our telescope in order to account for that angle, the question is, what's causing that angle? They say it's Earth's motion. So they said, okay, well, let's figure that out if that's really the case. Because if we fill the telescope up with water, that'll affect the light, quote unquote, traveling, even though, that's within mainstream science, light traveling. That's actually not a real thing, but playing within their grounds, right? So if there's motion that's causing this angle, and if you incorporate water, you'll be able to move a longer distance. Because the water has to be angled at a specific way in order for it to hit the middle of the telescope due to this deflection from, quote unquote, motion of the Earth. So they figured that they had to adjust the angle furthermore if they put water in the telescope to account for the motion of the Earth. They found out that they didn't have to adjust for that angle, at least not as much as they predicted. They only had to adjust a fraction of the amount that they predicted. So it didn't align with Earth's motion being the causal claim for this angle of starlight. So now we'll say, well, maybe the Earth is stationary, and maybe whatever adjustment that they had to make was caused by maybe an ether drift. They didn't have an ether that was in motion. They had a rigid ether. So since they didn't detect this correction that they needed to make, they decided to interpret that as disproof of an ether, even though the test was for motion, regardless of an ether. So we want the globe earthers or the scientific community to acknowledge that fraction of a arc second that they measured and why it wasn't the prediction that they made in the experiment. Because it seems like they failed to have to make that correction, which was a success for a stationary Earth. And so far, there doesn't seem like there's any explanation for something that was done back in the 1870s. But we did start kind of late, so maybe some of the Globies might be tapped out for the night. But we're going to keep it rocking the stationary Saturdays. We're going to wait for y'all to wake up.
Yay! Guess what I'm doing this weekend? Working with the theodolite.
Oh, you got a theodolite?
Yes, I'm just so nervous, like the whole thing. So nervous, but we'll see. First of all, I can't drop it. It's really expensive. It's like
What
$1,000.
do you plan on observing?
What
do you plan on observing?
I'm planning on observing like oil rigs off the shore. I'm looking for a curvature rate. And I've talked to Jesse. I'm trying to get some measurements and predictions, but I would like to hear some people from the flat earth side. Like, for example, like if I'm 5 feet off the ground looking out at the horizon, for example, then what angle of elevation or what angle should I get on the theodolite? Like, basically, I'm just trying to predict exactly what angles I should be measuring of the horizon. From the theodolite at 5 feet high, for example. So I would like to get calculations from people on the globe side versus the flat earth side and just see if their calculations match up to begin with, and then, go out there and see what I get.
You got to give us some specs.
Well, what I would say to that is,
ground, looking at the horizon, like looking at the horizon on the beach.
Real quick, y'all. MBJ Junior. I'm gonna just call you Junior. If this really you, if like you really are who your profile says you are, in my advice, I will come in here on your burner, kid. I don't know if you ever seen what they did to Kyrie and Bob, but they don't take too kindly for people of your caliber to be in these conversations. So if you have a burner account, I would definitely come listen on your burner.
Dude,
My
who
bad, y'all
cares what
continue.
they think?
Oh no. That paycheck, that monthly signed paycheck looks beautiful, and I would hate for that to be tampered with.
But what is it to gain the world and lose your soul?
Let him listen and make his money, Taylor. Let him finesse the system from the inside. Nah, I'm playing. You're gonna look at some oil rigs, you said?
Yep. I'm looking at a few different things. The horizon, oil rig, see what I get, you know.
You're gonna have different measurements, probably every day, even throughout the day.
That's true.
Starting them. So there's like, it's gonna be hard to like take a baseline for what you think it's supposed to be. I mean, obviously, what it's quote unquote supposed to be is just gonna be with a curve calculator or whatever. But you're probably gonna get pretty much anything but that most of the time, just because of optical effects. That's why using like an angle measurement on a device like that isn't really the most reliable thing to take a baseline of something really far away. Because if you watch those little cameras at like different bays and stuff looking out across the water, the stuff on the other side goes up and down from the center line, depending on what's going on. So it can either be lifted or depressed. So it's like if you can go both directions, like large amounts, how are we going to use this as any kind of definitive test? That's why, in my opinion, long distance observations are better, because if you can go past the physical horizon and see something, then I mean it's pretty clear that there's not a bulge there. But that's my 2 cents on using theodolites to presume things.
I don't know, but they're saying every time they bust these things out, they see a curve. I just want to see if I see that same thing. I think it's a little cherry picked on their end, but it's all good.
Alan, when you telling everybody about the telescope?
I think his mic is not on.
Which telescope, sir?
Oh, go ahead, Alan. Sorry.
That one with that water in it?
Oh yeah, that water-filled telly. Dude, there's been some contention here about nothing, whatever. But anyway, I'm about to go get my boy Clinker Fuse's exact hypothesis. So I shall return shortly, and then we will discuss the water stuck in the telescope, and we'll see what's up. We'll go through the whole narrative one by one meticulously. I just gotta grab this source real quick. We'll come back to it.
Yeah,
Cool.
let's definitely explore the latter.
Hey,
The lateral
can
motions.
I say something, Taylor, real quick? I joined. She said she's getting a theodolite. This is the Taylor that I made this or put you in part of that song for with the drone at Pontchartrain.
Yeah.
Cool. Good deal, man. I love the fact you're out doing stuff. Where are you doing these observations at? What, you don't have to tell me like exactly the address, but like what part of the country or what?
Oh yeah, I'm doing it in the south of the Gulf Coast.
Yeah, okay. I'm on the Atlantic side of Florida, up by the Panhandle, but in Jacksonville. But yeah, I took my auto level out there a bunch of times just to the beach, just for the hell of it, because I could zoom in a little bit before I got my P1000, and I seen the crosshairs were usually sitting just right, just a smidge above. There was really no discernible gap between the ocean and the horizon, just sitting just above it, just a smidge above it. And then but then I did have some days where the crosshairs were a little bit under the horizon. It was weird. So I'm curious to find out what you see with a theodolite. But I posted in a couple of my videos. I've made videos where Jesse, where you mentioned him. I think that's who you're getting the theodolite from. But he went out there, and I give 3 examples where he, with his theodolite, shot the horizon above the crosshairs and stuff. And on one of the days, the main day he recorded it, the one he talked the most about was a day with colder air. And I'm like, he's telling us about this like he's backing up the globe model, but if the air is colder, then the light's supposed to refract up according to them, making everything appear lower. But that's not what happened. And another thing, the day he had the horizon, one of the main day I'm talking about, where he had the horizon above the crosshairs, that's when he got obstruction. So when they try to say that things are refracting up from beyond Earth curve, like that, nothing about that makes sense when you see reality, and the fact that the day that things were refracting up was the day we got obstruction. But here's what the main thing, I'll end it with this, is the main thing I'm really trying to say is that like these Nikon or like the P1000 and all these long distance shots with all these cameras, they're good, they're great, but it ain't the same as with an instrument. It's hard to and I don't know if you have one that can connect to a camera or one with display a theodolite like that, but try and get as many pictures as you can. It's kind of tough, but you get better and better at it pretty quick. It's getting pictures to that scope. But I'm jealous, Taylor. I just want to say I'm jealous, and wanted to ask you, when are you going to do that?
This weekend, either tomorrow or the next day. Don't be jealous. That's the 10th commandment. Don't be envious, dude. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, yeah.
I know it's a
I don't mean deep
that's
down jealous. I mean like as a.
to slip in the 10 commandments in there. You know what I mean?
But
What I get.
that is awesome. You're doing that. But yeah, I'll say if you're. Let me give you what I do know. Main surveyor went out there, and I'll DM you the spreadsheet. He did it, I think, for about 12 days, and he took a bunch of measurements each day. He was at Cape Elizabeth in Maine, so I think he was a little bit up above the water. I don't think it's no more than 100 feet, but it's not like right on the water. And he was trying to recreate Alberuni, the horizon test, the radius measurement test. And what he got, he threw out the outliers, which is fair, but what he got over a dozen days and averaged out was 27 million feet, and the globe predicted 20 million feet. And so the flat Earth predicts, I think, about 30, like about half as much as the globe from the error bar. Like it's still not it doesn't match the flat Earth, but it also doesn't match the globe. I think it's off by a few million feet, the radius, or the but so yeah, he got 27 million instead of 20 million, and then after add refraction, he still was a good bit off. It wasn't. So you're not going to get measurements as accurate as they come in all like confident, like they're getting these yeah, you're right. They cherry pick. I think they cherry pick a lot worse than people think with these measurements. But whoever said you'd get random measurements, I think pegged it right off the bat. We've all seen Skunk Bay, but congrats. And yeah, I for one appreciate you going out there and putting in the work.
Thank you, sir. I was just gonna say, if you have any videos or anything of those that they used the theodolite and weren't able to find curvature, I would love to see them, because I've been looking for them forever. I've been asked multiple people, "Hey, do we have any theodolite readings that like don't show curvature or anything like that?" I wasn't able to find any. Okay.
Oh,
so
well,
I'm
go
like,
to
okay.
Jesse's. Let me tell you, I'll DM you because I put them all together. And in fact, I put it in my debate presentation last Sunday on modern day debate. I put it with Vince. He's a trip. I just met that guy. They teamed me up with that guy, but he's a trip, man.
Well, what was his name, Brian? The guy
Vince.
Vince?
Yeah, his name was Vince, but he come, he was talking meta and stuff. It was like we're polar opposites as far as our strategies debating, but it was fun. It was a fun debate because the Globers were like brand new. I couldn't help but laugh the whole debate, man. I could have been a real butt munch and made them look worse than I already did, but I'm like, I ain't gonna be like that, man. But they didn't know nothing, dude. They didn't know shit.
That's when I'm gonna have to catch that. Thanks for letting me know, bro.
Yeah, it was Sunday, man. Yeah, but I put all 3 of the measurements together where Jesse himself Yeah, it's short too. I mean, I've clipped it in a long version, but I'll give you the debate version where you could just see, and then you can go find it yourself and watch the whole videos. But yeah, just three, like almost half of the measurements he's got, maybe 3 out of 5 or 3 out of 6 were the horizons above the crosshairs. I don't know how many he's done, so I don't want to talk too much smack, but I'll send them. I'll DM them to you, Taylor, on Discord. If you get a minute, you check Discord. That's the easiest way for me to send stuff to you.
Okay, are you good at doing the calculations? Like once you get the
Yeah, I can do them.
Okay, perfect. Then maybe you can help me. My hypothetical that I was asking Jesse was about like if a theodolite's 5 feet off the ground, what angle should we see the horizon?
I'll tell you in 1 second.
Okay, no problem. You can also just DM me, bro. It's no big deal. But yeah, I would like to get those predictions from each side just to see if like we're doing the calculations a little different. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's why the zoom is a big deal too. Like when people talking about the horizon rising eye level and stuff, it's like, no, it's not going to rise to zoomed in eye level. When you zoom, you actually spread the gap that you're looking at with your natural eye. A natural horizon with your natural eye is like a convergence point, an infinity point, basically. You know, like a lot of these ships and stuff, we don't even see with our naked eye until we zoom in. But say if you're 5 foot off the ground and you have a story pole, you're not gonna see any gap because that 5 feet a few miles away is gonna look non-existent. But as you zoom in, you start spreading out that little area, and then you could see the gap between the crosshairs and the ground. So Glober's getting technical about the horizon rising eye level. Yeah, not the zoomed in eye level, you know, and not through an instrument. Obviously, we're going to measure the gap between the ground and our eye level. But yeah, I'll get you them calculations. Hell yeah, Taylor.
Thank you, Brian.
Taylor, are you
And
gonna
one last thing. When she says, like, see, and hearing her, I know she's going to do it. A lot of people come and say they're going to do things. I've probably got lazy in the past and took a while to get around to it. But this girl, from what I know, she says she's going to do it. She's going to do it.
Yep, I will do it.
That's a fact. Taylor, are you gonna record atmospheric data?
Yeah, I brought a thermal camera just so I can measure the temperature of the water and the temperature of the air. And I brought a thermal gun too, so I can see like the exact, number of digits and stuff. Yep. So I'm gonna try. I can also document like the atmospheric conditions. I think they have them online, like for each location and date and time. So yeah, I'm gonna do
One
the best
last
I
thing
can.
from what I've noticed, I got the least amount of drop early in the morning and sometimes late in the after, like right before dark, but usually early in the morning when it seemed like the sun wasn't beaming on everything. But they say when they're doing their survey and like the Geodetic Survey and Society and all them, they only take their measurements like after the early AM and before the evening. They take them in the heat of the day. They say that's when there's the least amount of refraction, but that's crazy to me. When the sun is heating everything up is when there's the most refraction. I mean, if you really look into their claims, they're pretty backwards to reality, but yeah, you'll see it for yourself. Try and get there as early as possible. I think you get the best measurements, well, with a bias, if you have a bias like myself. But I'm fair with my measurements. I don't play around with them.
That's awesome, dude. What's up, Eli?
Hold on, one last thing before we
Go
get
ahead.
to,
Sorry.
yeah, one last thing before we get to Eli. I just wanted to ask, how far are the targets? How far are the oil rigs?
I'm gonna have to pull it up on Google Earth. I just got here today, so I'm just kind of getting settled in. But I have to like figure out, okay, like which ones are around here, which ones can I see. There's actually one that I'm thinking about shooting from my balcony, but I'm not sure where that's at. I literally just got in the room and got on got on Flat Earth Friday, so I'll figure it all out. Don't worry.
All right, that's what's up. I think from a 5-foot observer height, the horizon, at least over water anyway, should be less than 3 miles away. But I'll be interested to see if there's any bottom up obstruction, depending on how far your targets are.
Okay.
Looking forward to it.
I'll say I never got any measurements that matched the globe, not even one, like up close within a few miles. You're never going to see that 6 foot missing within a few miles. You know, maybe when you get some of the further ones, you do get a lot of obstruction around here. But up in 2-3 miles, stuff like that, it's non-existent.
Interesting, man. Let's slide over to Eli. What up, Eli?
I don't know. I was gonna say something, but I don't.
Okay. Appreciate that contribution. Pieza, what up? We don't got to do hands, y'all. It's
Oh,
only
what's
us.
up, man?
We just pick it
Do
like,
I
you know, we'll open
do I have a
discussion.
hand up? Is it glitched?
It was, but you good.
Okay. Is it gone now?
Yeah, it goes away when you open your mic.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yeah, I was gonna say, apparently, Taylor, the horizon, if you get an observer height of 5 feet, if you want to write this down, the horizon dip angle is 0.0396 degrees. That's the horizon dip angle. But I was gonna
Wait, what height was that? What height did you say that is?
observer height 5 feet.
I got point. I'll tell you what I got. I got 0.0182. So I got that's pretty close to an arc minute, but I'll double check my calculation.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do the trig. I just punched it into Walter Bislin's thing, right? But I mean, it's gonna be tangent of, or sorry, it's gonna be arctan of 5/14,456.
I just did the trig with I used 15,000. Well, this could be where we varied. I did 3 miles. I just did 15,840 feet. I didn't even double check that, and then I just did a 5-foot observer height.
Do you still have your graphing calculator from college by chance, Taylor?
I think I have one, but it's actually not with me. That's in my book sack at home.
All right. Well, if you want to go pick one up at Walmart and then return it when you're done, you should get your money back. That might work. I can show you what to punch in on the calculator. Make it a lot easier than trying to remember formulas. There's a graphing calculator simplifies everything. I've looked at downloading them for my phone, but they all suck for the phone. I don't like any of them I found. I don't know if Texas Instruments makes one for the phone or not. I didn't check, but you probably got to pay for it if they do. But you get a graphing calculator because they got everything laid out. You can change functions. Or a high-end construction calculator, but you're not going to find that at Walmart. You'd have to go probably to somewhere like Acme Tools or something, but they get pretty expensive. And then they have it all laid out to make it very simple.
Yeah, I just used my graphing calculator and I got what he got, 0.0198, but that's using plain trig. So using plain trig, it's 0.0198. Using a globe, it's 0.0396. So that's about a difference of about 0.02 degrees between the two. But once again, that's not accounting for atmospherics, and atmospherics could completely cover the deviation between those two plus more. So
you said 0.0198 for flat and 0.0182, or sorry, 0.0396 for round?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I DM'd you. I figured out how to DM, and yeah, basically 0.181. I mean 0.181. Yeah. Thank you for doing that, dude.
Yeah, no worries. And like basically, like I said, the difference between those two is 0.02, which I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now. Atmospherics is gonna change it by way more than 0.02.
Oh yeah. All the measurements pretty much. It's negligible. But you know, when they claim that they're instruments are the error is less than an arc second or 2 arc seconds, that doesn't mean anything really, because it's only going to be as accurate as the atmosphere is allowing us to see. It doesn't matter how fine tuned they can calibrate their instrument. Up close, it means everything. Where we really take these measurements, all these long distance things, these are kind of not much of that going around in the professional world. But yeah, the accuracy of the instrument, really, you're at the mercy of the atmosphere, like you said.
By the way, not to get off of the theodolite stuff, but when are we doing the water in the telescope?
We kind of reviewed it already a little bit earlier. We just kind of like tossing it around, kind of open topic. Kind of started a little bit late, so.
Ain't it crazy how with our eyes we see a star or whatever it is? Like it even happened to me with one of the SpaceX launches. Like I was looking at it, and with my phone camera, I had to angle away a little bit. I forgot, but I think I deleted it. That was the weirdest thing to me. And I mean, not with my phone camera, with my P1000. I had to delete it, and I'm like, well, how come my eyes are seeing it straight on, but with my camera, I'm having to aim to the side a little bit. It's the damnedest thing. Like, that's crazy.
That's crazy, bro. Hold on, let me ask a question because I got two different numbers written down. I got the 0.0396 for the globe, but for the flat I have 0.0182 and 0.0198. Which one is it?
0.0181. It's one. Check your DMs if you forget.
Then why did Piazza get 0.0198?
What did he say? He got 198.
Mhm.
Hold on.
I just did the arc tangent of 5 feet high over 14,456 feet away, because that's supposed to be where the horizon is on a globe at 5 feet. It's 2.738 miles. So 2.738 times 5280 is 14,456, and then that's the adjacent angle or adjacent side. So opposite is 5, adjacent's 14,456. So you do arctan, opposite over adjacent, and get your angle. So that's the plane trig.
Okay.
Using their distance of what it's supposed to be, of
Oh
course.
yeah. So what would we put in for the observer point, like, or the view, whatever we're viewing, like if we are doing the horizon on a flat Earth?
So for me, you don't need, the horizon is going to be based on the globe. The horizon on a flat Earth, it's unknown because it's based on optics and your level of zoom.
Taylor, if you just write down your sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you write down your measurements, and because it's going to be almost impossible to get it set up right at the height not impossible. It's going to be a pain in the butt. It's easiest just to set it up what's natural for you, what height, and over the plumb and all that, and then plumb it out, and then and then just bring a tape measure and measure from the ground to the center of the lens, or to the water, to the center of the lens. Just get as best as you can. It doesn't have to be perfect.
Thank you for reminding me of that.
It does not
I
have to be
measure with
perfect,
me.
Taylor.
I have one in my
Don't get
car. So
discouraged.
okay, cool.
And one other thing too, that 0.0198 that I gave you, that only holds true if the horizon's actually 2.738 miles away. Right.
Oh, I did 3 miles. That's the discrepancy. There you go.
Okay. Yes, because if the horizon's actually further, right, the further the horizon gets away, the smaller that angle will get. Right. So if the horizon's
That's another
5
problem,
miles
though,
away,
dude.
it'll be even smaller.
That's another problem. Like we never know with all these measurements unless we know exactly how far they are. Well, yeah, well she's shooting to an oil rig. That'll help because we'll have the exact distance. See, this is good. What she's doing is good because we'd have so much more information if we knew the distance to the apparent horizon, whatever it is. If we had distances, because it's really hard to pin anything
You
down
can't
for
range
certain,
find
man.
it. You can't range find an apparent object though. But I did want to I did want to say this since I missed this earlier and I saw that there were some people listening. In fact, it looks like maybe some of them just left. Wow, interesting. But anyways, this whole thing about the telescope, bro, like, did y'all understand the reason why that's so like such a big deal?
Yo, please,
why
Peter,
that
give us your 2 cents. 'Cause I think Alan said he was drafting up wanted to get some content to post and review. While he brings that back, yeah, tell us the implications and why this is so detrimental.
Yeah, they can't use the ether excuse anymore.
All right, bro. So let's think about this. When you look through a telescope, you don't look at an infinitely small point. You actually have like a fair amount of stuff you can see in the lens, right? Just like when you look through a camera, like when you look through your phone camera captures a certain amount of size of an image, right? Go outside, it's got the left and right boundaries, upper lower boundaries, etc. Telescope's the same thing. It's usually round image though, instead of a square one. Either way, you see a whole bunch of stuff in the sky. You zoom in and you see less and less and less. But whenever you look at a star, all right, you can position that star perfectly in the center, okay, in the center of your telescope. All right. Now, if you're shooting at a star, right, if you know, here's the angle to the star or whatever, when you shoot at the star, you don't actually point directly at the star, right? You actually have to point ever so slightly next to it. Now, they would claim, right, that the reason for that is because Earth is moving 66,600 miles an hour around the sun. And as it's doing that motion, during the time that the light travels through your telescope, from the collecting lens on the end to the eyepiece that you're looking through, let's say your telescope's, I don't know, say you get a big one, say it's like 10 feet long. During the amount of time it takes that light to go that 10 feet, because the Earth is moving so fast, the Earth and the telescope on it will have moved out from under the light stream a little bit. And so during that amount of time that Earth has moved out from under that light stream will no longer hit the eyepiece centered in the image. And so that causes you to have to tilt to keep it centered. Now, this is all based on the speed of light, right? And the speed of the Earth and the distance that it has to travel. But they say, okay, well, this aberration that we're getting, we can measure stellar aberration throughout the year. If we were to take our telescope and fill it with water, what would happen? Well, we know that light travels slower in water, travels at about 75% of the normal speed. So there's a 25% difference in the speed, right? Well, since light's traveling 25% slower, that means that the amount of time it takes to go that 10 feet inside the telescope will be ever so slightly longer. That will be that much extra time that the Earth has to move from under it. So the Earth will actually shift out from under it a little bit further, which will require you to tilt the telescope a little bit more. That was the entire premise of Airy's experiment. So based on what they believe to be an already known velocity for Earth of about 30 kilometers a second or 66,600 miles an hour, based on that, they did their math, plugged in the length of their telescope, etc., etc. They came out saying it should be about 1 arc second of tilt per kilometer per second of velocity. So since it's 30 kilometers a second, it should be 30 arc seconds of tilt. So your boy Airy goes and fills his telescope with water, and then he points out the star, and he's like, all right, let's see how far out of the center of the telescope the star has moved now. How far am I going to have to tilt it to center this bad boy? And he realizes the star is still in the same spot. To be precise, he actually had to move it like less than 1 arc second. There was like 0.8 arc seconds, which, you know, you could blame on several different things. But one thing's for sure, he didn't have to tilt it 30 arc seconds. He basically didn't have to tilt it at all. The star was in the same position that it was before he put the water in it. What does this tell us? Well, as I just explained, since we know light moves slower in water, that means if the Earth was moving at 66,000 miles an hour, it would have to move out from under the light stream even further when the light's traveling through the water, because it takes longer to get there, which means you would have to tilt the telescope that much more. But he did not have to tilt the telescope, which means that what is moving is not the Earth moving out from under the light stream. What's moving is the star that's sending the light stream to the telescope. Because once the light leaves the star, it's already being transmitted. You can think of it like a projectile, like a bullet fired out of a rifle. If I shoot a bullet out of a rifle and then I take my rifle and walk away, my motion walking around with the rifle doesn't affect the bullet, right? It's already on its way. So it arrives at the same position with or without the water, because the telescope is not moving. Airy's failure proves that the Earth is stationary.
That's
and
awesome,
there is
man.
not a
Check it out.
satisfactory mainstream steelman to explain this away.
And when I had to adjust for that rocket, dude, that shows right there that we definitely, you know, I don't know about the stars and us moving and them moving. You know, I believe that they're moving, but I know for a fact that with my camera, it's not a telescope, but it was, you know, it's kind of like one. I was on full zoom, and I did have to aim to the side, and it was doing the motion. So I can say with pretty good certainty that if something's moving fast enough, then yeah, we actually do have to adjust. I don't know, man. That doesn't really prove anything, but it's a sound theory. You know, them having to make adjustments and stuff for motion, whether it's the thing moving or us moving. It's a good one, but you broke it down pretty good, man.
Yeah, I mean, let's be clear. It is necessary, right? If Earth is moving 66,000 miles an hour around the sun, it is necessary for you to have to tilt your telescope, because there's a finite travel time from one end of the telescope to the other, during which time the light, the Earth will have shifted out from under the light. It's a requirement. Like, it's just they tell you that there are photons firing towards your telescope, right? Traveling in a straight line. If Earth is moving out from under the photons, then the photons aren't going to arrive in the same place that they were, you know, before. So when you slow the light down, the time increases, therefore the distance to the side increases. It's super simple. In fact, it's one of my favorites because it's like literally one of the simplest ones to understand. You know, if I drop a basketball, and put it in a different way, if I have like one of those giant like kiddie swimming pools, like plastic kiddie swimming pools, right? And I hover over it, or somebody like hangs out of a tree right over the center of the kiddie swimming pool, right? And I drop the basketball and it hits right perfectly in the center, right? Okay. Now, if I attach a rope to the kiddie swimming pool and the rope's on, I don't know, let's just say something that's pulling at a constant speed. I drop the basketball into the kiddie swimming pool. It's going to hit a little bit off of center. Okay, if I then restart it over from the same spot and I fill the kiddie swimming pool with water and drop the basketball, let's make it a baseball, because the basketball's going to float. But if I drop that baseball in the kiddie swimming pool after it's been filled with water and it's dragged to the side, it's going to fall to the bottom slower with the water in it than it will without the water in it. So it's going to be even further from the center if it's got the water in it when they're pulling it with the rope than without the water. You can treat the baseball in this illustration as the light, and you can treat the swimming pool as the earth with the telescope on it.
Well said. Thanks for breaking that down. It's one of those things where it's so straightforward, you almost you're like, is it this easy? Did they know this whole time? And it turns out, yes, they did. And we'll go over the implications and whatnot here in a second. So some people will say, what was Aries' conclusion? Ugh. Like they'll just repeat that ad nauseum, right? And you could say, you could read right from his paper that the conclusion about confirming whether or not Dr. Klinkerfuse's hypothesis had any validity to it or not was that it was invalid. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, what was Dr. Klinkerfuse's hypothesis? His hypothesis was that the Earth was moving through a stationary ether, and that would cause the, that timing delay that Pizio was just pointing out, how when the water is slowed, the Earth is moving out from underneath it, and you would have to make further adjustments to compensate for that if the Earth was truly the mechanism for the motion. So anyway, all of this was built upon already established laws of physics regarding reflections and refraction, and especially in regards to the angles. So they knew, what they were looking for, right? So this was pretty meaningful for them. And they had to ad hoc change their hypothesis of a stationary ether that's immobile that light propagates through to the light is carrying the wave in the opposite direction of motion to cancel out that timing such that no correction angle is needed. That's, insane. And why would you...
Wait, can you say that one more time?
Yeah.
Can you say that part one more time?
Absolutely. You know what?
That sounds insane.
Not only will I say it one more time, I'll read it directly from the canonized Holy Scripture of Michelson Morley, 1887, from the boys. You guys remember 1887, the old null hypothesis, no ether lads or whatever. So check this out. Let's see what they had to say on the front page of their paper here. It says, but it failed to account for the fact. So he's talking about the Aries failure experiment first here. He says, but it failed to account for the fact proved by the experiment that aberration was unchanged when observations were made with a telescope filled with water. For the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of Earth to the ratio of, or to the velocity of light. Then, since the latter velocity in the water is 3/4 the velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed in the water telescope should be 4/3 its true value. So anyone saying like, oh, this experiment was about testing the ether and the ether's effect on the undulatory theory, all this DS, dude. No, it's so straightforward. It's insane. So here he's laying it out very clearly what the interpretation was, what it was about. The velocity component of Earth creates this effect, this angle, for there to be a measurement to be made. And this angle will be proportional to the square of the velocity, etc. Right? This is all how they were deriving this back then. And then Michelson has a little asterisk in there. And when we follow up on the asterisk, it says, it may be noticed that most writers admit the sufficiency of the explanation according to emission theory, while In fact, the difficulty is even greater according to the undulatory theory. For the emission theory, the velocity must be much greater in the telescope. Therefore, the single aberration would be less. Hence, in order to reduce the value or reduce it to its true value, we, the people who, and when he says we, he's talking about the people that believe in the undulatory theory that lights a wave that's going through a medium. We must make the absurd hypothesis that the motion of the water in the telescope carries the ray in the opposite direction. And that was proposed by Stokes and Fresnel to give an explanation as to why they didn't have to tilt the telescope. So that's obviously absurd. But let me break down real quick what this, let me decrypt that.
You mean like if a river's flowing south carrying a raft, that the raft would travel north, and the raft being the light?
Yeah.
That's retarded.
Yep.
Okay,
so,
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So check this out. So if you believe in the emission theory, and that light was a little tiny ballistic projectile. So in other words, what we have now with wave particle duality, where they say that the photon is a little quantized chunk of energy that's proportional to Planck's constant or whatever, right? So we have this little quantized chunk. We have this little ballistic projectile with no mass or whatever. But anyway, when this thing enters the water, it has to accelerate such that there doesn't need to be any angle compensation, because it's going to make up the difference when it hits the water somehow. So you either have a sentient photon that knows that it's in the water, or you have sentient water that knows a photon's entering it, and it's like, I'm going to push you through, bro, so we can hide Earth's velocity. No worries. Like I got you on that. Which doesn't make any sense, right? And for the photon to just start accelerating for no reason when it gets into the water would violate conservation laws. There's no mechanism for that. It's absurd, right? And then Mickelson's
Would that make its speed greater than C?
Absolutely, sure would, buddy. And on top of that, Mickelson's like, we have to also take the absurd hypothesis that the velocity potential is somehow dislodged the stationary ether inside of the telescope, and it's moving it around such that it's carrying the wave in the opposite direction of motion. That's, equally preposterous, as my boy states. So the whole like cat and mouse game of like, what was his conclusion? It was about this part of the no. Very simple, dude. And this is why this was so important, because this was pretty definitive. This was like an actual experiment, right? They introduced an independent variable. They introduced the water, right? They had their regular observations where they had just air in the telescope. So then they introduced water. So they're manipulating variables there. They're taking the new measurements. And what do you know? They don't need to make a further correction angle, which means that the starlight already comes in at that angle. And if you wanted to, right, they did make a little tiny measurement of 0.8 arc seconds, which is a fraction of 1 arc second, which is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a degree. But they did, make that, and we could easily scoop that up as ether drift, whereas mainstream would have to deny that measurement and say that, it's experimental error, like they deny the Michelson-Morley measurements where they measured 6 kilometers a second instead of 30 kilometers a second. They chalk that down to a null, even though it was 4 kilometers outside of their air margin.
Bro. Ugh.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going through the timeline and got disgusted with some people that tried to argue Aries failure in the most bad faith way possible. Like even more egregious than your boy live on camera saying that there would have to be the only way that the lateral motion would be translated is through an ether mechanism, and therefore it's okay for the starlight to come in at an angle already, and heliocentrism is thus confirmed. And somehow that it's a prediction of heliocentrism that starlight entering a water-filled telescope would not require any correction angle. That's absolutely absurd and incorrect.
That's what?
Yeah.
Let me fill it with oil, bro. You think it'd be the same in oil as well? Like, in fact, couldn't we just test this in a lab? Couldn't I just put that same telescope and stick it out under a light, like on the ceiling, and then, well, I guess I can't accelerate the telescope to 65,000 miles an hour. Never mind. Darn it.
Unlucky.
But I feel you with like scaling it down to see if you could get the same
You have to get
opposite.
a really long telescope to make up for
Yeah,
the ratio
right.
difference in the velocity, and then be able to move the telescope. That's that long. But no, I mean, it's obviously it's a necessity that if light takes time to travel, then if you move the thing receiving the light before the light gets there, it will not arrive at the same spot. This is the whole principle behind interferometry, which is used every day, and interferometers work. So, yeah, that's an all or nothing fallacy anyway to make that claim about, oh, what was that's not what his conclusion was. Dude, you don't need his conclusion to say something for the thing to be true. That's such a pathetic fallacy, bro. Like, and they have to resort to that because there's not actually any Steelman explanation for Ares failure. That's another reason I love this one so much. There's actually not a coherent Steelman at all. They were never even able to revisit Ares failure once Einstein came out with his theory, because as far as I know, the only attempt at an explanation at the time was to do away with the undulatory theory, pick up the emission theory, and then treat the light as gaining velocity through the medium instead of losing it, which once Einstein's theory came out, you can't have that because that causes the freaking light to exceed c. So they just never talked about it again. Like, let's never talk about a telescope with water in it ever again.
While simultaneously saying it's a prediction of the theory.
That doesn't, oh my gosh, bro, that doesn't even, that's not even coherent. What predicts what?
So kinematically, if you take the reference frame of the water, it doesn't have any velocity potential with respect to itself. Therefore, they're saying that there's no translatory effect, translated to the water, or to the light ray going through, or the photons going through the water.
Yeah, but the little eyepiece on the other end shifts out from under the water, so it doesn't matter.
No. I said, that's why I prefaced with kinematically, they have I'm doing air quotes, a story about the reference frame of the water, but dynamically, that tells it's going to be moving out from under the eyepiece. Exactly.
Yeah, that is so.
But if I say this with confidence, right? Like if I just hard confidence scam you, look you dead in your oculars and say, yeah, it's a prediction of my theory, though. If you take the reference frame of the water, it doesn't have any velocity with respect to itself. So therefore I predict that there won't be an angle change. And you don't really know any better, or you super want to believe that the earth has a velocity that somehow can't be measured. You might as well jump on board, brother. I got you. We can transform right out of here.
From the reference frame of the water and Fresnel's experiment, I got speed of light going.
Oh no! What? Only with respect to the lab frame. Oh wait, no, I said that out loud. Oops.
Talk about water frames, bro. Give me a break. Anyways, yeah, no.
When I say water frame, y'all mean like as if the observer was inside the water?
Yep.
Yeah.
And they're saying because the observer, if you're which that's not where we're making our measurements from, but if you're inside the water, they're saying, well, the light's already in the water and there's no deflection while you're in the water. But they're not accounting for what's happening outside of that frame, which is they're claiming the Earth is moving, which definitely does.
Yeah, they're basically mathematically removing the velocity component and then saying, look, guys, it just works but dynamy, right? They're allegedly supposed to be moving. So this explanation is insufficient. It's what I call DS squared.
Well, even kinematically, it's not valid, bro. Because dynamically, you're introducing forces. We don't even talk about forces. We're talking about if you were even to insert yourself into the water, the things on each end of the water are not the same. Either the star's moving or the dude at the eyepiece is moving. Either way, it doesn't matter because the water, with respect to the projectile, the photon, there's relative motion laterally between the two because Earth is supposedly moving. That's the most dog snot explanation I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's also a prediction of my theory. So, what say you, good sir? I guess you'll have to bow down and worship me.
You probably think in pictures, don't you?
Yes.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, anybody want to come up and defend Ares' failure? Because, I mean, like,
No,
it's bad.
no, they sure don't. But you know what they do want to do, though? They want to hit up the timeline and repost the same thing over and over again and act like you never answered it to give the appearance that there's a heliocentric explanation. Just nobody understands it because everyone's so super, super dumb, and only the most devout belief of those who believe in heliocentrism can understand.
All right, just ask them this. Just the one question. All you gotta do is ask them this, since they want to refer to the paper as not being based on trying to prove motion or whatever. What is the mechanism that causes the aberration of the light to change in water? Because that was the whole premise of the experiment, was that the water would do something. The water would do something to the light and cause the aberration angle to change. What is that thing? What causes the light's angle to change via the medium? The answer is that it slows it down, right? It's the velocity changes, as you quoted. Can you quote from right there that thing from 1887? The ratio of the velocity, the tangent, or
Sure
the
can.
velocities of.
Sure can. For the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of the Earth to the velocity of light. And since the latter velocity in water is 3/4 its velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed in a water telescope should be 4/3 its true value.
Oh, man. That's such basic math, dog. Oh my gosh. It's like, since it slows down, whatever the inverse of the amount that it slows down by is the amount that it should increase the angle by. Huh, you don't say. Weird. It's almost like it's just straightforward logic.
Dude.
It's like the baseball in the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Oh no, logic.
I hope all the listeners understand that this proves that, the telescope's not moving. And since the telescope is mounted to the Earth, that means the Earth's not moving either. So.
So I would have thought, you guys said that we aren't in the reference frame of, you guys can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You guys said we aren't in the water. So if we were, so you got the telescope, you got the stars, you got the water, the light hitting the telescope. We aren't in the reference frame of observing the light from Earth, which would mean in the telescope.
Well, they're all equivalent technically. All of that's fixed on the Earth, right? So it's being carried with the same velocity. But the light doesn't have any horizontal velocity component. It just travels straight. So light's traveling straight, telescope's moving horizontally while receiving the light. So during the time of flight from point A to point B of the telescope, the two ends of it, the telescope's moving laterally because the Earth's moving laterally. So the Earth's moving sideways, right? While the light's traveling through the water. And since it travels sideways, then that means that the light stream doesn't arrive in the center of the eyepiece. It arrives a little bit to the side. The amount to the side is equal to the amount that the Earth moved while it was moving through the telescope. As Michelson and Morley so eloquently put it, the tangent of the angle of aberration is equal to the ratio of the velocity of the Earth over the velocity of the light, or the velocity of the Earth to the velocity of light, right? That is and since the velocity of light in water is 3/4 that of light in a vacuum, then the aberration angle in water should be 4/3 that of the true angle, which is why Airy's prediction failed, because he used that basic math, and it turned out that there was no change in angle. It just arrived in the same spot with the water in it as it did without the water, meaning that there was no lateral motion of the telescope and Earth. I mean, that is the conclusion. There's not any other conclusion that makes sense.
But what was Airy's hyper-specific religious and philosophical conclusion not stated in the paper that he secretly believed in?
I don't know. Was he? Never mind. I about took it down a dark road.
Nah, he was a Copernican lad, so.
Yeah. Yeah. If only there was someone in here educated enough and qualified enough to attempt to defend Airy and his failure, which really I see as a great success in demonstrating the non-motion of Earth.
You guys should play Glober so you can act it out.
Dog, I can't even defend this one. That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
I'll do that for other things.
It's so bad. I actually commend that Astronomy Live guy for saying something as ridiculous as he did, but the way that he was able to confidently say it on the spot was pretty good. But like, there is no answer. It's so. I mean, it's so
Did he claim
straightforward.
the water was sentient?
No, he basically, well, I mean, he implied that by saying that it would have to, like, it wouldn't know how to slow down the light unless there was an ether in a certain direction to cancel out the lateral motion.
What?
Which, yeah, dude, it's preposterous. And then he later disagreed
Wouldn't
with.
know how to slow it down?
Yes, and then he later disagreed with it when Syngenus asked him, "Why do you keep talking about the lateral component?" And he was like, "Well, it doesn't matter, and that's my point." So, like, he didn't even really know what he said.
Is he denying that light slows down in water? Because that's what that statement would mean.
So, while simultaneously saying that because light slows down in water, that's proof of heliocentrism.
So it didn't have to tilt the angle of the telescope, because without an ether, there'd be nothing to slow the light down in the water.
Correct.
Therefore, you wouldn't have to tilt the telescope.
On the x-axis.
Yeah, except we're not talking about slowing it down on the x-axis.
No,
We're
I
talking
know.
about the vertical
Right.
component.
Right. But this was his explanation as to how he like got it through. He made it about a fictitious, lateral translation of motion component. Like that was
He has to believe that
that was his
he has to believe
workaround.
that it was translated. He has to believe that there's just some mysterious one-for-one horizontal translation to that perfectly matches the offset horizontally due to the change in the vertical velocity.
I know.
But
That's
there's
why
no mechanism. There's no mechanism for that.
That's why Aries is so good. there's no way around this. You have
The
to
way
like
he said it makes it sound like he's denying that water slows down light.
while
That just sounds.
while simultaneously saying that the slowing of it is proof of heliocentrism. Like trying to rectify the two is what causes that kind of incoherent babble.
I mean, how does a person that's like, somewhat intelligent enough to have degrees and PhDs and discuss physics at a high level not see the glaring logical suicide that they're committing when they say stuff like that?
Well, in his defense, he prefaced that he's not super into physics or whatever. He's like a hobby astronomer. So like,
okay.
So like, you could let him slide on that a little bit. But yeah, that answer is contradictory to itself. And then when you further say that Well, yeah, the light comes in at an angle already. You know, like you're literally conceding
Already.
that the Earth is stationary with respect to the moving stars. Like that's what that implies, but he didn't, you know, make the connection or really understand that. But that's the significance of it, and that's why this argument gets like so convoluted and lost in the sauce, because it's actually so simple that the only way it could be presented as proof of heliocentrism is just make it as as confusing and incoherent as possible for someone to understand and to gaslight. That's why you'll see the people in the timeline that have credentials, you know, use the lowest form of argumentation to try and use Ares' failure as a proof of what they believe in, while making no actual claim or talking about the subject matter or addressing things on the face of it.
Yeah. Somebody please give me a mechanism that can explain, in a world where Earth's moving 66,600 miles an hour, that can explain
I'm
why
sending out mics. I'm sending out
we
mics.
wouldn't tilt the telescope. Someone tell me why that telescope didn't have to be tilted. Give me an explanation that preserves Earth's motion. Go.
Does your model need a velocity component? Are you missing an orbital component from your cosmological belief system? Has the Royal Society told you that you're on a planet that's moving just super fast, but you just can't feel it? It's doing all these crazy things, but all you ever really see is that going on in the sky.
Did they decimalize Satan's number for the tilt, and then multiply Satan's number by 100 for the orbital velocity, and then do a laugh in the background while they told everyone these were the stats
Sounds
on
like
the universe?
A little sneaky sneak.
Yeah, it's like 23.4
sounds
degree
like a
tilt,
primal axiom.
which cut off a 90, 66.6, and then 66,600 mile an hour orbital velocity. So I mean, that, to be fair, that's not a proof of anything, technically speaking, but I mean, come on, bro. Like,
But it is funny. It's at the
Yeah, I
very
mean, like,
least,
that's
like
just-
it's funny, right?
right.
So
Like, I
Pizio,
mean, you have to believe
Alan,
that
is that
that's
the
just
primal
accidental.
axiom?
What's that, Meow?
Is that part of the primal axiom?
Of
Is that part of the
whomst?
primal axiom?
What does that mean?
Like, isn't it like pseudoscience, math that's assumed? Is that what they call it? I'm just reading up on primal axiom because it has something to do with Darwinism and physics. And I didn't know if it was all connected, if y'all knew about that term.
Never met her, brother.
It's weird. Primal axiom.
Dude, I mean, is there anybody that's got questions
That's
about the
some
telescope?
basis on Darwinism physics.
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty DS. But if there's anyone that has a telescope, you know how there's like a bunch of telescope lads on Twitter that, you know, like some hobby astronomers and whatnot. If we could get some of these lads to fill their telescopes with water and do, what was that math again, Pizio? You said it was just some simple triggies, little triggies.
Yeah, I mean, it would be you'd have to take the length of the telescope and ratio it against the orbital velocity of the Earth in order to get the quote unquote true aberration angle, and then you'd have to see what that is and measure it, you know, and then like get a fix on your star, and then you'd have to take 4/3 of that angle and presume that that's going to be the shift when you put water in it, and then put water in it and see what happens.
All right, telescope lads. If anyone wants to contribute to that, it's laid out there. You know what? We're just going to fundraise Taylor a telescope and have her do it. That seems
know what I
like the
think's
most
crazy,
efficient
dude?
way to just delegate it to Taylor.
How did he even do this, right? Because think about it. When you pour water in the telescope, the water has to come to a rest. All right, that doesn't take that long. Give it 10 seconds or something. But then, like, do you just look through it? Like, do you have? I mean, you're already looking through it, and you have someone pour the water in, and you just wait for the water to come to a rest while you're still looking through it and see if it changes. I mean, how did we have? I mean, I don't know what kind of telescopes they had back then, but how do you build a telescope that? I mean, you have to like drill a valve into the side and then hook up a hose to it and just start
Dude,
pouring water in it.
that's funny you mentioned that. I was just looking at it. Let me pull up the schematics real quick.
Because you basically have to get into the optical cavity in the center, wherever the light actually passes through, and like put the water in there, then like plug it up. You know.
Check your Discord DM real quick. I'm gonna put it on Twitter though, for the boys, so they can see it.
Okay. I'm assuming that little line at the top is where they're putting water in it.
I reckon.
And what's this whole contraption they have the telescope mounted to? Is this to like measure the angle?
I would assume.
Okay.
Actually, here, click this link, and then I think you can follow the whole diagram.
Word.
All right, links in the Jumbo lads and ladettes. You can click that. Check out that diagram of that telly. Oh, it doesn't have a legend on it to tell you what each one of it is, but
I don't see it yet. Hold on. Did you shut it up top to the nest or just in the purple pill?
purple pill and on Nest.
Okay.
Nested it.
Nested it.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I'm going to post another one. There's some better schematics down here. Actually, it's kind of the same one, but whatever.
Trying to think of another analogy for the audience on how they try to like explain away this observation.
So if you were like a kid and you were reaching into a cookie jar and like your parents caught you, you know, with your hand in the cookie jar and you had a handful of cookie and you're, you know, you can't even get your hand out of the jar because, you know, it's all expanded from how many cookies you grabbed, right? You're super guilty of cookie stealing or whatever. And your parents were like, hey, what are you doing stealing those cookies from that cookie jar? And then your response was just to go, I'm not. What do you mean, Mom and Dad? I'm not doing anything wrong. You're stealing the cookies from the cookie jar, and you just start lying and gaslighting. That's how. That's like the primary way.
So it says in this article, the telescope was mounted as a zenith instrument. Okay, so I mean this thing is set to vertical, right? And then you're able to adjust the angle from vertical.
I think you mean Zenny, but continue.
And then with the whole of the entire telescope tube from the lower surface of the object glass to a plain glass closing the lower end of the tube. In other words, from like one part of a piece of glass to another part of a piece of glass through the center, filled with water, and the water column was 35.3 inches, so about 3 feet high of water inside the telescope. The curvatures of the surfaces of the two lenses were computed and verified to correct for spherical and chromatic aberration. so the lens-based aberration was accounted for. The instrument was fitted with a micrometer, which was used for double observations and reverse positions of the instrument, and the reference to the vertical was determined by 2 spirit levels. Okay, so they have this thing set to physical plumb, okay, like not optically, but just physical plumb, right? Then they know the periodicity of the bodies in the sky. They take the Zenny star at whatever time it reaches Zenny, and they're like, okay, let's look through the telescope and see how far off of center it is. And they're like, all right, hit the button. And then they poured the water in, and like, now let's look again. And they're like, oh my gosh, the star didn't move. What's going on? That's basically what happened. So yeah, that's Aries failure. Wow, dude, it's so crazy to talk about something like this and it's just like, it seems like it's so straightforward that it's not allowed to be real. Like that
Yeah.
can't be what it is. That can't be all. There has to be more to it. Like, nah, dog. Like that's
You
it. Like,
start gaslighting yourself. You're like, it can't be that easy. A telescope and water.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm missing something. Like I feel like I'm missing part of the argument that's like making it click.
So
you're going through Stockholm syndrome because you've been lied to your whole life so much that you can't believe that there could be a proof that just blows the whole thing open that's this simple.
So proud. If you're looking through the telescope and there's no water in it, it's just air, right? And like PZO was saying, they know the positions of the stars based off of their periodicity. So they line up this telescope to have it be exactly at 90 degrees under the star at a specific time, so they can make these measurements. And when they start doing that, they realize, oh, we have to tilt the telescope a little bit to keep it in the center of the crosshairs, right? And there's 2 ways that you could look at that. You could say that the reason you have to tilt it is because the Earth is moving out from underneath the light as it's, coming down towards you. Or you could say that the light is, moving in the sky and it's already coming in at that angle and you're stationary. So a way that you could test how to do that is if you could introduce a medium in between the light, or between the star and you, the observer, to see how that would affect the angle that's created, because you have your baseline angle for air, right? So you can compare and contrast to see, based off of how long it takes light to get through that telescope, you could definitively know which is moving, because they make 2 separate predictions. This is like a mutually exclusive thing. It's not could be both or whatever, right? Like sometimes that we get into observations, it could be both or whatever, right? But this has 2 specific outcomes, because if the starlight gets slowed in the water and the Earth is moving out from under the starlight physically, then it doesn't matter if the starlight gets slowed. You still have to make a correction angle based off of the velocity component that it's all based off of, right? So in the case of the Earth, it would be the orbital speed, and that will share the relationship with that angle. That's what that math that Mickelson was talking about, where it's proportional to the to the ratio of the velocity or whatever. So by increasing the amount of time it takes for light to go through that telescope, you can definitively know which is moving. Is it us on the ground, or is it the sky? Because if it's the sky that's moving, that prediction would be that you don't have to adjust the telescope, or that you might have to just a second, Brian, or that you might have to adjust it slightly. So like in the case where they actually, just taken the measurement as is, they did have to adjust it slightly. But even ignoring that, let's say they didn't have to adjust it at all and just keep it simple. That only works if the Earth is stationary.
Yeah, they slowed the light down and nothing changed. So they're basically saying that the light went the same speed through the water as it did the air.
Yep.
That's the only thing they can say is the water sentient or the light sentient or something. Because how could it do that? That's not possible.
So, Prod, let's take this step by step. So, just like Alan laid out, right? Like the first way that they set the telescope was straight up and down, 90 degrees, right? But then when they looked through the telescope to see if the starlight was aligned, they said, "Oh, we got to tilt it a little bit." That's like the first angle that they realized they had to adjust for. You following so far? So they said that that angle is due to motion. But just like Alan said, when they added that medium, that light supposedly slows down, but then the Earth keeps moving. So you would have to adjust for that angle even more. And they have a prediction for how much they should have to adjust it. I know we were talking about like the rain coming in at an angle if you're running or if it's blowing in your face, right? Pause. No, did he? Or if you're stationary, right? If you're stationary and not moving, that rain is just going to come straight down on your head. If you start to move, that rain is going to start to hit you in the face a little bit. So you got to angle that umbrella a little bit. And if you're running, you're going to have to angle it even more. Right? That's just the prediction of what happens when you're running through rain. They say, well, the same thing should happen with starlight with the Earth. If we slow down the starlight, technically we be moving faster or cover more distance. And then we have to adjust for that angle. If this first angle that we are observing is due to the Earth moving. But then they didn't have to adjust it as much as they thought they would. Less than a arc second, fractions of a fraction. So why can you claim that it's the Earth in motion if they didn't have to correct for that when they adjusted those variables of what would cause a different deflection if it was the Earth in motion? And again, this is all on the assumption that the starlight, the actual starlight, is parallel to the ground. But it's angled. We must be moving, except we can't test for it. At least with their with their interpretation of how the Earth works.
That's so good, Sacred. Like every time that they went to measure it, they were unable to measure it. It's like, but trust us, we know it's this. It's just not measurable. It can't be measured as that.
Exactly. And then to disregard whatever they did measure, just like Alan said, they did the same thing Mickelson Morley. Oh, it's no result. No, it's not just no results.
Well, out of all these people that we can see in the listeners queue, no one has raised their hands to come up on stage.
I've been sending out all these mics, man.
Dang. The simplicity in it, man. I mean, I can't blame them, bro. I mean, there's not an answer for it. They're probably sitting there telling themselves, I'm sure there's an answer, I just don't know what it is. But no, dude, there's not an answer. You can look all day, go find it. Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I would just want to know like the best steel man from their position. Like, I don't really want to appeal to Wikipedia, but
Here's their argument.
Man.
So you think you're smarter than every physicist since 1870? That's their argument.
Yeah, just drop fallacies on you, bro. Not actually address anything material to the point. Just start invoking lots of feelings and fallacies.
Yeah, I got questions, man. I think we all got questions.
Yeah, bring up the people that got questions about the telescope. Or maybe no one has questions because it's just super clear. I don't know.
So when Quad was asking about like how the ether would be implemented and how it would affect observation, it would, at the time they brought this for you. I don't know if you have any more questions about this, but they assumed that the ether was rigid. Would you come to find out that it may not be rigid with all these measurements that we've been taking since the 1800s? That may be fluid-like, so that would have accounted for that small deflection that they did have to, or that they did measure. When you say, well, you know what? Why do they want to get rid of the ether? It's like, well, they're basically saying, well, we have an Earth in motion. And it's like if we have an Earth in motion, we're not predicting or getting the right prediction, we got a problem. We either say that the Earth is stationary, or we say, well, since the ether is causing the other motion, or maybe part of the other motion in the sky, we just gonna say that we debunk that. And then never address the actual problem. But the ether can actually account for that small little deflection that they measured, which was less than
Yeah, it's like trying to measure a boat speed through the water and getting no result and abolishing the water. They just basically abolished the water. It's ridiculous. They abolished space itself, basically.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that some of these key points.
Whoa, are you talking? You got two voices going, Sacred?
It's key to know that. Sorry. If she doesn't,
I got a question for Ezio.
If she doesn't know that you have to tilt the telescope to see a star in the first place, that might be. So
Are your guys' audios bugging? Can you hear each other? Like,
I can hear Brian and Cosmological.
Oh,
what do you hear,
Cosmological was talking? I didn't hear nobody. I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Oh, you're good. I just had a question for Pizio. If he knew, like, with the difference between, I know he knows about interferometry, but I was looking into terahertz spectroscopy, and if he could, like, touch base, if he knew, I don't really know the baseline difference in between both of those, but I do know they use two lasers to cross converge. Now, with interferometry, from what I'm seeing is they use light to measure speed, but with the same functional equipment, you can produce a terahertz frequency that can analyze solid matter and also tell different types of mineral contents, or a different spectra of, variants of different types of matter. But they can use basically, I think, the same type of instrument. So I was just wanting to get your take if you knew anything about those two different types of systems and how they both are being used at LIGO.
I'm not an expert on terahertz spectroscopy nor LIGO. I mean,
I got you.
I would just give you the super elementary explanation that you could probably Google.
Yeah.
They shoot terahertz frequencies at stuff and see the amount of energy that's absorbed and various other things that happen when the waves pass through the material, and they can use that to image and know things about it. But I no.
So would you say it's kind of like the same type of technology in a airport, but just on a lesser powerful scale?
You talking about like scanners?
Kinda. Do
But
they
they
use that
all
same
work via,
terahertz?
all of
Basically
them work via a similar thing. I mean, they're sending waves through a material and getting an image back, right?
So could they use it linear?
What?
Could they use that same system linear?
That's not, that question doesn't really make sense in the context of what the scanner's doing, because it's not an interferometer.
Okay.
Chang if you're asking what I think you are, Chang showed that you can pick up linear motion, but I'm not sure it's exactly what you're talking about.
Like black noise, white noise,
you're talking about
pink
Wang
noise.
Wong.
Yeah.
That's an interferometer though. He's
'Cause it
talking
does
about
say
the
in the
scanners
abstract-
at the airport.
Isn't that what Druznik did?
What? Actual abstract.
Yeah,
I did
he
read
had a vertical
LIGO, and
interferometer
they
probe.
can Gaussian noise. Okay. Yeah, they noise, white noise, pink noise.
Well, it's not
So I was just wondering
interferometry.
if
It's
it
literally just passing through, right? So they what they do is they have an array that shoots these waves out, and they know exactly when they shoot it how much energy it's leaving with, and then they can calculate on the other side on the receiver how much energy they arrive with and the pattern that it traces on the receiver, and see at what points the energy was lost. And so, like, usually the silhouette of the object it passes through will cause an energy loss in that shape, and based on the amount of energy loss and etc., you can tell what the material is made of, because the particular lattice structure of the material will have certain distances or certain sizes of the energy levels of the valence, or sorry, of the electron energy levels in the lattice structure of the matter. And so that will, based on how tightly packed it is, it will allow certain frequencies to pass through more easily than others, or not at all. And that will cause reflections and reflections and absorption of the energy. And so that's how they basically image stuff at airport scanners. It's like a layman's breakdown of it, but
so could that tells you be used, right? That's awesome. That's what I was kind of hoping to hear in some context. So could that same scale be used as like a double type? Could that be used for like a surveillance thing? I'm just asking and figuring, but I'm like 50.
I mean,
I'm not gonna get
dude, they can already ultrasound
just
type
the
technology you're building. Like, they can use your phone to. They can use the Bluetooth and the Wi-Fi signals and the other antennas in your phone to send pulses out and map out the inside of structures. They've been able to do that for like forever now.
Okay. I got you. Cool. Okay. Because I know I've heard some people talking about scalar, and did he?
No, I'm saying next.
I was just
go ahead and answer your thing.
Thank y'all. I appreciate it, Vizio, for that.
No, go ahead, bro. I was just saying, I think Franco's next, by the way. I wasn't cutting you off, dude. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. Yeah, I just I'm like 15 minutes from Lego, whatever, and I was wondering if anything about the place that could be
Gotta fix your mic, Cosmological. We can't hear you.
Context coherent. Sorry, can you hear me
Going
now?
in and out. Yes,
Is that
robot.
better?
You say are you by the LIGO in Louisiana? If you get your mic fixed.
Yes, I'm 15
Man,
minutes
can I meet
from
you there when I come measure that bitch?
Yep. Yeah, dude, you can. I just wanted to see if Alan and Pizio and maybe Sacred kind of think about some questions that would kind of put them on the spot about, that interferometry device that they have. And maybe I could record it or something, kind of like audit them some kind of way.
Well, that's already actually.
But I wouldn't know what kind of reference frame to audit them.
Well, there's already a conversation of that between me and Omni from FEF, like, what, 3, 4, or 5 weeks ago, something like that.
Gotcha.
I think Run Boston JT has it on his channel if you want to hear talk about Wang.
Yeah, okay.
But that's
I was just bringing
that
that up
tonight.
I got you. All right. Yeah, and look, get in touch with me, dude, if you want to go over there, because I'm kind of interested in,
Yeah, heck yeah. All I need is 3 measurements, man. But I'll need at least a home base or something. It wouldn't hurt to have somebody to help, But all I need is 3 measurements, man, from about 50 feet away. It's not going to be that hard. It's just going to be an in and out thing, and this could have huge implications, man. I sent a follow, or I followed you, so I'm going to try and get a hold of you tomorrow
I just
or
want to say
Sunday.
this to the panel. Look, I've got a $600 Lantex meter that can register electric fields, and I've already measured the electrical fields and the potential that's coming from that facility in a linear path, and it's in at least 500 to 1,000 yard arrays, like separately from each other. I'll get a zero registry on volts and millivolts, and then it will jack up to 19.8 volts, which is about 6 volts past the dangerous high level standards, and it's pretty tripped out. So it's like about 30 bands within a 3 mile period. I mean, it's 3 mile stretch, and it's about, I'd say, 2 or 3 miles from the actual facility. And I've tested it going east to west, east to west, and it's not as much. I stay in one single band when I go from south to north. So when I go east to west, it's like multiple band waves, and it's got low and high ratings, and they all are just like modulating the different types of bands. So that's why I was kind of bringing it up. I can physically show proof that there is a linear distribution of energy coming from that facility and a array. So that's what's kind of got me thinking about some of this stuff. If we all think that they're looking up into space instead of an energy barrier, we've not even thought it through. They know there's a firmament, folks. I'm just saying, they know that there's an energy barrier there. They can't get through. Y'all know they know this. And
Yeah,
so
I don't think they're doing what they're claiming. They're doing something practical, man. For sure. They wouldn't spend all that money just for some dumb trying to look. I mean,
I think
they
it's a
might,
double
but
whammy too.
I don't.
I'm
I
not
think
trying to get
they're up to
conspiracy.
something.
I'm not trying to get conspiratorial and people who shake their head and snicker and stuff, but I've done control variables for what I hear physically, and there's tapping. Like, I'm right down the road from this place, y'all. I don't trust any of these elites. I'm not getting into anything what if and all that and freaking everybody out. But I do know a thing about control variables. I know how to put sound in check and resonance and frequencies. I know about, different energy potentials and, how waves can be modulated and different types of variables to cause different effects, not on the human psyche or anything. And if they are doing that, that's just weird. But everything does have a balance, and consciousness is waking up. I've put my hearing through control variables in multiple with different types of mediums, and every time I take them away from my ear, I can hear it louder in different directions. I've already picked the vector out. It comes from a north to northwest latitude. It's just, I know this, and I'm not trying to freak anybody out, y'all, but I think our vessel resonates at a DNA thumbprint that they can't even tap into. I'll be honest with you. When you go into REM sleep, you exit from this realm some kind of way, energy wise. It's just totally silence. The whole vibration.
Yeah,
that sounds super interesting, man. Maybe we could like expand on that.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to bring something to the table to freak everybody out, y'all. So don't.
Yeah, no. That does sound interesting. And if you took some measurements, like I definitely like to talk about it a little bit more.
I've got physical videos of them.
Yeah, no, dope. Stick around, bro, because we could like revisit that in a little bit.
Okay, cool.
I want to make sure that Frank will get a chance to chime in because I know we were kind of discussing this water field telescope. Now you good, bro? Appreciate you.
Cool.
I know that we've been talking about Aries failure / Aries success in this water field telescope, and maybe Frank will want to chime in on some of the issues, or maybe Steelman, how we're explaining this in the current paradigm of physics. Welcome to the mic, Franco.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. So I just wanted to. I'm not aware of the. I never actually delved into the calculations of what Aries prediction was, but from what I understand, the point is that the experiment just verifies that when the light coming from a star is coming to us from a zenith, meaning at 90 degrees with respect to the ground or perpendicular to the ground, then if you fill a telescope with water, then you have no deflection. I don't Well, my guess is that the prediction for this to be different than what is observed is if you get the composition.
Just one thing I wanted to correct, Franco, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. I think what it was is there still was an angle adjustment even before water was implemented. Did you say that part?
It was that there's a predicted shift in the viewing angle as compared to the telescope with air. Adding water predicts there should be a shift in the viewing angle.
Right, but initially he said it was 90 degrees, and then there was no shift.
Well, the star is supposed to physically be at 90 degrees, but you actually have to tilt the telescope ever so slightly to get it centered in the eyepiece.
Right, even without the water, right?
Even without the water, there's an ever so slight angle.
So that's why I want to make sure that we're on the same page with Franco about. Franco, we're on the same page so far.
Yes, but yeah, I would have to see the calculations. But okay, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Basically, you have to adjust for a stellar aberration. But I think that the reason why the prediction was not was different than what is observed is that what was wrong in the prediction was the way one computes composition of velocities when light is concerned, because people were not aware at the time that when you actually add velocities vectorially, when one of the two velocities is light, or for that matter, one of the two velocities is relativistic, meaning comparable to the speed of light, then it's just not Galilean composition that goes on. You have a different law, and the different law is the one dictated by special relativity, so that you get that the speed of light in the new frame, when you're in a moving frame with respect to some other initial frame, then if you have, say, the stars, the light from the stars going at c speed of light in a frame where the Earth is moving, supposedly, then you have in the Earth's frame, then the speed of light is again c. So you have to compose the two velocities, in such a way that the result, the magnitude of the resulting velocity is still c, and that is dictated by Lorentz transformation of wave vectors or velocity vector when one of the two is the speed of light, and and the other thing is that the Snell's law, which dictates how light is refracted when changing medium, when passing from, say, from air to water, is only valid in the frame where the medium is stationary, meaning water. So you have to apply Snell's law in the frame of a telescope. So in the frame of a telescope, what happens is that light comes at a certain angle, which you can compute taking aberration into account if you wish, but the result is that light is coming towards the telescope at the speed c, exactly at speed c, at a certain angle, and then Snell's law applies exactly as if it happens precisely like this. I mean, you don't have to take into account the fact that your frame is moving with respect to some other frame, because there's no preferential frame. That's the answer. The prediction was probably calculated in the hypothesis that there was a preferred frame in which the speed of light in vacuum was c, and that was the frame where that the Earth was moving with respect to. So, but this is not true because there's no preferred frame, and even in the Earth's frame, the light is moving at speed c, and so if it comes down vertically, then it will continue to go vertically in water, and if it comes at an angle theta with respect to the perpendicular to the water, it would be deflected according to Snell's law, and that's it. I heard somebody said that Airy's failure proved that light is not slowed down by water. This is not true, of course.
That's all fine and dandy, Franco. But if we're moving, that throws everything you just said kind of to the side, right? If us moving's what's causing it, then slowing light down has to change the measurement. If we're the ones moving.
If we're the ones moving, we have to take into account how light is moving with respect to water, to us. We are moving with the water, so water is still with respect to stationary, still with respect to us. So we have to take into account Snell's law in our frame of reference, meaning we have to look at how light is coming to us in our frame, at which speed, and so on, and with angle, and that happens to be that it comes at a certain angle that you can compute using aberration or whatever, but it comes at exactly the speed of light, c, in vacuum, and then it gets refracted with Snell's law. This is my answer.
So Franco, let me ask you this, right? You understand, regardless of what the number is, that there's some small tilt angle, some small viewing angle, we'll call it, for the telescope filled with air for the star at zenith, right? So there's an angle there, very small one, but it's there, right?
I think it's the aberration angle.
Yes, that's the aberration angle, right? Yeah. So there's this aberration angle. It's some small number, but whatever it is, there's a small angle there for the star at zenith. Okay. The angle is determined based on what? Do you know? Do you know what the controlling factor is for that angle?
The angle is, well, it depends. The angle respect to what? But okay, you have to take into account the fact that
I have the answer.
You're moving with respect to the stars, and
yes,
and then you have to compute what the speed of light is in your frame.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a ratio. The angle is computed based on a ratio between the velocity of Earth and the velocity of the light coming as it comes through the telescope. That's what dictates the aberration angle. So when you add water to the telescope, since it slows down the light to 75% of its original velocity, that necessitates a change in the aberration angle. There was already one aberration angle for air. There now must needs be a different aberration angle for water because there's a different velocity for the light as it moves through the telescope. They can't be the same.
Again,
but they were measured as being the same, though.
No, sorry, I'd have to see the calculations. But again, what was not done at the time was to compose velocities correctly. I mean,
You're talking about relativistic velocity composition.
Yeah, I am.
I understand that, but I'm just trying to ask you a simple question. If we know that the aberration angle is determined by the ratio of the velocities, the x velocity and the y velocity, x being Earth and y being light, right? That's what determines the angle.
No, It's it's the ratio between the hypotenuse and the because what is c is not the vertical component. It's the hypotenuse. I don't know how you say it in English, but it's the longest because it's the sum that measures c.
Well, it's at zenith. It's at zenith. It's a straight line.
Okay, if it's at zenith, then you have that if it's at zenith in the Earth's frame, you have that there's no horizontal component. Point is, if the velocity in the Earth's frame is always c in the independently of the angle.
Not moving through a medium such as water, it slows it down. It's not c is not c in water. It's 0.75.
Yeah, I know. But the point is that, and this is governed by Snell's law, and you determine the angle, which is sine of the ratio of the two angles of the two sines of the two angles is the index of refraction, and that is valid in the Earth's frame, in the frame where the water is stationary, and is based on the incident angle, where the incident angle is determined on Earth. When you have that it can be 90 degrees, can actually 0 degrees in that case, because that what enters the Snell law is the angle with respect to the vertical, and then but it can be 0 degree, it can be one degree, it can be any angle, and but that angle you compute by properly adding velocities.
Okay, but do you agree that whatever the angle is, regardless of the number, whatever the angle is, it would have to be a different angle for water than it would be for air? They can't be the same angle because it's the velocities that determine the angle, and the velocities are different in water and air. Therefore, the angle should be different.
Yeah, but that is not Airy's problem. It's Snell's problem. That is
Franco, please answer my question. Would the aberration angle have to be different for water than it would for air, since the velocity in water is different from air?
I don't know. I don't know about the aberration angle. I know what happens with an angle, with light coming at an angle with respect to water. It follows Snell's law. Then the angle at which it's coming towards the water is determined by this aberration calculation. And when you have that, you can compute which is the angle in the water, independently of how you compute it initially for the water.
I just need to know if they're different.
It's much simpler than that. You're overthinking it, bro. Is water or sea moves pretty much at the speed of at its maximum speed in air, right? It's pretty much unaffected by it, right? So it travels. So you could say, C equals C in air, but C does not equal C in water, right? Because because it slows it down.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we're on the same page. That's what he's asking you, right? Is the speed of light in air the same as in water? And if not, then
it's not.
Right. Then so if you change that velocity factor when you're introducing air, when you're talking about the angle is still going to be changed, as a ratio to that, how fast it's traveling in the water, right?
Yeah, that's a Snell's law. That's refraction law. It's nothing to do with Airy.
That's the point, though. We're not talking about who said what. We're talking about if I fill my telescope with water, then the visible angle to the star should change.
It should change according to Snell's law. Yes.
Okay, regardless of how much, it should change, right? So that's why it's called Airy's failure, because the angle didn't change. Technically,
so
it changed by
he proved that refraction law is not valid. He proved that Snell's law is not.
The prediction versus the measurement was off by a factor of over 37.
Because I think I've not seen the calculations, but what I think is what the prediction was computing the velocity of light in the medium and outside the medium based on the fact that it was C in the sun's frame, in the star's frame, and not C in the Earth's frame. It was the mistake in the prediction was to assume that there was an ether we were moving with moving relative to, and so that the speed of light was correct in the ether's frame. This is what leads to the wrong prediction, in my opinion.
Let's
But
use,
I have to look at the calculations because I never saw them actually.
let's use, is it modus tollens or modus ponens? I get them mixed up. Anyways, okay. If A, we know that there is a small aberration angle in air. That aberration angle is determined by the ratio of the velocities of light and of Earth. The ratio, however you compute the ratio, whether you throw a factor on there, whether you incorporate refractive laws in there, whatever you do, the baseline measurement that you will get for aberration, the angle to the light, is based on the ratio of Earth velocity to the light velocity in the telescope. B, water has a different light velocity than air. Therefore, C, the angle in water should be different from air because the velocity is different. So if the angle is based on the velocity and the velocity changes, the angle must change. It is very simple. It doesn't logically follow to discuss how to calculate the velocity or any of that, because that's all secondary. The point is that the velocity changes, and since the angle is based on the velocity, therefore the angle must change. The fact that the angle did not change shows that there's not a change in velocity, or right, because we know there's a change in velocity in the water, or there is actually no Earth velocity. Those are the only two explanations. Either the velocity of light in the water did not change, which we know it does, or there's no velocity for Earth. There's two options, but one is ruled out by default because we know light slows down in water. Therefore, the only explanation left is that there's no velocity component for Earth. That's the only reason that can be explained for why the angle does not change.
I disagree. It's not.
Why?
Because what it proves is that the light behaves exactly as if it was emitted independently of the motion of the frames, right? So you are on a frame.
The light would have to curve, Franco, to catch up to the Earth because it takes longer to get through the telescope when the water's there. It has a longer travel time. Therefore, the Earth moves a longer horizontal distance out from under it. So what mechanism do you have for the water to catch back up to or the light to catch back up to the Earth?
Sorry, say it again.
Yeah, I'll say it again. The Earth is constantly moving in the heliocentric model. It is moving at 66,000 miles an hour. So there's a certain amount of time it takes for that light to go from the far end of the telescope to the eyepiece. a fraction of a second. During that fraction of a second, the Earth shifts horizontally out from under that light, which is what causes you to have to tilt the telescope. That's the reason you're said to have to tilt it, because the Earth has moved during the travel time of the light through the telescope.
Yeah, that's called composition of velocities in different frames. Yes.
Okay,
I know
that's
how to do that. Yeah,
aberration.
I know how to do that. Now,
Okay, that's aberration. So
That's
when we add the water to the telescope, the travel time, the transit time through the telescope increases. When the transit time increases, the distance traveled by the Earth increases, therefore the aberration angle increases. That's what the experiment was meant to show, but when they measured it, there was no increase in the aberration angle. This is
Because-
impossible unless Earth is not moving.
No, it's because when you do this calculations that you're just describing vocally, you do it by summing vectors, right? One perpendicular vector along x and one vector along y. And when you do that correctly, you see that it's not right. It's not the way you should do it when dealing with light, because light behaves in a different way than with because you have to use relativistic composition of velocities. That's the explanation.
Relativistically or classically, would the angle change? Yes or no?
The question doesn't make sense. The angle is determined.
What?
The angle is determined by Snell's law, and Snell's law is valid in the frame where the water is stationary.
Franco,
then you have
add water when you introduce the water.
Even classically, what you do is to go in the rest frame of the water, and then compute the new velocities, taking those in the frame in the previous frame, and then adding v horizontally. That is not what you should do. That is not what you should do, because that is wrong.
You've already
you've
acknowledged that the water slows the light down, and we've already established that the ratio of the velocities, however you calculate it, whether relativistically or classically, still it's the ratio of the velocities that creates the aberration angle. Therefore, if the velocity changes, does the angle change, yes or no?
Sorry, I don't really get the question.
If you introduce water into the telescope, so that the velocity of light in it changes, since the velocity changed, will the angle change, yes or no?
It would change according to Snell's law.
But
so
it would change, yes. The answer is yes. Yes,
Yeah.
it would change?
Yes.
Okay, it would change. That's not what happened, though. GG. Thank you for playing.
So what was the aberration angle that was measured?
Less than an arc second.
Less than 1 arc second. Then take the sine of this angle and multiply it by divide it by 1.4, which is the refraction index of water. What do you get?
Divide it by 1.4?
Yeah.
1 second. So, sine of that divided by 1.4.
If it's 1.4, I don't remember exactly the water refraction index.
Hold on. Sine of 2.778 e to the negative 4. So 0.00027.
It's equal to the angle in radians.
Equals 0.00000678.
Okay. And what was measured?
0.8 arc seconds. So let me just do 1 divided by 3600. Hold on. 1 divided by 3600. So 1 arc second
Yeah.
is equal to 0.00027 degrees. So 3 zeros,
Degree.
27777. Okay, that's an arc second. So 0.0002777.
That's an arc second in degrees. Expressed in
Yeah.
degrees. You have to convert it in radians and then compute the sine, or just convert it in radians because the sine of such small angle is equal to the angle in radians.
Okay, so you want me to take this number,
Yeah.
and put it in radians.
Put it in radians and divide it by 1.4, and then get what that is what I predict that the measured angle in water is, and then take the differences.
Okay, it's 3.88 e to the negative 6 radians.
No.
So you take the sine of that, and then multiply by 1.4.
No, divide it by 1.4.
Divide by 1.4.
If this was the aberration angle in air, then the aberration angle in water should be that one.
Okay, hold on. Sine.
No.
0.000038785.
Hold on, the 0.8 was in water, right?
Oh.
That's what they
Yes.
measured. Okay.
Yeah, in
I
water,
have
yeah.
so I have 0.000000277 radians. So you want me to convert that to degrees now?
I'm quite lost, but what you have to do is take the aberration angle in air, take the sine divided by 1.4, and then that would be the sine of the aberration angle in water.
So we can't use 0.8 then, Franco, right? We got it. 0.8 was the measurement in water.
Yeah.
If you're saying that we need the one in air, then the 0.8 isn't the value to use.
Yeah, the one in Point eight is what they measured in water, not what they predicted. So let me just I'll tell you how it works. They predicted 4/3 of the angle in air to be the angle in water, since
4/3 is 1.3. Yeah. Okay.
So because 3/4 of speed of light is what light moves in
Yeah.
water.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
4/3
So
is
it's
the
not
angle is what
1.4.
they
It's
should measure.
1.3. Okay. 1.3.
So so since they have 30 is what they predicted, we can just multiply that by 0.75 to tell you what the angle was in air. So, or what the angle was. What the angle was in air. So the angle in air was 22.5 arc seconds. They predicted a shift, right? A shift of 4/3. Okay. So the shift was only 0.8. There was supposed to be a 30 arc second shift.
No, the shift was not 4/3. It's not a shift. The 4/3 is the ratio of the two sines. So it's not a shift. The shift for the shift
It's
you
the
have to take
tangent. It's the tangent of. Yeah, it's the tangent.
the
But
Snell's law involves sines, not sines, not tangents. But okay, but this is what my okay. So their prediction involves tangents. My prediction is based on Snell's law and involves sines. So, but for
I'm just doing the math you said, not the math that they did in their paper.
Okay.
Right. I was doing your math, but
Yeah.
it doesn't come out anywhere close to 30 arc seconds. They predicted 30 arc seconds should be the extra tilt. The extra tilt was supposed
because
to be
they did it wrong. Because they did it wrong. Because they did, and indeed.
Okay. So the extra tilt was supposed to be what 4/3. So basically that's an extra 1/3, meaning that 30 arc seconds is 1/3 of the total measurement. So I'm guessing the total measurement was 90 arc seconds. So then they would have say, okay, we need to tilt it an additional 30 arc seconds for that extra third. And then they actually only had to tilt it an extra 0.8 arc seconds. So we went from 90 to 90.8.
$90 arc seconds.
To
Are we
90.8.
talking about arc seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. So my prediction, since we're dealing with very small angles, you just divide by 4/3 the angle itself. Even in degrees, it's even in arc seconds, it's fine, because the tangent and even sine for very small angles is equal to the angle itself. So the ratio will be 4/3 for the angles themselves with very small angles. So
Yes. That's what they said. That's what we read earlier. We literally read the quote in Mickelson's paper. He was discussing that. He was saying, since the velocity of light in water is 3/4 that in air, then the angle of the light in the water should be 4/3 that in air. So
it should be 3/4 actually, with respect to the vertical. Yeah.
So, well, it should be a greater angle because the light's slowing down, not speeding up.
Depends where you measure the angle from.
Either way, Franco, the angle should change.
The angle in water is reduced with respect to the vertical, not increased.
The angle should change, though.
Yeah,
And it did not appreciably change.
Yeah, because it's very small. Yeah.
No, it was measurably there to begin with, and then it didn't change. That's the whole premise. And I think you're just so caught up in the weeds that you're like missing the forest for the trees.
No, I don't have their numbers here. I don't have their calculations here. I'm telling you what I would predict. If you have an angle measured on Earth, whichever way you computed it, then the angle in water should be with respect to the vertical with the surface of the water. Then the angle should obey Snell's law.
Let me read to you the quote because I just got it pulled up. It's talking about what you're talking about. The discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emission theory. The effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light with the velocity of the Earth in its orbit. This new explanation was at first almost as simple as the former, but it failed to account for the fact proved by experiment that the aberration was unchanged when observations were made with a telescope filled with water. For if the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of the Earth to the velocity of light, then since the latter velocity in water is 3/4 its velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed with a water telescope should be 4/3 of its true value. They did not observe a change in the angle of aberration when they filled the telescope with water. And it must change because the velocity does. Therefore, the only explanation is that when you do the velocity composition, you don't have a velocity for Earth.
No, is that you do it wrong because you compose it Galileanly with the Galilean composition instead of a relativistic composition.
And either way, it would still be changed, regardless of how much. It would be changed, Franco.
I would have to see the calculations because I cannot.
You can't even say yes to something that's so obviously true because you're
it's
afraid
not
that it
obvious
destroys
because
your
nobody
point.
has nobody in the past. I'm sorry to use this what that you think is a fallacy, but if nobody has ever objected to this in 150 years, there must be a reason, right? So
There's been plenty of people who have objected to it. They're called geocentrists.
But this was okay. Okay, it's not. I think the reason is that the velocity composition is not done right. If again, if you're seeing things from the Earth, this you can do it in any framework. You can do it in classical. You can do it in Galilean in Galilean views and everything. In any kind of way you're interpreting things, you are allowed to make calculations on the Earth's frame, in the Earth's frame. And in the Earth's frame, what happens is that light is coming is coming towards the telescope at a certain angle and with a certain speed. That we have to agree upon. Whichever way you compute things, you are on the frame, even in Airy's view, in anyone's view after Newton. If you are in a frame, you can compute physics laws and how things behave in your own frame of reference.
How are you providing an explanation for why the angle didn't change?
Let me finish. In this frame, you have a telescope filled with water, and you have light coming to you at a certain speed and at a certain angle. In this frame, the prediction is that you would have to see a change in the angle with respect to the vertical in air and in water, according to Snell's law, because this is the change of velocity. If you predict that something is different, is because you predict two different velocities in air and water, because you do it wrong when you predict the velocity that you will have in your lab frame, starting from a different frame, say the ethers, and would lead you to a different prediction for the velocity of light in your.
Did you say you get a different velocity in water because you did it wrong? Franco, it's objectively true that light slows down in water.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And the consequence of this is provably Snell's law.
A different index of refraction, yeah. So the index of
refraction
refraction
is different. Index of refraction. An index of refraction which is 1.3 for water, 1.33 if you want, and that implies Snell's law. Snell's law is the ratio of the two signs is the index of refraction. Okay. This has nothing to do with what you do, what you're using. If you're using aberrational light and whatever.
It's different in water than air, right?
What is different? It's the ratio between the two, which is
Snell's law computes a different value in water than it does air, right?
Snell's law tells you what happens when you pass from air from one medium to a different medium to an interface, and it tells you that the ratio of the angles of the light ray, the ratio of the sign is the ratio of the refraction indexes.
Right. So there's different refractive indexes, different velocities, an angle change. There's an angle change, right?
Yes, there's an
Snell's law predicts an angle change.
Yes.
Okay, they didn't measure an angle change, Franco.
So they disproved Snell's law. That's what you're saying?
They disproved the motion of the Earth.
Snell's law is in the frame of the Earth. Is in the frame of the Earth. In the frame of the water. So you can do it on a train. You can do it wherever you want.
Bro, it doesn't matter what frame you're in. When light goes into water, it slows down.
Yes.
That's what causes all of this.
Yes. If they didn't observe any change, I don't know what they observed because I don't have the numbers here.
I just read it to you.
I want to see them. I want to see I want to see plots and I want to see numbers. I want to see calculations.
We can share the paper with you
just by with numbers.
You want to jumbo it, Alan?
Sorry.
You want to put it on the Jumbotron, Alan?
Already pulling it up.
But the point
the picture you sent me has a little photo or color thing on there. It blocks some of the text.
Oh, gotcha.
Again, if you're in the Earth's frame, if you're in the telescope frame, and light comes at an angle with respect to water, then it should change its angle by Snell's law.
It would have to. It's not should. It would have to.
Well, I mean exactly. Yeah, it would have to. Yes,
Yes,
and
okay.
yes. If it comes at an angle which is really negligible, such as a fraction of an arc second or a number of arc seconds, then the refraction angle would be smaller than that, and so it would be really hard to detect. But if you what is predicted is that if you have a I don't know an 9 arc second angle with respect to the water surface, then in water you have a 3/4 of that, which is so if it's 8 arc second, you would have 6 arc seconds. The angle with respect to the vertical in water. This is Snell's law and does not depend on how you have computed the angle of the incident light. This is my statement, and I will not move from this.
Well, you would have to move from it, Franco, if faced with evidence that goes against what you're saying, right? So hopefully you will be open to moving from that
Well,
position.
yeah,
Just
we're
because,
trying to help you, dog. Like this is seriously that.
You're trying to
That's
help
what
me.
all you've said this whole time is they must have done something wrong because I know that your conclusion can't be right. But all I'm telling you is, hey, we can agree. Number one, when you introduce water, the velocity changes, and number two, as you just stated multiple times, including there at the very end, the angle would have to change. It did not, as measured.
It did not from what to what?
from the
It
prediction,
went from, I got it right here.
But
It went
because the
from
prediction
50.
was wrong, if you the prediction implied ether, it did not have to do with Snell's law. Snell's law is in the frame of water. In the frame of water, you have light coming at an angle, and you have that it's reduced by 4/3, and then the angle is reduced by 4/3 if it's small. That's the prediction of Snell's law. What was wrong is the prediction of the angle, I think.
okay. So, but Piazza, did you want to chime in? Because I was going to say something, but
No, man, I like all he's saying is you have to do it this way, you have to do it this way. They didn't do, I don't know how they did it, but they must not have done it this way because they didn't measure an angle. Like that's not coherent. Like the measurement of the angle is the measurement of the measurement's the measurement, dude. It's what was the prediction? And he's wanting to post hoc change the prediction to match what the measurement was so that it doesn't contradict. But you can't get what you can't get away from is that it didn't change and it would need to change. As I read, it failed to account for the fact, the explanation failed to account for the fact proved by experiment that the aberration was unchanged when observations were made with the telescope filled with water.
And then how does the conclusion proceed?
Yeah, so the conclusion proceeds that they had to come up with the explanation that they gave was that maybe somehow mechanistically, not mathematical framework speaking, but mechanistically, the luminiferous ether inside of the telescope became loose and started bouncing around inside the telescope and carried it in the opposite direction of motion so that there wouldn't be an angle correction required, because everyone knows that there would be an angle correction required regardless of how you do the velocity composition. Now you keep referring to maybe they did it wrong with an ether frame or whatever, and you keep referring to the earth frame. They did it with the earth frame with respect to the ether frame as a mathematical reference point for the velocity to be relative to. They weren't looking at it like they weren't looking at it like mechanistically in that regard. They were using it as a mathematical framework, but they were doing it from the Earth's perspective relative to that. So either way you slice it, like Pizio was saying, the measurement is the measurement, regardless of your framework of interpretation to make the prediction. They all should have a, depending on whether or not the Earth is moving or not, there's a mandatory angle correction. It can't be the same angle as the position of the Earth being stationary.
And don't forget, Alan, they also gave an explanation in Franco's paradigm because the emission theory of light is
Oh,
what's
right.
postulated
Yep.
as true now. They gave an emission theory explanation, and they said in the emission theory, the only way you can explain this is that the velocity of light must be greater in the water telescope than it was in air, and therefore the angle of aberration should be less. It's in order to reduce it to its true value, we must make the absurd hypothesis that the motion of the water in the telescope carries the ray of light in the opposite direction. So in order for and that's in the undulatory theory. So in order for the emission theory to work, right, for them to get that negligible result in the angle change in the water, they would have to have the light speeding up in order to cut back in the opposite direction to cover the change in the distance of the path. Obviously, that breaks relativity on its face.
But in 1850 or wherever this experiment was done, there was no notion of this. But
they already said that explanation was absurd anyway, even without knowing.
Because it was wrong. That was wrong. You have.
They didn't have a working explanation.
Science and physics has moved forward since 1850, and so now we know.
What's the modern explanation for why they didn't have to change the angle?
As I said, it's relativity and the fact that it does not, that if you're on a frame which is very good approximation inertial, which is the Earth, now you can have light moving as if the Earth was stationary. So you have light coming at you at an angle at a speed c, and it obeys Snell's law. So I'm sure that I will have to check the number again, but that, because I never actually read that.
Wait, did you just say we could treat the Earth as stationary and then it would work?
Yes, because that's relativity principle. I know it. I'm glad it makes you laugh, but it's exactly what relativity says. If the Earth can be considered in this respect as an inertial frame, so that
the telescope's not moving at all.
Yeah, exactly.
Then there should be no angle of tilt at all. Then, bro, the air shouldn't have to tilt. The water shouldn't have to tilt. We should just point it straight at the zenith, and then we got the star centered.
Yes, because in this
they had to tilt it though.
Aberration is explained with relative motion between the Earth and the stars. So that
in the emission theory, that doesn't work.
I don't care about emission theory. I care about what we know now, which is relativity and how light propagates.
Bro, light travels in a straight line from the zenith to the telescope. It's launched instantaneously at a point in time, and then it travels in a straight line from the star to the telescope, and it goes straight through the center of it because the telescope's not moving, and it should arrive from the zenith to the center. But it doesn't. They have to tilt it. Everybody knows that stellar aberration is a thing.
Because the velocity is not that does not have just one component, but two components, because there is relative motion between the two.
But the motion of the star after the photon has been launched plays no bearing on the motion of the photon that's already been launched. That star can keep moving however it wants. It's not going to affect the photon that already got fired.
Yeah, but when you fire it from a moving source, and then you emit it with the velocity which then in a frame where the source is moving has a different velocity than a different direction than it has in the frame where the emitting source is stationary. That's a composition of velocities. That happens with bullets. That happens with, but of course with bullets we don't have. You simply have to compose to sum vectorially two vectors, which is the velocity of the source and the velocity of the bullet.
So now you're adding and subtracting the velocity of the source. You got c plus or minus v. I thought that wasn't allowed.
It's not c plus or minus v, because you have to do c plus or minus v correctly, meaning that you have to sum two 4 vectors and using relativistic rules. Yeah, it changes the direction. If you emit a photon, in a frame which is moving, even at a velocity which is perpendicular to the direction in which you're emitting the photon, then the photon in the frame in which the source is moving has a different direction, and the different direction you compute using relativistic using Lorentz transformation of 4 vectors. That's done that's done every day in my field, because, for instance, when you have a decaying neutral pion which decays into photons, the neutral pion has a velocity which is very close to the speed of light, and you have to compose the two velocities when you have to compute the direction of the outcoming photons from this decay, and this obeys Lorentz transformation. This is verified every day in our experiments. So yes, it's not C plus or minus V. It's just a k vector, which is the 3 momentum of a photon, which is then composed with which is then transformed according to Lorentz transformations in a different frame, and it changes its direction and also its energy.
Doesn't Einstein state that the velocity of the photons would not be affected at all by the relative motion between the observer and the source? And now you're telling me that I treat Earth as an inertial frame and I have to consider the velocity of the source of the star and taking the angle?
What Einstein says is that the speed is not affected, the velocity is affected, and the velocity is composed according to Lorentz transformation. If the frame is moving at an angle with respect to the velocity, then you have to use the proper composition of velocities, which is not really trivial. You just transform a 4 momentum of the photon, for instance. That's an easy way of doing it.
So hold on. Are you telling me then that, let's say, y-axis, right, vertical, and x-axis horizontal?
Yeah.
You're saying since the star is moving horizontally, x-axis,
yes,
that even though if the star was to shoot a photon out in the y-axis at c, right?
Yes.
It's c in the y-axis. There's
Yes.
also going to be some velocity in the x-axis. Well, that makes the total velocity vector the square root of c squared plus the other velocity squared. That's
No.
greater than c.
No, it does not, because you don't do that. You don't do that vector composition in a trivial way. You have to use Lorentz transformations, which are designed such that the new vector is not c squared plus v squared under square root, but is c.
Doesn't it say that the velocity of light cannot be altered by composition with a velocity less than that of light? So you're saying that the velocity of the star would alter the velocity of the light?
The velocity vector is changed. What is not changed is its magnitude, which is c.
Oh, let me quote. It says, it follows further that the velocity of light, c, cannot be altered by composition with a velocity less than that of light, which means that we have velocity equals c plus omega over 1 plus omega over c equals c.
I don't know where the quote is from, but
1905.
I posted it in the Jumbo 1905 on the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies by Albert Einstein.
But I'm telling you that what is changed is the velocity vector. What is not changed is the speed.
I mean, we're in the weeds right now. Like, I just wanted to make this point to you. Like, first of all, saying that we treat it as stationary, right? And then you don't have to worry about the water changing anything.
Yeah.
But that's still not true, because even if you said that the light already was coming in at an angle, right?
Yeah.
When it enters the water,
Yes.
you stated that there would be an angle change, right?
According to Snell's law, yeah.
Okay, so if there wasn't an angle change, and there should be an angle change,
Yes.
then what does that mean?
It means that we treat light as if we don't care about the motion of the source, except that it changes the angle at which the light comes. The computation that we would just finish talking about, which is the composition of velocities, vector velocities, which happens in relativity, just tells you what the aberration angle would be.
But Franco, how can you say it doesn't matter when you say that's the causal mechanism behind the adjustment anyway? But when you introduce a new medium, then you have to account for that moving frame.
When you introduce a new medium, you have to that the angle changes, and the angle changes according to Snell's law. It doesn't have to do with the motion of anything.
All right, so let's just say, right, because you keep on saying Snell's law, and I want to make sure that we're on the same page. Are you saying when the water is introduced, the only reason why it's deflected is because of Snell's law?
Yeah.
So you're saying the motion of the Earth has nothing to do with that?
No. The only thing that affects the motion of the Earth affects is the incident angle, which means the angle the light is making with respect to the vertical or to the surface of the water, which is, I suppose, it's horizontal anyway, even with a tilted telescope. I don't know. I don't know how it was. I mean, I don't know, because I never went into the details, but I don't know if the angle is with respect to the axis of the telescope, or if it is with respect to the zenith, because I don't know how it was made. If it was if I take a bottle of water and then I tilt it, then the water in the bottle stays horizontal. But if I fill it completely and then I put a lens or whatever, if I block the water with some sort of cork or whatever, or a lens, and then I tilt it, then the surface. The important thing is the direction of light with respect to the surface dividing air from water. So if that is tilted, then I don't know if that was tilted or not.
Real quick, I have a quote here. I just want to clarify your position one more time. I know we already got it, but I just want to just repeat it for the audience real quick. You're saying that the explanation is you treat Earth as stationary, and then you account for the state of motion of the emitting body, which in this case is the star, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Right here, I'm quoting directly from Einstein's paper. It says, light is always propagated in empty space with a definite velocity c, which is independent of the state of motion of the emitting body. So he literally says the motion of whatever is giving off the light does not affect anything.
No, it's not that. It means that the velocity, that the magnitude of the velocity is constant.
He doesn't say the magnitude. He says.
But I'm sorry,
velocity.
it's not that. The relativity is not just that paper. It's all the calculations that entail from that, and from that, and you know, Lorentz transformations and all of special relativity is not that paper. So, and especially one quote which is translated from German.
Which is
translated
for
German. Yeah, it is translated. It was written in German, that paper. And so
so how is that relevant?
It's relevant because in English, when you say velocity, you usually mean the vector velocity. And I'm sure that in that sentence, what is meant is the magnitude of velocity, which in English is usually called speed. Right.
Okay, Franco.
For instance, in Italian we say velocità, which is the same word for speed and velocity. So we have to specify whether we intend whether we mean the vector one or the magnitude of the vector.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick? You said that in order to explain it, you would just
Yo,
treat
hold
the Earth
on.
as stationary.
Hold on. Okay, sorry. I'll let you go first, dude.
Well, I was just gonna say, he said his explanation was he would just treat the Earth as stationary, and then he'd be like, it wouldn't matter what happened with the light changing in water and air, because it's still gonna just be based on the angle it comes in at from the star. And I'm like, you know what? Actually, that's our explanation. That's already what our explanation is. Like that's exactly what would happen. because but don't you understand, Franco, that what happens in physical reality is not just a matter of defining coordinate systems based on convenience. If Earth is actually moving, then that means that it actually has to move out from under the light when the light gets slowed down by the water. Reality is not a matter of definition of coordinate systems for your convenience of calculation.
I'm not following this. I'm telling you what I think
I
I've
get
made
that.
myself clear on what the point is. The point is
the Earth actually moving? Forget about defining it as its own inertial frame. Is it actually moving?
Again, yes, but it depends. It depends what you mean by moving, because motion.
Is it in a state of rest?
It is not in a state of rest, meaning that it is accelerating, but you don't know, you don't define state of rest because you don't have state of rest, absolute state of rest in.
Correct. Okay, so everything in the universe is moving at all times.
Motion is relative. So you can only define motion as relative to something else.
Okay,
so,
Franco.
Yes.
So
motion is relative. So you have
everything is moving. There's no absolute rest in the universe. Therefore, Earth is moving. Therefore, as light passes through a moving telescope, when the speed of light significantly slows down, it will take significantly longer for the light to pass through the telescope. Therefore, the telescope will translate horizontally a greater distance than it did before.
This is the kind of calculation. This is the kind of calculations that you do when you do.
Do you see how you can't even answer a basic question, even though you've already answered it?
No.
Would the angle have to change? Yes, we already established that it didn't change. I mean, that's
Sorry,
pretty much the end of the point.
This is just rhetorical thing. It's just rhetorical arguments. The thing you're saying, what you're saying. When velocity is,
it's not just me saying it. All of them said it. Every scientist in the world said it.
Because every scientist in the world in the past 150 didn't say it. So
they all said that since the velocity of light reduces, the angle will have to increase.
Yes, but that is Snell's law. That is why.
And that's not what happened. So since it didn't happen, you're left with the only options being light sped up in the telescope to account for the difference in path travel, which is obviously retarded, and none of us believe in that. Or B, the telescope and the Earth were not in motion. Those are the only two possible explanations as to why the angle did not change. And one of them is completely absurd, and the other one is philosophically uncomfortable for you. I'm sorry, but those are the only options that are possible.
No. The other thing is that things behave as if the Earth was stationary because of relativity.
Dude.
But this is
oh my gosh.
This is relativity. You have that all inertial frames are equivalent, and speed of light is the same in all inertial frames.
Don't worry, Alan. Everything just behaves as if it's at rest. It's not actually at rest. It's just everything that we've ever done in reality, ever measured since the history of the dawn of time.
As far as
shows that
the thing that
trust me, it's just an illusion, bro.
It's not an illusion. The thing that you're saying about
it's not an illusion. You're right. It's definitely not an illusion. It's reality. It's not.
Why aren't you? Let me speak. The thing that you're saying about
Freudian slip.
Hold on, 1 second, Piazza. Let's Franco finish the thought, and I want to read something, and I want to get that hat. Go ahead, Franco, finish your thought, and I want to read something after this.
What he was saying about when the light is at the top of the telescope, it takes some time to reach the bottom, and in this time the thing moves, etc. This is exactly why people are using different frames. It's not because it's a mathematical whim. It's because it's convenient. If you go to a different to the frame of where the telescope is stationary, then you can just do exactly the same calculations mathematically, but just considering the frame where the telescope is stationary. In that frame, what changes is the velocity, meaning the vector velocity of light. And what the point is that if you compute this using Galilean transformations, you are wrong. You have to do it with Einstein's, with Lorentz transformation of the velocity of light, which, yes, it does change the angle of light. And if you do that properly, you see that there's no contradiction. And if you see that, you can compute things as if simply light was emitted at that angle from a stationary source in a stationary frame. It doesn't matter that this is Einstein's take. It doesn't matter what the velocity of the source was. In your frame, the star is moving. It doesn't matter. It emitted a photon at that angle. You can compute the angle knowing the velocity of the star and whatever, but it doesn't matter. You have a photon coming to you at a certain angle, and you predict that it will change that angle according to Snell's law in your frame. That's it, and there's no
Franco. Right there though. There's no we agreed that both theories, classical and relativistic, predict an angle change. Yet no angle change was measured. So you can't then say the lack of an angle measurement is somehow proof of the correctness of your theory.
I have to again read the paper, but what was the angle change? What was the angle measured?
The angle measured was 0.8 arc seconds. The amount predicted
in water.
was
In water.
In water, yes, thank you.
Angle with respect to what?
The
angle between what and what?
The 90 degree of the telescope and the star, the observed starlight.
So the telescope was a 90 degree. Was it a 90 degree?
Yeah.
So before, well, it wasn't exactly right because they had to tilt it first, which is what I want to read in a second.
Tilted by how much?
What was the initial?
Well, in air, they have to tilt it by 20 arc seconds over the course of a year. And in water, they have to tilt it 0.8 arc seconds. And they predicted that they would have to tilt it 30 based off of the slowing due to the timing difference.
So, Frank, do you see when you say, oh, this is all about Snell's law, but then even when they're not accounting for water and Snell's law, they still have to tilt the telescope because they're saying that this is due to motion.
Yes, this is aberration. Yeah, this is aberration.
Right. So to say that doesn't. So let me, before I go into what I want to read, let me just ask you and try to keep it concise with yes or no if you can. Do you agree that the telescope is moving under the starlight?
Yes, but that doesn't affect anything. Yeah.
Well, it does. You said, look. You just said it doesn't affect anything. Right.
It affects. It affects the angle at which light is coming.
Right. So that's the main thing that we're observing is the angle in which the light is coming.
Yeah.
So that motion is responsible for that. We agree on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So if it takes a longer time for that light to reach the telescope, that affects distance, time, and speed, right?
In principle, yes, but don't know. Depends what you're calculating. Yeah.
Well, you're calculating how long it takes for the starlight to reach the telescope, because if the Earth is moving underneath it, which we agree that you say in your paradigm that the Earth moves underneath it and it takes a longer time.
Okay.
That means it affects the distance and the speed, which means hold on, which means that you would have to adjust the telescope because now you have a further variable that affects the observation.
Which is?
The water. So the water is slowing down the speed of the light that you just said the Earth is moving under. So if the Earth is moving under it and it's taking longer for that light to reach the telescope, and because it's moving, it's causing an angle, we have to adjust further for that angle. Because the Earth is traveling under it
a further distance. But what happened was they didn't have to adjust for it, at least as much as they predicted. So that's the implication. So when they say this is all about the ether, it's not really about that, because number one, you're saying the causal mechanism for the initial adjustment of the angle of the telescope is orbital motion. Then when you're affecting the speed of light using a new medium, that orbital motion is still relevant. It's not irrelevant because that's the causal mechanism in your model. So that's the prediction. So since that's being affected, and then we don't have to adjust for it, we have to go ahead and question our initial premise, which is the orbital motion is causing the angle change. Maybe what we're saying is, and I just want to read this after I say this, maybe the starlight isn't coming in parallel. Maybe it's already coming in at an angle. So when you introduce water, that's not going to affect the starlight if we're assuming that the Earth is moving. Now, when they did measure this small little bit of an angle shift, which what they keep on referencing, that 0.8 arc seconds, at the time, they theorized a rigid ether. So what Aries failed to do was substantiate a rigid ether. But if there's a fluid ether, that can account for this deviation once you implement the new medium of water. Because if it was the Earth moving, we expect 30 arc seconds?
Yep.
But if we affect that variable, or if we use a variable to affect that causal claim, and we find out that the prediction fails, then we have to revisit our premise for what the causal claim is. So maybe the starlight isn't parallel. Maybe we live in a more finite universe and the starlight is actually just already angled. And then with the ether drift, this fluid-like ether, it's causing a deflection when we now add in water as a new medium. But this is not something that they took into consideration, it seemed like, back then when they were coming up with their results and observations and interpretations. So we're revisiting that conversation to see, is this a more plausible mechanism since it hasn't been answered yet? It can't just be refraction. It can't just be Snell's law. If the causal mechanism for the initial telescope adjustment is due to motion of the Earth, we have to account for that throughout the entire observation. Now, let me just read this just so you know I'm not capping. First of all, let me read this from Oxford. This is oxfordreference.com. World Encyclopedia in the Oxford Companion to History of Modern Science. It says aberration, the small apparent difference between the observed direction of a star and its true direction. It is due to the combined effect of the observer's motion across a path of incoming starlight and the finite velocity of light. So motion is causing the initial aberration in your model, which is why you claim that we have to adjust the telescope, because your initial premise is that the starlight is parallel. And the reason why we see this deviation is because of motion. What we're doing is we're challenging that. We're saying that angle of the starlight is not due to Earth motion. That's just the angle that it comes in. So we don't need motion to explain that away. So then when we introduce a new medium, we don't have to account for how motion would affect it because we're not claiming the Earth is moving. So one other citation I want to read, and then if you have a thought, you could chime in, and then, but I really want to go to Hap to see what he want to say. It says the Earth's motion does affect the centering of starlight in the telescope, causing a phenomenon called aberration of starlight, where the apparent position of star is slightly shifted due to Earth's movement as it orbits the sun, requiring a slight adjustment in the telescope aiming to accurately capture the starlight. So you have to accurately capture it in the center. This effect is similar to how raindrops appear slanted when viewed from a moving vehicle. So if raindrops are just dropping on your head from a 90-degree angle, you would just have to position the umbrella directly upward at your zenith. If you started to walk, those raindrops might start to hit you in the face. So you may have to tilt it down a little bit more because now your motion is affecting the angle of incidence from the raindrops to your face.
Yes.
Right? So if you start running, now you're covering more distance.
Now you know how to do that, calculation.
But real quick, you do agree if I start running, then I will have to tilt it even more, right?
Yes.
So this is what we're saying. When you introduce the medium of water with the starlight, while being in motion, the light is traveling it's traveling slower by 70%, which is equivalent to just moving faster. So if you say yes, Sacred, if I'm starting running, I'd have to angle my telescope. Then also, yes, Sacred, if there's a medium that's slowing down the starlight, I would have to angle my telescope. They didn't have to angle it, Franco. That's a direct refutation to motion that has nothing to do with the ether. So I know you say you didn't read this yet, but this is exactly what the conversation is about because, just like you said, it's been since the 1870s, and no one has even acknowledged it. And someone with your tenure in the sciences, that wasn't even a prerequisite for you to even learn about this. Now, I know you're in a different field of study, obviously, right? So obviously you get a little past there, but this is something that's standard. Like this is something that's spoken about. I'll let you say your last final thought. Try to keep it under 30 seconds because I want to hear from Hap. Do you understand everything that I said so far?
I don't agree with everything, but yes, I understood. Yeah, not sure what the ether has got to do with this, but okay, yes, I understood what you said. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. So just real quick to answer that question, why the ether is important. I'm glitching right now, so I got to back out. But the reason why the ether is important because if the ether is not rigid, like it was assumed back then, and it was a fluid-like medium that had an ether wind, then this could account for the small friendship, or it's not friendship, I'm thinking about interferometry, the small deflection
the tilt
that they had to
shift.
account for. Right. Because there still was a small measurement, that 0.8 arc seconds. So ether that was drifting could be that motion that was affected while the new medium was introduced. Now, the globe Earth in motion with no ether, you don't have a causal mechanism. You don't have any answer for why that 0.8 arc seconds was measured. You need 30.
So again, I'll have to look at the numbers and see and make computations myself. But what you said about the umbrellas and rain is precisely what I was trying to tell Pietro earlier. That thing, if you want to make calculations, that's a very simple problem that you give to first year student. How is it better for us to run or not to run when it rains, or in terms of how wet you get? What the way one very convenient way of solving the problem is shifting to the frame of reference where the person is standing, is stationary. In that frame, the rain is coming to you at an angle with a velocity which is obtained by summing vectorially the vertical velocity plus the horizontal velocity as a sum of two vectors. And that you do, and then you solve the problem exactly in the same frame. And this is what was done since Newton, right? Even since Galileo, I think. But then the problem is that when you do that when instead of the rain you use light, then you cannot do this. You cannot do this with the simple addition of two perpendicular vectors, because it's not the way it works, because you have to deal with the fact that the result will have to be a vector with a magnitude which is always c.
But Franco, they already used that same approach.
No, they didn't, because they didn't know this in 18 whatever. They didn't know about the constancy of the.
But we still have to angle our telescopes to this day in order to account for that angle. They say that angle is equivalent, or at least proportional or relative to Earth being in motion.
Yeah, because that's the aberration angle. The aberration angle, you compute it the way I said, by composing relativistically the Earth's motion and the light and the velocity of light vectorially, and that is aberration, and that is measurable. That is something that is predictable, and so on. But what changes, what was probably wrong in Airy's prediction was that the composition of velocities, computing these angles in water and in air, was actually based on the fact that they used c as the velocity of light with respect to ether and not with respect to the moving frame, and that's where the mistake comes from. If you do it in properly, what you obtain has to be the fact that in your frame, in the telescope's frame, light comes to you at an angle due to aberration, due to the motion of the Earth, and that angle is changed in water according to Snell's law. It depends how the conditions are, what the angle is, what the incident angle is, how the telescope is tilted, what the angle of the surface of water is with respect to the vertical, and so on. That is complete, and this is what my claim is. Relativity tells you that you do not care about the source of the velocity of the source, or relative motion of the source with respect to you. The important thing is the vector velocity of light in your frame as it comes to you, and this can be computed independently. This has to do with motion of the Earth. But what happens once this light is emitted and is coming to you at a certain angle, which you can determine independently, then what happens when this light crosses water is totally independent of the fact that the Earth is moving. This is my take.
Okay, you're just disregarding the whole second part of it. But all right, Franco, let's hear from Hap, and then we'll double back to this conversation. Hap, what's your input on what you heard thus far, and your explanation for this 0.8 arc seconds measurement?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. So I have sent you, Sacred, a table out of Aries paper. I was wondering if you could put that in the Jumbotron for me. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, well, I'll throw it up there. You can continue speaking.
Sure. So you keep talking about the 0.8 of an arc second that came out of Aries paper. What do you think that 0.8 arc seconds number represents?
The angle for the adjustment that they had to make when they introduced water.
Okay, so if you look at the table that I've from Aries paper, you'll notice the 0.8 of an arc second number comes from, let me look at the table, comes from the column called Difference for Geographical Latitude of Instrument. What Airy did when he was taking measurements for stellar aberration, okay, let me go back and say, let's not consider motion, let's not consider ether, let's not consider anything but a simple geometry problem. If I know where a star is in the sky, all right, from an almanac, so I know its absolute position on the celestial sphere. If I then go measure with a telescope the angles I have to tilt the telescope to in order to see that star, do you agree that I can calculate on a sphere from where I am observing that star? So not knowing the position of the observatory on the sphere based on the almanac and based on where I see the star, my elevation and azimuth angles, can you not deduce where the observatory is on the planet?
If you
And I may
reference the
not have
coordinate
said that
system,
clearly.
if you reference the coordinate system, you can make a calculation. But hopefully,
Okay.
you bring this back to Aries failure.
Well, so we've established if I have an almanac for a star and I know where I see it, that I can establish where the observatory, where I made the observation from. So we're good with that?
I'm going ahead and I'm granting you all your positions so I can get to the point. So we can get to the point.
Okay. So the point is, Aries says, okay, and what I want to concentrate on first of all, before we get into other details, is what Aries said in his paper, what Aries thought he was seeing, what Aries measured, and what his data was. And that's from the data table, which I hope you'll get on the Jumbotron. So what Aries did, and says so very explicitly in the paper, and I can find those quotes too, although it'll be somewhat cumbersome for me to go look for it, text it to you, post it to you, and then have you put it on the Jumbotron, but we can do that. What Aries said very explicitly in his paper is, let me check how good my data is by, based on the almanac and based on where I see the star, how close I am to calculating my observatory's position. And when he did that, he put a column in his table called difference for the geographical latitude of the instrument. And because Aries only got a difference of 8/10 of an arc second between what he computed the position of the observatory on the ground based on the almanac and where he saw the star, he said, my data is very good. It's only 8/10 of an arc second off, so I can trust my data. And immediately after that, he said, therefore, I can conclude that the received aberration is equal to the true aberration. And then if you look at the last column of Aries data, it's called correction for aberration, based on the, almanac of where the star really is. So he knew where the star was, and he had to tilt the telescope differently in order to see the star because of what he attributed to Earth's motion. And that's exactly the, 30 degrees of difference that you would expect from aberration based on Bradley's computations of what we ought to see for aberration based on Earth's motion. It's right there in the data table, and it's right there in the words that Aries used. So the 8/10 of an arc second number you keep referencing as this is what they expected to see is a misinterpretation of what Aries said. What Aries said is, because my computations of the geographic position of the observatory calculated based only on where the star is and where I see the star, therefore my data is good and the aberration I see is the aberration that's true. And he's got the aberration in the last column of his table. So Aries saw the aberration he expected to see.
So wait, he predicted to see the 0.8 arc seconds. What you're saying?
No, that's an error calculation to see how good his data was. What he wanted to see for that number was 0. He wanted to be able to see that when he looked at where he saw the star and where he knew the star was based upon the almanac, he wanted that number to be 0 because he can compute the location of the observatory on the Earth based on those two parameters, the known position of the star and the observed position of the star. You can figure out where your observatory is. So he wanted to get 0 there, but he got 0.8 arc seconds, which is still a very small number. So as an error analysis showed him that, he was getting pretty good observations. And therefore, he goes on to say, therefore, the observed aberration is equal to the true aberration. And since the aberration was, I don't know exactly, he expected something like 30 arc seconds. To have an error of 0.8 arc seconds was pretty good, and that gave him confidence in the data. Have you posted that in the Jumbotron yet?
Yeah.
Wasn't it supposed to be 30 and it's showing you're saying this last column is showing 18 to 19?
Yes, and if you add those two, you'll get something like 30.
What do you mean?
Because
add those
one
two?
is at the one extreme of, okay, so going back to Bradley real quick, if you were to look at a star in the course of a year, it would draw out an ellipse in the sky based on the different angle that the starlight would look like it's coming from. It wouldn't look like it's coming from exactly the star. You would have to tilt the telescope a little bit to account for aberration. And that's what he sees in that last column, the minus 18s and the plus 18s. Those are the additional tilts in the telescope. He had to, tilt the telescope away from the true position of the star in order to account for the aberration. So he saw it, and he calls it right there.
What caused
Correction
that
to
aberration?
Go ahead. What?
What caused that aberration in the water?
No, I don't want to do water yet. I just want to do pure, what is aberration? What did Airy think he measured?
But so you're saying that
then we'll
0.8
go to
arc
the water.
seconds? You're saying that 0.8 arc seconds wasn't in the water?
No, he's saying that the 0.8 arc seconds was like a margin of error for his measurements. So like the precision, basically.
He
right,
measured based
It
on
was it was the
19 and plus
measured
19.
Yeah, it was the measured difference from the where they expected it to be.
where they expected what to be.
The true location of the star in reference to the almanac.
No, the true location of the observatory on the Earth. That's what the 0.8 arc seconds was. He computed
In reference to what? The position of the stars, dude.
No,
Like you
in
got
reference
this
to
you got this so backwards, bro.
No, but it says so right there in the column. Difference for geographic latitude of the instrument. That is where the 0.8 arc seconds comes from. You can do the numbers right there in your head, I bet. Is I haven't looked. Is it up on the Jumbotron? The table out of Aries paper?
Yeah, it's been up.
Okay. So do you see difference for geographic latitude of instrument? If you add those two numbers up from spring and fall, you'll find a difference of 0.8 arc seconds. That's where 0.8 arc seconds comes from. The difference in the computed position of the observatory versus the true position of the observatory. That's the 0.8 arc seconds.
Yeah, so it looks like the star's declination from the nautical almanac 51, 29, 58 is the average. And then the difference for geographical latitude is 51, 28, 34, which is a difference of 60 plus 24, like 84. A difference of 84 arc seconds, which matches the column in the left. Stars observed zenith distance north. So it's looking like there's an 84 arc second offset. And then the shift, right? Because he was trying to measure the shift in the observed aberration angle when he went from air to water, which was supposed to be 30, right?
Something like 30, yeah.
Yeah, so because they're about 90. I mean, you can look at these numbers. They're like 85,
I'm sorry,
84.
what numbers are you looking at? Are you looking at the
left
zenith
column.
distance?
Yeah, the left column.
The last column.
The left column.
Left. Okay. So yeah, those are the raw measurements of where the star were
from the zenith.
from zenith, right?
Even though the star was at zenith, but it was observed at this angle from zenith in a telescope, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the angle that they tilted the telescope.
No, I don't think so. I think that, I mean, I guess so. I mean, but that doesn't have anything to do with water or air yet. That's just where you see this. Let's not put water in the telescope yet. Let's just purely look at what aberration is, what Airy thought he was measuring, and then we'll get to the water. I don't want to confuse the two yet because I want to understand what you think you're saying that 0.8 arc second number is. Because I think that 0.8 arc second number was basically error analysis. He was just trying to check if his measurements were valid by saying, okay, if I know where the star is, if I know where I measure it, I can compute the geographic latitude of the observatory. Does my computed position of the observatory match where I know it is? Because, I'm on the ground. I know where the observatory is. And that number was very small, 0.8 arc seconds. So he was able to say, check, my data is good. That's a very small number. Would have loved to have seen 0, but, it's the real world. There are errors in measurements. Can we agree with what the 0.8 arc seconds meant? If you think it means something else, I'd like to hear what you think that 0.8 arc seconds represents. And I've got, excerpts from the paper again that I can quote you that I feel pretty firmly that was error analysis. He was hoping to get 0, but the fact that he got such a small number, he was saying, look, the data I'm getting is pretty good because when I compute the geographic latitude of the observatory based on the almanac and where I see the star, I can compute where I think, where the data tells me the observatory is. But lo and behold, there's small error, 0.8 arc seconds. So that's pretty good. My data is valid. And then he goes on to say, and therefore, true aberration is measured aberration.
Yeah, true aberration and measured aberration are in close agreement, yeah.
Okay. So Airy measured aberration, stellar aberration, as expected from Bradley's computations. Again, I can show you all those if you want. So Airy thought he measured aberration. Do we agree with that?
Did he measure aberration? Well, there's already aberration with air. He was seeking to
No, there's
measure.
no aberration with air. It has nothing to do with air, or it has nothing to do with water. All aberration has to do with is the theory at Airy's time, all right? Whether Airy's right or not, I don't want to argue that. The theory at Airy's time was because the Earth was moving, the apparent angle that the starlight would appear from would be slightly shifted by 30 or 20 arc seconds, something like that.
The point was aberration is a thing, like it exists. We measure aberration.
I agree.
He was trying to see if the introduction of another medium would alter the angle of aberration because, and the purpose was at that time, it was being said that it was possible that different telescopes would be getting different measurements because of the thickness of their lenses and stuff and such other things like that because of the medium differences. And so he decided to set out and perform an experiment to verify whether introducing a different medium would cause a change in the angle of aberration, because it was very important for them to be able to say, oh, this observatory and that observatory and that observatory, our measurements are all consistent with each other, even though we have different telescopes. Because if it had been seen that, you know, your glass is thicker than mine and therefore you're getting different measurements than me, it would have thrown astronomy into a chaos. So he set out to do this experiment to verify that, hey, like, how much of an angle change, because Dr. Klinkenfelter, or however you say his name, was saying that it did change with the introduction of a medium. So he's like, let me put 3 feet of water inside this telescope through the optical chamber, and let me see how much it affects the angle of aberration. And based on the rate at which light was slowed down, right, he predicted it would be 30 kilometers a second. That's the shift. That's the shift from the already present aberration angle in air to the new aberration angle in water. He did not measure a change, though, which was why he was able to say that, I believe, Dr. Klinkenfelter's Klinkerfuse. I think myself justified in concluding that the hypothesis of Professor Klinkenfuse is untenable. Had it been retained, the aberrations to be employed in the corrections would have been increased by plus and minus 15 arc seconds respectively, and the two mean results would have disagreed by 30 arc seconds. So Dr. Klinkerfuse believed that due to the motion of Earth, right, when you added
Okay.
water.
Can I stop right there for a second? Who is this? Is this Ken?
No.
Who is this?
This is Piezo.
Hi, Piezo. So up until this moment, I've agreed with every single thing you said. Absolutely 100% agreement. Klinkerfuse's hypothesis, however, was not that there'd be 30 arc seconds change in aberration due to Earth motion, but 30 arc second change due to the ether carrying, or what he called at the time, the UTL theory, the undulatory theory of light. Right. So
Okay, I
that's
get it,
everything I've
but
agreed with you so far, except Klinkerfuse wasn't worried about the motion of the Earth. That was at the time accepted as the cause of aberration. It was that the UTL would change that aberration, and Airy did not
and
see that
why would
change
it change
based
the
on
aberration?
UTL. What?
Because they believed that light waves were moving through a static ether, right? The ether was fixed and rigid in space. You have Earth moving through it, and the water is slowing the light down. So as the water diminishes the velocity of the light while the Earth's moving through it, then the path that the Earth traces in the telescope transit time will be increased, and that is what will result in an alteration of the aberration angle.
But that alteration in the aberration angle was because the ether or the theory of UTL predicted by Klinkerfuse's.
With or without an ether, it doesn't matter. With you take the ether away, it's still light is still slowed down in the water, and it's based on the velocity. Even in the emission theory, there's no
Yes, but
ether
if you have
variable
the
in any of the
telescope.
calculations that they performed. Their calculations were all performed just based on the velocities involved.
Okay, so let's we're not quite done with this yet, but let me ask you another question. If I have light entering a telescope at a perpendicular angle, then why does it? Yeah, so it's coming in perpendicularly, so it will go straight down the axis of the telescope. So obviously Snell's law has nothing to do with it, because if it's perpendicular, the index of refraction isn't going to change anything. It's coming in perpendicularly.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So when you have the telescope lined up, so you're going to get the light going straight down the axis of the telescope, the motion of the Earth isn't going to change it, whether it's slower or faster.
No, that's not true. It would have to change it.
Okay, let me give you another experiment. Suppose I'm flying on an airplane and I have a glass and I drop a ball bearing so it goes straight down the axis of the glass, and I do it hundreds of times. Now I put water in the glass. Now the ball bearing slows down in the glass. Does the ball bearing deflect because of the motion of the airplane?
You're already on the plane when you drop the ball bearing. The ball bearing is already being conserved with the motion of the airplane. You would have to drop the ball bearing from outside of the airplane into the airplane as the airplane flies by.
Yes, and then they'd both have an angle of deflection, but with the water it would be greater because the ball
Correct.
bearing would be
Correct.
going
It would
slower.
change with the
So,
water.
see, it's exactly the same with Earth. Is even
Right,
though
except they
Earth is
didn't measure a
moving,
change in the angle. When the
but
water
even
was
though
put
Earth
in the
is
telescope,
moving,
it didn't change.
Is he saying light
exactly.
conserves momentum? You saying
No,
light
no, no,
conserves
no.
No,
momentum?
no. This is a separate analogy. Just let them continue on. We can come back to your question, but that's not what he's saying. Anyway, continue, lads.
So that's exactly what I'm saying. Is the Earth is moving, right? So according to Airy, so I've already accounted for that motion by tilting the telescope so that the light will enter that telescope and go straight down the axis of the telescope. Since I've already accounted for that motion, it's not going to change the angle of the light just because you slow it down. It's already perpendicular. Snell's law doesn't affect it. And just like on the airplane, whether you're on the airplane when you drop the ball bearing or you're outside and somehow the ball bearing gets in the airplane and hits the glass, you've already got the ball bearing entering into the glass or into the telescope perpendicularly straight down the axis.
But you just admitted that it would change the angle in the cup if dropped from outside the airplane, which is it necessarily would, because since the ball bearing is slowed down by the water, it takes a longer amount of time to go from the top of the cup to the bottom of the cup, and in that amount of time, it will have translated horizontally a different amount because of the velocity of its fall relative to the velocity of the plane being different. Right, and that's what they predicted with the light in the telescope when they added water, but they found that when they added water, they didn't actually result in a changed aberration angle. It was the same as in air.
Okay, so yeah, I don't know where to go from here, but if you read, because I don't, ball bearings and glasses and light in telescopes
Emission
is,
theory. That's emission theory, yeah.
it's getting closer
Photon.
to emission theory, yeah. So, but Clinker, again, if you read Airy's paper, and I'm not going to claim Airy was right or wrong, but if you read his paper and you read Klinkenfuss, and which I haven't, just, briefly, I haven't read any of his actual papers like I have Airy's paper. What they were looking for in Airy's paper, what Airy was looking for was the change that Klinkerfuss predicted would happen because the light was traveling through ether. He wasn't checking whether the motion of the Earth was happening. He assumed that and accepted that. And indeed, in his paper, the last column of the paper, he measures exactly what the aberration should have been.
Oh, let me read to you this little excerpt, and I can put it up in the jumbo. Alan, can you put up in the jumbo? I don't know if it's already in there.
It's already up
Okay,
without the
well.
color thing. You're good. Go ahead.
Well, anyways, so I don't know if you were aware of this, but Michelson and Morley's experiment, which I'm sure you're familiar with, it was actually done partially because of the results of Airy's failure. That was one of the reasons that they took on this endeavor in their experiment. And in the preface of their article, or in the beginning, the intro, whatever you want to call it, of their paper, in 1887, they mention Airy's experiment. And this is what they say. It's in the jumbo. It says, the discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emission theory. The effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light with the velocity of the Earth in its orbit, just like the ball bearing being dropped into the airplane analogy. The difficulties in this apparently sufficient explanation were overlooked until after an explanation on the undulatory theory of light was proposed. This new explanation was at first almost as simple as the former, but it failed to account for the fact, proved by experiment, that the aberration was unchanged when observations were made with a telescope filled with water. For if the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of the Earth to the velocity of light, then, since the latter velocity in water is 3/4 its velocity in vacuum, the aberration observed with the water telescope should be 4/3 of its true value. And then they have an asterisk, which that was the prediction, and it's not what they measured. He says, it may be noticed that most writers will admit the sufficiency of the explanation according to the emission theory of light, while in fact the difficulty in the emission theory is even greater than that according to the undulatory theory. For on the emission theory, the velocity of light must be greater in the water telescope, and therefore the angle of aberration should be less. Hence, in order to reduce it to its true value, we must make the absurd hypothesis that the motion of the water in the telescope carries the rays of light in the opposite direction. This is the only way, right, that they can account for that 4/3 differential being made up and coming out to a null when measured.
Well,
Because
that's fascinating because I read that. Uh-oh, can you still hear me? I just did something.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's fascinating. You should read that paper highlighted in pink that I'm reading now, because when I read what you just read, what it says is that the undulatory theory of light was disproven and they're talking about the experiment here is of course Airy's experiment. And what that says is the undulatory theory of light was disproved because the aberration of light was unchanged. It's not
It also
saying
says the
anything
emission
about
theory faces even greater difficulty than the undulatory theory.
and the emission theory, yes. So they didn't understand the propagation of light very well, because they expected the ether to affect the motion of light through the telescope.
That's the undulatory theory. But why? Hold on a second, Hapro. What was the reason? They said why? Why was the undulatory theory facing difficulty?
Because they didn't see the difference in velocity of light that you get in water versus air.
They didn't see a change in aberration angle.
Correct.
But you just said they didn't see a change in the velocity of light. Now you're saying that because
the velocity of light changes clearly in water and in air.
Right. So therefore the aberration angle should have changed as well. But it didn't.
If the undulatory theory of light was true.
No,
it says
period.
right
In
there.
any theory, in every theory.
That's not what they're saying in the paper, though.
The aberration angle is determined by the ratios of the velocities. Is that not what determines aberration angle, Hapro?
I'm sorry.
Even today? Today.
But we're talking about the Michelson-Morley paper that you just read the preface to.
Yeah, and I'm saying today, in 2024, the aberration is said to be caused by the translation of Earth across the path of the incoming light from a star, and its angle is determined by the ratio of the two velocities to one another, correct?
No. Oh,
No?
wait, what two velocities?
The Earth's velocity and the velocity of light.
Yes.
Okay, so the angle of aberration is determined by Earth's velocity and the velocity of light to the telescope.
Yes.
So, If the velocity of light, therefore, is altered, then the angle of aberration must then needs be altered as well.
Airy never said that. Michelson Morley never said that. It's right there in the paper you just read. This is something you're adding.
What do you mean?
I
I'm
tried to
talking
make an
about logic
example.
right now.
What?
First of all, it does say that.
Where?
It's for if the tangent of the angle of aberration is the ratio of the velocity of Earth to that of light, then since the latter velocity in water is 3/4 velocity in a vacuum, the aberration observed with water telescope should be 4/3 its true value. They literally say because light slows down in water, its angle should change
If
proportional to
there's
its.
ether, if there's the
No,
undulatory theory of light, that's what they were checking. That's what the preface is saying. They
does
didn't see
you
it.
just we okay, I just went step by step and then you just like skipped over the conclusion while agreeing with all the steps.
No,
There's
but
a disconnect here.
the conclusion that you just read, that you're adding a whole nother thing to, is that because the light slows down,
Uh-huh.
even though
Yeah.
you've pointed the telescope directly at the position of the light, is that somehow the light in the telescope is magically going to change its angle because the light is slower. That was
It's
only
not
referring to
magic,
the
it's the
ambulatory
premise
theory of
for
light.
aberration. It's the premise for aberration. There's no calculation for ether anyway. See, that's why I brought up today.
Well, no,
2024,
the
we
premise
don't.
for aberration
Hold
is
on,
the
please don't
storm's
interrupt.
going
Please
to
don't
look
interrupt.
like it's
Let
in a
him finish
different
this point, please.
position.
This is really important. Please hear this out. This is extremely important what he's about to say.
Sure.
So we agreed that in 2024, the modern framework, which does not incorporate ether, the premise for aberration is that Earth is in motion and it translates a path across the path of incoming light from the star, and it will cause an aberration angle in the telescope, which angle is determined by the ratio of Earth's velocity to that of the light in the telescope. So you can take the tangent of the ratio of Earth's velocity to the telescope light velocity and get the angle of aberration. That's what aberration is. If I take the velocity of these two, I can correctly predict the aberration angle of starlight. Now, if I change one of those two velocities, let's say the velocity of the light in the telescope, it will change the ratio of the two, which will change the tangent angle, which will alter the angle of aberration. You cannot change one of the two velocities without changing the angle. That's just math. And that was their point, and that was what the predictions were based on. It need not incorporate ether at all because it doesn't incorporate ether today, and we still use the same math in order to calculate aberration. So you can't have the light slowing down without having the angle changing. That's our entire point, is when they performed the experiment, it's a fact that they did not observe an angle change. Yet we know that the light was slowing down. So how is it that the light was slowing down, but the angle was not changing?
Because the angle of aberration is computed based on the two velocities, as you just said. So if I know the incoming angle of incidence, that incoming angle of incidence isn't going to be changed whether I view it through water or through air.
It's zenith.
The angle of incidence is going to be the same unless you think that the water, or unless you think that the water is going to be dragging the light and deflecting it. Because I guess what I don't see is, why do you think if I know the angle of incidence of light coming towards me, that looking at it through
90
water or
degrees.
looking at it through air is going to change it?
90 degrees, Apparel. It was a
What?
zenith mount. It's a zenith telescope mount. You choose
No,
a
no, no. And I'm
star.
not talking about the telescope now. I'm just talking about I look at starlight. I know the angle of incidence. Why is that angle of incidence going to change whether I'm looking at
Be,
it through
be,
air or looking at it through
because,
water?
okay, because, right, when the light, but it's okay, you got a star that's physically at your zenith, it's directly above your head. It comes straight to the middle of the collecting lens at the end of the telescope, right? Hits it right in the center. Okay. Now there's a certain amount of time, a certain number of seconds or fractions of a second that it takes that light to travel down the telescope tube to the eyepiece. While that is happening, while the light is in flight through the telescope, that telescope is moving horizontally because Earth is moving, right? And so that light, by the time it reaches the eyepiece, is no longer centered in the center. It's off to the side a little bit because the Earth and the telescope have shifted horizontally out from under the light. The amount that it shifts, the angle, is based on the ratio of the velocity of Earth to the velocity of light, as was said. When you add water, it takes the light even longer to traverse through the telescope. So since there's an increase in time, there's an increase in how far the Earth can shift horizontally during that time. That creates an even larger angle because the Earth has shifted more. So, since the speed of light in the water is slower, the aberration angle must therefore become greater. That's what the math says, but it is not what was measured. That's why it's called Airy's failure.
Sorry, can I intervene?
Yeah, one sec. Let Hap get his thoughts together and respond to that.
Well, again, to me, that is the same thing as saying if I drop a ball bearing in an empty glass on an airplane and then one with water, is that because the ball bearing's dropping more slowly, the motion of the ball bearing will deflect in the water due to the aircraft's motion. The light that's coming from the star at zenith is the angle that you have to point the telescope to account for aberration has already been taken into account. And the fact that the telescope moves isn't going to change the fact that the light entered the telescope with zero horizontal speed, but only coming in perpendicularly. So Snell's law isn't going to refract it and change it. It's still
It's not
going to move
refraction.
right down the middle of the telescope.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. Before you make any adjustments, not for water, not for air, period. The star is at 90 degrees. The telescope is pointed to 90 degrees. In order to get, we're talking about air right now, not water. In order to get the light to hit the center of the eyepiece at the bottom of the telescope, you have to tilt it because of the illustration I just gave of how the Earth moves out from under the light while it's traveling through the telescope. That's what creates that first angle. And any other angle, it's different for whatever speed you use for light. You can plug in any speed for light you want, and you'll get a different angle. You have to tilt it to get it centered. So saying it's already accounted for doesn't make any sense because you're literally accounting for it based on the ratio of whatever the two velocities are. If you changed Earth's velocity, it'd be a different angle. If you changed light's velocity, it'll be a different angle. It's just a ratio of the two velocities. That's what water does. Water changes one of the velocities. It changes light's velocity, which is why the angle must change. It must change, but it did not.
I
That's
would
the
agree
paradox
with
for your
you.
paradigm.
I would agree with you if it was water all the way from us, all the way to the star. Then
It doesn't need to be.
indeed the angle would be different. But the fact that you've already accounted for the angle you have to tilt the telescope for to account for the aberration.
For the aberration in
Once
air.
you've got the light in the telescope, nobody says that moving the telescope is going to move the light back and forth.
We didn't say we're moving the light back and forth. We're moving the Earth back and forth. It's just how far do we move the Earth is based on the time it takes the light to traverse. The
Yeah, is
Earth
he
is
aware
moving.
that?
Oh, please don't interrupt.
The The Earth is moving at one speed. It's the same speed, it's constant. So the only thing that determines how far the Earth moves is the amount of time that we count it as moving. When the light enters one end of the telescope and comes out the other end, from point A to point B, there's a certain amount of time. That tells you how far your horizontal shift of Earth is. If you increase that amount of time that it takes to go from A to B in the telescope, you increase the horizontal shift of Earth since it's moving for a greater amount of time. That is why the angle changes, because Earth has moved out from under the light even more. I don't know how much simpler I can make it.
I understand what you're saying, and it's an incorrect interpretation of physics. If the light enters the telescope at a perpendicular angle, so it's going right down the axis, right down the center, right out the center of the eyepiece, moving the telescope isn't going to change that. You've already accounted for the angle of aberration, the angle of incidence, by tilting the telescope. There's nowhere in Airy's paper, and there's nowhere in the Michelson-Morley paper you just read that supports your point of view. What the Michelson-Morley paper clearly said is that the undulatory theory of light was not confirmed. It was falsified because of, because the light ought to be traveling at a different speed in the water. The ether ought to carry that light at an angle, not from the motion of Earth, because the motion of Earth won't change the angle of aberration from the telescope's translational motion. It's right there in Michelson-Morley paper. It's right there in the Airy paper. You're introducing an incorrect thought of physics that if the light enters that telescope perpendicularly, moving the telescope is going to change that. It's not.
Let me use your illustration, or an even better one, just equivalent to yours. You say that if the light enters the center of the collecting lens, that moving the telescope while the light's traveling through it will not change where it arrives in the eyepiece. That's your position that you just stated, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if I take a trash can and I drop a tennis ball straight down the center of the trash can, it's going to hit the bottom. If I drop a tennis ball straight down the center of the trash can, and while the ball is falling, I move the trash can, do you think it's still going to arrive in the center of the bottom? Obviously
if I
not.
move the trash can before I drop the ball, of course, it's going to hit
while the
right
ball
in
is
the center.
falling, while the ball is inside the trash can, from in between the top and bottom of the trash can, if I kick the trash can to the side, you think the ball is still going to hit the center of the bottom?
Well, but
Obviously not.
you're making an assumption that somehow the telescope is all of a sudden moving differently.
It's attached to the Earth, bro. The Earth is in orbit. What are you talking about?
Right. So it's the same with the trash can. If you line up the ball so it drops into a moving trash can, so it's going right down the center, the axis of the trash can, when you drop the ball, exactly, it's going to go exactly right down the center of the trash can.
What about when I kick the trash can?
In the center.
What about when I kick it? What about when I move the trash can? Is it still going to land in the center?
Well, but now you're saying you're
basically saying the Earth's stationary.
Of the measurement. That's not happening.
You're basically saying that what do you mean it's not happening? The Earth is moving all the time. Unless you want to say the Earth is stationary, how are you going to say the trash can stationary?
So if you have a moving trash can and you drop a ball into it and you account for the fact that the trash can is moving, it'll go right down the axis of that trash can.
All right. And then what if I add water to the trash can so that the ball falls slower through it? Will it still arrive perfectly in the center when it reaches the bottom?
Absolutely.
It's already moving. No, it won't.
Of course it will. I've already
How do you account for it?
Okay, let's do the trash can. So I'm moving the trash can 10 miles an hour, right?
They're both, okay, and the trash can's pointed vertically straight up, and the tennis ball is falling vertically straight down.
Right, and the trash can's moving at 10 miles per hour. So if I'm going to get that ball to go right down the axis of the empty trash can, I've got to drop it at 10 miles an hour. I mean, it's got to be moving horizontally so it matches up with the trash can, okay?
Okay.
Now I drop the ball, the steel ball or whatever, into the water. So when that steel ball hits the top of the water and slows down, it already has the speed of the trash can in it because it was moving 10 miles an hour.
So you have light that's moving horizontally at
No,
66,000
let's go
miles an
back to the
hour,
trash
and
can.
Earth.
Trash
Hold on.
can.
Well, you say that the horizontal speed of the ball is matching the horizontal speed of the trash can. I don't.
Yes.
How are you applying that to an Earth that's moving 66,000 miles an hour around the sun? How are you getting photons that are moving sideways at 66,000 miles an hour?
They're not moving sideways. I have to tilt the telescope.
Dude,
Can we go back to the trash can?
No, hold on a second. Hold
he's
on.
so lost, dude. I don't understand how this is not clear.
Hap,
example
stop.
doesn't
No,
work at all.
no. It
Proves
worked.
my point,
No.
and now you're telling me I'm lost.
Hold on a second. It proves the exact opposite. You're getting super.
The trash can.
Yeah, you're getting super off topic here, or super lost.
Well, no, he brought up the trash
Stop. The trash can's fixed at a 90-degree zenny. You can't tilt it. Okay, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of it, right? We're doing this analogous to Airy, but instead of starlights, we're doing trash cans, right? So we got our fixed trash can. We drop a ball, right? Hits in the center of the trash can, right? The ball falls down, hits the center of the trash can. All right, cool. Now, we're gonna do the same thing, except this time the trash can is gonna be moving. We drop the ball. The ball cannot land in the center of the trash can. You know that, right? Like there's no disputing that, right?
Right. Period.
Hold on, Brian.
Okay, so yeah, obviously
tilt it.
I don't dispute that, but however, if you take into
What did it?
account
Well, hold on.
if you take into account the trash can's motion, say it's moving 10 miles an hour, and you're trying to get the ball to drop right down the center of the trash can,
You
you're
tilt
going
the
to
trash
have to
can.
have the ball moving at 10 miles an hour to match the trash can's
Well,
motion.
you can't do that. You can't just apply velocity to the light.
Hold on. Stop. Exactly. What you're doing now is adding some other component where you have like a lateral velocity component to compensate, right? You're introducing an additional component to say that, oh, well, yeah, I can make it fall in there. It's not a question of can you make the ball line up with it by matching the speed. Obviously you can, but we're talking about light we're talking about a ball that's falling, independent of source and observer, and we're physically moving it through, out from underneath it. Right. That's what creates the effect of the ball not landing in the center of the trash can. It's the trash can is physically in a different spot in 3-dimensional space. Right. So you can't introduce another mechanic to say, well, I can make it give a null result. That's not analogous to what's being measured. What you're doing by doing that is you're creating a scenario to rectify the contradiction where you're stepping out of bounds in your own analogy by adding this additional component. And I really,
all you can do is tilt the trash can. That's all.
Yeah, I want you to.
I'm not doing that at all. It's exactly analogous. The analogy is that in order to get the ball to drop right down the center of the moving trash can, I have to be moving the ball has to have lateral motion too, so that they match.
How are you going to attach lateral motion to photons?
That's exactly analogous to the telescope.
Okay.
If you pointed it exactly where the star was before aberration, you wouldn't see it. So you have to tilt the telescope. So it's exactly analogous.
And when you change the velocity, you get a different aberration. So you have to tilt it at a different amount. This is not hard.
That is correct.
You're basically saying that there's one universal aberration for all velocities, which is not true. There are different aberrations for all different velocities. Since we introduced a different velocity, we have a different aberration.
Is due to the Earth's motion and the star's position on the celestial sphere. That defines the angle of aberration. If the
velocity of light.
With water, the angle of aberration would be different, but it's not.
If the
Once the
telescope were
water,
filled with wait, stop right there. Did you just say if the telescope were filled with water, the angle of aberration would be different?
no, I said if the universe were filled with water, the angle of
If
aberration would be
any
different.
portion of the path, if any portion of the path was filled with water, it doesn't need to be the entire path.
Yes, but once you've accounted for the angle of aberration by tilting the telescope,
You haven't. You accounted for the previous angle of aberration. You accounted for the air angle of aberration. Now we have the water angle of aberration, so it's not accounted for. That's what I
the
just said.
angle
You're
of
trying to make
aberration is due to Earth's motion.
You're trying to
If
make
you look
one
at,
universal angle. That's not how it works. There's a different angle for every velocity. If you change the velocity of the light or the velocity of the earth, you get a different angle. So you're just inserting this magic word that says if you've already accounted for the angle, accounted how? Well, based on what velocity? Oh, well, the velocity of earth and the velocity of light. Okay, in air, right? Yeah. Okay, but what about water? Well, it'd be a different velocity. Okay, so it'd be a different aberration angle too. So you say we've already accounted for it. No, you haven't. You haven't accounted for it until you tilt it. And once you tilt it, now you have a different tilt. That's our entire point. They didn't have to tilt it differently. They had the same tilt for air as they did for water, even though they necessarily would have to have different aberration angles mathematically.
so if
Yeah.
your theory is correct,
Earth's not moving.
but then why do we see aberration?
The sky's moving. It already comes
Yeah,
in
bro.
at that angle. That's
Right.
the implication.
But if it already comes in at that angle, then why does adding water not change it? Shouldn't the water change it?
No, because it,
you just
it
said
already
it's already
comes in
accounted
at that
for.
angle.
That's what you said. It's already accounted for. It's already coming in at the same angle.
That's
But
the
this is-
only way to rectify the measurement and the disparity from prediction is if the Earth is stationary. That's why.
Then it's easy.
How come Aries' paper doesn't say anything at all about what you're saying,
bro,
nor does the
It doesn't need to. That's an all or nothing fallacy you're
preface
committing
you
right
just
now.
read me
Listen.
say nothing of the sort of what you're saying.
Listen,
It doesn't need to.
Hap. That's an all or nothing fallacy, right? These people in the Royal Society all believed in a specific thing. They have a specific philosophy about the Copernican principle. They were not interested in talking about the implications of how this definitively shows that the Earth is stationary or that it shows that, right? That's why he leaves it at, well, I falsified this guy's hypothesis and the true angle is the same angle. But if you say that the true angle is the same as the true aberration is the same as what you measured with the water, then the implication is that the Earth is stationary. Now, it doesn't matter if he explicitly types another sentence after that and says, by the way, heads up, this can also be interpreted as the Earth is state. Well, actually, not also. This would be mutually exclusively an interpretation that the Earth is stationary. It doesn't matter if he said that or not. That is the implication. That's why they went on to, keep doing testing with Michelson-Morley and stuff, because they just kept getting results that didn't match what was predicted. Now, we went over ad nauseum about how to manipulate the variable here for to get the aberration angle to change. And when you change the velocity of light, well, the other velocity of the Earth is still present. So you're still going to have to correct for it. There still is going to be a difference in angle. The only way you could change the velocity of light and there not be an angle change is if the velocity of Earth is zero mathematically. So a mathematically zero velocity Earth, makes the correct prediction for the aberration. So if the sky is moving, there's no contradiction.
It makes it.
Well,
Yeah.
let me ask you a
If Earth
question.
is
I wanna go
zero, it's
back to
both angles are the same.
Can we go back to the trash can and dropping a ball in it?
Only very briefly, because this is getting kind of like, I think we've reached our pinnacle here.
Sure. If you drop a ball into the trash can that's moving 100 miles an hour and you set it up so that the what did I say? Trash can moving 100 miles an hour. You drop the ball so it goes right down the axis of the trash can and hits right in the center of the trash can at the bottom. Now you put water in the trash can and you run the same experiment. Do you expect to see the ball deflect when it
Yeah, but
hits the
drop the ball
water?
from an airplane. Drop the ball from an airplane with a stationary trash can, and that tilt
Hang on, Brian.
covers it.
Just fucking hold on a second, please. Go ahead, Pizio.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're saying that they're both. I'm assuming you're saying that they're both pointed vertically, and that you drop the ball ahead of time before the trash can reaches it, so that it uh, you know, falls through it at the perfect timing to reach the bottom at a certain moment.
Yeah, right down the axis of the trash
Okay.
can.
Yeah, so that timing is based on the rate at which the ball falls and the rate at which the trash can's moving. So you've set it up and timed it perfectly to be able to reach it at that point. If you add water, you now have a different velocity that the ball is falling at, so it's going to take longer to reach the bottom, and the timing's going to be off, and it's going to smack into the sidewall of the trash can.
And that is untrue. And it's untrue with the telescope too. You can actually do that experiment and show it mathematically that the ball will still hit exactly in the center of the trash can, even though the ball slows significantly when it goes through the water as opposed to dropping through the air before it hits the center of the trash can. That's just unphysical.
So if I change the gravitational constant for the ball so that it falls at a different speed into the trash can, you think it'll still hit the center?
If it enters the water with
No, without
no
water. I'm talking about air, because that's the whole point of the water, is just it changes speed. We could remove the water and just say that we changed the gravitational constant, resulting in the same velocity as if there was water. If we change the gravitational constant so it falls at a different rate, you saying it's still going to hit the center just like it did before at the other speed? No, right?
Wait,
So how are you going to say that water will
why are
do that?
why are you changing the constant of gravity?
Because I'm trying to point out to you that you're saying that the water would cause it to land in the same spot is absurd. What would be different with the water versus the gravitational constant changing? Nothing. So how would the water land in the same spot, not the gravitational constant change?
Okay, so there's a sudden change in the downward force, the gravitational constant.
And the downward velocity, yeah.
Okay, so with respect to the trash can, the ball is going to be dropping straight, okay, just straight air, same gravity, whatever. If I drop the ball at the same speed that the trash can has translational motion, we both agree it's going to go straight down the middle of the trash can. If I change the speed of the ball somehow, once it's entered the trash can and it's going down the axis of the trash can, changing the speed of the ball isn't going to change where it hits the bottom of
Are
the
you
trash
kidding
can
me?
because there's no horizontal component of velocity with between the ball and the trash can.
What are you even saying? That's exactly what it would do. It would change
No,
the where to
it's
ride.
true. He's right. The problem with you guys is that you cannot understand basic first week lesson in change of reference frames. Yes, this is a terrible mistake. You're not understanding what happens in changing.
This is the most horrible form of gaslighting I've ever
Yeah,
seen in this space.
yeah. Hang tight, Brian. Hang tight.
It is true. It is true. If you told this kind of stuff at an exam, first year exam, you would fail the exam instantly. This is basic physics, and you don't understand it. This is basic change.
If I can give an analogy, I can clear this up pretty quick.
No, we've already got the perfect analogy. This is what he's saying. He's telling me, right? There's a trash can sliding across a floor. I'm dropping a golf ball, okay? I have to drop the golf ball a little bit before the trash can gets there because obviously the golf ball's only falling straight down, but the trash can's sliding towards it. If I time it just right, I'll be able to make sure that the golf ball lands straight in the center of the trash can. This guy's saying that if I was to make the ball fall slower, or equivalently to speed the trash can up, but I still dropped it at the same time, it would somehow still land in the same spot in the trash can, even though this timing and speeds are different. That doesn't make any sense at all. And that is crazy
Can
that
I
you're trying to
can I
gaslight
try
us all by
one?
telling us we're too stupid to
No,
understand you right now.
you are no. You didn't describe it correctly, because it's not that you drop it so that the timing is that you drop it so that the relative velocity of the ball with respect to the trash is vertical. That is what is the hypothesis was.
But the
If you
timing's
time
already
it
fixed.
in order,
No one said change the time with which you drop the ball. We're not talking about changing the time at which you drop the ball. The ball has already been dropped. Once it's falling, I speed the trash can up.
At what horizontal speed do you drop it? If you drop it with no horizontal speed and the trash can is moving, then you will not hit it, of course.
Correct, and that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, you only hit it if you give the ball a horizontal velocity which is perfectly equal to that
But you
of the
can't
trash.
do that. We already said this. You're going in a circle now.
That's what you do when you drop it in.
How can't you do it? This is how, Franco. This is why you can't do that. You've got light that's coming into you from far away, from light years away or whatever, right? It's just shooting in a straight line towards you, okay?
Yeah, in all directions.
Okay, it's shooting straight down a line. It's equivalent to this vertically falling golf ball, okay? You can't just be like, oh, you know what? If I was to add a horizontal velocity to these photons and made it the same as the horizontal velocity of the Earth, it would totally just fall straight through the center of the telescope.
Yeah, no,
what, you're just going to wave a magic wand and be like, photons, listen to me. I want you to shift sideways at 66,000 miles an hour. Thank you.
No, it's the other thing. Imagine that you have a gun shooting balls in every direction on the horizontal plane, right? And you're traveling at some speed, not towards that, but sideways. The ones that will hit you, the bullet that will hit you is not the one that was shot perpendicularly with respect to your trajectory. It's the one that's coming at an angle to you, because you have to compose velocities. That's what happens in the first lectures in basic physics, right? You don't get the bullet that's started in a perpendicular direction, and you have the stars emit light in all directions.
You still didn't answer the problem, Franco. How did you add a 66,000 mile an hour horizontal velocity to the photons? Because you did it to the golf ball. You
catch the photon which had that angle to start with, because the photons are
vertical. You mean there's no angle; it's vertical.
No, you don't get the one that was emitted vertically. You get the one that was emitted at an angle with respect to a stationary frame, and then if you remove moving frame, you get the one that was emitted at an angle, and that will be vertical for you. Exactly the same as the bullets. Exactly the same as the dropped ball in the trash can. It's exactly the same thing.
Oh my gosh! All right, I'm not going in a circle with you again, Franco. You missed the point.
Yeah, you don't. I'm sorry. This is simple motion composition.
No, you just are unable to accept a
I am
paradigm that
unable.
destroys your philosophical worldview, and so you try to gaslight everyone else.
Yes, I am unable to make you understand that you don't understand basic things. That's what I am unable to do.
This is wild.
It is wild that you don't understand what is a simple composition. You can try again. You don't like it with the trash can and the ball. Try it with a bullet. You have a gun shooting, which is shooting in the x direction, and you shooting bullets in the x direction, and you are traveling at a certain speed in the y direction at a certain distance. The one that you get is the one that when you cross the x-axis is not the one that was shot.
Franco, it has to be. The star is at the zenith. It's a zenith star. The star is at the zenith. They use two spirit levels.
It's at the zenith, apparently. right?
No. It's physically at the zenith, and its apparent position is off due to aberration.
Okay, then okay, is the one is what I'm saying is the is exact thing, same thing as the shooting gun. The bullet that you're getting,
it's the same as the golf ball. It's just falling
it's the same as
vertically.
the golf
There's no
ball.
horizontal component to the light.
No, there is because the fact that you are getting the light means that you were.
It's perpendicular to the Earth's surface.
The star is emitting in all directions, not just in that direction. And
but we're not right up on a spotlight, dude. It's a equivalent to a point source. It's a million light years away.
Yes, it's a point source that can be in different positions, and it emits things. Think of them as bullets. And the fact that you're moving on them means that the ones you're getting is not the one that is coming perpendicular to you, but the one that had an angle to start with. That's composition of motion, even in classical physics. The point is, with light, you have to be careful because you cannot compose them in the same way you do with classical bullets, because you have to keep the magnitude of the velocity.
Let's recap your position. So your position is that whether there's air in the telescope, whether there's water, whether there's oil, right, whether there's glass, solid tube of glass, and the speed of light is 100% C, 50% C, 10% C.
Yeah.
You would still have the same aberration angle somehow. There's just there's a universal aberration angle for all starlight ever, and you don't have to worry about velocity at all. Okay, I'm glad that that's your position. That's not how aberration works.
No, it's my position is exactly the same as Hap's, because what happens is what you need to do.
Neither one of you is coherent.
You think so? It's not true. Is what happens when light, independently of who emitted it, is reaching the water-filled telescope. It does not know where light comes from. It just sees light coming from some source at this angle, and then it just reacts as any lens or any bucket full of water would. Meaning, with Snell's law, if the
telescope's moving, Franco,
if the telescope
in your paradigm.
It's not moving with respect to light. Light is coming to it in what Hap was saying perpendicularly.
If it's independent, as you say, then how can you attach horizontal velocity components to it and then happen to have them just magically match ours as we travel around the sun?
The fact is that the light you're getting is the light that has already an angle, because that's the way
it has already an angle. It only
yes.
already has an angle if the Earth is stationary.
No, you can.
That's what you said earlier. We talked about it already. Remember, you treated the Earth.
It's the same thing as if it was stationary. It means
okay.
I have light coming at I don't know 30 degrees from the zenith. It can be because the point source is stationary with respect to me and it's emitting at this angle, or because it was emitting at a slightly different direction, but I am moving, or the source is moving, and then we have that the light comes to me in my frame at that angle. And that in my frame, I don't care anymore what was the cause of that angle, and I only see light coming at that angle, and that light behaves in a certain way when I present it with a different medium with a certain surface of interface.
It is so wild to me that you guys are trying to say that the light angle will not change even though the speed does. When literally the formula for aberration takes the two speeds and ratios them. And you're saying if you change the speed, it won't change the angle, when that's literally the formula. This is absolutely bonkers to me, coming from a physicist.
I can tell you it is not, because if you take, I don't know, I would have to make a drawing here, but if you take a tilted telescope, right, with let's suppose that the interface, that the surface of water is perpendicular.
I'm good. I'm good off this. Somebody else pick this up. I'm not going in another circle, man. It's been like 3 hours, dog. I have made the case.
Yeah.
Trust
No.
that all the audience has heard both sides and realized
No.
that logic only lies with ours.
Hey, Piezo, could I have 30 seconds?
Sure,
I have
man,
a question for
I'm
Franco
done.
after.
But sure,
Sure,
go ahead,
who's up?
Hapro.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Hapro. Make your thing because we were talking, man.
Back,
Yeah, but
back to
I'm
the
done
trash
after that.
can. Okay. If the trash can's moving 100 miles an hour and I match the ball's velocity before I drop it, so it is also traveling 100 miles an hour, it's going to go right down the center of that trash can. Are you saying that if I could somehow, once the ball has entered the trash can and it's, say, halfway to the bottom, that if I could somehow stop the vertical velocity of that ball, say from electromagnets or something, so that the vertical velocity of that ball that was dropping right down the axis of the trash can stops and just levitates there in the middle of the trash can, that all of a sudden it's going to shoot off to one side or the other?
No, because this is the same thing as in the plane. You dropped a ball bearing from inside the plane into a glass that was also inside the plane. The light
And it's
is being
exactly
fired independently of the Earth. The light source is emitting light independently of Earth. So it is not analogous to this picture you're drawing right now. It doesn't even make sense.
It's exactly analogous because instead
Oh my
of
gosh.
moving the ball before you drop it down the trash can, you tilt the telescope so you get the angle of incidence the same. Slowing down the light or speeding
angle
up
is
the light isn't
created
going
by
to
the
change the path of that light any more than stopping the golf ball in the
You're
middle
just
of the
saying the
trash
same
can.
thing that I've already addressed. You're repeating it ad nauseum, bro. The
But you haven't
angle.
addressed it except through non-physical effects.
No,
The ball
addressed
isn't
it
going to all of a
No,
sudden
no,
take
no,
up
no,
a
no. Hold on a
horizontal
second. Hold on a second, dog. We've specifically addressed it ad nauseum, bro. If it's independent, you can't attach a fucking horizontal velocity to it, bro. Just let it. Just take the next 30 seconds or whatever. Say your final thing, and we're wrapping this up. You're just spitting straight dog shit right now. It's actually insane. Wrap it up, man.
Yeah, so 30 seconds and then I'll be done. Dropping the golf ball in the trash can is exactly analogous to tilting the telescope to account for the incident that the light will arrive due to aberration. Stopping the ball mid-flight in the trash can isn't all of a sudden going to introduce a horizontal component inside the trash can any more than slowing down the light in the telescope is going to introduce a horizontal component of velocity with respect to the moving telescope. There's my 30 seconds. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. I'm sorry why you can't understand simple physics. It's right there in Aries. It's right there in Michelson-Morley. He says that the undulatory theory of light was falsified by Aries' experiment. It's
He
very
also said the
clear.
angle of aberration didn't change when water was added to
What
the
did he
solution.
say about the
Aberration
emission
didn't change,
theory?
which is
Yeah,
due to Earth motion.
Hey, he said emission theory had even greater problems than the undulatory theory too. There, bro.
Hey,
That's fine.
boys. You guys want to know how you get a unified angle that you never have to correct for, irrespective of how slow light has to go? Somehow the light speeds up in the medium. That's the absurd hypothesis of emission theory. So when you're talking about, oh, well, I'm just going to go ahead and introduce a horizontal component here, I'm going to remove a vertical here. Nah, dog. What you're doing is straight DS. That's exactly what Michelson called out, word for word, in his
Word
paper.
for word,
Word for word.
Ridiculous to think that the light all of a sudden picks
Do
up a horizontal.
not talk over me. Do not talk
Go ahead,
over
Alan.
me. Yes, that's exactly what he said. Pizio read it 3 times tonight. You can read it again. It's on the first
You're
page.
still muted, Alan.
Yes, it was read to you 3 times tonight. You can go and get the paper and look at the first page yourself. To have a unified angle, you have to make up the velocity difference. So you have to say the light accelerates in a medium. So you have to take an absurd position. When you say, oh, the undulatory theory was falsified in there, read the first sentence leading up to what he says about the undulatory theory. Okay, you're not proposing anything better. It's actually crazy that you're proposing it and not realizing it, and then talking to Pizio and I like we're retarded. Like you figured out something. So what you figured out, right? Just to reiterate, how we have this unified angle that you guys never have to correct for, right? How we got here is now when light enters a medium, it actually speeds up. Enjoy.
It's interesting. It's funny, dude, because like in that Mickelson paper, as we read, he talks about how they're having to like increase light's velocity because they're having to add. They're basically saying that it is having to add on a horizontal velocity component out of nowhere. Like the moment that it touches the water just Spartan kicks it from the side and adds 66,000 miles an hour to it, right? So that while it falls through the water, it can continue moving at the same angle. And he's like, yeah, the emission theory has even worse problems than the undulatory theory because they actually have to, say that the speed of light increases in the medium. It's ridiculous, but yeah, the effect that we've talked about before, I think was on full display tonight. You know, where you lead someone down a very, very simple. I mean, this is like the simplest one, bro. I think the Aries failure is simpler than just about anything else. Very simple logical path, and hey, what's aberration? Oh, this. Is it determined by the ratio of the velocities? Yes. So Earth's velocity versus the velocity of light? Yes. So if you change one of the two velocities, you'll get an angle change? Yes. Okay, so if we change Earth's velocity, the aberration angle will change? Yeah. If we change light's velocity, the aberration angle will change? Yeah. So if we slow light down, the aberration angle will change? Yeah. Okay. So when they measured it, it didn't change. And then all of a sudden, all the laws of physics as we've ever known them are suddenly inverted, and we start adding arbitrary horizontal velocities to photons to match that of Earth. Yeah, if we just attach 66,000 miles an hour horizontal velocity component to the photons, it'll work just fine. Oh, okay, let me get my magic space wand and I'll ask the photons very nicely if they'll move sideways for me so I don't have to move my telescope. I'm too lazy today. Yeah, well, thanks for playing, I guess.
So look, that was a great build, right? And I want Franco to continue engaging here. I think D3 had a question for him. Is that what I heard earlier?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Before I get to the question, I just want to thank everybody who was participating in this build on Aries. Even though I've heard it before, a bit of redundancy is very appreciated. Attacking it from all different angles, the way you guys have done, has been very, very, very nice. So, Franco, I appreciate what you're talking about, and I hear your stance here, something about the angle already being there due to the particular photons or rays of light that you're picking up already having the angle. So I get that, but I also remember you specifically agreeing with what Piezo and Alan were talking about, the causal mechanism being the velocity. So I'm curious, how does this this angle of the light coming in account for or negate the velocity change or the differences in the velocities there, to where it wouldn't need to be accounted for in any other way?
I'm not sure I got the question.
Okay.
Can you
So I understand what you were saying about the light, from a star, and you used a bullet as the analogy, right?
Yeah.
The rays that are going to hit you are the ones that are already coming in at a specific angle.
Yes.
And so I can understand that.
Same as
However,
raindrops, yeah.
However, what they're doing is they're taking the you're taking the real position in contrast with the apparent position, and then they're using the water to slow down the light. And there we should have some difference based on the velocity, right? So I'd like to understand why you're saying that wouldn't be the case. I understand what you're saying about the light, but I don't understand why that would change anything about the causal mechanism not producing a difference.
I still don't get your point, but
why does the angle that the angle of the bullet change anything about what Alan and Piezo have been talking about with the light coming through the telescope and being shifted, or not? Why does that change it?
because from the point of view of the telescope, what matters is just the incidence angle of light. So the angle, if for instance you tilt the telescope such that, let's suppose that the water surface is perpendicular to the axis of the telescope, so that you tilt it so that the light ray comes parallel to the axis of the telescope, and also perpendicular to the water surface. In that case, you have no refraction problem, and it's exactly the thing is that it will not be deflected because it comes perpendicularly. This is totally independent of what caused the light to be tilted in the first place. Whether it comes from a star that was not at zenith, or whether it comes from a star that was supposed to be at zenith, but then its apparent position is not.
Okay, so I get that. So but what you're saying is that you're saying there's no change in the trajectory of that light from the top of the water to the bottom of the water where the eyepiece is.
If it's not due to Snell's law, no. If it's not, if the incident ray is not tilted with respect to the surface, then no, there's no.
Okay, and now what about if you introduce 600? If you introduce the motion of the Earth to that?
If I introduce the motion of the Earth to that, that would change the angle at which the light impinges on the telescope, and then it would
on the bottom, on the top and the bottom, correct?
It would change. It's the same as bullets. It's the same as raindrops. If you're running, those raindrops are effectively coming to you at an angle. That angle, and if you want to fall straight through a tube, you have to tilt the tube such that when you're running, the raindrop falls straight through the tube without hitting the walls.
Right. Okay.
That's the same thing.
Okay, so motion of the Earth is in play. We've got the light hitting the angle of incidence at the top of the light, the top of the water. I'm sorry, and then the Earth is moving. The water is slowing down that light, so there's a greater deflection, so to speak, of the light. Right. It's going to hit the bottom of that water at a slightly different place. Yes. Because of the motion.
No, because in the frame where the tube is stationary, then the light had come, or even though the water.
So the way I see it is, we're technically for kind of a thought experiment here, we're kind of dealing with like 3 points, right? 3 frames. We have the top frame of the water where the incidence comes in. The incidence of light is hitting at that particular spot. But then we have the motion of the Earth as that light is traveling through the water, right? So what you were saying before is that we would expect it to reach the bottom at the same center point. So that's the second point, right? Second frame. However, with the motion of the Earth, it should because of this, the different rate of motion, right, coming through the water, it should actually hit near the
but the
center,
point is,
but not at the center.
the point is, sorry, is that
That's the point.
all these calculations that we're talking about different timings of when things hit that or enter or exit or whatever, they're all treated by just shifting the reference frame. That's what I was referring to when I said that this is treated in the first lectures in a physics course, because this is precisely what you need to do instead of fussing about with timings and so on. You just change the velocity vector of things, and that you do by using a shift in the reference frame that you're using. You just use the reference frame where the tube or whatever is, or the trash can or whatever, or the telescope is stationary, and then you see things from that perspective, because that's easier, because in that case you don't have to take into account all the motions and so on, and that you know how to do, and you know how to do because you compose velocities, and you know that if this is something that you treat with a Galilean transformation, you act one way, and if you know that the flight is involved, then you have to deal with something different, which is the Lorentz transformation, and you have to deal with something which is slightly different and can change things.
Okay, I get that, but we're dealing with two different points. We're dealing with the original incidence at the top of the water and the bottom of, and the second incidence at the bottom of the water where the eyepiece is.
Yes.
So we're trying to get to the bottom of, does that should that be changing from the top to the bottom, or should that not be changing due to the Earth's motion and the slowdown of the speed of the light through the water?
No, it's exactly what happened. Was the analogy that he was making about the trash can full of water. It's exactly the same thing. If as long as the ray of light or the ball or whatever is dropping with a vertical component, with just a vertical component of velocity, then it will not. The fact that the speed is changed when it goes in the water does not change the direction of motion. The direction will be again vertical, so it will hit the bottom later, but then it would hit it exactly at the center, because nothing would change the horizontal component. And
so you're saying, okay, so according to you, it would still hit the center even though there's motion.
Yes.
But okay.
But wait.
He just said it would. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying it won't change the horizontal component of the light, but the surface of the Earth, that would be moving. So that horizontal component would be in question.
Yeah, he's saying it doesn't matter.
Don't let him get away. He said it would arrive to the bottom later, but it would still arrive in the center. Even though it's only moving vertically.
Yeah, yes. I know. I got that.
That logically doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So that's what I got too, because that's completely disagreeing with what he agreed with you guys about before, which was if it's traveling that way, there would be a difference, right?
There would have to be if it's moving vertically. If it's only moving vertically, and then there's something under it moving horizontally.
Yeah.
And you change the time that it takes to hit the bottom, it's not going to hit the bottom in the same point.
Right. The time would be the same, but the point would be different.
The timing is different and the point's different. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that's
It's like this crazy cogdisk that's happening that we've.
No. I'm sorry. Before. It's the way you compose velocities, because if you.
Oh my gosh! Intellectualized.
Yes, I think we're all gonna have to do Aries failure. We're all gonna have to do it. Like.
I'm just gonna drop a golf ball in a trash can that I'm sliding across the floor, and then drop it in a trash can filled with water that I'm sliding across the floor.
Bro, everybody in here has to buy a telescope, and everybody in here has to do Aries failure, man. We got to get to the bottom of this. There's got to be like an international Aries failure poll done.
But you see, Aries failure just proves relativity. It does not prove anything else. But anyway, yeah.
I can't believe he made that statement about if it's moving vertically and you slow it down, it'll arrive later, but it'll still arrive in the center. Like
So
how
let
the
me
center's
so
in a
let
different
me
spot, bro.
so let me let me see if I could understand what Franco is saying, right? So
Yeah.
Franco is saying that basically if you if you slide this trash can or this bucket from point A to point B and you drop a golf ball without water, once it gets to point B with a specific time, it's going to hit a point. And somehow, if you drop that golf ball in water, it's still going to hit the point in the same point
At a different
even
time.
though the different time.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying, it depends on the.
That's what he said.
That's pretty much.
It depends on the conditions. I'm not just talking about hitting the top, because you can hit the
that's
top
what
from
you
very
said, Franco.
It depends on what the velocity is. If you want something to hit both the top and the bottom, you suppose it's a vial. It's not trash. So it's something very thin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or a tube, very thin tube.
Okay.
In order for a bullet or a raindrop or whatever to fall through it, it has to have it has to impinge on that vertically, right? Otherwise, it would not go through it. So if the straw, let's say it's a straw or a vial or whatever, it's moving horizontally. You don't if there are raindrops falling vertically from the roof, none of those will hit both the top and the bottom. None of those, because with respect to the tube, they will be coming at an angle. Instead, how can I get a drop, a raindrop, to fall through both the top and the bottom of the vial? You will have to come at an angle initially, so that it has a vertical component of the velocity, say towards me. If I'm moving forward, it will have to have a horizontal component of velocity with to me, so that it comes. It will have. No, sorry, the other way around. So that when from the say lab frame, when the vial is moved, then the drop has also moved horizontally, so that the timing is such that it will hit the bottom as well. That is very awkward to compute in the lab's frame. It's very much easier to compute it and to view from the vial's frame. And in the vial's frame, the frame is stationary, and the raindrops have a velocity which you compute by adding a horizontal velocity to the vertical. That is, they come at an angle with respect to what they look like in the lab frame. This is motion composition, and you only at this point you get to get through the vial only the drops which are vertical, which have a vertical velocity in that frame, which means that in the original frame they were at an angle. At that point, if they are drops, if they are steel balls, if they are baseballs, if they're whatever, with respect to the vial, they come down vertically in that frame. So if that's filled with water or with I don't know, cement or whatever, or mercury or whatever that slows it down, that will not change the fact that it will hit the bottom eventually, because with respect to that vial, the velocity is vertical, and it will stay vertical because in that frame you will have no force changing the velocity.
Right. However, wouldn't the introduction of the water change where it hits on the bottom?
No, it doesn't. Because I took a vial, very thin vial, just to avoid that. It will hit the bottom only if it's vertical.
Yeah, see, that's where I think the disconnect is, right? Because if the velocity of the thing falling changes, then that changes where it's going to hit at the bottom. It has to.
No, no. Because in the frame of the vial, it will not have any reason for that to change. You don't have any force.
Speed.
No, in the frame of the vial, speed is 0.
No, not from the top to the bottom. No, it's not. Like the speed as it moves, once it hits the water, the speed changes. So it's not the same speed.
Yeah, so what? It still falls vertically. If you drop a ball into water, it still falls vertically. It's not deflected. And in the frame of the vial or the trash can or whatever, the ball is such that it comes to you. It comes down vertically. It was not coming down vertically in the original frame, in the lab frame. It had to have an angle, because otherwise it would not hit both top and bottom.
But we have to compare it. We have to compare it to the original, though, right? So the original is without the water. The second is with the water, right? So even though once it's in the water, you're saying it's not changing. Then that may be true.
It's not changing anything. It's absolutely not.
But it's changing from the original, Franco. It's changing from the original speed because the original one doesn't have the water.
No, I'm not sure you understood.
You got to compare. You got to compare the whole observation, not just one, right? So the observation is the water compared to nothing, right? The water compared to air. So you got to make the comparison.
That doesn't change. If you have
But it changes the speed. The
It's
speed
not, you're not
once
going
it
to
hits
get
the
anywhere,
water
D3.
changes. All right,
You're not going to get anywhere. He's going to
Okay.
say, anytime you put the, feet to the fire, so to speak, with the point, he's going to say, I don't understand you.
All right, but I
for your
appreciate
question.
it though, Franco.
Sorry, it's not that. I don't understand if that's not said properly, or maybe it's the usual language barrier. I don't know, but it's okay. Let's blame it. Let's put the blame.
Let's blame the language barrier. No worries, brother. No worries.
I don't think so, but okay. But anyway, I have a language barrier, but it's not the case here for when I say I don't understand. It's again, you are comparing two cases, one with water and one without water. So let's take this vial, this a tube, a very thin tube, very thin cylinder, so that and you have a ball that is exactly the same diameter as the tube. So you don't have any question of how or where it would land on the top. It would either it lands or it doesn't. So if in order for it
wait, hold on. Sorry to cut you off. I apologize, but that's not what we're looking for, though, because that would be the opposite of what the test was proving. They were saying it has to be in the direct center. It can't be off to the side. That's the point. So it has to be in the center, and it has to fall from the top to the bottom and still reach that center in both.
That's why I took it very thin, because it's the same thing. Okay. Let's suppose it's let's take, okay, it's a cylinder, and the cylinder is 10 centimeter wide or 1 foot or whatever, and then you have that the drop or the ball or whatever hits the top in the center, and it hits the bottom of the center. In order for it to happen, whether it's filled with water or not, is the velocity with respect to the trash can or the cylinder has to be vertical all the time. And in order for that to happen, you need, let's take the thing without water first, you need to, if this thing is moving with respect to the lab, to the frame where you're dropping the balls, if you are dropping them vertically, then they will never hit the bottom, the top and the bottom at the center, because the thing is moving underneath. As I tell you, the way of dealing with this, instead of computing the timings, you just compute the relative velocity. You change and you go to the frame of the cylinder, and in that frame, the balls have a velocity which is a composition of the vertical velocity plus the vector velocity they had in the lab plus horizontal vector velocity, actually minus the horizontal vector velocity of the cylinder. And in that frame, you have that only those which have a velocity which in the new frame is perfectly vertical will hit, if they hit the cylinder at the center, will also hit the bottom at the center. Only those. Okay? So now, if you change and you fill it with water, the very same bullets, the one which had the vertical velocity in the lab frame, in the cylinder frame, meaning that they were angled in the lab frame, those bullets, those drops or those steel balls will still go down vertically because you don't have any horizontal force in that frame. And if you want, you can compute what happens in the lab, in the lab, but you have to know if things are slowed down by water, you have to take into account, which is I think is one of the things that leads to people to mistake the calculation for the Eric's case, that the velocity reduction only is only easy to compute in the frame where the fluid is stationary. You don't easily compute what the velocity is in water when water is moving, because it's the same as it's the same as a boat sailing on water. If you have a stream, if you have the water is if you're on a river and the water is moving, then you have that the velocity of the boat changes as well. You have to add the velocity of the water to the velocity of the boat.
Guys,
The water.
I'm about to go. I know you're going in your circle for the 12th time, but I just wanted to give my last word, if that's okay, Sacred.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
sorry, I'm not Sacred. My bad, Sacred.
well, anyways, it's been a pleasure being on here. I actually man, I've been on quite a few of these spaces, probably I don't know, 20 some of them now. I don't know, quite a bit, but however many it's been. But either way, this one was weird for me. I've seen it happen so many times on Discord, on EA. I've seen it happen so many times in here. But this was one of the clearest examples I have seen to date of someone's heart being hardened and witnessing in real time a spiritual veil being placed over their eyes, and them being just so unable and unwilling to accept what's right in front of them that they'll literally just completely contradict sound logic and reason and defend something that's indefensible in order to prevent having to change their philosophical position. So, just for everybody listening, this is what happens when people reject God, reject His law, reject accountability to the Creator, follow after the desires of their own heart. Not to pick on anyone in particular, but Franco is the one that was here for a lot of this time. Franco is a self-proclaimed sodomite, and knowing that that's the lifestyle that you participate in, it prevents you from being able to hold yourself accountable before God, because you know how He feels about your life. And so when that's the life that you live, and you absolutely cannot acknowledge the Creator, you'll do whatever you have to in order to deny Him, even if it means defending the indefensible and denying what's so blatant before your eyes. So I hope that everyone listening, encourage all of you. The reason that we all do this is to make it clear that we are special, that there is a Creator that loves you. I hope everyone here will come to terms with that, and that all of you will seek the Lord Jesus Christ while he may be found, that he may save your souls, and God's grace and mercy and love will be bestowed upon you, and you can live together with those of us who are his in heaven forever. So God bless you guys. Follow Jesus. He is the Son of God. He's one with the Father and the Holy Spirit, Yahweh, and he's the only means by which man can be saved. There's no other intermediator between God and man other than the man Christ Jesus. So God bless you guys. Seek out God while he may be found.
Hey, appreciate you, Piezo. To be fair, I think Franco is religious. I think he's got choir singer in his bio. So to be fair, I think he is. Of the belief.
Yeah, and I don't know if that speaks for everyone though. Like I am clearly not in the same. I don't approach this from that perspective. I approach this from a strictly truth perspective, and you know, I just find so far a lot of truth stands on the flat side or the geocentrist side. Yeah, for me, it has nothing to do with anything other than that. And so, for anybody in here who doesn't, deal with the Bible or anything, that's not the only reason we do this. Not all of us do this for that reason.
Thanks for sharing, man. It was a pleasure being on. I'm gonna go to bed, but it's been a long one. But
thanks for
God bless you
everything,
guys.
Piezo.
Hey, y'all go follow Piezo.
Night,
Shout out to you,
broski.
brother.
Deuces, fam.
Yeah, Alan, you too, bro. Thanks for dealing with that. And then Sacred had a nice little a nice little recap of like what you guys were talking about before. That was fire too, because that like slowed it down a lot.
Dude,
So
you crushed as well, bro. You came in and cleaned up.
I appreciate
like
you.
we were we were listening to you just walk him down the same line of logic, and he was like, "Nah, but like, let me just do a quick reference frame change and so that the velocities match." Like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool, dude. Assume your correctness and then say your prediction of no angle changes. Proof of your fucking theory, dude. Sick. So
So transform.
your position is you're mathematically indistinguishable from a stationary frame, which makes the actual measurement of it cool, which is the prediction of a geocentric position. Cool, man.
Cool beans.
Right on.
I see
You do the
Nathaniel.
photons out there doing Lorentz transformations and shit to make sure it lines up with the central axis of the telescope so it could hit that. Dude, it busts out a cylindrical coordinate system and everything, bro. Shout out to the photon. That's dope.
The adaptable photons. Gotta love them.
Dude, yeah, it's not the water that's sentient. It's the photon, dude.
The photies.
It just knows where to Lorentz transform to. That's so sick.
Hashtag physics.
Yo, damn, dude. The ether doesn't do math, so I guess they have like an upper hand now. Like the photon has the ability to calculate shit. That's so crazy, dude.
And it does it on the fly.
Dude, yeah, it like
as it's going.
Like it's omnipresent too then. Because it's got that watching eye of God, because it knows if you're watching it. It knows if you're naughty or nice, and it'll Lorentz transform right into you. That's so cool.
Santa wasn't transformed this whole time. God damn it.
Physics transform.
Nathaniel, what up?
What up, dog?
No, maybe he's not on.
Nathaniel.
Dude, I saw Brian Sweet up here earlier. I tried to get up here earlier. He was I think he had something to say.
What's up with Bri?
I think he had something to say about Aries failure, because there's been a gaggle of dudes showing up in his spaces talking all this smack about Aries, dude. And then we just went through the whole thing to completion. So it's like it was interesting to hear, because like, on the timeline, like obviously they say whatever, But it was
Yeah.
interesting to have it argued in real time where it's like, no, there's a unified angle for everything that just makes it appear to be stationary, regardless of the medium. Like, all right, dude. Oh yeah, brother, that's what's up. Dude. Oh my goodness. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna chill for a minute. I'm gonna take a little break.
Why we say like everything that they appeal to seems to be an illusion.
Dudes, I'm dying down here, man. Y'all killing me.
Hey, what up there?
I know this sweet like favorite topic.
You got a gaggle of groupies, man. They
Man, y'all are killing it, man. These guys got nothing. Hap is lost. Franco, he just can't give it up, man.
I mean, dude, I couldn't believe he showed up with the airplane analogy, bro. He said that shit to me last month on the timeline, and I'm like, bro, in the reference frame of the airplane, it's not going to make a difference because you're dropping it in the reference frame. But if you were to do it outside, where it would be analogous, where it's not attached, different story. He literally thought he was going to do that to Pizio, dog.
got him right away.
I just find it funny that old Mr. Airy there was, incompetent in his experiment. He was just a schlub, right? Just a nobody.
Yeah, he's a nobody. Who knew that guy?
He didn't know what he was doing or anything like that.
He didn't know about it. He didn't, come on.
He wasn't the head of any, astronomical society or anything like that. He wasn't the main honcho or anything like that. He made a mistake. He didn't understand what he was doing.
The guy used water, okay? Water.
But he on a garbage can.
What up, Proud?
Yo. Mic check 1 2.
Gotcha.
My question was actually for Franco. Franco, you still awake?
Let's do it.
Yes, I'm still here.
Hey.
So it's kind of a two-part question. Do you yourself have any scientific papers or citations or anything that you've written, anything at all, behind a paywall? Or have you recognized any of your colleagues to have some of their work behind paywalls?
No, I'm not sure I got it. Let's blame it on a language barrier again. What about paywall?
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't even think about that. Paywall is like basically you have to pay to view the journal. You have to pay to read the work. I could probably read your abstract.
Oh, okay. I can see that. I can see that. I mean, not open source. Things that are not open source. Is that right?
Right, pretty much. It's just you got to pay for it. Yeah.
Yeah. And what was the question?
Do you have anything behind a paywall or that's not open source, or do you have any colleagues that do?
I think that pretty much everything that we published is open source at the moment. The laws have been changing, but I think that pretty much every article that we publish in our experiment, for instance, is open source.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't be opposed to something behind something that you would have to pay for. Maybe not you yourself, but that idea doesn't horrify you. ?
The fact that one has to pay for, I'm not sure how these things work, but especially in the previous times before the onlineization of journals, they had a cost, so someone had to pay, and probably there were the institutes paying for and funding journals. Someone had to pay for the printouts, and it's not people are working there and they have to be paid. But I'm not sure how it works now with open source, because still there are people working at journals and people simply just putting the things on the web and so on. You have to pay people, but so I guess those people working at journals are paid by institutes, and the journal gets some funding somewhere. But it's not like our experiment. Every time that we have something new to publish, we pay something. I don't think so. I don't know if that was a question.
Oh yeah, no, that kind of answered my question. It doesn't seem like you're against it. Obviously, at one point, some people had to make their money, and they had to, allow people to pay for it to do that. I guess I kind of really want to know, if you guys aren't opposed to it, if science isn't against, because I've had some students in that field say that's kind of like odd that people would put advancements in science behind a paywall. But I guess I would want to know, like, if you were working on something that I guess you would call either radical or a quack job physics, like something that mainstream science doesn't agree with. Do you think it's normal practice to put it behind a paywall so that it's not something that's like on your main portfolio, I guess to say? I can reword it, but
No, I don't. I don't think. I think that if one has something to say and it's serious, then it should be public. Personally, I think so. So I don't think it would need to be under a paywall.
What would be the reason for putting it behind a paywall or limiting the open source?
Yeah, there wouldn't be any reason. If I had a theory that subverted the paradigm, I would want it to be public. I would want it to be read by most of my colleagues.
But see, when we or you discuss things with some of the people on this panel, and they say things that you don't agree with, your first thought is that they wouldn't be able to pass a physics level class, or they wouldn't be able to follow a curriculum because they have alternative views. So what if somebody was actively in school having to follow mainstream science but have alternative views? They couldn't risk posting their alternative views public to have people like you tell them to get out their class,
That's a good point, Proud.
No, well, it depends on the level. If you're on first year university, and I tell you that I know that this is the definition of derivative, and the derivative of x square is 2x with respect to x, and you say no, I have an alternative view, then I'm saying no, sorry, this is not the if you have an alternative view because you have an alternative approach on analysis or no. Or
if it works, then looking at if it works.
If it works, then it will publish. But then it's very difficult for a first year student to publish in any case, even if it has right views. But you don't publish. It's same as in high school.
Why does that matter? Why does it matter what year you are in university, or even if you went to university? If you publish something, if it works, why can't you get it published? That's
yeah.
Is you can publish. And you'll say something alternative, and you'll say no, it goes again't everything I believe, and you'll just
But indeed, there's no reason why I would be opposed to a student publishing a paper saying that no, the derivative of x square is 3x and not 2x. I don't know. Then it's be up to him or her to defend their thesis. But of course in the class, if the class is about Newtonian mechanics, then I will examine them on Newtonian mechanics, and they have to know Newtonian mechanics, even if they don't agree with Newtonian mechanics, because this is it's like you're taught this, and this you have to learn because this is how it works. Then if you have alternative views, you may expose them somewhere else, but not when I'm asking you to
well, that's fair,
show
man.
me that you have understood what I have taught.
But But the fact of the matter is to have an alternative view, you have to understand what you're talking about and pass your class. That's what they're saying is they're going to understand your point of view, pass your class, but
Yes.
say, hey, it also worked this way, but you're saying this way right here. Because you have this view, which you've actually stated in here, because we have these views, we couldn't pass your class.
Well, I'm saying that if I'm teaching this, you have to learn this. Then you can, or even during that, if you want, you can protest. You can refute that. I don't know. You can have propose alternative views, but then at the exam you have to show that you have understood what I thought, what I taught, because that's not me deciding. It's the ministries and whatever. If there are things that need to be learned in order to get a degree in physics.
Yeah, he's
So, I
basically
don't
saying
wanna-
that other stuff was like kind of exaggerating a little bit when he says it.
Where I don't want to dogpile on Franco too much about his anecdotal experience. However, I do remember I asked Franco a couple months ago. I was saying, if someone was able to pass the class on paper, right, understood all the calculations, and then say, I just don't agree with our interpretation of these calculations. And I remember him telling me like he would still fail the student. I don't know if that's still his position now.
I heard that.
Yeah, that was a couple months ago. We can get back to that in a second, but to build off of that point, Dr. Bennett does have a challenge. Someone who does have the credentials, PhD. Did you listen to that last week, Franco?
No, I didn't.
He actually did a proposal. I wanted to know if you were going to be interested in it. I probably should just play the clip from last week.
Oh yes, I listened to the clip. Yes.
So how do you feel about that, John? Do you think that's something that is
I want to
something
know
that
his
can be
opinion
accomplished?
on Bennett.
I commented on that. I think that what he says is not, well, one thing, as I said, I will not accept money challenges, because this is not the way science is done. And second, I think what he says is not right in saying like, if I understand correctly, what his claim is that Lagrangian mechanics is not invariant, as I said it. I wrote it down in a comment. From what I understand from what it says in the clip, is that Lagrangian mechanics is not invariant under Galilean transformations, meaning that there's only one preferred inertial system in which Lagrangian mechanics is valid, meaning that if you're on a train that goes even at 1 centimeter per hour, Lagrangian mechanics is not valid. This is his claim. The only frame in which you can apply the laws of physics is one that is perfectly stationary with respect to the Earth. So no, even if you're moving at, I don't know, 1 meter in a year, which is the velocity different from zero, then you would not be able to apply Lagrangian mechanics. This is wrong. This is not true, because Lagrangian mechanics is derived from Newtonian mechanics, and Newtonian mechanics is invariant for under Galilean transformations. So I think his claim is wrong. I don't want to challenge him vocally on space. I don't want to accept money challenges. I am prepared to discuss this if he wants, but on paper.
Well, that's fair. I mean, nobody can force you to do what you don't want to do. We would definitely like to hear it, though.
I want to see the calculations. He claims that Lagrangian mechanics is not invariant if you change the reference frame to a different inertial frame, meaning if you go to a frame which is moving with constant velocity with respect to the lab.
Can we get this set up on a Discord space so we can show some paperwork and stuff like that?
Well, so real quick, let me just read to you guys, and I think I posted it up top already, but I'll read to you guys the challenge one more time, and I have Franco react to it. Also, his email is in this document here,
So if you're looking to do something on paper, he's definitely reachable. But it says Alpha Science Challenge for the believers in mainstream physics. That would be the PhDs. Newton's bucket paradox demonstrates that the centrifugal force law does not apply to a rotating bucket. This anomaly couldn't be resolved by Isaac himself or Ernst Mach or anyone else in 337 years since its publication. The alpha model asserts that the Earth-centered Earth-fixed lab observer is the only reference frame to validly predict future motion, but only in dynamics. Just real quick, some definitions. Kinematics is the measurement of present motion to induce discover of local laws of motion, like Kepler's laws. Only motion variables, RVAT, are used. And dynamics is the prediction of that future motion by deduction of universal laws of motion derived from the Lagrangian principle of at least action. Introducing the laws of Newton, Maxwell, and conservation laws, field and wave theories. So the challenge is to consider two reference frames, lab frame and a non-lab frame, and an object moving relative to the NLF. Show the chosen law of physics validly predicts the measured motion in both frames. For example, Newton's bucket frame did not predict the observed water's motion. There is a reward because no one was taking it, seriously. So we wanted to create some type of incentive, but if you don't want the reward, you don't have to. But you are, open to challenge it directly. And I'm pretty sure Bennett would take your email, Frank.
Sorry. I said many times that I don't want to address Newton's buckets because I don't want to address rotating frame, because the proper way of addressing rotating frame is general relativity, and I'm not an expert of general relativity, so I don't want to address that.
Well, it doesn't have to be Newton's bucket. It could be anything. If you have any example.
What he claimed in that clip, I don't know, it's different from what you just read, because what you just read is you said Newton's bucket. He explicitly mentioned Newton's bucket's frame, and for that, in order to
not explicitly, I said for example.
For example. But
that's the opposite.
In the clip, it said any frame that's not lab frame. Depends if in the Earth lab frame he includes frames which are moving with constant velocity with respect to the Earth, which means any inertial frame with respect to Earth. If that is the case, then his statement is wrong, provably wrong. If it means something else, meaning non-inertial frames, then of course this is exactly what Newtonian mechanics predicts, that you have special, and even special relativity, that you have a special class of frames which are inertial frames where the laws of physics are one form, and then you change to other frames which are non-inertial, and in order to deal with physics laws in those frames, you have to change the physics laws. This is and general relativity deals with that and sort of unifies that with gravity. But I don't want to discuss that again. If he says, because in what I read from him, I read I browsed some of the papers that are recent papers from him that are on the web, and one of these and the examples he makes, there's just a change of reference frame to a different inertial frame. For instance, he uses the hiker example, and says that things seen from the hiker and things seen from the accelerating car, but this is an accelerated frame actually. But the way he compares the two things is really not right. And another thing is a bike on Earth, saying that if a bike is moving on Earth, then the kinetic energy of the biker will be one half mv squared. But if you go into the seen from the Earth, but seen from the bike, it will be the Earth that has an enormous kinetic energy, and this is not physical. this is completely wrong. This is an argument that doesn't lead anywhere. Yes, it's true that it's seen from the biker, the Earth has got a very high kinetic energy, but that does not change the laws of physics in any way. You can see the same laws from which is conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, conservation of angular momentum, and so on, seen from two frames perfectly well, and everything is fine. So either he was not very good at explaining, did not explain very well what he meant in that paper, or what he claims, the examples that he make are not really right. And I don't know if that's the thing that he wants to discuss. If that's the thing, meaning changing frame and seeing how energy, because he mentions energy in the clip. He said energy-based Lagrangian mechanics. And what he says in one of his papers is that energy does not change in a consistent way between if you change the frame, which is true. But then this is something which is understood very easily in Newtonian physics. And if he claims that this is what makes Lagrangian mechanics not valid in a frame that's not the Earth frame, then I disagree. But if what he says is that if you change to a non-inertial frame, then you have to change the laws of physics, this is right, because this is what Newtonian and special relativistic physics are about.
Okay, so just to double back to my original question, right? Because Proud was just highlighting how, you always hold a lot of us accountable for not having, the background to discuss some of these things. Bennett has been up here a couple times, probably like 3-4 times he's been up here. He will be back soon. Now, I know you say you like to do everything on paper, but you are willing to have the conversation with us when we really want you to have a conversation with the PhD, so we can't, we don't have to appeal to not having the background or the credentials in sciences, right? We want to see what that conversation builds into. However, we haven't been able to make that possible. So now we have a challenge, right, that has to do with physics. Like you said, you didn't want to, dive into the whole reward portion of it, but he's offering his email. So I guess, like I said, back to my original question, will you be engaging with the challenge to either gain clarity and to actually meet the challenge, or if not, what would be your reason why?
I said it. I thought I had made myself clear. The two things. One thing is that as I keep saying, real scientific discussions do not take place on Discord or TikTok or X Spaces. They take place in seminars and conferences, and this is and they're done differently. What I don't want to do is to be a fighter in a game show or in a public fight for the amusement of people. I don't want that. If people are actually interested in science and in learning physics, then it's a different thing and it's a different approach. If I need to discuss with a colleague, then I think the discussion is not done this way. It's done in a different way, for instance, by email exchange or paper exchanges or computation exchanges and so on. It's done on equations. It's not done vocally. That's what I'm saying. And especially, I don't want to do this as a public entertainment show. Because I don't want people like, I know, teams teaming or cheering for someone and saying he has destroyed that and he's won, he's lost, he's a sodomite and whatever. I don't want this kind of comments.
So you don't think that having a discussion or something like that, some random debate with somebody on, say, TikTok or Discord or something like that could open up your mind to new ideas, to take it back to your field of study and go, hey, man.
It depends on the kind of
we got Robert Bennett, man. This dude's a retired PhD.
Well, my thing, right, is like Franco's up here right now anyway, right? So it's not like he's not open to having a discussion. He's like picking and choosing who to have the discussion with,
Let me say something.
which is still non sequitur to my question. I'm gonna let Proud jump in here in a second, which was, you're saying this needs to be done on paper, and I just told you in this document has his email, and I just asked, will you be engaging
and then you just went into a whole bunch of other things that didn't even really matter. Top of the fact, this is Twitter, so yeah, we're going to talk about science and we're going to make it entertaining. It's going to be fun. Not going to make it boring. And I think every single teacher and professor should make science fun. And that's what the whole premise of science is about asking those questions and trying to either substantiate or falsify claims. So it's not about a challenge and you looking stupid or anything like that. If you have the information, you should be able to share it, especially engaging with somebody from your own community. But I think Proud wanted to say something.
So yeah, I want to start with, I agree with you, Franco. I don't think science should be something rewarded with money. I do think, you should be rewarded for your accomplishments, but the idea of putting money behind something scientific, I don't know if I really agree with that. But the reason why Bennett had to go to those lengths is because instead of engaging out of good faith, you sit in the comment section and you degrade him, and you call him names, and you talk about him in a negative light because he's in the community, or he's not even in our community, but he's associating with our community, instead of pursuing what you call learning, or people who are interested in the sciences, which makes no sense, because if you don't want it to be fun, this is fun for us. I enjoy learning. That's fun for me. It's fun for me to learn and have these conversations and listen to these conversations. So you can't determine that this is not enjoyable to somebody. You feel as if your back is against the wall because you're defending the questions that we have. But that's how discourse works. Like you have a question, I have an answer, I have an answer, you have a question. It's like otherwise it's just one person speaking and no one else taking in or challenging or anything. You don't come here because this is a circle jerk. You know that. You come here because it's challenging and there are questions to be answered. That's what you always say. I'm here if anybody has any questions about physics and science. So when we propose somebody who is higher in tenure than you are, and they are willing to go back in any way, capacity, shape, or form that you are, you want to sit in a seminar with just one person, hit his DM. He is a little older than you. It might take a little time. That's why we're willing to help you, like the mediation process, because Bennett is a little older. Like the same way you don't believe technology is a thing, trust us. Bennett doesn't either. Bennett doesn't use technology like that either. So getting him over here and in this capacity on this format, like it's 2024, Franco, you're gonna have to adapt or get left, baby, because this is how things are starting to turn out. So this may not be the most efficient way. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But we're telling you, Bennett is willing to do it a way that's more compatible for you. You have a language barrier that everybody has been patient with. So it's like just you gotta try. Like you gotta make an attempt. Well, you don't have to. You can continue to like talk shit in the comments with Sir Type Slot, but I don't think that's productive, and I don't think that's really what you want to do. It's like some type of peer pressure. I get you. I'm gonna lay my plane. I get that you don't want to be attacked or degraded or have people picking sides. It's not really you though. I hope you leave with this. It's not that we're picking you against Bennett. It's the physics that you are teaching against the physics that Bennett is teaching. So I don't want you to feel like this is a personal attack on you versus Bennett or anything like that moving forward. It's the physics that you subscribe to, that you teach and you practice versus what he teaches and he practices. Okay, so that's all I wanted to chime in. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Flat Truth, what up?
Oh, grand rising. I see you, Sacred, in the room, panel. Hello. How are you guys this morning?
Feeling good, man. Stationary Saturdays.
Ow! That's right. I tried looking for you last night about midnight, but for some reason, X just wouldn't let me find you. So I went to bed.
Oh, no, we started a little
hopefully
bit
I'll
late.
find them.
Yeah, no, we started a little bit late last night, so it's good to see you, though.
Right. Yes, sir. Good to see you guys. All right. So, I'm kind of new to tech, X, and I've come in and watched your show a couple times, and of course I see you over there on TikTok too. So, but I always try to put a shout out to your hard work that you do every Friday, hosting this space, allowing people to find their true reality and their true nature, and get away from the pseudoscience. I appreciate that. You guys put in a lot of hard work. I know how it is. Now, I just got into the conversation, so I'm trying to figure out who Franco is. It sounds like he's a physics teacher, and a globe supporter. Would I be right on that from what I'm hearing?
Yeah, Franco is a professor and a physicist who has a job tenure at CERN. Oh, did he just drop out? Oh, I
wow.
lost Proud too. I lost Proud and I lost Franco. I'll see if I can get him back up.
Man.
Franco looks like he's there.
I still see Franco. I don't see
Y'all see him?
Proud though.
I don't see him either.
I was
Anyway,
hoping
continue. I'll
to.
try to rotate him back up if I see him.
Yeah. I was hoping to just ask him a few questions that, in my journey, and because I have the authority of flat water, along with every other flat earther that observes water at rest and level, and the Earth is 70% water, we already know it's flat. We don't have to speculate really beyond that. But what I hear a lot of the other side say is gravity, gravity, gravity. And the problem I have is when I ask for proof of gravity, I'm told they don't have any. And they say that it comes from this ionic gas ball 93 million miles away. And I'm like, all right, so how's that taking place? And they say, well, it's sitting in space and time fabric, warping it, bending it. And I'm like, all right, can I see a piece of this fabric, this special fabric? Nope, can't produce that either. And then after that, right, after this heliocentric idea was introduced into science 500 years ago, you have Newton, you have Einstein, and all the other brain poop, is what I call it, because it forces you to do mental gymnastics into something that's not tangible. There's no reality to it. I ask the question of what observation, what instrument of precision allowed Copernicus 500 years ago to physically switch the position of two planets in our solar system, Earth over the sun. Because for 5,500 years, it has always been geocentric, meaning the Earth is in the center of our solar system and it's stationary, no rotation. And that matches my observation over any degree, over any job, or anything. When I can look at Lake Erie, large body of water, at rest, I don't observe 5 different speeds of this chaotic orbit, 1,000 miles an hour per day, 66,000 miles an hour per year, 550,000 miles an hour through the solar system, the galaxy spinning at 1.5 million miles an hour. And I could be off on the speeds because I really don't care, because I don't feel it, I don't see it. I've been hardcore debating against flat earthers over on TikTok now for almost 2 years. None of them know their science. They all try to talk me into going against my own senses. I find that to be a little alarming. That I am told I'm a weirdo because I can see water seeks its level when it rests. I am told I'm uneducated because I can physically see that there's no motion. But yet I have to entertain global imagination. I have to pretend that I'm spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. I have to pretend I'm spinning at 66,000 miles an hour. You get where I'm going with that, right? I have to use my imagination, the imaginary side of my brain. Well, I can imagine about other things. So I guess my question to Franco would be, where was the evidence and what proof do you have that there is in fact a sun 93 million miles away from here giving us gravity?
Yeah, I think his answer will be, well, we see it and we calculate. That's pretty much the same answer as all of them, though.
Oh yeah, I get that. They calculate their math, their baked in math. So which then would draw me, well, what's your math? Are you going to tell me 24,901? That's so arbitrary, it's ridiculous. You know, who measured the circumference of the earth? Who measured the radius of the earth?
Oh, that guy that was just had the show with Wits on
Measured it with
on
his
10
eye.
Pro.
Measured it
Yeah,
with
you
his
didn't hear about
oculars.
he did it. He did
Sure,
both.
sure did, buddy.
I would love to see how. I would love to hear about it. Was he, did he go all the way around the ice wall? I think maybe possibly 60,000 miles. Check every mile for mile for mile. Because that's what he had better done. Because if he comes up talking about 69 miles per 1 degree times 360 degrees to a circle, that's arbitrary. That's putting pizza in a box. Just how big a box do I need for my pizza? And then just island jump from pepperoni to mushroom to sausage. No big deal. Does it make pizza a ball? It's flat. Then I ask him to make water stick to a ball, right? At least make water stick to a ball in the 21st century. We've got all this advanced, beautiful technology. We have all this money to send rockets up to space, but we don't have enough money to make something. We don't have enough money to demonstrate water sticking to a ball moving 5 different directions at a constant speed and level off. Demonstrate no motion while you're in motion. I haven't seen it done.
With the water sticking to a ball, I think that would be possible if they're, because we do have the downward gradient and everything is electric. So I do think that would be possible if they had the spherical boundary around the ball that helped to create that. But I don't see any proof of that. If anybody down in the comments or whatever wants to discuss that, that would be cool. And then the second part to that would have to be like a radial downward vector that we have. Yeah. So
coming
it's
from
pretty
2 different
interesting.
directions, right? Because you've got, think about what we're saying here with when these guys make the claim that it could be done is you've got this downward vector, right? Okay, well, if you're at the north of the equator and you got downward vector holding water to the top of the ball, where's the downward vector coming from south of the equator, where everything is upside down to my position in the north? Now we got a downward vector going up towards north, and it's not possible. In my opinion, there is absolutely no way we could have a plane with 70% water and it'd be a ball. Now, for me, I sit just fine. It's just fine with me to say that Earth is an unknown extent and it is absolutely unmeasurable. And so then by accepting that and actually knowing it, seeing it, there's no way any scientist could come up to me and say, hey, I got a measurement for you. And the reason I know this is because everything is in constant motion. Everything's in motion. Yeah, it's absolutely not measurable. We can measure frequency. We can measure frequency. Okay. But beyond that, everything's moving.
But
Where do you make your mark?
70% water, as you said, though, right? So, like, let's say if we went to the ice boundary and we navigated near it all the way around, you don't think that would be possible?
It may be possible to navigate all the way around the ice boundary, and you may find about 60,000 miles if you subscribe to Cook and his journey, if it's held accurate. Some say he bobbled and zigzagged all over the place, and that's why his journey took so long. Maybe, I know this when I'm watching other videos of, voyages down in that southern rough water, it looks very difficult to navigate. I think they call that the roaring and rolling 40s and 50s. 87% of the population lives in the northern hemisphere, which gives you 13% living in the southern hemisphere. And how much of that is within 1,000 miles of the equator? Let's just, speculate maybe half of that, 6%. So 6% of Earth's population may be living somewhere in the southern hemisphere, but the rest of it's all water and it's rough seas and it's rough weather, rough environment. So let's say you do land on the ice. Now you got to start walking. And how far do we walk? I think you run out of daylight before you run out of land. It's all just a frozen barrier.
Do it if we didn't do it on ocean, if we had some type of some type of power source that could last, say, some minuscule drone, the entire trip. I'm sure we could create a technology to do it from the air. I don't know why it hasn't been done already. But I think it's
The
definitely
number
possible
one.
to measure it, or at least to see if there's a barrier around us. I think
Yeah,
that's. Hmm.
yeah. The number one reason why we cannot navigate with aircraft down there is because hydraulic fluid freezes at those extreme cold temperatures. You're good for a little while, but you're not just going to be able to, blow through 12,000 miles at that kind of extreme conditions. So that's why you find yourself, or you find them utilizing land vehicles with extreme heat capacities, right, to keep their stuff warm. You don't need hydraulic fluid to adjust your flaps to stay up in the air. That's the most critical reason why you can't fly and navigate down there in Antarctica. The temperatures
Yeah,
are just too
we can
cold.
figure it out. If we can figure out how to send a rocket up to near Earth orbit, we can figure out how to fly in cold.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why it hasn't been done yet, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, humans are pretty intelligent, man. We can.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it's pretty self-evident. Hydraulic fluid freezes.
Yeah, so we use
Period.
something else. That's it.
There isn't
We
anything
could
else.
enter it. Sure, there is.
Like what?
Sure, there is. I don't
Like
know, but
what?
I'm not saying I can invent it, but I'm sure people can.
Well, that'd
There's
be
no way.
speculation. But my question would be, what could we use that could sustain those kind of cold, frigid temperatures? And in my opinion is when they're sending rockets up, that may be what they're trying to do, is get over that ice wall. But I can't say for sure. I don't know where they land. I have no idea. Rocket ships aren't the same as aircraft. Rocket ships are
Yeah, no,
designed for
not at
high
all.
altitude, right?
Right.
Airplanes, they fly anywhere from 1,000 feet off the surface of the earth up to 40,000 feet.
I wonder how high would be like a good place to do it. Also, like which elevation would probably be best for that type of journey.
Yeah, and that's the other thing they say. I think they say that elevation down there is capped out at 13,000, from what I understand, from what they report. Way different than what's up here. Up here, we've got a cap at like 385,000 feet, so they claim. Now, I can't confirm that. I can't deny that because never been there, never touched it, never did it myself. I'm definitely a tangible person. I am not an intangible person. And the reason I am not an intangible person is because probably for the first 20 years of my adult life, I accepted the intangible rules and the guidelines and all the other stuff until I started putting it down on paper, like Franco asked for or what have you. And I found all the intangible stuff not to be true. So if that's a lie, what else is a lie? Well, here we are.
I see Witch is in here. When he goes down there, we should get at least a good insight, I think, about wherever location that he's at. So that'll be really cool. I think everybody's waiting for that.
Yeah, shout out Wizard. He had just missed some of the action that we had with our resident PhDs talking about Aries failure. But we put him in our pin tweet because that clip that he had during Tim Pool podcast was hilarious, and he did middle ground also on Monday, which was fire, breaking some of this conversation down. So it's been fun. What up?
Do we have a landing zone down there in Antarctica? Like, what do they have with Witsit being in here? Do they have a landing zone? Is there a coordinate where the observation is going to be made, or is that yet to be discovered?
That's a couple
80,
good questions.
80 degrees latitude. I don't know the longitude, the alleged longitude, but yes, they have a area specifically to land. Of course.
That's what's up.
What did he say about Aries failure? Oh, what's his answer?
We got Snell's law. We got moving trash can and accelerative light.
Dude, the trash.
He was saying that the angle of incidence of the light coming in from the stars and the motion would not change the angle of incidence, and therefore it would always end up in the center of the telescope, regardless with the medium and the motion doesn't matter. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, I was like,
Piezo,
yep, sorry.
yeah, Piezo went back and forth with him for a while. Alan chipped in a few times too. Who was the other guy though? What was the other guy's name? Sacred that brought up the trash can.
App
App.
Row.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the
Okay.
self-proclaimed astrophysicist.
Yeah, the
So
trash
wait,
can
so
analogy.
all of a sudden, when the light gets into the
Yo,
telescope, the
yo.
Earth.
Sorry.
What was that?
Oh, my bad, hot mic. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.
I may or
Go
may not
ahead,
have
Wiz.
fell asleep and then suddenly woke up. All right.
Go ahead. What you was asking?
That Aries phase wake you up.
Yeah, so like all of a sudden, once the starlight gets into the telescope, the Earth moving underneath it isn't causing it to deflect. Like I don't.
Yep. That's what he was saying, essentially. Yep.
Yeah, so check it out. If you do, your boy Lorentz and his transformations. So if you do a reference frame transformation, starting with the water in the telescope as your reference frame, and you transform to the incoming photon, you'll never guess what happens to the lateral velocity component. It just so happens to match that of the Earth, right? So they how that guy was saying, like, very erroneously, obviously, that there was some magical lateral velocity component that he was saying that would be necessary if there was an ether. Bro, the steel man of their actual position. Get this, bro. Get this. No ether. No, but carried via mechanism of mathematical transformation. That horizontal velocity component gets transferred to the photon so that there won't be any correction required when it hits the telescope.
Yikes.
Yeah, and it appears as if it's the Earth was stationary as well. So just appears so though. That's not real.
Just inertial enough, boys. If anyone ever tells you it's just inertial enough, it's full inertial. By the way, it's just super inertial. It's not like you're not like a fucking, oh dude, today I'm feeling a little inertial today. It's a gradient or whatever, I'm inertial gender. Nah, no. You're either inertial or you're not inertial. There's no, I don't know if you guys ever noticed, but there's only two frames, the inertial and non-inertial. This is like, there's not like inertial enough. What?
Yeah. I thought he was going to explain something different, like that I didn't hear before, because the angle of incidence argument, I haven't really heard that from anyone broken down the way he was talking about it. So I thought he was going to elaborate a little bit more to like explain how it's offsetting it to where it would still end up in the center. And that's when the transform came in. And his reason for the transform was like, well, it's not easy to compute these things going through water. And that was really it. That was his only reason for doing that. And so I don't know. I still don't understand why we would ever have to do that.
Oh, it was to give the photon a horizontal velocity component. That's
yeah,
what.
Other than that.
Yeah. That's so. When when Mickelson said the only way that they could resolve this was somehow the photon would have to be accelerating when it hits the water, right? That's absurd, right? But they still need to make up for that exact amount. So how could we do that? Well, we could do a transformation and assume that we have a velocity in the one frame, and we'll just throw that velocity on the photon frame. Easy peasy, dog. We predict zero fringe. Ta-da! We predict the stationary result. Ta-da! It's like now they have an infinite way to any medium. They can now, any timing change, right, invoked by the medium, they can now transform to the exact amount that would be required to predict what would give a stationary frame.
Well, of course, he didn't even say that on Timcast, right? He said that.
No.
He said it slows down the same in all directions. Yo, so what about the fact that it does slightly change though?
So not addressed. We did have
Yeah.
Hap who came in and was like, dude, what is this measurement right here? It's derived from the geographic part, but it's the difference from the measurement and the uh position of where it's like, you know, predicted in the almanac for the quote unquote true position. And so it's literally the freaking difference. And he's like saying that was the air margin. So that's the only time I've ever heard anyone try that one.
Oh, good old error margin.
Yeah. Derived from
Yeah,
a
even
measurement
the error margin
difference.
doesn't.
It's like, what
Yeah,
is
it wasn't an estimation.
what is your air margin for? So where was the measurement then? No, this is just an air margin for no measurement. All right, broski. Hey, let's shake hands and call it even.
Yeah, it looks like they got nothing, bro. So Franco was actually invoking the transformation.
Yep.
He's invoking.
Yeah,
Yikes.
due to it being too complex to do it the straight out way, I guess. That's pretty much what he said. I didn't push him on it because he was being very cordial, so I didn't really want to come at him too hard or anything.
So the distance that the light was being deflected was contracting.
No, this is a velocity summation, like a vector thing. So no contraction or dilating in this. They're just transferring the lateral motion of the Earth to the photon frame and making them. Yeah.
So like,
so wait. So you know how in relativity, C plus V is like, you know, a no. Well, it turns out it's a yes when you when you need to make the Earth a stationary frame to explain Airy's failure. So essentially, you know, what they're doing is C plus V on the horizontal side. So to make it equivalent.
From the star.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's disgusting, but it was cool to hear the full rendition Steelman of it, because now it's like I just got like a whole new weapon, right? like their Steelman's ridiculous.
Is he just making that up though, like on the spot, or like he had a paper or something?
No, that's what they teach in the what do you call it? The physics Bible that he references. That's how they explain it. It's called the hold on, I'll look it up. I'll get the exact
To be
name.
fair, Franco said he never really.
Franco
said he never really read the paper.
No, you don't need to read the paper though. They have the they teach the velocity composition based off of the results to make it equivalent. So even though he hasn't read it, like the protocol for how to handle the situation and interpret it is laid out scripturally.
It's non-negotiable.
Yeah, this dude Jackson, 1999, Classic Electrodynamics. It's a famous physics book for them. But anyway, in there it explains the protocol on how to handle it. So that's what he was like reciting from.
How to handle it, meaning like how to mathematically dismiss it.
Yep, exactly.
Make an adjustment here, a little tweak there. Aha, voila.
So how does someone with brain cells like hear this and think like, oh, that's legit? Like I don't understand. Like, why would someone choose to believe that? I don't know.
If you're
I would like
to
see. I would like to see exactly how he would go about doing the transform, and because he mentioned it, but I don't know exactly what he was saying. So I would like to actually see it done, and then try to understand why it would even need to be that way. If there's any other reason than just like what Alan was saying, like just to have it work out.
Well, wouldn't this spill over? Wouldn't this spill over though? Wouldn't this have implications in other aspects of physics?
Yeah, that's what Alan was saying. Like, yeah, it's either the C plus V thing. It's a yes, just in this situation.
Oh, only with water telescopes.
Yeah,
C plus V
and
with water
interferometry and all the other, and GPS and all the other stuff, but also none of that stuff in relativity is true. Haha, or whatever.
That's wild. Yeah, this is my favorite, man. I think this is my new favorite for sure. It's like
Yo,
so simple.
if you did like a if you listened to it back and you did like a 10-15 minute like video on it, that would be super dope, bro. Like just dismissing how he approached it, I can't really explain to you, any better than I have or any better than Alan has.
Well,
But if you
they'll
hear him,
agree.
maybe
They'll
you'll.
agree up to a certain point until it comes to the concession. Then
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I got you. So it's the angle is a ratio of two velocities, right? So the velocity of light and the velocity of Earth. And the only way you can manipulate that angle is to change one of those velocities. So, when they change the velocity of light, when they introduce the medium, the angle has to change. So there has to be two different angles, right? So if you take the velocities in air versus the velocities in water, you're going to have two different results because the variable of the speed changes. So that ratio is going to change for the angle, which is created by those two velocities. And the fact that they don't change implies the Earth is stationary. And that's where they get super lost and confused. Because it's like once they have to mathematically admit to it, they start trying to rectify it with like, oh, but like, if I pre-account for the velocity of the Earth, like, dude, it got so ridiculous, bro.
So they're basically just finding a way to mathematically say the velocity didn't change.
Yep.
Yes.
Exactly. Which is what specifically Michelson called out, at the beginning of his 1887 paper. That's exactly what he was talking about. Like, you have to say it accelerates in the fucking thing.
So they have to claim that light doesn't slow down in water.
Wait, so what Franco was saying was he actually said it did change the speed. He was on board with that, but he was saying it still doesn't change where it ends up once it hits the bottom of the telescope.
Yeah, but you can't just say things like that.
Exactly.
Right. Well, and the only way you could say that is Lorentz transforming to
transform, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So then you're effectively claiming the velocity doesn't change. So like the implications is that it doesn't slow down in water.
Yep.
Got you. Okay. Yep.
So to believe in the heliocentric model, you have to believe that light doesn't slow down in water. Cool. Okay. That's what's up.
Yeah, it was a fun talk though. I got a little bit from that talk. I like.
No, stupid. That's not what we're saying. It does, but it doesn't.
Well, no, that it speeds up exactly proportional to the velocity to maintain constancy. But yeah, because
at all angles and speeds.
Yeah, because then with that way they could mathematically account for any timing difference, so they could account for any medium or whatever, and have the same prediction. But yeah, that's it.
Yikes. Okay, so basically it's just a full-on dub at this point.
Yep, super stationary.
Yeah, I haven't heard anyone refute it. That actually made a coherent argument.
Well, that's clearly the best you're gonna get, right? If that's what they've like selected and taught. So that's the gospel, right? I mean,
yeah, pretty much.
Sentient water was pretty cool.
Yeah, this man said, no, you don't understand it. He said, there's no way for the water to know which direction to slow it down. And unless there is an ether, then it would know, in theory, which direction to slow it down. So he's saying that water literally becomes sentient if there's an ether. The ether is actually bringing the water to life so that it can decide, right, like which way to slow it down. I don't know, that he did terrible. Franco probably did way better than he did. But he also probably watched that and then like tried to prepare to come in here.
Dude, he did terrible, but also he like half right kind of blew me away. Fact that the tables turned where it was their horizontal component, dude, was priceless.
Well, this is what's so beautiful about it, though, because like the propaganda of the heliocentric model relies on oversimplification of what the model actually says. That's why all the people that come in here, they'll say mass attracts mass, you stupid flurf, and all that, right? There's no way that they can get these like I won't be ugly, but there's no way they can get these average everyday people to be able to stillman that because it's so absurd and it makes no sense, right? Like, so there's no way you're gonna have like if you bring this up to people, they're not gonna be able to like present you that supposed response. Like what like you know what I'm saying? Like never.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I don't know if Nathaniel's here. I think he passed out, but Ferg did pass by over here.
I'm here.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I feel like you fell asleep earlier, brother. Ferg did swing by over here. I just tweeted back at him. He was crying about not having a mic. Pull up, Ferg. We still live. He says, if water only slows light vertically through the scope in my example, because we posted the clip up top, but has no impact on the lateral component due to Earth's orbital motion, would a lateral component due to proper motion also be excluded from the slowing effect of the water? That was a mouthful.
So basically if you do it with something other than the earth that's actually moving, would it still not have a lateral deflection? Is that what you're
Right.
saying? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought immediately. I'm like, okay, like this is the funniest thing about Aries failure. You can just test the principle with something that's actually moving.
We kind of was thinking about that, like scaling it down and actually testing it.
Yeah, I guess you need to go
I think if you
pretty
scaled
damn
it down,
fast though.
Right.
could you do it with some? You could probably do it with something moving slowly, I guess. I don't know.
Well, what you'd want to do is you'd want to increase the distance that the light is traversing the water, and then you want to
Right.
move something as fast as you can. And you know what I'm saying? So like a telescope's not super long or anything, but in theory, you could have something that's super long. And it doesn't even have to be like a vertical orientation or anything like that. It could just be
Yeah.
like a long horizontal tube of water, you know.
And something kind of far away from it, moving quickly across its end.
Yeah, it sucks because technically you should be able to just move the light as well because like relative motion would say that it goes either way. So you should actually be able to just move the laser a certain speed as it goes through the water. So are they going to claim that? Well, they would have to just say that it's based on like the frame of the Earth, right? Because obviously, if you have like a tube of water and you shoot a laser in it, and then you move the laser, like the light is going to deflect.
Yeah.
All right, lads, I'm gonna go to bed.
Yo, shout out to you, Alan. Holding down the fort. Everybody over in YouTube land. At @space_audits. Anything coming up this week, bro?
Yep, absolutely. So Tuesday, I'll be doing a presentation on Michelson Gale Pearson. I'll be breaking that down, continuing the history of interferometry series with the little breakdowns. It should be about an hour or so. And then we'll be doing research and reading night. We're going to be reading from A.G. Kelly's book on some experiments he did regarding Faraday's induction paradox, where, is the magnetic field fixed to the magnet or is it fixed to absolute space? So we'll be reading about that. And then Friday will be Flat Earth Fridays, episode 121, of course. And then hopefully the following Tuesday, Bennett will be doing a presentation on the Alpha Challenge and the Special Relativity Einstein Train Challenge. So 2 consecutive challenges going back to back to back. And
Nice.
yeah, it's gonna be awesome, dude. And shout out to everyone who came together to increase the prize pool last week. Everyone was refunded on that, and I found a single person to back it so that it's much easier for me. So there'll be an additional $1,000 added to whatever Bennett has to it for the Alpha Challenge at least. So stay tuned for more information on that. And I'm gonna go sleep now. I'm super tired. Good night.
That's what's up. Appreciate you, brother.
Sleep easy,
Rest
bro.
well, bro. It's a shame that Franco won't take that challenge, man. That would have been really interesting to have those two discuss.
Well, that's the thing. He never really answered the question because that was my main point. I was asking him like, will he engage with it? He kept on deflecting to, oh, I don't want to talk about things, or oh, I don't want to be in a show.
And have those two discuss.
Well, that's the thing. He never really answered the question because that was my main point. I was asking him like, will he engage with it? He kept on deflecting to, oh, I don't want to talk about things, or oh, I don't want to be in a show, and all this other stuff. I was like, bro, will you just at least, you have a lot of questions, a lot of things is saying, well, if this, if that, then he's wrong that, no that, no that. And I'm like, well, it seems like you have a little bit of confusion. You should reach out to him via email. His email right in the document. So will you do that? Oh, I don't take prize money. Okay, bro, you don't got to. I'm pretty sure he'll engage with you, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, he's not going to do it. I think he's just going to stick with the stance that, well, I disagree with this guy, and that's that. He's not going to seek out anything else.
So I don't want to hear no more about gaslighting without, oh, y'all don't got the credentials, y'all can't pass physics, this and that, because now you got somebody that's willing to engage with the physics. And it's like, if you don't want to engage, then what motivation do you have? You can't sit there and tell me about anything if you don't even want to talk to people in your own community.
Yeah. Do you think it's because he doesn't want to, like, the reason he won't do it publicly is because he doesn't want to have anyone in his field catch wind of it?
Oh yeah. I mean, he shows up week, bro.
But he be in here though. That's what don't make no sense. Like if he was just always in the comments like, no,
on that.
I'm never gonna grab a mic. It's like, all right, that's one thing, but it's like you only grab a mic when Bennett not here. He didn't. I mean, that's just a fact. Like Bennett been up here 3-4 times already, and I told him Bennett gonna be back. So I really want to see that build. I know he don't want to have that, but like, why not? You always up here anyway. But,
I think he told us what he was low-key afraid of.
You said what, bro?
I said he low-key told us what he's afraid of. He's afraid of the implications of everybody dogpiling on him, the science is against him. Like, he takes it personal. So he feels like when we choose Bennett's physics over his, he feels like we're choosing Bennett over him. It's like, bro, like, you could be a geocentrist too if you want. It's not that deep.
Yeah. You elaborated pretty well, though, Proud. Like, we're not talking about him specifically. It's just the science versus the science, you know?
Yo, because our first interaction with Franco was him tweaking on us, like calling us all out our name, calling us pigeons, just straight tweaked on us. It was from an emotional standpoint. There was no logic in that because we were literally talking about the physics. He just didn't like what we were saying. And like Sikra said, he pressed him already about, like, if somebody were to understand the curriculum, pass the class, but simultaneously be in the class telling you, like, yo, I just don't agree with you. This is the equation, you know, T equals VL, but I don't agree with the physics. And he still said he would kick them. He still said he would fail them. So it's like, Stone be saying this, but it's like the draconian type of learning system to where, like, if you don't follow me and what I believe, you can't be a part of what we believe.
Is he real?
What?
Okay.
Is he a real? Is he a real guy? Like, has somebody actually sat in his classroom and been graded? And I think somebody said he was a CERN employee. Has that been like truly verified that he's a real person?
That's a good question. I need all Franco students to come forward.
Are you make the pledge? We're gonna have to hire a hacker to go verify this.
He did take a selfie in front of Shiva. He did do that.
I mean,
I don't think he's been like 100% verified in this group. Sorry, go ahead, Dr. Flat.
I was just gonna, say, I mean, you do run into a lot of people that make extraordinary claims as to who they really are online, even when they talk a good game, but then find out they were just, bluffing and blowing smoke. That's why I was wondering.
Oh yeah,
I
no,
give
we
them the
take it
benefit
for
of the
what it
doubt.
is. If you telling me you work at CERN and you a PhD physicist, I'm gonna hold you in that regard. So you better come correct. Because if you find out that you capping about it, then that's just it's not gonna turn out well for you anyways, though.
At
But
one
yes,
point,
just to be fair, he didn't say that he wasn't gonna engage. He just didn't. He just didn't answer. So we'll see.
when you guys were asking him like direct questions, I feel like I have to whisper. When you guys were asking him like direct questions, like, "Oh, do you think the Earth is stationary? Is the Earth in motion? Like, does the light matter?" Like just specific direct questions. Like he was like pausing and then laughing, and it was like so like in that moment, this is the first time I ever felt like he knows the truth. He just can't speak on it. This is the first time I ever felt like that.
Mic check, mic check.
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2. Oh, cool.
What up,
Yeah,
Derek?
I heard that too. Proud. I was like, wait a minute, because and you could also hear, how when you're debating someone or talking to a baller or whatever, you can hear them smiling when they talk. Right? Like it does seem like this was the one time he kind of revealed that he might know better. It's just about the math. It's all on paper. That's why he wants to keep it on paper between him and Bennett or whoever. He has to put it on paper, otherwise the world doesn't make sense to him because then he has to deal with the dynamics. And you can just have a reference frame. Just add a reference frame and say it's the same reference frame, even if it's a separate reference frame when necessary. You could do that on paper, but you can't justify that in a conversation. I mean, that was a total demolishing of Franco tonight. Like every which way, PZO was just like, "Okay, I'm done. Okay,
Yeah,
you have to get out of
he
here."
tapped out.
Yeah. And then that other guy, I don't know who he was, but I mean, same thing. It's like they've made the people in their position have to back this bullshit. And it's like making sure that the people that are in charge, in quotes, of science have to back the complete absurdity of it all. And that's a protection thing, like like Witsit was saying, like a regular person could never explain the defense of that because the defense of it is so concocted and absurd that it wouldn't make any common sense to anybody if they tried to say that that's the reason that Aries failure is the way it is, like a common person. By the way, if you go to Quora, you'll see it at the top. It's totally, of course, there's anybody that gave a good answer for that would be shadow banned, like a Michael Brenner or somebody. But the top answers on Aries failure, I was reading earlier, and man, it's crazy. There's no defense for this one, but people seem to think there is.
Hey, real quick about the shadow ban thing, and I don't want to go off of Earth, but just really quickly, I shared in the group chat, if you didn't see it, a post about certain individuals getting fired and things of that nature due to a particular law, I believe it was, or a rule that was in place corporate wide or something like that. I think everybody should really take that seriously. I'll post it up top. Anyway, back to Earth.
A law about what? Do you want to expand on that at all?
What you were talking about, like, because you mentioned shadow banning, so it's worse than that. It's certain types of views people will. Oh, it's debanking is what it was. That you'll literally get debanked, like kind of like what they did to Kanye earlier this year or last year.
But for what? What's the law state?
That's I haven't dug into the law myself, but it's something that we should take seriously. I think I'll share the post up top so you
It's
can
just
see what
about
the guy was
something they
talking about.
think, like the thought police, like in action, like you can't say something
Precisely,
or you actually get your.
precisely,
Oh.
precisely. For example, like Kanye came out with Jew this, Jew that, they debanked him, like just off of that. So yeah, precisely. Anyway, I'll share it, but I don't want to take the topic off Earth. Let's keep with Earth. I'll share
My four profiles agree with you there, D3.
it. Yeah. You will definitely appreciate what this guy's talking about for sure.
Yeah, I came up earlier when I heard that there was some kind of like, was Franco trying to make a comparison with planes and reference frames for Aries failure? Because I heard the trash can analogy, and I had to make the meme with the plane trying to treat the trash can as stationary. But
That
was
was the
Franco
other guy.
already trying to do that?
That was the other
Okay,
guy with
so
the plane analogy.
right with the trash can. Oh, he was trying to make a plane analogy as well. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
I thought Franco was bringing out the boat on the water that would accelerate with the water, which doesn't work anyway because it wouldn't accelerate exactly the same pace as the water with the viscosity and all.
Nah, so the guy was talking, and he's the guy who brought the other guy that was talking. He brought up both the airplane and the trash can, and then later on, Franco
Okay, I
tried to
missed
come
it.
in and help him out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep, the reference frames.
I must have zoned out during the plane joint. I would have definitely brought Dave up here. Here, a plane
Yeah,
top right
I
up.
missed that. I just heard the rock in the garbage can, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to make a plane in the garbage can. Me, it's the same thing. It's not like the planes. I mean, this is basically the argument for the motion of the Earth is as plain as the planes. I mean, you can't have it be one reference frame and two reference frames at the same time, and that's what they're trying to do with the Aries failure. They have to say, oh, it's coming in from separate reference frames, but then once it reaches the water, it's going to be in that same reference frame and just move exactly at the same pace. Ridiculous.
Hey, Universal, I seen you had your hand up. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays.
Universal, what up, dog? I see him off mute, but I don't hear him. Anybody hear him?
Nah, I don't hear you.
I don't hear him. But I do find it funny. One of the biggest arguments is Mr. Aries there didn't know what he was doing. He forgot to mention it. Paper.
Yeah, that's crazy, right? Like, oh, you did it wrong.
He's just some rando, some normie, just some guy with a telescope. He had no position or nothing. He had no pool. He had no saying nothing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just saying, I hope y'all are all doing well and I had a Thanksgiving and all that, but y'all are still up from highest.
Yes, sir.
That is insane, man. Well, appreciate y'all and hope y'all get some rest here shortly.
Cyborgs, he said y'all need some rest. Is that true?
Oh, we gotta plug into the ether now and then.
Hey, question though, like as far as like the topic goes, like as far as like debating the people on it, like why and I mean I do it as well, but like why do we even allow them to make it, to take us into like such complicated territory? I mean it's so simple at at its base, and it's just like, they make things so damn difficult. And like Witsit was saying, it's to the point where no one can understand anything, like, as far as like your layman. I mean, it's like, I don't know, it's crazy. It's a ball. You should be able to find a curve pretty easily, and it's it's a horizon. It's horizontal and it's flat. So like, I don't know. I feel like it should be simple there.
It becomes more difficult when like your foundation is based off of like speculation, unfounded, you know, uh, unfounded frames, and then you got to like explain all the things that don't work with abstract concepts, and it becomes convoluted.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Universal. I think the reason that we have to go in depth is because when people tried to just deal with it the simple way, like the early people in Flat Earth, they would get combated with all of this. Oh, well, you don't know this, you don't know that, you don't know this, you don't know science, blah blah blah. So then you have, in order to make a legit argument, you have to go deeper into the science and then show them that they don't understand what the hell they're talking about, and they don't even understand their own principles and stuff. So I think that's why.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I get that. I was just saying it's crazy that it has to be like that, though. I mean, it's just absolutely
Yeah.
absurd. Like it's like when I first got into this, I was so like against it, man, and I just having an open mind and thinking about things will it'll do wonders for people, man. But yeah, no, I completely get what you're saying, though.
Yeah, agreed. I feel like I said it from the beginning. I feel like, look, measure the surface. That's all we got to worry about. That's it. Just measure the surface. What does it say? Pretty simple.
Well, I
Yeah,
feel too. Thank you.
no doubt, man, no doubt. I asked this last night. I don't know if anybody, brought up flat Earth or stationary geocentric Earth during Thanksgiving or holiday dinner. If y'all did chime in, but I think Micro Psycho is up. What up, man? You got mic issues too?
I see Micro as a listener, but then again, I saw Wits as a listener too, and his mic was fine. So,
Micro.
Yeah, I was suggesting to somebody that they say something like, "Well, so who thinks Trump's the chosen one? Is going to be the first flat Earth president?" Something like that at Thanksgiving dinner, like especially because it brings the politics into it.
bro, imagine
Could
if
be our
Trump
first
came.
flat Earth president.
Imagine
Yep.
if Trump wore like a flat Earth pin. What?
Well, there's that questionable quote from him talking about it. I'll have to find it, but it seemed legit. But then you get down to the bottom of the page, and there's some questionable tags to it that makes me, makes you question whether it's a legit quote. But
Yeah, I don't think
I
Trump has
think,
commented.
yeah, there's claims that he has, and there hasn't been any retorts like saying that this is untrue or whatever. But yeah, I think that there's the way they quoted it is pretty good. I'll have to find it because it sounds exactly like something he'd say. But yeah, I mean, who knows? By the end of 2024, I mean, it's already over though. That's the thing. That's the appalling thing. It's over. It was over tonight with what Franco brought, and it was shown plainly to anyone that listening and had common sense that they're just going to mathematically correct something, regardless if it has anything to do with reality. And so it's already over for anyone that understands that. I don't know how much longer they're going to go before they try to absorb it or whatever they have to do. But Trump would be the president. If there's anybody that could say the earth is flat and then talk about regular shit the next day, it'd be Trump.
I guarantee if like an American president came out and said, or even not even just a president, like a high profile, well respected physicist came out and said Earth is 100% flat, I think all other countries would follow suit.
You think
Like
so?
they would be, yeah,
Well,
I think they'd be
he would
like,
just be
finally.
denounced. Well,
Hmm?
if he was well respected, and the rest of the science, quote unquote, wasn't going to go along with it, they would just make him out to be a whack job somehow.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right, I mean, like if there was an admission, like he was being and in this instance he's being the spokesperson for this revelation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like they're accepting it. Yeah, I think every other country would follow suit if America came out
Well,
first.
sure. Right. Yep. I mean, it'd be actually, but that would be like the worst thing that could happen for us, ironically, to be honest. Because if they start saying it's flat, then they're going to make up a bunch of pseudoscience to go along with that, right? About how flat it is, how thick the firmament is, and how, yeah, just about the same amount of country, same amount of land. We're surrounded by, a dome, and you can't go any further. and they have that all, the perimeter all guarded up anyway. So, they could just make it like, oh, you're trapped in a cage type flat Earth rather than, discover new lands type flat Earth. So that's what we have to guard against now if they do decide to absorb it somehow.
We got a new guy on stage, General Zero. What up?
I was just thinking, like, soft opening to that topic being brought up. I think a really good individual would be Terrence Howard, because he's recently been, in a lot of the spotlight lately with his with his brilliant mind, and I believe Terrence Howard might be a good soft opener to that topic of discussion, like in regards of someone speaking on it.
Were you saying brilliant mind sarcastically, or were you saying brilliant mind and actually?
Oh no, I believe he's a brilliant mind, man. He's a pretty smart dude in my opinion, but that's subject to change, like a lot of things.
Yeah, some of the he's not to say he's not smart, but I think that he, some of the stuff that's dropped into what he was putting together is very easily dismantling. Easy to dismantle, like with the 2 times 2 or whatever it was he was saying. It's just that or 1 times 1, right? It's just yeah. It seems like there was some drops that he was putting in there that definitely show that he understands some of it, but yeah, but he was an easy straw man that might represent anybody that has alternative ideas, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, you sound like Terrence Howard," and then make fun of anything alternative because he's saying 1 times 1 equals 2 or whatever.
I like his work though. I think he's onto something with because one thing you can't deny is geometry, and his system is based on the inverse geometry of the flower of life geometry, and I think because he's been able to make a model and just plug things in and have it work based on his theory, that means there's definitely something to it. However, for General Zero, he wouldn't be a flat earther though, bro, because his theory, it still produces planets as a sphere, and if he's considering Earth as a planet, then he would consider Earth a sphere as well.
He even used the flower of life as a way of saying that people realize that the Earth isn't flat because of sacred geometry, and if that's not sacrilege, I don't know what else is. So because there's no straight lines, everything's curved, so it can't be flat.
Right on. Well, thank you for sharing that, because I mean, I haven't seen all of his interviews and speeches and shit, but
he's a brilliant dude, bro. You're right. He is a brilliant dude, man.
He's about halfway there.
He's just got some holes in his theories, but his theories are cool as shit. It may even be more accurate than a lot of the other theories that are out there.
I got a theory about what? What might be more accurate? What do you mean?
For example, right? He's using a different type of system, right? In his way of putting things together. So like you have this principle, that principle, and when you put all these things together, this forms the basis of how we predict things happening in the universe as far as things forming, being created, what shapes they take, the resultant geometries and things like that. And so with his system, what he did is he plugs in all these different values or whatever, and it creates planets. Like it creates solar systems. He can actually create that with his system, in his model. When you model it out the same way we would model anything or mainstream would model anything, when he models it out, it does produce what we actually see, like down to the point where he said in that one interview, his model automatically included the hexagonal patterns that you find on planets on the I think it was Saturn in this case. So to me that's super interesting, and Saturn to me is very interesting because when you have visible rings like that, it's hard to say it's just the light. So it's something I
But he
really
was just
want to
kind
look
of ripping
into.
off Walter Russell stuff, right? I mean, was he saying anything beyond what he was taking from Walter Russell?
Yeah, so it's based on Walter Russell, and then he adds his own things to it. So, for example, Walter Russell does not deal with the inverse geometries created by the flower of life, and that's what he incorporates. And he actually has, you know, physical products that he's built based off of those geometries working in certain ways. And you know, I thought that was really interesting too.
You mean his drone?
He's got a drone. He's got a few other things as well. So that's pretty interesting.
Huh. Yeah, I'm suspicious of him, to be honest. I think he's a smart guy too, but I think he's saying
As we
some
should be.
things that are questionable almost on purpose, maybe.
Yeah, as we should be. We should question all these guys, for sure. You don't think so you don't think the one plus one equals two makes any sense, do you?
There's 1 times 1, right?
One times one. I forgot if it's one times or one plus. I
Yeah.
think it was
Well,
one
1
times.
plus 1 does equal 2, but 1 times 1
Yeah,
doesn't.
Yeah. You're
it
right.
was
You're
a.
right. So one times one.
What is it? Because he doesn't understand.
So,
It's
so do you think it makes any sense?
How do you make sense of
well,
it?
it's one times a number of things. You know, one apple times how many apples? So, yeah, I mean, it's not. It's not two apples. That would be addition there, Terrence. This is multiplication.
So I think
Yeah,
what
it's
he
ridiculous.
means. I think what he means is, so there's two ways to look at it, right? And from my perspective, there's two ways to look at it. And I don't know if I'm in line with what he's saying, but I think, you know, from my perspective, what he's saying kind of makes sense. So you have one times something. Now, the mathematical concept is just you're not increasing the number, you're not increasing the value. It's just you're just using the multiple as a mathematic concept. But in reality, if you're multiplying, let's say, one energy times one another energy, then there would be a change, and I think that's what he means. His analogy is kind of off, but uh, if you consider it like that, like two actual things being multiplied, then that's one thing times another thing. Physically, there would be some type of difference.
It's still addition.
Yeah, it's still addition. He's trying to make multiplication and do addition, and that's what he's getting made fun of. So anytime you bring up Terrence Howard and anything he says, you can be like, "Oh yeah, I bet you think 1 times 1 equals equals 2 rather than 1," and then
Well,
everything else he says is down the drain.
all of multiplication is really addition. I mean, so that's like it's the same thing. All of multiplication is addition. It's just a faster way to do the additions.
And I don't know about that. I mean, but
If you
what's
think
really
about
tricky?
it as a word, now you're talking semantics. You're saying you're multiplying something.
That's what I'm saying.
You
I
know.
think people get lost in the semantics. And
Well,
his
that's why he's
point
using
is
the
that,
semantics to make it confusing. That's what it is. That's what he's doing.
yeah, he should have left it alone. Like he shouldn't have used that, in my opinion, as his one liner to get people
Yeah, because
into
everything else,
theory.
it just makes it's
Yeah.
a title for anyone. Now everyone can make fun of him for saying
Yeah.
that. And everything else is down the drain because he used that as like his big thing. You know,
Yeah, he should have
it's
used
ridiculous.
something else, man, for sure.
And saying that it can't. They realize, claiming that they realized that the Earth isn't flat because of sacred geometry. Like, where does that even come from? And then saying he can remember like being born. Why is he saying that?
Yeah, he could have left all that stuff out,
Come
and that
on.
sounded like a.
I
But what's really
appreciated that. You guys didn't appreciate that?
Do you believe it? Do you believe it?
I believe it's 100% possible, especially if because first of all, we have a lot of people who have said that. It's not like it's just him. We also have crazy things that happen. For example, in Europe, I believe it was just a few years ago, we had that kid who could read his mother's mind. You know, she thought about something, he would be able to tell you what it was. Didn't last forever, but for a while there, for a number of years, he could do that. The Indian girl who could do things like predict what cards are in your hand without seeing them. So there's things that the brain can pick up on that we don't actually understand. And if our whole position is that there's an ether, well, what is that ether? It's got to involve information at some point. And this is kind of like the forefront of where science is going, where information is baked into everything. So if we're tapped into that, why wouldn't we be able to remember things? You know, it's the fact that we don't remember is the problem.
Well, fair enough, but that's like a total, like, extrasensory claim of some sort where you're just saying he could remember when he was born, rather than like the kid that is proving over and over again that he's, and that could be a parlor trick as well. His mom's says that exactly what she was thinking. Like, how would we be able to confirm what she's thinking?
Yeah, it could
I mean,
be.
there's all kinds of questions, stuff you can say to that. But regardless, if he's going to try, if we're going to give him credit for some of the stuff that's real, like some of the mechanics and stuff he's put together based on some of the sacred geometry, I mean, that's kind of, if there's something to that, and he's actually, built it himself and come up with the invention and everything, credit where credit is due for that. But then all that goes down the drain and is in people's minds when he starts talking about remembering when he's born and two, one plus one times one equals two, and all that kind of stuff. He's just,
I think that's the
just,
literal
it's
thing, right?
weird.
It's just that one. I was fine with the whole birth story. I think that's cool. But it's just the one thing. It's so bad.
It just makes it seem like an act when he starts to put all that together. Like he's put out there just to make alternative views look stupid.
Got you.
But
for General Zero, his model of the Earth would have been a sphere, though, brother. That's where I differentiate.
I was just thinking,
yeah.
too,
So that means he has no common sense, basically. So.
Well, I was just thinking too, like, okay, like if his model of the Earth is a sphere, my next question that popped up in mind just while listening to you guys discuss was, I was curious what his, spiritual or religious belief, like, does he believe in God? And what I got in a result from, searching, it says here an article from May 30th of 24 says, Howard does not believe in the concepts of good and evil. Rather, he believes in the electrical force of radiation and magnetism resulting. And I'm thinking, well, magnetism is a concept that goes and coincides with flat Earth in replacing gravity. So maybe he's on the fence, kind of walking along like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz, and he's just going to have to fall one direction to realize that he was better off on the other side of the fence, where the grass is greener, flat Earth side. So,
well, I was saying that if he's gonna lead with 1 times 1 equals 2, I'm glad he didn't say he's a flat earther, because that would have been bad
Yeah,
for us.
for sure. You know what I find interesting about his model is I think it actually coincides with some of the stuff that we discuss in here. Like I mentioned earlier about the downward force, the downward vector that we have. There's no way that we have it measured as a radial thing. If there ever was some other mechanism, I would think his model would actually be that mechanism, though, because he also agrees with what we say about gravity not essentially not being a thing in the way that it was taught. And he's saying in his model, the gravity comes from the outside, like it's an outward, inward force. It comes from the out and it goes in. It doesn't originate in the center like heliocentrists believe. So I think that his thing is like everything builds from the outside in. So I think it would be the only other solution if there was one. Yeah. But I still think it's flat. I don't see any reason to not believe that. What up, Universal?
Hey, I was gonna say, didn't I just caught the tail end of it? But didn't y'all just get done disproving some like long-standing equation? I'm not saying I agree with the 1 × 1 = 2, but didn't y'all just disprove something that had been like considered factual for a long time? Didn't I hear that?
Kind of. I don't want to say we disproven it, but there's we question the accepted interpretation of it, and for good reason, I think.
Yeah, I guess my whole point with that is, again, I'm not saying that I agree with the 1 × 1 = 2, but there is always a possibility that something that they've told us for however many years is a complete load of garbage to keep us off of whatever else. So, I don't know. I appreciate that, and yeah. I don't know. I've been in that many rooms.
You're roboting a little bit, but yeah, that's the thing. But that's the point, though, is like if you're going to question things, and we're in the alternative community, pointing out things that don't even add up according to their science, to throw out something that's obviously not true, where you're just multiplying, you're adding rather than multiplying and trying to make it the same thing. It doesn't make us look good. If that's the, like I said, I'm glad you didn't say he's a flat earther, but even him trying to question gravity kind of, puts people that if it's a plant, then that would be part of it. Would be, oh, this guy's, oh wait, so you're a flat earther, you question gravity. You must think Terrence Howard's right, and you think 1 × 1 = 2. It's kind of like those associations. So we're just kind of keep it to the logical framework, and that's what was shown tonight. They have to completely step out of all common sense and logic to justify the belief that they have. Flat Earth isn't a belief; it's a loss of a belief, as far as I'm concerned. Once you know it's not a ball, what else is it? It's not a belief that you're on a stationary Earth. That's just your default direct experience. No belief there. If you want to believe it's the opposite of that, there better be good reason, and there's no reason any longer to believe that. So it's a loss of a belief, not the gaining of a new belief.
Sacred, what's your take on Howard and his model?
Like I said, I think he's halfway there. I think it was really interesting with him reevaluating the periodic table. But I still think he appeals to like space in its current framework. Just trying to figure out a way to, so like that's where I was like he kind of starts losing me a little bit. But
me too.
Totally, when it comes to the ether, I think it's super dope. I think some of his patents are interesting as hell. Shout out to Mila for putting me on some of those things. What's it called? The pin? What's it called? The pin? Something? What's it called?
I'm not sure.
You probably tweeted about it recently. Let me go see.
I find it interesting that when Terrence Howard jumped out with his theories, Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't jump on his head immediately the same way he jumped on B.O.B. head when he started talking about flat Earth.
No, I think he did though. I think Neil deGrasse Tyson did make a video on it.
He did, but it's not the same thing. Like they try to press him in studio, like nah, like he's not even he said it himself. He's a rapper. Like he's not even like Terrence Howard. Terrence Howard actually went to school. Like they should have had him on every network. What's his show? Dark Ether or something. I don't know. He have a show. I've seen it a couple times. But he also do like a digital one with this other guy. But yeah, I just felt like they could have did a full court press and they didn't. They took it easy. Somebody else that came to Flat Earth Friday said that they didn't want to press him. Like they lightly touched it. Kid gloves.
They was playing zone. They wasn't playing man.
Devs are watching. I posted his tweet in the Jumbotron.
I need to meet a brilliant mathematician. That's what I need. Any brilliant mathematicians in here? Send me a DM.
We're gonna start tweeting that.
What do you need them for?
I want to change money, man. I need a mathematician to change money.
Is that Proud talking?
She was. Not right now.
Can you guys hear? Is it echoing?
Nah, I hear you just fine.
Oh, dope.
See, I don't see you talking. I see Proud talking.
And have an open mic somewhere.
My mic is open.
Mine was too.
I see Alan's mic as open, but I know he said he went to sleep. So
Mind if I jump in here, guys?
what's up?
I don't even see Alan on stage. Welcome.
What's up, Proud, Sacred? I felt like I needed to hop in here because you guys were talking about Terrence Howard and the 1 times 1 doesn't equal 2. I can't really explain why it is true. However, he wouldn't have come across his linchpin patent if that wasn't true. The 1 times 1 equaling 2, that led him to creating the linchpin, which if you guys don't know what the linchpin is, you should probably look into it because it's going to revolutionize drones. It's going to revolutionize building. Just look into that. But I just want to throw that out there because he did go to school, but he also said what university he went to, and it was the University of Science and Philosophy, which is Walter Russell's university. And I always bring him up. So yeah, I'm just going to throw it out there.
Oh, I'm interested then, yeah, because I know you're a Walter Russell guy, and yeah, I'm interested
Huge.
in what you think about his interpretation of it because it seemed like he kind of just ripped off what and he said he came up with it, and then he realized that other people were also saying the same thing, as if he didn't look at Walter Russell before he came up with it on his own. And I don't know, that's questionable to
Well,
begin
no,
with, but
that's why. See, this is the crazy thing is I had been talking about Walter Russell for like 2 years, right? Terrence Howard just came on Rogan this year, and I believe in that whole collective consciousness thing. So, like, the more people think about it, the more people talk about it, eventually it will manifest. And the fact that he came on Rogan, the biggest podcast platform, and immediately started the conversation with Walter Russell and the Universal one. He definitely went there first, and I think that was the main reason why he came on Rogan was to
well,
talk about
I
that.
sure. Well, that's the thing, but I don't think he gave credit where credit is due, and I wonder if you've looked at his interpretation of the elements and the periodic table and everything.
Yeah,
Is it a
yeah.
takeoff on Walter Russell stuff, or is it a ripoff, or what is it?
Well, no, I don't think. I think when Terrence Howard said that he came up with this, I don't think he meant like he invented it or any of that. I think a lot of his theories, a lot of his mathematical prowess came from reading Walter Russell's work and studying his work at his university.
Well, yeah, that's the thing,
100%.
though. He made it seem like he said, I came up with this, and then I realized other people had also said the same thing, as if he came up with it independently of Walter Russell. That's what he made it sound like.
Well, if that's what he meant, I would not agree with him on that one because I've read Walter Russell's book a few times, and everything in there, people are just now starting to talk about, or some
Oh,
people are
no,
talking
people have been
about it and
talking,
not even.
well, it
Go
depends on
ahead.
your circle, but we've been talking about Walter Russell, I mean, for 10, I mean, years. I mean, ever since Walter Russell was the man, people have
Well,
been
I'm
talking
getting that
about it. He
now.
just been
The
ignored
fir-
mainstream.
the very first conversation I had with you guys, I brought up Walter Russell and the ether.
Yeah,
So
Definitely
yeah,
getting more
yeah.
mainstream for real.
he has to be, dude, because again, he's a guy who was never talked about, but people will talk about Einstein, Edison, Rife, Tesla all day long, but they'll never bring up that man. And it's like that man's work was being read by all of those people.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, if anything, Terrence Howard did was to bring more attention to Walter Russell, regardless of how he put it. That would be an accomplishment.
Yes. However, Walter Russell was not a flat earther.
At least he wasn't allowed to say so, maybe.
Yeah, because in his book, The Universal One, he explains scientifically how planets, or what he believes how planets are created, and his depiction means they come from the sun. And obviously, if you're saying that, you're not a flat earther. I mean, he breaks it down. Like, it does make sense if you believe in the globe Earth model, per se, because it's hard to talk about Walter Russell in a space that is just flat Earth, because it almost correlates with both sides. This is another reason why I didn't want to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Whitsitt knows. The conversation between Whitsitt and Ashton's going to happen. It's been confirmed. It's going to happen in January. And Ashton also wants to debate Austin on flat Earth, as well as have a discussion about the ether. And the reason why I wanted that conversation to happen is because they both believe in the ether pretty strongly, and I see no reason why they both can't prove it regardless. Um, so I mean, and with Walter Russell,
Who's Ashton?
it,
Who's Ashton? I'm confused about that
Ashton
part. But
Ashton Forbes.
Yo, that's gonna be a lit one. So wait, this now is it gonna be a conversation and a debate, or those are gonna be two separate events?
No, I think it's going to be both. I think it's going to be both because the debate was completely Ashton's decision. He told me that he's tired of boring discussions and he wants to fire it up a bit. And I think that is going to be good for both of them because they're highly intelligent. They both know what they're talking about, and they're both adults. And I believe they can both have a conversation without, I've never seen Austin being like a gotcha guy. I've seen him kind of get, heated, but he's very, I feel like, disciplined. Ashton, same way. So I think it'll be a great conversation. But with Walter Russell and the Flat Earth, it's hard because when you read his book, all that shit lines up with a lot of the stuff you're talking about, except for the shape of the Earth. I mean, you're talking about the periodic tables, the way electromagnetism works, the whole duality of it. It's all there. It's just there's little bits, like a few chapters, where it makes you go the other way. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
do you think that would you consider yourself a flat earther, or how much have you looked into the topic?
No, I've I've looked into it. I've been looking into it a little bit, and then I had David Weiss on a few months ago, and then I
Uh,
started doing more research on it. There's a lot of physical evidence, a lot of perceptual evidence, like stating that or showing that the Earth is flat. There's no curvature, the mathematical equations with the curvature on so many miles. You guys are dead on with that, but I still feel like there's something missing. Like Austin told me he's going to Antarctica, right? Is that happening?
Supposedly.
Yeah, he says he told me he's going there on the 11th for 11 days. And all I can say with that is be safe, dude, because I hope it's not a setup. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, because like that would fucking suck, man. Because and hopefully they take you past the Penguins. That's all I'm saying. Because he's going there to prove about the whole 24-hour sun, right?
Well, the proposal is that the 24-hour the sun cannot set if it's a globe, right? So if the sun sets, it's not a globe, and most globers are on board with that, including McToon saying he'll take his channel down. Most flat earthers are not on board with saying, oh, if there is a 24-hour sun, then it has to be a globe, because that we already know it's not a globe for several other reasons. It can't be a globe. Like those are things you could probably still look into and find out, and you realize why there's people that are calling themselves flat earthers, but it's not about saying they know the whole shape of whatever. It's that it's not a globe. It can't be, literally, according to their own science. It
But
cannot
new
be a
perspective,
globe.
you know why? This is why I like talking with this and that, because he'll acknowledge the things that we say, right? Even though he's like, okay, I'm still
Yep.
kind of leaning spherical, but when y'all make that point, that's a really good point, and this is a really good point too. That's why I like
Yep.
engaging, bro, because a lot of these anti-flat earthers, bro, they just never going to acknowledge anything.
They're hateful. They're
That
hateful. I mean, the hate comes from both sides. I've seen your community be pretty hateful too, like
it happens. It
condescending,
happens. It
calling people
happens.
retards. That's why my disclaimer is I'm already half retarded. So, it's just you can't you can't look into this stuff. You can't even accept it if you have a closed mind. And I'm all about conversation, sacred and proud. Know this. I'm all about the information and making your own decisions. And yeah, I'm still on the fence, but the perceptual evidence is pretty pretty solid. I'll state that right there is that shit's like on point. But the only thing I do have a question about is all these launches from Elon, and he's putting cameras on the spaceships. Now, the guy did catch a rocket. Everybody's like that. That's been proven. That wasn't a fake video. However, what are your guys' thoughts on that? Like, do you think he's faking the footage like NASA is? Like, what do you guys, what's your guys' thoughts on that?
What's your opinion on the Tesla car in space to start with? Did
What
you
do you
see
mean? Say
that?
that again?
The Tesla car that he put in space, supposedly? Did you ever see that?
Oh, well, I saw that. And I heard what he said. It's so real because it looks so fake.
See,
Right.
it's stuff like that,
So
man. That got me
he's
like, I
trolling.
don't know.
Yeah.
He's
When
just
you said that, I
gaslighting.
kind of
He's
laughed.
trolling. He knows the truth. He knows.
But
It's
he's one of
perfect
the
troll.
greatest trollers on the planet, man. Or I'm
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
depending on what you want to.
Easy on the hard T,
Yeah,
this and that. Easy on the hard T.
yeah.
We even catch
He,
ourselves saying it sometimes.
he's saying that that rocket was like 250,000 pounds, and somehow, some way, he just slowed it down in midair and caught it in some chopsticks, man.
Yeah, but the problem is there were so many other people recording that same launch. It would be very hard to fake that. A lot of people was starting to say that the video was in rewind mode. But if you think, okay, if you look into thrust, you can slow down an object using thrust. We use it every time, just in the Navy and the Air Force. Like, what's that plane that's it's like a jet, but it can take off like a helicopter? You guys know what I'm talking about. It
Yeah.
can't.
Osprey.
Yeah. Uses the same thing. The same thing. But being that it's heavier, it's just NASA never did anything like that because I believe NASA was just retarded and they knew what was up and they were dumb. They were using their funding for other things, possibly break off civilization. But that's another topic for another day, maybe. But I believe that is possible. It's just uh, the launches he's having now. He's got a camera on those rockets. Now I don't know if that camera's fake. It's just like I don't know. Like you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Like
have
I
you looked
don't
at the
know.
other stuff? Have you looked at the other stuff? Like I was saying about the Tesla car, and did you think that was real?
No, no, I didn't think that was real
Okay,
at
so
all.
they
I'm
faked
sorry.
that, but everything else is real. So why is he faking one thing if everything else is going to be real?
Oh, well, because you said yourself he was trolling.
Well,
It could have been a
okay, so
troll.
he's trying to make people think that it's not possible, but then doing it at the same time.
Well, again, it's hard to say, man. We're on his platform, aren't we? I mean,
Well, they call it his platform. I don't think he actually owns it. I think he's just a figurehead
well, he does
for
have a lot
a
of
lot
time
of
to
people making
tweet.
money.
God, he has a lot of time to tweet and play Diablo. He's the number one Diablo player in the world.
What?
Did you know that
Are
shit?
you serious?
Yeah, dude. 100% number one Diablo player in the world.
That's AI.
He might be the real cyborg.
I don't know. It's possible. He's coming out with Neuralink. That's going to come out here in like 5 years commercially.
Hey,
He's
this
already saying he's already saying that AGI is going to be out within 18 to 24 months, and he said this a few months ago.
This and that. Are you Josh by chance?
Yeah, this is the host.
All right, Josh. You brought up Walter Russell. Are you aware that he thought the Earth was stationary?
I did not know that.
So, according to Russell, the Earth is stationary and does not rotate on its axis or orbit the sun. He believed that the apparent motion of the Earth and the heavens is an illusion created by the spiraling motion of the universe. Russell's theory, known as stationary Earth or fixed Earth, contradicts widely the science, blah, blah, blah.
Sounds
Some
like a
key
flat earther.
points. He said the earth is at the center of the universe. The heavens rotate around it. The apparent motion of the earth and the heavens is created by the spiraling motion of the universe. The earth does not rotate on its axis. The apparent rotation is an illusion. And the earth does not orbit the sun, and the apparent orbit is an illusion. And this is all from his book, The Secret of Light from 1947.
See, that's crazy. I have that book. I've only read maybe 2 or 3 chapters of it, even though I have all of his books. But if that's the case, why then in the universal one does he have an entire chapter or 2 chapters regarding the creation and birth of planets coming from the sun? Like, have you seen those diagrams and read into that?
Well, wait, hold on, wait. If you're a flat earther, it doesn't mean you don't think that there's planets necessarily. Whatever the
That
planets
is
are could be
true.
created by the sun, and they don't have to be big balls like they think. The
That
association's
is
hardly out
true.
of our minds, you know. Just because
Well, I
there's
just
Yeah, it
planets
had,
doesn't mean
wouldn't
we're
be
on a planet.
exclusive. You could have both, right?
and I did just see a model the other day, very similar to when Hanna was on last weekend when we talked, or not last weekend, but the weekend before that, when we talked about the Vedic cosmology and the 7 uppers and the 7 lowers. This diagram had the planets in the upper part of the diagram, and the lower was like, oh, what's that say? I don't want to say hell, but you guys kind of know what I'm talking about, like the sub-Earth realms. Does that
The
make any
lower
sense?
Sure.
realms, yeah, she calls it.
Yes. Yeah. And that was kind of intriguing. So you might, because I've seen the pictures of the luminaries or of the planets through telescopes, and they do just look like frequency, like the color that frequency gives off. Because if you look up specific frequencies, those frequencies give off specific colors, like orange, red, blues, greens, yellows, so on and so forth. And that was pretty intriguing because the pictures that NASA gives us, obviously, they don't look like that. Uh, and I'm kind of wondering what you guys think about that as well.
You can see it with the naked eye, giving off all them different colors.
What do
Yeah.
you think the planets are? Do you think they're light, or do you think they're something physical?
Well, see, I don't know. I would probably believe more that they're more gas than solid, if that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. I don't know either. The one thing that bothers me about the whole light thing is just that you have like Saturn, for example, with these rings, and when we zoom in on that bitch, they sure do seem to play a role in 3D. You know what I mean? Like you can
Yeah.
see the shadow of the first side of the ring on the planet, and then the second part of the ring going behind the planet. Whatever that means, however that works, I have no fucking idea, but it seems to be 3D to me, bro.
Well, see, that's the thing that like Sacred always says, and I like it when he says that people are like halfway there. I honestly think even this whole community, like everybody looking into this, we're all just halfway there. There's so much we still don't know.
Definitely.
Because I do think that some of the things that we do think we know, we're probably really far off.
Way
Like
off. Yep.
like really far off. Like just to think about just going down the rabbit hole of different dimensions. Okay, that's mind blowing, and we don't even understand all of that.
Yeah, me
Well, I think a
personally,
lot of that's
I'm not a
based on the
fan of the
idea.
dimensional thing, but I hear exactly what you're saying. Like we don't, me right now, I have a big problem with light and how our eyes interpret it and what we see as curvature on Earth's surface at a distance. I really think we don't understand what's going on with that.
Well, we
So
can't see UV and we can't see infrared.
yeah,
And
it's
I
like
bet you if we
Well,
could, we would see a completely different reality. Like
I think
100%.
that's,
There are colors that are not in the rainbow.
yep.
I think that whole idea of dimensions, so they have to kind of take you down the road of time being manipulatable, or somehow that there's time folding in on itself. I think that's part of the psyop that they've got us in. Because
Well, I think time is
time's the
relative.
constant. Time is the constant, and light is relative. Light is not as constant. That's the whole switcheroo that you'll find when you look into this. Time is the constant. A second is a second no matter what. Now, you can perceive it as different, but that doesn't mean there's more dimensions based on the idea that time can vary.
The time is just a description, man. But yo,
Yep.
if you look at the top, because someone brought up the idea of like what curvature looks like in the distance. Like this is what I think is such a major misconception. Like someone will look out with, say, a theodolite or artificial horizon or whatever, and they'll be like, "Look, the horizon's below the eye level," and then a bunch of flat earthers will try to explain, like optically, what causes that. And it does look like perspective's non-Euclidean and stuff like that. But like, look at this picture right here, right? You see that the sun looks like it's setting, so the bottom of the sun looks like it's being cut off up in the air above the horizon, right? Um, and this is a screenshot from a time lapse. So this just happened for the entirety of the sunset. Like the Globers in the comments are like, "That's a cloud, doofus or whatever," but it's not. You got to watch out for those like invisible clouds that are the same color as the sky that are perfectly horizontal and then stay there for the entirety of the time lapse, completely static. It's not. What it is that the horizon is actually just an apparent location where the sky and the ground appear to converge, but the vanishing point is the sky and the ground moving up towards each other, and somewhere around your eye level, it starts to blur in, and there's like this hazy gradient, right? And people will say stuff like, on a flat Earth, the horizon would be a hazy gradient. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what it is in reality. If you zoom in on this picture, as you go up from the water, you're going to see a gradient mixing into the sky. So what I'm trying to say is, what people perceive as the horizon is just the color difference. So right here, it's like the sky and the water. And the plane, it'll be like, depending on if there's a layer of clouds, it'll be like the clouds and the sky. And since there's a different color, there's a contrast in color, people look at where the contrasted color is the greatest and say, that's the horizon, right? But that's not
Right.
actually what it is. If you zoom in, you will see that there's like this gradient that blurs together and it goes up towards your eye. That's why we see stuff like certain things appear to be floating in the air, or we see stuff like this sun appearing to set up above the water. Right. And so what's actually happening is the sun, like it always does, is moving in the distance beyond the vanishing point in this image. That's all that it's doing. It's doing what it always does. And of course, this picture proves that you can't claim, sunsets aren't possible on a flat Earth and they can only disappear bottom up because of physical curvature, because obviously that's not true, right? So this is what I think is the major misconception in the conversation is people don't realize that the actual horizon, the optical vanishing point, is up close to your eye level, right? And they're conflating it with the color differences, the contrast, and claiming that that's the horizon. So when you take that into consideration, you start looking at all these observations, it changes everything. And if you actually get high resolution images and you zoom in, you will see that's exactly what it is. There is never this like hard, distinct cutoff physical land blocking things in the distance. That never happens. There's always a gradient, like a fuzzy, hazy gradient every single time, which is exactly what a flat Earth would predict. So
And it's always there in the sunset. But I just thought about this just now. But have we ever witnessed it in a sun rising? It's not really there in the sunrise. It's only there in the sunset, right? Is there any chance that that could be the physical, in the setting of the sun or whatever? Could that not be what we're seeing there, that gradient? Could that be the ether? I mean, that is visible for that second or for that moment as the sun's setting. We can see like a kind of presence of that ether where when the sun is up, we can't see, midair, whatever.
no,
I don't know.
I think it's just the
I'm sure.
horizontal layers of the air, and
Okay, well, how could it not be seen when it's rising? Because it's not really there when it's rising.
I don't know that that's true. Like there's not
Yeah,
many
I don't
there's not
know.
many pictures of it at sunset is either.
I don't
So
know if that's true either. That's a good point though, but I think it would be apparent for both.
Yeah,
I
you would
think if you
think.
took enough pictures and time lapse of sunrises in optimal conditions, that you would see the sun appear to like come up from above the like ground. I think you
Yeah.
would see that. And if you look at time lapses like in deserts, because it's so dry, you see like significant angular size change, and the sunsets and sunrises look way different in deserts, right?
So it shows that it's based on
I
location.
noticed when I was in Dubai, it essentially, unless it was a super clear day, it always just evaporated into bottom up obstruction, just into the sky. It never really reached the ground at all.
Yeah, yeah. It's because you're able to see further. So
Yeah.
so if you have like the most dense part of the air at the bottom, right, then you're losing way more information of the light through that air towards you at the bottom. So if you have like a desert, then you're able to see further because you don't have near the turbidity and the obstruction in the air that you do, like, say, over the ocean, right? So I'm just throwing that
Yeah.
out there because I've never, by the way, Glober's never rebutted this. They've never rebutted this. They say if the Earth was flat, then the horizon would have like a fuzzy gradient. I say, okay, can you show me one picture that it doesn't? And then they'll show me a picture like this one, and then I'll zoom in on it and be like, that literally has a fuzzy gradient, that has a hazy gradient. There's not one picture of the horizon in all of existence that doesn't do that. So then if we go back to what you were saying, if the Earth were flat, this would happen. Now we've discovered that that literally happens every single time. So we're going to keep that same energy. You're saying the Earth is flat, right? But then of course they just don't. They just ignore
it. No.
He ain't lying, y'all. I seen it happen in real time. What's it supposed to? They literally was pressing like, "Yo, show me this fuzzy gradient at the horizon." He's like, "Okay, if I show it to you, you want to acknowledge it and concede to the point." Like, yeah, I've never seen it. He posted something just like this. They said, "Oh, not that type of fuzzy gradient." We like, wait, wait, what do you mean, not that type?
Brought the wrong.
Austin, you made that point very well on Culture War when you pointed out Canada Mountain, and like the mountain itself is behind the horizon. You can't see it until the sun dips behind it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah. Because he said something about we should see from like across the world or something. I'm like, what? We can't even see, even in the globe paradigm, you can't even see like 150 miles sometimes because the light gets absorbed by the air, And then, and I love Sangenis for what he does, but he just can't, he's a lot of his league with that. He's deflected immediately.
I don't know,
Hey,
that
Witch.
that last conversation might have had an impact. He was fighting more on what's his side than the other side. There was some contention, obviously, but
Well, he wrote an entire book saying flat Earth, flat wrong. So he has to fight the same thing that he's seen happen on the other end, right? His whole career, which is where these people have their career, their writings invested, their ego kind of gets invested, So
It's a fact.
I tried to tell Lisa Reynolds like a year ago to have that conversation on Culture War because I found out she did the booking, and she was like, "I don't know if we could go 2 hours on that conversation."
Yeah, and Alex said the same thing, and I tried to say, bro, it's going to be the exact opposite. What's going to happen is the 2 hours are going to fly by. It's going to feel like we didn't really cover anything.
Were you not allowed to use any media?
that's exactly what happened.
No, not really. I mean, I could have asked them to pull stuff up or whatever, but if you watch it, bro, I'm just trying to navigate the situation. And I know as soon as Flat Earth comes up, it's going to be like 3v1, and then Alex is going to occasionally kind of make a joke. So
I think Alex helped at least with Tim, yo, but you did a good job, dude. I love that episode. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I really liked how assertive you were in that episode.
Oh yeah,
Hey man, don't
much
limit
bigger
the.
show coming up actually. So
Nice.
You going bigger? That's crazy. Let's get it.
Man,
Bigger and bigger. Let's go.
Yeah, that was actually when I figured out he was geocentrist, man. Because I was wondering why Lawrence Krauss and Michikaku and them were upset about the principle because it seemed like they got their point across, but I didn't know he was coming across as Earth isn't moving.
Hey, Wits, do you have a height away from Earth where the horizon would become physical? Are you aware of anything that would allude to that?
no.
Me either. That's where I'm at with it. I don't think we understand what we're looking at. If we can't figure out when the horizon becomes physical from our own, space, our own area, how can we look at anything in the distance and tell that it's not a horizon?
Yeah, I mean, I think the horizon specifically is never physical. Like if you look at the railroads, right? Like they converge into where you start losing information. It all blurs together. Just like if you just flip
Yep.
that on its side, that's what would happen with the ground and the sky. And so
Exactly.
that's all it is. That's really all it is. And where it gets blurry when you're looking down the railroad, where it gets blurry, it changes. Sometimes it gets blurry and you can't see the information way closer. Then other days you can see way further before the information gets blurry and you lose it. And that happens even with railroads, right? On the surface, sometimes you can see way further down the railroad. Sometimes you can't see as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. And it moves up and down optically because when we say it moves up and down, we're normally talking about, again, like a color contrast. So if we like time lapse over water, it'll look like the horizon, quote unquote, is moving up and down. But really, it's the apparent location of where the water appears to meet the sky. It's just a color contrast. It's dark blue and light blue. You know, if you don't have like a
Yep.
significant color contrast, you would just see like a big blurry gradient. So all we're ever seeing is one color transition to another color, and then there's a gradient of the blending together. It would be like one side of the railroad tracks being blue and the other side of the railroad tracks being darker blue, and then they'd start blending together. As you started to look in the middle of the railroad tracks, you would see like a gradient of blue blurring together.
Right.
And everyone knows I do not think that perspective is strictly Euclidean, right? I don't. But I also don't think that I think that this sufficiently explains why people are claiming that the horizon is below eye level anyway. And then when you bring up, see the problem for them though, is since when they claim that like the color contrast is a physical, distinct hard cutoff, which is what the globe predicts, like it would be like looking at a hill, you know, it would be a hard cutoff. So
Yep.
but the problem that they have is when they claim like say the water is a physical curve bulge of Earth, well, it moves around. It moves around optically where it looks like the water is, and sometimes it'll be above eye level.
Yep.
So now they got like a serious problem. You can't like cherry pick and say, hey, look, it's below eye level. This proves Earth's a ball, and then like you go back tomorrow and it's up above your eye level. So does that prove concave Earth, right? And so like
I was just about to say that the concavers come out. Careful by saying that with it. You don't never
but
know.
the concaver would have to do the same thing, right? They'd have to ignore where it looks like it's eye level or below.
Yep.
Whereas the only viable position is that it's just an apparent location, right? It isn't showing any definitive actual geometry of Earth whatsoever. That is the only answer. So yeah, I just thought I'd throw that out there because I think that picture is awesome, and I think that you can learn a lot from that picture, right? Like this picture and the Canigou picture have like 10 lessons built within it, you know.
I wonder if this is ever going to get to the point where mainstream has to adjust and then actually pursue the truth.
Well, at the least you think
I
they
hope
do
it
the
gets
first
there.
part. Yeah, I mean, they have done the first part quite a bit though, because they invented this entire terrestrial refraction claim based on flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's good to know you have an even bigger platform to speak on. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, should be cool. Should know soon. We haven't officially date hasn't been scheduled. I'm also
Is it Rogan?
no. I'm also
Now
I'm
we're
also
gonna get all the guesses now.
I'm also debating so I'm debating on MDD tonight. Is fluoride in the water harmful against some like PhD doctor? I guess that's going to tell us that it's not.
Oh, see, I don't.
We're
You can't
defending
even argue
fluoride
that.
still.
You can't even argue that it doesn't.
You know what always killed me?
Yeah.
When you look at old skulls and everything like that, you look at their teeth. There's no cavities or anything like that. No enamel wearing off or anything. But we can't get along without fluoride in our water. It's amazing. All our teeth are falling out. We got
When you
dentures.
tell someone that fluoride is a byproduct of the aluminum industry, they look at you like you're fucking crazy. And it's just like, no, you're fucking crazy because you keep drinking out of that faucet. Stop.
Yeah, this dude's going to try to
Stop
tell
it.
me that it's not harmful. It also strips the lead out of the older pipes. It also strips lead out and puts it right into the water.
I mean, it even says it on the back your toothpaste, it's a drug, and you just let your kids in. And then it says, hey, if you swallow it, call the Poison Control Center. And then they even got baby water with fluoride, and they drink that, but they're not saying, hey, if they swallow this, call the Poison Control Center. Babies don't even have teeth. What is fluoride for if they don't even have
Exactly,
teeth?
exactly. Why they have fluoride to baby water when they don't even have teeth, bro? Are you kidding me?
Because they're thinking about the future.
Yo, the future teeth.
Man,
The
I
future
see
teeth.
a TikTok video of this chick. She's all like, "Oh, you don't have to buy a roach killer anymore. You can just take your toothpaste and spread it around." I'm all like, "You guys aren't even thinking about this, man. You're taking toothpaste and killing roaches with it, and you're brushing your teeth with it."
No, shout
I
out to
mean,
James though,
seriously.
because I told him like I'm
Whoa.
not debating any of these kind of like random anti-flat earthers with no reputation, right? Because they just act so crazy. And so I'm open to different subjects, but they got to be someone that's kind of relevant. And he's hooking it up, you know?
That's what's up. I saw that one
It
guy
seems like with the,
I saw the one
go
guy you
ahead.
tweeted at. He had that claim, and then you hit him with like 20 documents saying otherwise, and then he blocked you.
Yeah, he blocked me instantly. What a joke, a doctor. What a joke.
That was
I just want to
hilarious.
add real quick on the fluoride thing. The distinction needs to be made between calcium fluoride and sodium fluoride. Because originally it was calcium fluoride they were saying was good for the teeth, which might have had some study that backed that. But then the sodium fluoride, the byproduct of aluminum processing, is what they're using now. And so when we just call it fluoride as like an overall fluoride, that's the problem. We have to call it. We're talking about sodium fluoride, not calcium fluoride.
Yeah, yeah, and that's because
Yeah.
that's where they also try to say like, oh, there's fluoride naturally in vegetables and stuff, right? And it's like, dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's how that conflation there, and that's when they start just, and even people that are defending it are still just calling it fluoride as if it's one thing, when that distinction is the main thing that started all of this. They had the calcium fluoride, and they substituted it for, substituted sodium fluoride, and then just called it fluoride. Took off the calcium part and the sodium part just to make it seem like everyone's talking about the same thing.
Yo, before we get to
I mean, even
oh, go ahead, Brian.
well, I was gonna even say even Listerine, man. That was a floor cleaner, but they don't want to let you know that you can take some coconut oil and some cloves and some oregano oil and you know swish around that for 20 minutes a day and heal up your gums and heal your teeth and everything like that.
Yo, and then there's so many parts of it, right? Because it's like supposedly topical application is good for your teeth, but then they have people ingesting it, and then they have like this uniform amount for everyone. Sorry, Aaliyah is on one. As soon as I start,
Isn't
as
it
soon as
an
I start
industrial?
talking, Aaliyah's like, no, not today.
Isn't it an industrial waste product that like they had trouble getting rid of at first?
Yes.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, aluminum.
Somebody's
Be
gonna
careful.
argue against that. That's great.
A doctor, right?
What
Because
do
when
you?
first he was like, "Do you want to debate Destiny about vaccines?" I'm like, "Yeah." And then Destiny wouldn't take it, and then he's like, "Do you want to debate fluoride in the water?" I'm like, "What?" Well, like I was 14, like I would have to like refresh what I learned when I was 14. And then he's like, "It's against the doctor, like a PhD doctor," and I'm like that has a channel or whatever. So I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? It's a good learning opportunity, I guess. If there are still people that actually don't know that it's a neurotoxin, then yeah, sure. He's like, do you have a suggestion
I
for?
got a lot of good links to send
He
you.
said, yeah, yeah, send them to me in Telegram, bro. He said, do you have a suggestion as to the title? He said, if you wanted to, it's on for Saturday 8 p.m. or whatever. He told me who it was with, Dr. Thompson or something, and he said, is fluoride harmful in the water or something like that? Let me know if you have like a title suggestion. I said, no, that works. Or you could say, is it harmful to have a neurotoxin in our drinking water? Like, because that's how stupid the debate is. He's gonna sit here and try and tell me that he can't deny it's a neurotoxin. He's going to say, oh, but there's a safe amount. The only thing he can say is that the amount that's in it is so low that it's fine. And then they try to say the same thing with titanium dioxide, by the way. You guys know what that is? Titanium dioxide, isn't it?
They used to put that in. Well, they probably still put it in like deodorants and stuff like that.
Yeah, and they also put it in like Skittles, for the coloring, and like spearmint gum that's really white.
Skittles?
Yeah, anything that has
Oh,
color, like really white gum, for example, it's only really white like that because of titanium dioxide. So it's only in there for that reason. The same reason all the crazy toxic chemicals are in all of our like Fruit Loops, right? It's only to make it prettier. And they denied that
dude.
it was bad for you, and it was proven to be a neurotoxin. They said, "Oh, there are safe amounts." And then what they did was they tested the smaller and smaller amounts, and the smallest amount ever tested shows serious carcinogenic issues.
But Witsit, that was an accident. They didn't they didn't mean for that to happen.
If you want to know what's in your food, you can go to your Apple store there and download the Yuka app, Yuka. It'll tell you all the toxins in your food and everything like that. It literally says that there's chemicals in there that cause blindness in children, aka your M&Ms and your Skittles and your Fruit Loops and all your dyes and everything like that. And also, there's material in there that are hazardous chemicals in there that cause breast cancer. It literally says it in the description, and the FDA says it's okay to do this, and people argue for this. It's ridiculous. Well, capitalism is killing you. So I'm not down for that. But yeah, that YUKA, man, everybody can download that. It's a free app. Find out what's in your food, man.
Wait, can you spell it again?
YUKA.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Yuka.
And when you got a little carrot on the little picture or whatever. But it's a free app. You gotta give it an email address, and that's it, man. You can take it to the store, scan all your barcodes and everything like that. It gives you a rating between 0 and 100 on how good it is. And then you can scroll down and actually give you alternatives. Say, hey, man, you like this and it sucks, it's killing you. Here's some alternatives that won't kill you. But what's really weird is when you go into the stores nowadays, whether they got a section there called health food. What's the rest of the store? If we got a health food section, what's the rest of the store? So those aisles are the death aisles. That candy aisle's all death. The chip aisle's all death. The cookie aisle's all death. It's ridiculous, man. It's all seed oil. Everything's, and for some reason, everything's got citric acid in it, man. Everything. Apparently, we need black mold in it. Yeah, citric acid comes from black mold. But yeah, it's in all your sodas. You shouldn't drink soda. But yeah, the FDA is approving all this. So what's up with that?
Hey, Brian, you should do because I love like the wellness stuff, right? And I know y'all be doing the wellness spaces. You should go into a store and hold the space and just start scanning shit and post it, and then let's clown whatever you scan.
Dude, I scan stuff right in front of people. I'm not there to where I'm going to be like, you're buying poison yet, but who knows? I might get there. But one time I checked out, and the lady checking me out, not checking me out, but scanning all my food and stuff was like taking forever. And I'm thinking to myself, man, this girl's going super slow, man. And there's like a line piling up, and I'm like looking back in the line going, man, oh my God. And then after she's done scanning everything, she goes like, man, you bought a lot. I like the way you shop today, man. She was like checking out my everything I bought, because it's like everything was healthy.
That's a fact.
But
the most cringe thing I be seeing when I'm in the store is like the gallon waters that say baby on it and be like added fluoride. I'm like, dude, bro, what is this?
And then, like I said, man, on the back of your toothpaste, it literally says drug facts. That's a drug. You're giving your kids drugs. And then they say don't swallow it. But then what do? They make this stuff taste like Tutti Frutti and bubble gum. Make it, tell me one kid ain't swallowing that stuff. I mean, heck, we all swallow the toothpaste. I mean, come on. Little beholder says, oh yeah, if you do swallow, you should call the poison control center because you're poisoning yourself. And there's only one way to get poison in this stuff, because you can't accidentally, got some poison in there. You have to put that stuff in there.
Yeah, man. Fluoride debunks the globe. Let's go to Brock, and then we slide over to Micro. See if Micro still got his mic messed up or not. What up, Brock?
How's it going, y'all? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So I had just a quick comment for Wits about I missed last Flat Earth Friday. I did Thanksgiving early, so I had to drive down during last week's space. So I don't know if you guys already covered it, but I was actually, I remember talking to Witsit and he was asking for podcast suggestions, and I had mentioned Timcast, and I'm not gonna take credit, but it was probably on his radar already. But was it Alex Stein that got you in on it? Because that is awesome. Like, I literally saw it and I was just like so mind blown. I'm like, yes, like you're on the big channels, dude. I don't know, Timcast News, Timcast IRL, this, that, and the other. But
Yeah,
that,
that's clutch. Let me go check the views on that. My bad. Go ahead. What's
Yeah, Alex hooked it up. Yeah, because they got into this little conversation and they wanted to set up a debate, and so he reached out to me. Me and Alex are boys, you know. So yeah, it was Alex. Which of course that opens up
that's
the gate for other people, right? Because now they saw it done by really someone that's been like a lifelong Democrat and like donated. Um, my point is just that he's more like moderate, center moderate, right? He's like considered quote unquote conservative now, but just because the left is so extreme. And he was obviously he's obviously he stays on YouTube and he was not pro flat earth by any stretch, and he was able to pull it off and it's no big deal. So that kind of breaks the ice for other podcasts to have the conversation, because I've had like interactions with a lot of people behind the scenes or people that know other people that have been on shows, stuff like that. And a lot of people are putting in good words for me, similar to how Alex is, and people are just kind of scared to do it. So you got to give Tim some credit actually, because he was like the first one to really do it in anyone in that big of a sphere. So
yeah. I remember when you brought it up, or when I brought it up last time, you were like, kind of like, I'd love to see his face on this topic. But I was so surprised about how he handled himself. Like, he wasn't. I thought he was going to be very, whippish. About, I don't know how to explain it, but he was very calm and just soaked it in. It was pretty cool.
yeah, same thing. Alex was saying he thought he was going to be freaking out, and I actually
Did you get to
because
see the skate park?
yeah, it's right when you walk in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That would have been fun to ride, I'm sure.
It's cool, man. That's cool. But like if you're not that familiar with the subject and you hear someone coming in and just like I mean, you start talking about some of the specifics of like the interferometry correlates with periodicity and solar motion and the maximum and minimal shifts correlate to equinox. Like who's gonna just like social awareness and wisdom would dictate, and like experience with podcasts would dictate that kind of stay in pocket, right? Like it's different when they got kind of he got kind of heated with Alex Stein and the moon landing because it's like neither one of their thing per se, but this is different.
what I said? I said micro was next. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to get my DoorDash. I got credits. They messed up my order last Friday. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
Come
thanks.
on, DoorDash, get it right.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, finally.
I was in a cafe and I had terrible noise and I had my Bluetooth on. But thanks for bringing me up, man. I want to share some shit with you guys because let me give you a bit of background. I live in Indonesia and I'm a trader, so I concentrate a lot on time zones. And also, I use astrology. I use the rotation of the planets and the constellations above to look at frequency changes in markets. And I mean, I go into real depth on this. I don't really want to. I want to concentrate on the international dateline. And because I've discovered some crazy shit today about the international dateline. So there's an island. It's off of it's part of New Zealand. It's called Chatham Island. And when I looked at the time zones on TradingView when I trade, it's the most easterly time zone in the entire trading world, and it's 13 13 hours and 45 minutes ahead. Now it's a tiny little island, a group of islands, and it's the only place where it's got a 45-minute addition to the time zone, and it's actually part of New Zealand. New Zealand is 13 hours ahead of London. And this is where it gets really weird. I mean, I'm sure if you look, everybody who's looked at the international dateline, it's not a fucking line. It's this crazy meandering shit that goes down the middle of the Pacific and it bends around all these other fucking islands. So what I did, I started to sort of look into more. I looked at, because I usually I trade when the US wakes up, especially because it's a dominant market. But the last state in the US is Hawaii, and it's like virtually banging the center of the Pacific. Now, Hawaii is 15 minutes the other side of the dateline to this island called Chatham Island. And I don't know if you know Chatham, but Chatham is in Kent, in London, south of London, and it's the center of the British Navy. And there was the admiral was Lord Chatham, and he named the island after him. And he was the head of British Admiralty. I think it was in 1791, and that's another story. But anyway, I'll digress. Now, when I looked at Hawaii, it's 15 minutes the other side of the dateline of Chatham Island. But Chatham Island is like, when you look on a map where you've got this, this opened out, non-circular, it's linear, you've got these linear, longitudinal, hourly time zones across the world, and you put I triangulated vertically down from Hawaii and then horizontally across to Chatham Islands, and then I did a similar scale from New York to London on the horizontal, lateral. So it's longitudinal degrees. When I looked at the degrees of longitude of Hawaii and Chatham Island, let me get it up very quickly. They're actually 17 degrees apart. Now, 17 degrees apart, but they're 15 minutes apart in this bendy, windy dateline. So I thought this is really strange, because when you draw a triangulation down and across horizontal and vertical, it looks like it's about a third. No, what am I talking about? A third? It's more like about. Let me get the scale up so I can just see. I'll give you a visual of what this looks like. Anyone can do this. You go onto the international dateline, and you isolate where Hawaii is. You look at this higgledy-piggledy, windy line that they've got running down the center of the Pacific, which makes no bloody sense. And then all of a sudden, you've got this time zone where you've got Chatham Island, which is 13 hours and 45 minutes. It's a very rarity to have this time, which is off the coast of New Zealand, but it's only 15 minutes the other side of the dateline from Hawaii. So I triangulated it down. I looked at the ratio of New York to 4 degrees longitude, apparently. Yeah, and when you look at the longitudinal of Hawaii and Chatham Island, it's 17 degrees. Well, I thought, okay, there's 1 hour. I couldn't find on the astrological chart. I couldn't find Chatham. The closest I could get was Christchurch in New Zealand. So Christchurch is 13 hours in front of London. Now, Hawaii is 10 hours behind London. So if you add a 13 and 10, that gives you 23 hours, which is kind of close. If you expand a little bit into this specific, you can get to that 24-hour mark. Yeah, so you can get to the 24-hour mark if you allow that. But what doesn't make sense here is that when you look at London to New York, and then I looked at the rotation of the difference in rotation of the celestial between London and New York. It's about a 30-degree difference. When you look at an astrological chart, there's about a 30-degree difference, a 30% difference in the rotation of a complete rotation of this astrological chart between London and New York. Well, and I looked at the celestial above Christchurch, which is the closest thing in the time zones to this Chatham Island, and it's about 30% difference in rotation of the sky. Now, how on earth can the sky be rotated approximately 30 degrees of a turn of a circle, 30% of a turn of a circle, when there's only a 17-degree difference in the longitudinal degrees of longitude. It just doesn't make sense. It no sense whatsoever. And as I say, when I did this triangulation, sending a vertical down, got 3 hours, about 3.5 hours actually. Well, the distance from Chatham Island to Hawaii is also about approximately the width of Australia, which covers 3 time zones. Well, but on a time zone, which is wiggly line, it's 15 minutes each side of the date line. But even if you forget the date line and just go on a geometrical distance, it should be across 3 hours. So I thought, forget about Chatham. Let's look at something that is not relevant to the date line. Let's go to Christchurch. And again, Christchurch is only 45 minutes away from Chatham Island, which is 15 minutes away from Hawaii. But on the map, it's 3 hours. It's a distance of 3 hours. And yet, so you've got this discrepancy in the distance of the lines of longitude, and you've got this massive discrepancy in the time zone. But I just want people to take a look at that, because this is something new that no one I've never heard spoken about in flat Earth. And I think the timeline, I honestly believe that there's something in the date line. They call it it's wiggly because of political boundaries. I think it's bullshit. I think there's evidence within this date line that proves that we are not on a globe. It doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, but it proves that the Earth is definitely not a globe, because it's it's impossible for these time crossings over. If we forget about, and there's another thing, when we talk about Greenwich Mean Time, why is it mean? The word mean means to average. It's not a specific point. Why would we average time? And surely if the date line is the mark where we start the day of one day to the next day, it should be a vertical that we get a datum, a direct datum that we can calculate the other timelines. Well, we don't have that. We have this meandering, crazy line right through the Pacific, which is the most inaccessible place on the planet, that doesn't make any sense. I really would like people to take a look at this, look into Chatham Island, look into Hawaii, look into these time zones, and see what you think, because it's bananas. It really is.
Hey, thanks for sharing that, bro. That's a excellent point too. I think a lot of people in here are aware of the timeline things, man. They don't add up in multiple places. That's a good one. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my own, but I don't want to go into I don't want to bore you definitely too much. But with charts, I look at financial charts are variations in frequency. So when we look at brainwaves, and if you look at brainwaves, you've got this alpha, beta, delta, theta, and I've looked into the Greek etymology, the Greek alphabet, which where the alphabet comes from, is this alpha, beta. And what I've realised is that all Greek numerology letters and also the astrological letters and all numbers and all letters are literal representations of the form of electromagnetism. It's depicted in 2D, but they're actually the formations in multi-dimensional perspectives of how electromagnetism rotates and discharges within a vortex. Everything is vortex. And I used to go back up, my philosophies come from a guy called Peter Russell, not Walter Russell. And he did a fantastic video, and I really, just a seminar, I really advise everyone to look at it. And it's called The Primacy of Consciousness by Peter Russell. Check it out on YouTube, because, he talks about that the only real thing that we know that is fact, that we can actually say is fact, is consciousness. Everything else is the phenomenon. So like Gant said, the only thing that we really perceive is the phenomenon. It's what our mind, our brain receives these electrical impulses, and it creates a picture. It creates a vision of what is the noumenon. So the noumenon is the actual thing, and the phenomenon is what our brain perceives it as. And that goes back to like later on what Walter Russell wrote, which is everything is of the mind. Nothing actually exists. It's all created by mind, and our mind are literally just receivers of frequency of radiation from all these celestial exudances that, whether it's Saturn. And it's really interesting when I look at financial charts, I look at Saturn and Jupiter go over ahead at certain points on the globe, and they're predominantly hydrogen. Well, hydrogen, if you look at the Greek myth of the Hydra, it's got 7 heads. You cut off a head, another head grows. And when you get hydrogenic energy above, we get this multiple peaks of rotation as a rounding turn of the price. It mirrors this hydrogenic energy. And when we get Mars and Venus go overhead, they're predominantly carbon dioxide. When you get oxide, we get these very fast phallic movements. So I'm totally convinced that as the rotation above causes the frequencies within, as within, so without, as above, so below, this fractal frequency of interrelated resonances that are literally multi-dimensional and are influencing everything, So, but I can get really deep on this. I don't want to bore you to death, but really thanks for the mic.
Holy crap. Another Russell enthusiast.
They're all in Flatter Fridays, man.
It's Saturday.
It is Saturday. It is Saturday. Shout out to you, Micro.
Stationary.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday here, and in it's already December in Chatham Island. How about that? It was actually about 13 hours ago. It was December in Chatham Island when it was only just becoming the 30th in Hawaii, and they were only 15 minutes away. How mad is that?
I remember that Witsit did a School in the Globers. I feel it was the School in the Globers. He did time zones in his first season. I don't even know if we really had a space on that, but yeah, a lot of discrepancies. Let's slide over to V3, and then hopefully Proud can help me rotate some mics.
Yo, what's going on, guys and girls? I appreciate you bringing me up. Yeah, Micro, that's actually, kind of mind-opening a bit, because even growing up, I always had a problem with time zones and like the date lines. I was like, why is this? And none of it, you literally, when you're young, they put the fucking globe in front of you, they put your hand on it, they force you to touch it, right? So the indoctrination, it starts early, right? It starts there. And I was always like, well, why are there jagged lines? Why are these areas different? Why the lines move around? So I always had a problem with that. So that's fascinating. But I appreciate you bringing me up. I wanted to shout out to Wit. Man, that interview you did, or that debate was fucking phenomenal, man. I rolled on it a couple days ago when I was driving up. Dude, I flipped that thing on. I think Taylor actually had retweeted it out, and I was like, let me go check this. And I got on there. I was like glued. It's like I couldn't turn it off. And just the way you debate, and that other poor guy, with the NASA guy with the NASA sticker on his laptop, talking about tracking the telemetry of the satellites and the distance here, and he's measured the circumference of the globe, and I was like, oh God, that dude is kind of lost. But they all, I thought the conversation was phenomenal, and there were some topics y'all were going through. I was just like, oh my God. So I'm actually going to go back and rewatch it and listen to it again, because the technical explanation of various things, I was just completely blown away. It was just fantastic. So shout out for that. And then Brian, you also mentioned earlier about the just general wellness and the fluoride issue. So I was actually, like, part of my story is once I cut fluoride toothpaste, it was like that curtain or that veil of the mind was just lifted, and all of these things started making sense. Like all of the truths started coming out things that I wasn't able to see before or realize or think about because I was so docile. I was so calcified, right? That fluoride calcifies your pineal gland. And when I explain this to people, I get ridiculed. I was just in a car the other day going out with my buddies from home. I went home for Thanksgiving. We all went out Wednesday night. And I'm in the back of the car. My boy next to me starts going on actually about Yucca, that he was like, because I started, was like, watch out with the toxic shit, da 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 da. My buddy in the front was like, yeah, don't get him started. And they were like, yeah, oh, no, he's a flat earther. Oh my God, he's a flat. Oh, the whole car erupted in laughter. And I was just sitting in the back like, fuck, like, all right, like, do I get into this? Do I start fucking ripping everyone apart? Or do I just like, what is that balance, right? Of trying to, free people's minds, but not also just have them be completely turned off and run away from it because they're so tied to their emotional beliefs, right? So that's that balancing act. But I'm sure a lot of other people out there, when you deal with like friends and family, like IRL people, it can be kind of isolating sometimes, right? Like I think of that picture, that meme where it's like life before or life in the Matrix, and it's like the guy's dancing on the left, right? And then like after you find out about the Matrix, it's the guy sitting on the bench where the party's going on in the background, and it's like almost, I'm gonna say like lonely, but it's tough sometimes because it's like, dude, I know for a fact, and they were like, oh, well, that's crazy, start ridiculing, and I'm like, dude, I'm not saying it's flat, but I'm saying question NASA, question everything, because if they're gonna fucking lie to us about the timeline, which is a complete fabrication, go look into Tartaria, right? Mud floods and all that. I mean, 200 years ago, cataclysmic event changed this realm, right? And you have to like kind of slowly break your way into some of these people. But when I said question NASA, it was literally like the car full of people just clicked. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the main adversary in the front right seat, my good friend I grew up as one of my really, really good lifelong friends. He was like, yeah, actually he's right. We should question NASA. We should question the science, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yes, because he's all super liberal, like Marxist. And he even said I'm a Marxist, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, Jesus Christ. That's a whole other rabbit hole. But point is, like, I guess there's a balancing act of trying to give people the information that shakes their emotional beliefs and to their core, right? But do it in such a way, it's like requires a special level of wordsmithing and like relatability with that individual. So I just I don't know if anyone else can relate when you go around in life and you say, no, that's toxic, you shouldn't do that, or oh no, there's titanium dioxide in your Doritos, you shouldn't eat those. No, you shouldn't have pasteurized milk. Like they literally cook the nutritional value out of the milk, and what you're left with is slop. It's not good, even though we all drink it every day. We don't have access to the raw milk from most of it's illegal. You can't buy raw milk.
Same thing for fruit juice, by the way.
Oh, for like raw, like freshly squeezed, like fruit juice.
Yeah, 99% of the juice in the supermarket is, like you said, pasteurized as well. So all the nutritional value is gone. Cooked out.
Yeah, 100%. Yep. Same thing with the with those. Don't fucking touch those receipts. That thermal paper, super toxic, very toxic. Has a lot of BFAs and all those like forever chemicals in it. Very, very toxic. And I hate Walmart because fucking Walmart they pay someone to sit at the damn door and check your receipt. So you're forced to touch that damn receipt and show it to them.
I refuse to do that.
Yeah. What do you do? Like when they say like, oh, where's your receipt? Say, fuck you.
No, I put it so they can see the receipt. But if they say, hey, I want to check out your stuff, I just keep on walking, man.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
What are they going to do? Stop you, sir. Yeah. Wait. It's like, no.
I don't even acknowledge them. I don't. Any other store, I mean, they're not Costco. They don't they don't check every single person. They only check random people, and that's profiling, and I won't stand for that.
Yeah. I think that's another scam. But anyway, yeah, I guess the point I'm trying to make is like, I appreciate, all of y'all, because you guys are all, decalcified, you're free thinkers, you're incredibly intelligent, and I said this in the car ride. I was like, dude, they're like, well, where do you go and find this information? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, social validation. Like, I go into Twitter Spaces and I go and talk about this stuff, crypto, flat Earth, and they're like, oh, Jesus, how do we know that that's? I'm like, dude, if you would just stop laughing for a minute and go fucking hang out in one of these spaces and listen to these people fucking speak, Witsit, Sacred, Brian, like, dude, I'm telling you, man, the knowledge, the information, it's like, I don't know what I would be doing. I'd probably be a bit more crazy. I'm definitely a psychopath. I'm fucking out of my mind. But point is, I don't know if I'd probably have more issues if I wasn't able to find like-minded individuals on the fucking internet who, hey, I'm sure we could all meet up in real life, have a beer, talk crazy shit about all this, and then bring other people to be listening over like, what the hell are they talking about? Oh my God, that's fat. There's sodium in my, oh, it's bad for my brain. It's my toothpaste. Oh my God, I gotta throw that out. Like, so it's just like, I don't know. I don't know if anyone else feels like that, but a lot of the time it can be pretty tough, in social settings with people you love or know and are friends with, but you don't want to like break their reality, but you kind of do at the same time, right? So, anyway, I appreciate y'all being in the space, doing this, having these conversations, because I think I'm a prime example of going from calcified to decalcified, putting your feet into the earth, grounding, letting the sunlight beam through your closed eyelids right into your cranium, right into your pineal gland, connecting with earth, feeling those frequencies and resonating and putting out that energy, right? That positive outwards, invisible, radiation, right? It's picked up by folks like y'all, so I appreciate that. So I just wanted to share, shout out to all the people in here.
No, brother, I appreciate you, man. You said a lot of good stuff. First and foremost, that was one of the things that I posed last night. Just to the listeners and people that grabbed the mic was, had you have any conversations with some of your close family, friends, or just family, whatever the case is, over the holiday weekend? A flatter, what is this? Flatter, Eric, you got a little bit of feedback, bro. You just got to keep your mic muted. Yeah, you got a hot mic, Eric. But yeah, so you really, you're not ever going to convince anybody that the earth is flat, right? If you talk about it with anybody, they either are already going to be a flat earther or it's going to be instant pushback. But you got to be able to create that room for dialogue. You got to know exactly who you're speaking to. And, my approach is always a Socratic method, but simple stuff first, right? And then the conversation can build from there. And once you find like that common ground, and, opens up discussion, right? Just like you said, you brought up like question NASA. Then everyone's like, oh yeah, you're right. We kind of have to question all that weird stuff over there, and then that conversation can start building.
Yep.
Seriously, that's just how it is, man. Everyone who understands that it's important to question and critique the mainstream information that's been given to us, they've already come to their conclusion, right? They already put themselves in the right critical frame of thought and was able to say, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. This kind of makes sense. Let me put some of these things together and derive my own actuality from the reality that they're giving us. And then, yeah, you're right, man. It's like super dope where we could finally have a place where we can all kick it without being ridiculed just for tossing out some ideas that go against, mainstream thought. So shout out to you for pulling up, man.
100%.
Yeah, I gotta go watch that Tim Pool thing again too. I think it's at 150,000 views.
It's awesome. It's fucking awesome, bro.
Yeah, I can't believe that dude at the beginning said he measured the earth and everything like that. That was funny.
I measured it myself. You definitely did not measure.
Yeah, he was so confident in it too. I was like, oh my God, this dude is, and hey, look, I'm not trying to like ridicule someone, but I was just like, this is the most. I mean, the guy had a NASA sticker on his fucking laptop, bro.
I think he had multiple NASA stickers on his laptop. Was it more than one?
All I know is I saw a big fat NASA symbol logo with the fucking serpent snake's mouth right there in your face, and the guy doesn't even know. It's like
I think his name was Mark Ferguson. He wasn't even a scientist, really.
Yeah, well, he admitted that though, so that was all right.
Yeah,
well, yeah, but the thing
astronomer.
He was
the thing is, Whitsitt and
degree
weeks trying to get a real scientist, and they couldn't get anybody to show up. That's meaningful. That's a big tell for us.
Hey, real quick on another note before we move on, is just, do you guys have any ideas? Anybody in the space has any ideas about like what's missing from the FE community? Come holler. Like let's toss around some ideas about that. But we got a couple hands up anyway. Who's first? Micro or
I got
Boston?
one on that right away. I just want to confirm V3 what he was saying about being in his crowd in the car, and they brought it up to him. So I'm all about flat smacking. Whenever I leave the house, I'm wearing a shirt with big letters that says Flat Earthers, and I talk to somebody every single day. Usually it's a stranger in public, and
nice.
I made a study of what.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks. I made a study of, what's the obstacle for flat earthers to be able to speak to normies without getting too excited. And I try to emphasize as often as possible, you got to go real gradual and real easy on them. You don't have to be Whitsitt or Weiss to figure out how to just mention a couple of items, and you just hand it out. You offer it to them, and they won't bite. They'll jump to the next thing, and you just make it real easy going, and it works because we can only.
You know what you just made me think of, bro? He said like just be real easy going, and like I'm just thinking of like handing some rando a card that just gives them like a step by step. Like step 1, look at your horizon. Step 2.
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Stop using sodium fluoride.
Like, that'll be hilarious.
That's really brilliant. Make it real handy and real short and clear. That's exactly what I do verbally. Is, somebody will see it and they'll think it's a joke, and I'll say, well, have you heard of it? It's a real thing. I'm a real live flat earther. And then I got 4 or 5 little illustrations I give them. They're very simple, and they never respond. They want to jump to something else or ask a question or go defense. And I'm always real sensitive. If they get awkward, I let off right away. And I usually wrap up with the joke about carbonated flat earth, just because everybody likes a joke, and make it friendly. And that's what we got to learn, is we can talk to normies. You can't talk to the haters, but you can talk to normies and plant seeds, and that's the best we can ever hope for, because if you're honest about how we figured it out, it took a long time. And so we got to just plant a seed and cultivate it. They're going to see another thing somewhere on social media or something, and they're going to follow up on that maybe, or after they hear 4 or 5 times. I have success talking to very, very prominent community leaders. I've spoken to a council member and a police chief, and I said, look, my approach is just giving them something they can get from. I'm not taking their time for my thing. I say, look, we're growing real fast, and you're going to hear about this. And if you let me tell you about it, you'll know what it is when you run across it in the news or in the media. And so I explained to them what our thing is, and just let them have that information. I don't ever put anybody on the spot to agree or anything like that. But I want to say this space, the work that's being done here is tremendous. It's very valuable, and I appreciate it. And you could do a whole program about flat smacking. Everybody's got an experience like V3 told us, being in a car with guys and How do you handle it? How do you do it better next time? That kind of thing.
Cool.
100%, dude.
Well, let's get to the hands. We got a couple patient waiters here. MICR, the micro or something.
Now, Michael went already. We're gonna go slide over to Run Boston. What up,
Run
JT?
Boston. Boston.
Good morning. How am I sounding?
Sounding good.
Great. Great.
fantastic.
Man, I'm coming out of an amazing fog of rest. I've been away from the house for 9 days. We went and saw my wife's family, visited with them for a while, came over to my sister's, raced a turkey trot 5K. I came in 10th place out of 2,000, so that was pretty cool. First in the masters category. So I'm 44. So once you turn 40, you're automatically a masters. So I was the first old bro coming in. But what's cool about this race was I really wanted to run a 5:45 average for the mile, and I knew it'd be tough. But I visualized it and I got out there and I was just having fun and I was hanging on to it. Like about a mile in, it was tough, but I hung on. I got the 5:45 average for the race. But I have been sleeping anywhere between 8.5 to 10 hours a night for like the last week. It's been crazy, and call it a big reset, because there for a while I was doing Flatter Fridays with y'all. I was listening to streams. I was popping into Clubhouse, and I was up till 1, 2, 3 in the morning. A couple times I was working on edits, and my wife would come out of the bedroom and be like, "Did you stay up all night?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did. Like last month, I probably stayed up all night 3 times." So this was just kind of like giving back to me, resetting, recomposing, and I didn't even know last night was Friday. I went to bed at 8 o'clock, just happy, chilling, hanging with family. And then I woke up this morning and I seen Alan was streaming. I was like, "Oh, it's Flat Earth Friday." This was the first time that I missed the intro of Flat Earth Friday in probably like 3 weeks. So it kind of made me sad, but on the other side of the coin, it kind of made me smile because I took care of myself the way I needed to. But here in V3 talk, that was some fire stuff, bro. All of it. The being aware of your environment, the caring about what's in food, what's in your water, what's in your environment. And I mean, if you took it even farther, it's like, what is in your mind? Like, what is your mindset, mind frame? What do you think about other people? Or what do you think about challenges? Or what do you think about yourself? Because one of the biggest things with me is healing from years of negative self-talk and just not really thinking I could do it or not really being sure who I was in this realm. But when I found out we were lied to about where we live, that we're not on a spinning, wobbling ball kind of in space, not really knowing where we're at. And the firm foundation of Earth came to mind, like we're not moving. It is stable. It is fixed. And I started to distill my water, and I got fluoride out of my toothpaste and no more mouthwash. And when you're at the dentist, you say, "No, thank you. I don't want the fluoride application." You do get clearer, you get sharper, and I think you come back alive. So it's been amazing to pop in here. I wish I would have known how the night went, what all y'all talked about and stuff, but I just popped in this morning to say I love you. And it's amazing that people are standing up for what's right, what's true, what's beautiful, what's good. And nowadays at this point, if people are laughing at you because you're questioning the shape of the earth or questioning virus versus germ theory, that's just them being behind on what's really going on, which is a huge awakening. So hang in there, take it one day at a time, just be you. And before long, all these people are going to be coming to us saying like, "Okay, I know I was laughing at you last year or last month, but can you kind of help me catch up, because this place is wild, and I realize that you were right, or you actually do know what you're talking about. Can you help me out?" But yeah, that's all I had. Just basically a good morning, and I love y'all.
Hell yeah, bro.
Shout out to you, JT.
Oh,
And
and
come from 10th place, bro. Let's
yeah,
go.
10th overall. Old man, 44, passing up high school kids.
Dude, 5:45, bro. That's shoo. I've been trying to get my mile time under 8. I got 7:57, and then now I'm like above 8 again. But I don't really run too much. I play a lot of tennis. I think tennis is like an incredible, like multifaceted athleticism type of sport / game. You gotta, requires hand-eye coordination, mental. I mean, dude, you could be the best tennis player technically, But if your mind is broken, you'll lose yourself, right? So it's like, I've been on this tennis kick for a long, long time now, but I used to like lift and run and do all that. But yeah, man, that's great. 5:45 is sick, dude. Especially at 44, that's fucking
Thanks,
awesome.
bro. I wanted to ask you, V3, have you looked into or do you know Matt Long much? Because he was like collegiate. He was almost pro level tennis player, and he's a dope flat earther in the crypto game. And he's running up Dome Shot. He started Dome Shot, and he's a Hexagon. You know Matt Long, right?
Oh shit! Yeah, I was like, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you should
I'll have
you
to
should
check him
talk to
out. I didn't know he was a tennis
dude,
player.
really, really good. But it kind of like some of the stuff was stressing him. So he's in pickleball now. He actually makes up.
Oh God!
Well,
damn it.
but hold on. He has a pickleball racket that's a flat Earth. Like it has the. Okay.
All right, that's fine.
You should.
So he's shilling flat Earth and playing pickleball. That's all right,
Yeah,
fine.
and hardcore hexagon, which I was going to ask you. Hit me up on the side because I want to talk to you about how to stake hex the best way, like a ladder. Because I'm just learning all this stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely.
But some people don't like to talk about crypto, but I've been playing with it the last month or so,
sure.
and I just think it's another arm of diversification. If you've got your other modes of investing, this is just one not to overlook. But it was cool hearing what you had to say. And Sacred, thanks for the welcome, even though I was tardy for the beginning of this thing.
No, I'll go, brother. We kind of started a little bit late, a little bit of time dilation last night, but good to see you this morning, bro.
Yeah, Boston, I'll hit you in the DM for sure, brother. We can link up. I'll give you all the full rundown. But biggest thing is get away from the DTCC. So like any of your fucking stocks, no offense, Micro, I'm sure you probably got a good portfolio. You know what you're doing. You got some good shit going there. But the issue with the traditional financial system is that all you have is a username and a password to a fucking ledger that sits on someone else's balance sheet. That's it. You don't own shit. And with DeFi, with real crypto, you actually have the keys. You have a seed phrase which gives you control of these digital, representations of value on chain. And so all we're doing is publishing speech on a public immutable ledger, and our fake made up internet money is better than the fucking government's fake made up internet money. That's all it boils down to.
Yeah, I've been learning lots about all that. It's pretty epic. And I also wanted to say, Eric, Flat Earth Eric, good to hear your voice this morning, bro. Always like when you pop on here. And Witsit's performance on the Tempool, the Timcast was fantastic. And Mindshock, y'all know Mindshock's channel got taken down, but you can find him at Bruce McGuire. He started in on his breakdown, his logical analysis of the Tempool. It's great. He's gonna keep going on that, but part one's done. I'll try to drop it in the chat before I drop my mic. But yeah, that's it.
Where's Mindshock posting? Is it to his own website or?
It's Bruce McGuire is where you can find it. But if you search if you search Mindshock Bruce McGuire or Bruce McGuire Mindshock, you'll find his channel titled Bruce McGuire. That's his like backup original, but that's what he's using now, and he's uploading all his old stuff. He has everything. Oh, and actually, let me do a shout out real quick. He's looking for an episode because he had everything backed up, but he's missing a couple. And for anybody that downloads Mindshock, I think it was the analysis of Witsit. Maybe hold on. Let me go look in my email. I'll be right back.
It's the analysis of me and Professor Dave, and the analysis of Dave Weiss and Professor Dave. I know a guy that backs up like every single square inch of Flat Earth content online. I'm trying to get a hold of him and see if he has those by chance. I don't know.
Yeah, shout out to Bruce. I didn't even know he had a different YouTube. Thank you, Ron Boston. Appreciate that.
Yeah, he got nuked within like 24 hours of covering me and was it Professor Dave, I think?
Really? Holy.
Yep.
Witsit, I'm a Bitcoiner, mate. I don't trade stocks. I don't trade that shit. I trade Bitcoin, and the reason I'm and all this stuff is I want to just add something that I was going to say and I forgot to say when I'm talking about this Chatham Island. Because when I was trading Bitcoin, I look at all these three different dominant time zones, and I was seeing these anomalies happen at irregular times. And I thought, what's going on here? So I just came across this Chatham Island, and this really blew my mind, right? So Chatham Island was discovered on the 29th of November in 1791. Well, what's today? It's the 30th of November. But what they do is they celebrate the establishment of Chatham Island on the closest Monday to the 30th of November. And this blew my mind. I was like, how serendipitous is this? Because what I was expecting was Bitcoin to do a big pump last night and then start to crash, but it didn't. It slowed right down because as we moved into the weekend, the institutional
Is anyone speaking?
stopped. Yeah, can you not hear me?
I think it was Microcycle was just doing like a little recap of some Bitcoin, but we're gonna get back to the Earth. Go ahead, finish your thought, Micro. Run Boss, you could drop down and come back up.
Yeah, it was this Chatham Island. These Chatham Islands was inaugurated on the 29th of November, but they celebrate it on the Monday, closest Monday to the 30th of November. Well, this trade that I was going to do didn't happen because it's been following the celestial symbology of the zodiac inverted in reverse. So we had the Omega symbol, a big dip. From 99k down to 90k, which was a big inverted Libra symbol. So I was expecting a big pump on the final aspect of Scorpio because the moon was in Scorpio on the 29th, but it didn't happen. And then when I looked at this Chatham Island, because I was seeing these anomalies in this time, it said that Chatham Island was inaugurated on the 29th of November, but they don't celebrate it till Monday. So I'm guessing this is linked. And I reckon there's going to be a big pump to 100k on Monday, and then followed by a big dump. You mark my words on this shit. I'm telling you, this is. I've predicted every huge movement in the last 6 months because it's following the zodiac absolutely perfectly on the monthly. But then you've got these other rotations on the microcosm where they go on the hourly, the daily, all these intra time frames are fractals of the rotation of the celestial bodies, and they literally follow the zodiac symbology absolutely perfectly. You could have a look at some shit on my page. Seriously, it's mind blowing.
Hey, as always, DYOR, do your own research. Go ahead, Taylor, and then we'll slide back over to Ron Boston.
Hey guys, I just want to say hey and thank you guys for having this space. I'm doing a theodolite today, so please just pray for me, all the Christians out there that it'll work out. I've been really nervous about this, so thank y'all so much for everything.
Oh, Taylor, do you want to explain? There's some new people in the audience that didn't hear what you were doing last night.
Yeah, I'm trying to basically measure the curvature of the Earth with this surveying tool, LOL, that the Globers keep using. So we'll see what we get. I told him I just want to try it out. I'm tired of I feel like all the data's coming from the Glober side, so I'm trying to go out in the field and see what I get. Yeah. Basically it looks for the angle. So if I shoot at the horizon, I'll see like what's the angle of the horizon compared to the theodolite, do a little math and see if it's supposed to be lower or higher. Or I can look at like an oil rig off the coast and see if that oil rig should be like at a lower angle because the Earth's supposed to be curving, or if it's like level to the Earth. So we'll see.
So last night I recommended that Taylor make sure she grab as much data for the atmospheric conditions as possible. I know you probably can't do everything, but as much as possible. Anybody else got any suggestions before Taylor hit the field today?
Yeah, there's supposed to be like a weather code that you can go check. I haven't been able to figure out where I can actually check that, but maybe it's like the people that do aviation and they like document all the weather conditions, and apparently there's some like code. But yeah, I'm gonna be looking into that now actually, so yeah. And one thing I forgot to get was like a distance tester, like with the laser. So I'm gonna try to do it like off my balcony first and just see what I get. but I need to know how high off the ground I am to incorporate that into the calculations. But like all the ones I'm finding are like $300, but it's okay. We'll make it work. I'll just eat it. It's all good. Whatever I gotta do.
Now to keep that receipt.
That's true. But you know, I'm probably gonna want to do it again. So like later, that's a good idea.
I am curious though. Before we jump back over to Ron Boston, and then we can go. Excuse me. Then we can go to V3. Is there any limitations on the device, Taylor? Does it say like a max distance? Are we going to be using it outside of the distance? Do the surveyors say, or whoever used these theodolites that you've been talking to, do they say it's okay to use it at the certain distances that you're going to use it at?
Yeah, I mean the Globers say you use it forever. In the survey manual, I saw like every like 6 miles, like you want to make a marker and do it again. Ideally, you do not want to be shooting this far, but this is, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to be honest, but you know, I'm just trying to mimic what they did, even though their conditions are a little bit ridiculous, but I'm just gonna see what I get.
Hey, I'm cool with that. I'll show some love to Taylor. And then hopefully we get an update either. Well, she's probably gonna post it this week. If not, we definitely gonna get an update this next Friday anyway. So looking forward to it. Go ahead, JT. Then we'll slide over to V3.
Oh, definitely. Yep. Taylor, we appreciate everything you're doing. It's always exciting to hear what you have up your sleeve and kind of what you're diving into. So keep doing what you're doing. I found it here. Bruce said, do you by any chance know of anyone that's downloaded a copy of the Austin versus Professor Dave breakdown? So everybody's seen Austin and Professor Dave, but he had like commentary on it where he's breaking it down. I don't know how long it was, but if you do, reach out to me, or yeah, you can just email me, runbostonbear@gmail.com, so I can try to get Bruce that copy if you have it. But other than that, I'm gonna dip out and start packing up all stuff. I mean, I don't even know how we're gonna fit it back in the car. But you know, when you're leaving for a trip, it's kind of hard to pack because you don't want to forget anything. But when it's time to go back, it doesn't matter. Just cram it in every little crevice. Get it home. So it's gonna be fairly easy. But we do got probably an hour or so worth of packing. So I'll try to listen to y'all. But I'm gonna drop down. Much love.
Make sure you pack some leftovers.
Got plenty of it.
Yes, sir. Oh, my man, Golden Cat up here. Let's go to V3 and then we'll slide and see what up with Golden Cat. What's up, V3?
Yeah, no, yeah. No, Taylor, appreciate what you're doing for sure. And you know, again, just blowing my fucking mind about all kinds of shit. Question for Taylor: did you end up getting, or I think one of the things you were trying to do was going up against some professor or PhD, somebody where you were like, show me a live image or show me a picture of a virus, like under a microscope. Did you get there, or did we get that, or was that, did you get like get gate kept or like shadow banned, or like did they tell you there was some bullshit? Oh, we can't do it because there's something.
Yeah, well, I actually reached out to multiple people with this electron microscope. So you have to use an electron microscope because on a normal microscope you can't see them because they're so small. And
and electron microscopes are only going to be available at major institutional type places, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Which are gate kept and locked down from the truth.
Yeah. And I don't actually work with electron microscopes, so I was having to reach out to people that do. And apparently they're like, it's like really expensive. Like you have to cover them in gold and stuff. Like whatever you're viewing, you have to like cover it in gold to be able to see it. And it's kind of crazy, dude.
So it's expensive. It's too expensive to get you the knowledge that you're requesting, right? And then the same is said for when you were trying to get that telescope to capture without like something about automating the camera, or like you're trying to do something with that massive, massive telescope, but they were like, no, it's too expensive to do that particular thing, and the computer system doesn't allow for it, blah, 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 blah. So it's the same bullshit gatekeeping that you're running up against now in two different institutional controller type,
Yeah,
places.
many people didn't even reach out to me. The people that did reach back to me, were like, oh, we just like sequence the DNA now. Like they don't even really view them anymore. But I tried. I reached out. I emailed like so many people. I did a
Sequence
bunch
the
of
DNA.
research. Yeah.
Damn. Yep. Stonewalled again. Yet again. God damn it, dude. This is people like you asking the right questions, trying to find the right shit because it exposes the lie.
I'll tell you what I have done before that was supposed to be working with viruses. Like, I cultured these viruses. This is for microbiology. Cultured this bacteria on a plate, okay? And then we added what they labeled as a bacteriophage, which is like a virus that attacks bacteria. And what I saw after we got the plates back was like the bacteria was growing on the plate. It was kind of foggy, like when bacteria grows on a plate, it's like foggy. But there were like little like clearing holes in the bacteria, and that's supposed to be the proof of viruses.
Yeah, that's supposed to be. Yeah, right. Just trust us. Trust the science. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so just like something killed bacteria in the different spots. They said it was bacteriophages, but I've never seen a bacteriophage, you know what I mean? But they just say nowadays they just sequence them because electron microscopes are like very hard to work with and very expensive. So that's all I know on that topic in terms of what I've
That's
seen.
incredible.
Yeah, I'll let you know if they reach back to me.
Yeah, and Sacred. The only other thing I was going to say too, not to divert subthread from that, but I think you had mentioned y'all were asking about, had anyone talked to any family members recently, over the holidays about flat Earth, everything. So did have a bit of, I forgot to mention this earlier, I had a bit of a fucking Yahoo moment. My fucking sister, bro, she literally standing in the kitchen, literally said word for word, dude, I'm starting to think the earth is flat. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. I freaked out. I lost it. I was like, yes. She's like, dude, James has been telling me this new guy she's been seeing for, I don't know, however, whatever, 5 or 6 months now. He's been asking all these questions, sending her all these links to da 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 da. And I'm like, please keep going, keep digging. Go look at this account. I think I pulled up something. I pulled up a meme or a screenshot of some shit. I screenshot a lot of stuff on Twitter. A lot of like memes or graphics and stuff. I think it was like Earth is space is fake and gay. Earth is flat. Space is gay or some whatever that big account is that posts like memes and shit. And I was like, yeah, just tell them to go follow this. And she's like, oh, well, we're not on Twitter. I'm like, dude, you got to get on Twitter. I mean, you're not going to get this shit on Facebook. You're certainly not going to get it on Instagram or any of the other bullshit, like, gatekeepers. You got to go on Twitter. At least there, there's a sliver of truth. There's a lot of bullshit too. Don't get it wrong. Yeah, it's a Wild West, but you can also get the social validation. You can get in Twitter Spaces, ask questions, talk to people. They will give you responses. Like, keep going. You are absolutely on the right path. And I've, been shilling her the anti-fluoride, decalcify your pineal gland, go outside, ground, like get all into the health and wellness. Because if you start decalcifying it, if you start focusing on yourself, you can then, that's when the veil, that curtain of the iron curtain of your mind is lifted, right? And she's starting to see it. So I'm like, and I asked her, I was like, what kind of toothpaste do you use? And she's like, dude, I haven't much. Her situation's a little different. She got real sick during her pregnancy, her first kid, and she was puking like every day. And because she was puking so much, I guess like that bile and the acid from the stomach lining and all that, like when it came up and out, it like destroyed the enamel on her teeth. So her teeth got like super fucked up and like basically rotted out. And she's had them like over years has had like a lot of it replaced, has implants now. And you know what her response was? She said, I haven't brushed my teeth in 5 years, 7 years. I was like, oh shit. Okay. That's cool. So she's not even on like fluoride anything. There's no fluoride toothpaste there. I'm like, it is in the water supply. And we got to convince mom, like, we got to just pull this trigger on this reverse osmosis system for the house. It's worth it. I have one. I highly recommend y'all get one installed for your house. Like, it's outside of your house. The water main goes to this system first, goes to like a 30 or I don't know, whatever, like 40-gallon bin or bucket where you have salt pellets that basically soften the water down. And then that water goes into the reverse osmosis tank. And then that line feeds into your house line. So your sink, your appliances, your showers, your toilets, all of it is getting that purified reverse osmosis water.
Yeah, that's that soft water system is a whole different. It doesn't go to your drinking water at all. It just goes to the hot and to everything else like that. The reverse osmosis system just takes it's a whole different setup that gets put underneath your kitchen sink. But
Well,
the
yes,
soft
correct. So there's two systems. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to clarify that. Yeah. I'm just saying like that. Well, I guess for the house line, yeah, that the water comes in first to soften it, and then it goes into the tank, and then you have another separate drinking water system underneath your sink, like you were saying. Yeah, that is the correct way to do it. It's about, I think it's like a $6,000 or $7,000 investment into the house. It's by far one of the greatest things ever. The only downside is with the drinking side, it is kind of like dead water, so you kind of have to remineralize it a little bit. If you take a little Celtic sea salt, put that on your tongue, let it dissolve, the minerals from that salt will actually help carry the H2O molecules into the cell membrane. So it's actually will help hydrate you a little bit better. And if you can, maybe try to structure the water a little bit. I don't even know if this is the right logic, but I kind of just hold the glass real far down from the spigot where the water's coming out, and I let it swirl around in a glass or steel cup, and then I drink it like that just to try to, agitate the H2O molecules a little bit more. I don't know if anyone else does that.
Stirring does the same thing for you.
Which one?
If you stir it.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, all I was saying, Sigurd, to your point was, my sister's kind of on that path now. So it's getting exciting just to see that and hear that, because, you can only scream from the top of a mountain for so long, right? And then you go through the phase of like, okay, first of all, you're shocked, and then you go through like understanding, then you go through like the evangelist phase where you're like, I gotta tell the world. And then eventually you come down from that and you're like, well, shit, no one wants to listen. So you like kind of scale back a little bit. I don't know. Maybe it was you, Brian. Somebody posted a meme of like the stages of acknowledging flat earth. There's something about like you go from being like this like crazy loud, outspoken, screaming on top of a hill, and then eventually you just like you kind of tone it back, and then eventually you're just like at peace because the facts. Like your mind has been able to has freed itself from the indoctrinated Rockefeller institutionalized systems of control, financial, medical, pharmaceutical, the food, industrial, everything. All of it is a scam. And then you step back and you're like, oh fuck, the Matrix is really real. And then you're like, okay, well, now I can actually manipulate the Matrix. Like you can go and slip in and operate knowing, because the knowledge is power, right? And people are like, well, what's the point if the earth is flat? What are you going to do with that? It's like, you don't understand, dude. The journey to getting there is what's so important. And then all of the other things you start to learn about, because your mind is now open, it's like that's that Yahoo moment. So that happened with me and my sister recently, and that's like a lifelong personal relationship, very, very close. And a couple of years of telling her the truth and getting her to start to see things, or at least start questioning, hey, I'm not just a crazy loon bird. There's some really interesting stuff to consider here. And once you start that path, Start learning a lot of other really cool stuff. So anyway.
Well, can I respond? Like, there's a lot to learn. First of all, that you're not just insignificant, because I believe many, many things about what they lie about are just trying to tell us that we just mean nothing to. We mean nothing in the universe. We're just
Yes.
so insignificant. Like, human race is just a big accident. That really changes a lot of people's perspective, on a lot of things. And then, first of all, I mean, another thing is like, just knowing that there's a creator, that's like worth $1 million. That's more important than anything. Like knowing that we actually have a purpose. I mean, wouldn't you want to know that? Wouldn't you want to know if you're put here for a purpose that
Yes.
actually is the case? And you maybe like shift your behaviors a little bit for the better. And then, not falling for these psyops like the alien psyop. I know many people who have thought these
Yes.
aliens are gonna come save us, and they're, like, it's just a big deception, honestly, and there's nothing, no fruit from it. There's nothing good to come from that. So, I mean, there's so many things, just to learn from even opening your mind to the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think like, and it's actually very interesting you said that, because just recently, there was a bug. I think it was like I don't know, it was like a beetle or something, and it was inside the house. And I actually took the time, and I normally back in the day I would have just stomped on it, wiped it up, and thrown it away. But I actually had taken the time to try to scoop it up with a little piece of paper. And oh no, I'm sorry, it was a lizard. It was a little lizard that got in the house. That's right, it was a little lizard. And normally I wouldn't think twice. I would just kill it, squash it, clean it up, throw it away. But now I'm seeing things so differently, and to your point, Taylor, it's causing me to have a little bit more respect for even the smallest, like insignificant little things. And I took the lizard and I picked him up and I chucked him outside. Now he's probably still going to die, but point is, even if it's the smallest little piece of karmic, gain or positive karmic, respect for another life entity, even if it's not conscious, even if it is just one of a trillion lizards that are in the backyard, right? But like, that goes to your point of like, previously when I was calcified, I didn't know shit about fuck, and I thought we were on a globe, and I believed everything I saw on the TV, all that bullshit. Like, I never would have thought twice. But now I have more of an appreciation for even just like the little decisions like that in life. And, it kind of translates into having a little bit more respect for people too, right? They may not see eye to eye. I got berated. We were all out at a bar Wednesday night. Fucking this girl lost her mind when she heard, I might have made, I was drunk. I may have made a funny, stupid comment about, let's celebrate the new puppet masters. The new puppet masters are here. Mentioning Trump and all that. Let's go to the bull run, guys. And fucking homegirl lost her shit. Dude, and I'm like, oh my God. She's like, how could you do this? How could you do that? Your sister, your dad, marginalized. And I'm like, oh my God, dude. Like, holy shit, the brainwashing. It's unbelievable. But I know this isn't a political space, and I'm not even a political person, but I like to make fucking stupid jokes, and I say dumb shit when I'm drunk, whatever. But like, obviously I was drunk and I was having fun. That's one thing. But like, we were at a dinner, and I was trying to like watch what I was saying, because I'm like, well, I don't want, other people to potentially have a bad experience because they don't like what I'm saying, or maybe because you don't know, man. You never know with people. You don't know what they're going through with their circus and their bread. Every day they're fucking distracted by the next psyop, whatever's on the television, the next fucking football game, the next UFC fight, the next piece of fucking celebrity bullshit news. They're so fragile that the slightest little thing can set them off. So I know I'm kind of arguing a little both end of the spectrum. I'm being drunk and saying stupid shit, but then also having respect. Like, I'm still working on my journey, right? Anyway, we got other hands up. I don't want to keep ranting. So
No, man, it means more when someone in the family come to terms with the things that you've been trying to get them to realize for so long. Sometimes it'd be like, bro, like, you couldn't just listen to me like a couple years ago. But like you said, everybody's on their own journey. So That's what's up. And yeah, some people are gonna get triggered, man, in some polarizing conversations, no matter what it is. I think this gives us the opportunity to work on having those conversations, right? To manage our emotions, manage our biases, and try to find some common ground. So every relationship, every interaction gonna be different. Just like V3 said, everybody's on their own journey, so you gotta just be patient. Eventually, they're gonna make a decision. So all you could do is, put the information in front of them, and they're going to either acknowledge it or not, and they're gonna be set on their own path. So, dope stuff, man. I want to continue to hear some of these stories though, because I tend to ask this question when the holidays come around, because I'll be wanting to know how some of these interactions turn out. It's always something entertaining or something valuable that we can get from it. So appreciate that, brother. I think I had Brian next. Then we'll go to Zora, then Biblical, and then maybe Brock and then Chase. I think that's what it was. If I mess it up, my bad, y'all. We'll
So
figure
yeah.
it out. Go ahead, sweet.
So I always try to drop nuggets here and there when it comes to family because ultimately, I love them and stuff, and I want to continue to keep on being invited over for family events. So I don't go too crazy on them like that. But during your story there, it was somewhere along the line you were talking about creationism or something like that, or evolution or something like that, man. And it got to, I was like, man, I don't know how people can think of evolution or not believe there's a God or something like that. The other day I was like watching this video, man, and it was showing this thing that kind of looked like a wasp, but it was actually a praying mantis. And I was like, man, can you imagine that evolving? No, that's a creator. And then you got these flowers that look like hummingbirds, and seeing one of a monkey face, and you got that stick bug out there, and then you got that praying or the duck-billed platypus. I was like, come on, this things didn't evolve, man. This was all created.
Platypus is crazy.
Dude, he's like, I got some leftover parts here. What do you watch this, man? I got half of a beaver over here, and got a duck head here over here.
Hold my beer.
I'm gonna check this out. I mean, seriously, how did that evolve into? So what kind of purpose was that? What was he thinking there? Is like, I don't know what happened there. And then you want to talk about, we got whales out there, man. It's still a fish, man. Well, what was it like evolving and decided, hey, I forgot, I don't want to evolve anymore? Or is it was like they all just jumped out of the water, evolved into mammals, and said, hey, we're going to go back in there. And the evolution stopped again there. And then you're like, well, they got babies there, and they build their hind legs and then brings them back up. It's like, well, I was like, let them have the hind legs. How come they're not working on the lung thing, man? They still got lungs. Evolve some gills there, buddy. You're a fish now. Come on. Yeah, evolution's stupid. God made fish. They're in the ocean, the water. And then he did for dolphins too. And all the species. All of them just said, hey, we're all going back in the ocean. I guess the wolves that were holed out. I don't know. Nah, we ain't doing that.
Don't forget, we got like 60% of our DNA is shared with strawberries.
Dude, you look at the branch.
What?
Hey,
dude, you look
go look at the science, man.
Oh my
Go look at the
God,
science.
dude. Fuck. Here we go. Another rabbit hole.
You should check out a mushroom, how close we're related. But yeah, if you look at the tree branches and look at your lungs and stuff, I mean, we are so related in so many ways. It's we're in touch with we're created, man. It's like to say, we got so much in common. It's like, no, those are just monkey skulls, man. It's like saying just because you have a skeleton, we all came from an amoeba.
Yeah, no, dude, the tree and like leaves and like matching that up with like lungs and your electrical like nervous system through the body, it's fucking fascinating. It's like, yes, makes a lot of sense.
I've been around a lot of people that do nothing and they never achieved anything. But so far, with these guys, nothing created everything, and then also turned it into balls, and then created life. So there's nothing doing two things. So that's amazing, and I've never seen nothing to accomplish anything like that. So. And I watch people do nothing. It's not the way to go.
Sweet's hilarious, man. I didn't know who I said that was next. Shout out to Brian. Did I say Zora?
Yeah,
I think I
brother.
said Zora. What's
Yeah.
up, bro?
What's up, my man? Dude, and you said the name perfectly. So whether or not you didn't, brother, God bless you. Thank you for having me up. Couple comments that came to mind when I was listening to everybody speak. And first of all, God bless everyone. I hope you're having a great Saturday, man. Today's my feast day. Really, really loving my Saturdays. And this topic has been seriously taking up all my mental energy. Like, how do you wake people up? How do you wake people up? And I never really like came to the realization until I put it on myself. It's like I just remember one day, it was in 2014. I go visit my brother, and he just looks at me with a big smile on his face, and he goes, "Hey, bro, you know the Earth is flat?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't doubt it." And the reason I just took it so easy, I just took it so simply is because, like, I remember, I realized we've just always been deceived. And to realize we've always been deceived, I already put my mind in a frame of thought like, okay, man, we don't know everything. So whatever we're told, I'm not going to believe 100%. But also that already got me questioning. The very fact that I was questioning, I paraphrased the Bible quite a bit. Like the soil was fertile already, you know, and also like if the soil is not ready to accept the seed, and you could take a horse to the water, but you can't force it to drink. So that goes back to like, oh, people gotta know how to read the room, know how to present something, and it's like it's not the time, it's not the time, it's not the place, it's not the place. So it's been more and more coming into light, at least in my mind. It's like, man, there are so many different ways and so many different approaches to be taken to this. And the biggest thing has been really mulling over is I can't for the life of me find a way to make people associated with an idea or differentiate them from an idea, in the sense that I can't say an idea makes a person look bad. I always go back to their actions, man. So like to say like someone calls me crazy because I believe something, well, if they're going to take that sort of approach already, they're going to find anything else to pick at me to say I'm crazy, because that is just such a big, terrible misconception already. You don't know this person and you're already labeling them as crazy. So it's almost like the belief in the idea itself doesn't matter, whatever it is, for them to pick at anything. And it doesn't even hold like any form of truth to me, my man. So it's like, I'm thinking here, guys. It's like, I want to tell someone about something. And basically, I fully believe at this point that we're not meant to convince anyone, just like we're told by our Savior, you know, go preach the word, plant the seed, and the rest is up to him. And I guess we just got to be good ambassadors of the truth. And again, not to say that looks are important. I really don't like that word looks. Like this makes me look bad, or this idea makes me look good or something. I always go back to the actions. So if we're going to be representing an idea, we have to represent what those tenets of that idea are. And the better ambassadors we are of that idea, then I think would facilitate that fertile soil situation and bringing people into questioning. And if we could get them into questioning, then it's probably like one of the better things we could achieve in getting a new idea for them to think about. It's the same with every idea I'm finding, man. It doesn't matter what the idea is, Christianity, flat earth, anything at all, the JQ, the JP, even with cars. I could try to explain something to someone about cars and they don't get it. They call me insane. It's like, nah, man, this is what it is. And obviously it's always coming from my perspective, my opinions, you know? So if that is any approach, my friends, I am open to any comments you have on that, because like Sacred said, the Socratic method, get them questioning. That's where I'm at with this at this moment. And as always, guys, thank you very much. Really appreciate the time. God bless you, everyone. And shout out to my man Witsit, and hope, man, I'm going to catch that show tonight. Guys, much appreciated for opening the space. Thank you. God bless.
No doubt, bro. One of the approaches that someone said is that you pose something that you know is not going to be easy to debunk. So like to one of your friends or your family, like, hey, did you hear about this weird da 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 about flat Earth? And then you go to show them and be like, oh wait, like can't really refute this, and have them in real time like go through those same motions. Again, you're gonna have to have their attention to even begin to do that, right? But I mean, again, my approach is just Socratic method, just asking questions and have people answering themselves. Some people need their handhelds. Some people, they'll go ahead and do their own research on their own, but they're not gonna know about it unless they're confronted with it. So I guess that's our only responsibility, right? Is to make sure that everyone is at least faced with some of the things, the arguments and information that we are equipped with, and then let the rest take care of itself. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Good to see you too. I keep forgetting the lineup. My bad, y'all. What I said was it Biblical then Brock, then Chase?
I think Brock's up next.
Okay, appreciate that, bro. What's up, Brock?
Yeah, just one last quick comment. I think V3 was talking about the Owen Benjamin 7 stages of becoming a flat earther video.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that'll go down as like history. That video is so much gold. It's like it goes through all the stages, man. You don't believe it, then you do, and then there's acceptance, there's disbelief, there's this, that, and the other. But he's a very interesting guy. He's kind of inflammatory, but he lives off his land. I don't know. You kind of have to look into him, but anybody who's trying to make, they're milking their own cows, milking their own goats, trying to make butter and make their own cheese and whatnot, you got to give up to him a little bit. So he's an interesting guy, but yeah, I think that's what he was chiming in on. Yeah, it's all good stuff. He's a supporter. I'd love to hear him come on here. I'd love to hear Alex Stein come on here. We need to grow it, man. Let's get it going.
Yeah, dude, is Alex Stein like, so is he a flat earther, or is he like fucking with us? Like, he's funny and I like what he was doing on the debate. But like he seemed like pretty flat. Like, he seemed like he was pretty bought into it, like he was bringing up some really funny shit.
He definitely claims to be. He definitely claims to be. So I'm gonna take his word for it.
I gotta crash out though, y'all. You guys have a good night. I hope you guys keep going. I don't know how long
Take care, brother.
you guys are going for today, but keep on keeping on. 120 plus.
Yes, sir. You already know. Shout out to Brock, man. What's up, Biblical?
Good morning. How's everybody doing? I have my parents here visiting. We're in Florida for the winter, and they're here for a few weeks. And my mom was in the educational system as a profession, and so I was talking to her about some of the things that my kids have in their books and their homeschool curriculums. They're each in different homeschool programs, Christian homeschool programs. One's in Abeka Academy and one's in ACE. And so I've been reaching out to the schools to talk about, why don't we have biblical stuff in their biblical cosmology, and some of the things that they're still teaching mass attracting mass, it not even the current paradigm. But anyway, all that aside, we were driving out to Fort Pickens on Pensacola Beach on Thanksgiving, and we were heading out there and looking across the water, and there was a boat that you could see, I don't know, a long way off. So I said, hey, how far do you guys think that boat is out there? That's a long way. Somebody's like, oh, it's 7 miles. Oh, it's 10 miles. Oh, it's this. And, so we started talking about the distance and how far we should be able to see, And my kids have been watching a lot of Witsit stuff and different debates with me and things. And so they've got the full view of some of that, but they know that, from that height that we should see around three miles. And so anyway, it brought up some interesting conversation, but as we drove, one of the first canyons you come to, or embankments, has a sign that it says, that canyon's just about at eye level if you were standing there. So about 6 foot off the ground. And the sign says that they were reaching boats out to 17 miles. So we're reading that, and I kept hitting on that. Man, 17 miles, that's a long way. I was, kids, what's weird about that, And they were like, that's too far, it's you couldn't do that, And I said, yeah, even take that in half, if they were off by a half and it was only, 9 or 10, that's over 3 times what it should have been able to shoot out before it's having to drop over the curve of what they say the curve of the earth is. And so it brought up some interesting conversation, but I wanted to give a shout out to Brian. I've thanked him before, but man, that Yucca app is amazing. And my 10-year-old absolutely loves going to the store now. She's like, grabs one of our phones and just starts scanning everything and going nuts. So a couple weeks ago, she was like, Dad, let's start a YouTube and start trying to share this. I was like, all right. So we took an afternoon, got done with our schoolwork and went out to Walmart and started scanning all these things. And the channel that she created and that we're going to do is called The Yucky Stuff. And so we only have one thing downloaded on it right now, but it's kind of those short clips. I think someone mentioned it that Brian should do. It's kind of in that realm of, so I guess that's in the air right now. But yeah, thanks for all you guys do. Love all the content, and just keep spreading the truth. God bless y'all.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's super cool, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's such a big thing to get our kids involved in it and, talking to them about it so they get to see, what is an additive? What is this? How should we be eating? And, we were in the cosmetics looking for my older daughter and some sunscreen and some stuff. And I mean, we could not find anything. This was right before Brian had mentioned the Yuck app, and I finally asked the lady that worked there, I was like, do they make anything that's not just poison? I was like, we can't put this on our faces and on our kids' faces. This is insane. And so I told my kids when we left, I was like, because you spend so much time reading labels, whether it's food or cosmetics or whatever. And I was like, gosh, I wish I was more techie. I can barely send an email. I was like, there needs to be an app where you can scan the ingredients list and it can tell you what things are, so you don't have to look up every dang thing. And then a couple days later, Brian talks about the Yuck app, and I was like, oh my gosh, that would change our world in the grocery store. And it does cosmetic stuff too. So I mean, it's a game changer. If you're reading labels, hands down, it will save you so much time, and everybody should be using it.
Yeah, dude, I think the issue is, everything in the stores is gonna be fake news, toxic shit. 95% of everything in every store, right? And that's unfortunately the world that we live in. And I told my sister, I was like, dude, look at those ingredients. If you don't know what any of those are, if you don't know how to pronounce them, do you think that's good for your body? Is that something you think you should put inside your body? Like, the answer is no. It's obviously some kind of chemical or processed something. It's toxic. And
you want to hear really horrible, man? You guys should look up HEK 293. That's in a lot of your food there, in your colas and such. HEK 293.
Now, do they put HEK 293 on the label or on the ingredients list, or is it listed as something else? Because that's the other dark bullshit secret too, is they might tell you something is one thing, but it actually is something else, and then they get away legally.
Natural flavoring is what they call it.
They
get away with a lot of that terminology, natural flavoring.
See, that's probably where that app would come in super handy, because of the scamming. They tell you on the ingredients list, but then they get away with saying it's something else because of whatever legal loophole bullshit. But yeah, dude, biblical. That's awesome that your kids are on that, dude. And like, man, I got to get my fiance there. We're working her. She just got off the seed oil. She just finally figured out that's bad. And I'm like, yeah, that's fake. That's not even olive oil. She's like, I know, but I love the taste. And I'm like, it's because you're fucking addicted to it. You need to cut that shit. You need to use animal fats, beef tallow, ghee. Fucking, if you have to, use the bacon grease. And you shouldn't eat bacon. Bacon's swine. It's, most pork is fucking terrible, but whatever. I have a problem, I will admit. I still have a problem with bacon. I do all this health shit, but I fucking eat swine. It's not acceptable. I understand that. That's a problem I'm working on. I'll admit it. But cooking in the beef tallow, cooking with, I don't like coconut oil cooking with it because I think it makes the food kind of taste a little mucky, like coconutty. I'm not huge on coconut, but use that shit as moisturizer, bro. Oh my God, bro. It is the best moisturizer. Organic. I don't want to shield Dr. Bonner's because I'm sure that's a scam of some sort, but it does say organic and it is USDA organic. Whether that's a scam or not, it probably is, but the idea is get the organic coconut oil as a moisturizer. Oh, dude, stop using the sulfates and the sodium lauryl sulfate and the benzo, diazo, whatever. All these fucking. I was looking at some of the stuff I'm using just because I don't like using the coconut oil while I'm driving because I don't want it getting all over my shit. I don't have any way to wipe my hands. So this stuff, glycerin, stearic acid, isopropyl myricate. What the fuck is that, dude? Like aluminum starch, I don't even know how to pronounce that, dude. This stuff is so bad, and this is the mass-produced, mass-manufactured world that we live in now, man. It's like you can't. Basically, everything you touch, everything you interact with, all the food, all the material, toxic. All the fucking EMF frequencies in the air. We live inside EMF boxes with Wi-Fi, phones, smart TVs, fucking wiretaps, Alexa, I tried to rename Alexa Wiretap just as a fucking, for the lulz. And like, the fiance was like, no, we're not going to do that. I'm like, no, that's Wiretap. Hey, Wiretap, set a reminder for 15 or timer for 15 minutes.
Well, thanks
Yeah,
everybody.
your phone's doing that.
Have a great day. I'm heading to the farmer's market, so I'm going to be listening, but love you all. Thanks so much
brother.
for everything.
Hell yeah. I'm glad he said farmer's market because I've actually that's like my whole new thing is every Sunday morning rolling out, picking up my 3 dozen farm fresh eggs on my seeded vegetables, okay? Fucking cucumbers with seeds, tomatoes with seeds, right? This seedless bullshit is a scam. And people are like, oh, it tastes so good. How could it not have seeds? I'm like, that's because it's genetically modified and it's grown in a fucking lab. I apologize if I'm talking over anyone. I don't see any other speakers. My bad.
Oh, nah, you good, V3? Some GMOs, man, is crazy. And labels don't help. I'm gonna have to download that. I think I said Chase, and I see Cosmological is back. Pro, can you rotate some mics and check your inbox? What's up, Chase?
Hello. I'm new to Twitter. I had it a long time ago, but I went to that old one that I had and it had been deleted, so I created a new one because I've heard about these X spaces. And I looked for which it gets it on here, followed him, and I think that's how I got to it. So I'm just checking it out, seeing what the hand raising was, and just learning what the app is all about. And I guess there's a question my 9-year-old asked me, which I thought was pretty good. We talk about flat Earth stuff, and he says the gravity's super strong to hold on all the water convexed at the surface against centrifugal force. But the gravity can't pull down the clouds. Now it's his question. He says, why doesn't gravity pull down the clouds? And I just thought that was good.
man. Those clouds be weighing billions of pounds, man. So that's a good question. What's up with that? Billions, but
I asked Chat GTP and it said the wind flow keeps them up. So then I asked it, so that means the wind is stronger than gravity, and then he gives a roundabout, rambling answer. But I just wanted to say something and see how this mic works, and nice listening to all of you. It's nice being in a space where like-minded people are, and it's new for me, and this will be great. I'm gonna mic down after that. Thank you.
Welcome,
I got
brother.
something real.
And,
I got something real brief.
tap in with Proud, my co-host, to get you a PFP. We gotta get you right for Twitter, man. Gotta get you right. 1 second, Eric. Let's just slide over to cosmological, and then we'll open it up for like some more open discussion.
How y'all doing this morning?
Good to see you again.
Can you hear me good? Hey, what's happening? Look, I just wanted to kind of bring something to the panel because the HEK. I don't know if he tell y'all what those letters stood for. I just kind of tuned in. Did he mention what those words were? What that stood for? Can you hear me?
No, I don't think we got it. Yeah, just natural
Okay.
flavoring. But yeah, tell us.
Human embryonic cell lines. So they use them also the jab. You know, when babies come out, the female gets the male gets the female. Actually, they had I think 180 doctors that actually went into the insert of what, when the baby comes out of the canal. These doctors that are firsthand in the room. These are doctors that are fated, that just got consciously aware that wasn't right when they started seeing all this go up and stuff. So they pretty much put that to the forefront. And look over here at EMF. What's the one thing that about shielding? Everybody needs to be shielded. Okay, so I went to ask Alexa one time because I had one in my house about a scripture. Out of nowhere, sacred, all of a sudden, an FCC dangerous high level standard for EMF exposure started playing out of the ear. I didn't ask for it. I wasn't even a scripture from out of the Bible for to hear, so I could hear it verbatim, could recite it correctly. And all of a sudden, this lecture from a convention started playing. Now, I don't know where it came from. I picked up a pen and a paper and I listened. I went back to the beginning of the lecture and everything that I get out of it, I wrote it on a piece of paper and went back in and looked into it. Okay. And so we're fed so many forefront, y'all, when it comes to this earth. We are what we're made of. Okay. And so this whole false dichotomy of shielding when it comes to what is in our ambient atmosphere and what's supposed to hurt us and what is good for us, there are so many different angles that they're wanting us to believe. When you really get into the topic and you dissect it like, the panel's been doing. Witsit, thank you for what you do. Sacred, Proud, Eddie that's on the panel that's actually digging into the abstracts, reevaluating all these topics and bringing stuff to the forefront that's just swept under the carpet and put to the side, especially because of what it proves. But once you get to the point where you're starting to dissect these topics and you put them all, out on the forefront and you see how they're like unified and connected, at the hip, it's unified, but really start to focus on, certain things that you're that's going on with, the physics aspects of on just to bring stuff to the forefront and truth. And the more that we gather, these little nuances that are on the sidelines that people don't really look
Cosmology.
into, there's people
Hey,
that are out there.
cosmology, your signal
You
is
know?
roboting.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see if I can get to a better place. Hold on one second.
I didn't want to say something. I didn't want to interrupt, man.
You're good.
Yeah, it was cutting
Are
out
you good?
pretty bad. I thought it may have been me.
How is this? Is this a little better? Hold
Yes,
on.
sir. Sounds good to me.
Okay. So the whole misconception of this electromagnetic field theory when it's coming to the scare tactic of, oh gosh, the air is going to kill us again. I want y'all to understand something. If there's 19.8 volts coming off of your Wi-Fi equipment and you are in a intensive regimen where you're working out, the thing that what occurs when you come into contact with ambient outside electromagnetic fields is something that's purely profound because of our electrical value and who we truly are. Okay, so the body has an adaptation state that it goes through to protect itself from these outside frequencies. And the first thing that happens is that your DNA starts to produce a 70 kilodalton shock protein. Okay, so what is a 70 kilodalton shock protein? It is the only protein that can make it through lactic acid after an intense workout. It has an extra binary layer to get through that lactic acid. So in all cases, if you think about it, if you're in a regimen and you walk up to your Wi-Fi equipment, that's the one thing that these bodybuilders are seeking to produce from ice baths so they can rebuild their muscles fast. So the science is out there about this stuff. But the only thing that is detrimental to building up these shock proteins is once there's so many accumulated into the blood, you can clog what they call the voltage calcium channels. These voltage calcium channels are to direct a line of a molecule of calcium carbonate to stabilize the blood from being too much acidity, from the stress and torment from all the tabloids, all the left wing, right wing, same bird type information. It's to calm down the acidity in the DNA. And so what does this all mean? We're scared as hell over EMF fields. It's going to kill us. It's going to kill us. The real culprit is EMI. Okay. The electrical aspect of it. There are radio frequencies that are in our atmosphere, y'all, that are unbeknownst to us. We can't see them, but they were here before a prebiotic Earth, I believe. They were here at creation. So they were here before us. So I guess the point I'm saying is we have been forced in a corner to have all these false dichotomies of what we're supposed to just be so scared of and afraid of. And I think also they become a perturbation within the mind. Once you know it, see it, think it, and believe it and walk in it, it starts to come to like a modality of the ether within our own perspective and perception of our state of how we perceive things, if you will. And so even if it doesn't affect us, I think the mental state of us projecting that it can affect us in a certain way to where it's just counterproductive within our experience and our perception. So it's a kind of a deep topic when you get into it, though. I don't think that the Wi-Fi equipment, y'all, even though we got BPL systems, broadband power line communications, is clearly, when you get into the research, you can see that they have figured out a way to harness the corona of the electrical oscillating current, pull 12 signals out of the air above the transformer into an orthogonal division multiplex coupler, which surprisingly, when you get into the research on what that coupler is designed behind, is our olfactory sensory nerves. And where is that? That's in your nasopharynx. That's where your nervous system starts. So they've designed a system that can pull 12 frequencies out of the air and get the cleanest one, transfer it down from the actual transformer into the smart meter, into the HVAC system, the HVAC system, the heating cool system, back out to the back out to the smart meter and into the Romex of all of your house. So you have a ninth generation. It's not 5G, y'all. They didn't go up one measure. You have a ninth generation signal that just circulates throughout all of your Romex in your home. That's where your smart plug appliances come in, and all these different types of appliances that can talk back and forth to one another. So if there is a silent war going on and people have tinnitus, what better way to just, oscillate some kind of resonant frequency while they block the energy, the resonance increases. It's 2 parts to a wave. With the right hand rule, the energy is going to be the horizontal plane, and then you got your resonant frequency, the actual sound. And remember, this type of sound is not just like hey. Now this is a different type of sound, but it can pierce solid objects. It goes through. I don't know if it's scalar now or they're just using regular EMF. I think it's a different type of potential of waveform. But yeah, then you got all of this strontium, barium, and all these aluminum phosphates and stuff that they're putting in to the chemtrails. And so it goes down to the substrate. It gets absorbed into all of our plant matter. And of course, if you got some type of frequency or EMF, like I was talking about last night, is a double standard of what we're seeing here at LIGO. Of course, they could be looking up. Well, why wouldn't they want to be looking down as well in a linear fashion, surveilling things and stuff like that? I don't know. That's
Hey, cosmology. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. And I know I'm just kind of rambling, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, you're kind of carrying on. I
got a lot
talking on a phone, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, what's your point about all this?
Well, we're so afraid of the air, and that's where they want us to be. I don't think things are anything close. I think our vessel is way more optimal than what we give it credit to be. I think it's one of the most miraculous creations. I think it's top-down design, data compression beyond imagination. I think it's created. I think we have been fed such lies about how limited we are in our physical.
So what's your point? What's the point you're saying?
Well, I heard this stuff talking about the EMF, and I'm not trying to talk against the guy that brought up the EMF, but we need to stop living in fear and trusting that we are way more pure potential than what we've been led to believe. I think that's my point.
That's what people need to hear. That part right there.
Yep.
All the physics you were talking about doesn't do anybody any good. They need to hear no fear.
That's it. We're way more we are so much more optimal with.
Okay, just say that. Yeah. Just say no fear.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. But I was leading up to that.
Well, I appreciated that explanation.
Yeah, all this stuff.
I appreciated that. I'm the one who said EMF box. I'm the one who's like, I feel like all day, a lot of time, if I'm not meeting with clients in person, I'm just at my house, right? And I got all these fucking devices everywhere. And I'm thinking to myself, like, all right, what kind of bombardment is my system getting? But you're saying our system is
absorbing it,
more powerful than that.
It, in a way, yes. But if you're 70 years old and you sit in front of your Wi-Fi equipment and you don't move around, it probably could not be good, though. Just saying. But the overall aspect of we're supposed to be afraid of the air, that's what they want us to do. They want us thinking the invisible unicorn bug is trying to take us out, and energy is going to kill us, and we're a speck of dime in the universe of nothingness, and we're here by happenstance and all that. So, but anyway, I'm gonna fall back. I just wanted to say that, and the reason why I'm kind of shaky, I'm out here in the cold. I was trying to get a better signal. But anyway, I'm gonna fall back. Thank y'all for letting me speak. God bless.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, brother.
Hey, Sacred, can I get a brief thing? All right, I'm gonna be real short. I want to thank all the new folks who've joined in here, and some of them have took the mic. And I want to encourage all of the new folks to try the mic and just, if nothing else, just say hello and what you're doing. And then I got to say this. This is my thing is all my love to V3. He's bringing great content. But I guess maybe Sacred's listening. I want to appeal for a protocol about weak words. My ears are calcifying right now because of the weak words, and not bringing any harsh on anybody. I just need a little help.
I'm working on it, man. I'm working on it.
What do you mean by that?
Trying to curse less.
Who's saying that? I can't read my screen good.
Who said that?
You're gonna make me curse just for that.
I'm just trying to figure out who it is. I don't have a good monitor here.
Brian.
Okay, I'm not talking about Brian. I said all my love to V3. He's bringing tremendous content, but my ears are getting calcified.
No love
because
for
of
you,
the
Brian.
curse words. I got it. I got you, brother.
Oh no.
I get a little passionate. You know, I fly off a little bit.
I have gotten the same spoken to, so I felt that too. So it could have been towards me.
Sacred. I got P Dubs bothering me in the messages. Ugh, this dude.
I was just trying to appeal to Sacred to have some protocol about the weak words. I don't want to be harsh on anybody, and I mentioned V3. It's not anything else going on.
Would you like me to remove myself from the room, sir?
Absolutely not. I said you are bringing tremendous content, and I appreciate hearing you, but my ears are, intolerant.
V3, you gotta use strongman words. Those are weak words. No, I'm just fucking with you.
It's a problem, dude. It is.
Some people feel it is, some people don't. It's whatever.
Well, it's all about the setting
Right.
too, right? Like if I'm in a meeting with a client and the client starts to curse, yeah, hell yeah, it's all good, right? But hey, most of the time it's not all good because a lot of people don't like, they don't like
That's
hearing
right.
the words, and I get it. So you gotta. It's again reading, the room, reading people, making sure that you're picking up what they're laying down, and I get it. So I will do at least make an attempt, right,
There you
to
go.
acknowledge and correct as needed.
I think Flat Etheric will be happy with that.
Flat Earth, Eric, I did throw you a follow. Don't make me remove the follow.
My request was to Sacred for some protocols. I wasn't asking anything hard. I love you. Your content is tremendous. You made a great contribution, and I've learned a lot just in the last hour. Thank you.
For sure, brother.
Stationary set, everyone.
Stationary. What's the next topic, Brian?
Man, I hear this dude Aries proved that the Earth isn't moving, and he don't want to talk about it no more.
Yeah, we had a
With water
long.
and a telescope.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
With water.
With water and a telescope.
Mm. Don't let us get on the water in a bucket. God damn it.
Man, I heard that we got to get a telescope to prove stuff, and well, there it is, right there. It's got your magical telescope proving that we're not moving. So, what do you want?
Yeah, that's what Witsit and the gentleman with the NASA sticker on his computer were getting into.
Dude, I thought that was funny, man. He had a bunch of NASA stickers. Fanboy.
Had to rep his set, son. Rep your set. NASA gra.
Yeah, man, it's all sketchy stuff to me, dude, that NASA stuff. But let's not forget one thing, my friends, is this. Uh, whether anyone, I'm not pushing my faith. There are some truths to it, like there's a 2008 water experiment with the Japanese scientist who spoke good words to the water, froze it. He had like almost perfect crystals, and he spoke bad things to it, and they were like very obstruct and bad. And um, it reminded me when V3 was speaking about the fluoride, which, by the way, gents, for any single men like me out there, watch out for women with super, super white teeth. That's a turnoff because a lot of fluoride and whitening strips went into that white teeth. But um, when you're speaking to the water, basically, I can see it as praying before you eat, praying before you drink, and especially the air. We should be praying before we even breathe, and in a sense, just give thanks for everything, which is the most positive thing you could, I think, potentially even do when you're in a state of gratitude. There is almost nothing that could bother you. And there's even another paraphrase I could get from the Bible, like the demons or Satan cannot stand hearing the praise of God happen. Like they can't stay in that area. So when you're always thankful and you're giving praise, not only are you cleaning up your mind, your food, your air, and your water, it's like spiritually you're just getting there. And to this final point with the health thing, I'm sure V3 is aware of this. There was a doctor in the 50s named Dr. Maxwell Gerson who started experimenting with different therapies that were more so aligned with diet. And he experienced migraines and realized he changed his diet from something heavy to something light with fruit and vegetable juices, and his migraines went away. He implemented this to his cancer patients, and guess what happened to the cancer? It went away. Um, they advocated for distilled water being the most pure, finding out that those minerals that are in the water we currently take in now are like almost all not necessary. But in his diet also, the minerals were taken in by the foods. So they were having wholesome foods, wholesome vegetables, wholesome fruits that were given those minerals that were not in the water itself. So I can see a need for us to supplement because our food has been so debased and bastardized. Um, that would make sense. But also, there is that thing where the body can heal itself from everything. I think if my personal belief, starting from someplace with a place of gratitude and giving it everything it needs with like proper nutrition, keeping away from all the toxins and things that are just going to absolutely destroy our health going forward. And sacred and proud. I don't know if you're there, my friends, but you gave me a compliment. No one gives me a compliment and gets away with it, man. God bless you all. Thank you again for having me.
Taylor, you got your hands up? What's up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that like it was funny because Paul was like preaching to this group of people, this tribe of people like in the middle of nowhere essentially. And then he got bit by this snake. And they're like, "Oh my gosh, like this dude's cursed, like he's gonna die." And then he literally like shook the snake off. And then like he just kept preaching and nothing happened to him. Like literally he didn't even have a bite with him. It was apparently like a really deadly snake. They're like, "Oh, this dude's gonna die." Nothing happened to him. He was perfectly fine. And if you're out there, like, if you're out there preaching the gospel and standing for the Lord, nothing's gonna happen to you. Like, seriously,
No,
that's
no, 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 no. Snake handlers are bullshit. They
no,
well,
maybe he
dude.
was not
No,
handled.
no,
A
no, no,
snake
no.
bit him
They
in the
work their way
wild.
up from when they're real young. They drink cyanide little by little by little by little by little. So when they slam a whole glass when they're 30, it's because they've been doing it little by little by little by little by little, but it still fucks them up.
Wait, hold on. I'm not talking about a snake handler. I'm talking about Paul
Oh,
who got bit by a snake in the middle of the wilderness. He wasn't handling those snakes. But it was crazy. Like he shook it off. So I believe like what he said about praise and gratitude will really like obviously like we should be protecting ourselves from toxins. Just like I was reading yesterday in the book of Sirach. Don't eat things you know are bad for you. That's just ridiculous. That's stupid. But if you're gonna like it says like, if somebody tries to like poison you, like you could be resistant to that. Snakes bite you, people have been resistant to that. There was this dude in the bubonic plague who was out there healing people. Um and he was laying his hands on people, and the scientists couldn't figure out what was going on. Like, why is this man resistant to getting this illness? And apparently, they were really studying this, and they found that
the virus in his hand just completely like disintegrated. And you can look into this. Some people say it's real, some people say it's not, but this was apparently a big story where this man was resistant to the bubonic plague that was out here healing people, praying over them, and they were getting healed. So I do believe that, but also in the book of Sirach, it said don't eat things that are bad for you. That's just you should try to have a healthy life. But yeah, I think it is important what he said about gratitude, because there's some things we can't avoid. Like if the stuff in the air, like these chemtrails or whatever they're spraying in the air, you can't really avoid that. So that's where prayer really comes into effect, because I believe God can protect you from all of that.
Amen, sister. And just like things with ignorance that we don't know, like natural flavor, natural coloring on the food labels, it's like, what the hell is that? It's like, yeah, if you don't know about it, that's where we leave it to faith and making sure we pray over it. I think that's where that comes in. But also, I can almost like attribute to what you just said about don't eat things that you know are bad for you. It's almost like tempting God in a sense. It's like, well, he said he's going to protect me, but at the same time, it says don't do anything that's bad for you. So you're basically tempting God. It's like, hey, he says not to do it. So why the hell would you do it if you know it's bad for you? Very good point.
Any Globers on set? Want to come speak? Want to come teach us flat earthers that we're wrong and why? Just crickets, huh? No globies present. Am I speaking over people, or is it just quiet?
Nah, it's quiet.
It's just
Okay,
quiet.
cool. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about as far as
They ain't got nothing.
like certain points about flat Earth proofs?
I was just gonna say, D3, these Glovers, like honestly, like how can we even expect them to come up here? Because every time they do, their points get destroyed. It really looks bad for the globe. So if they're actually trying to support the globe, the last thing they want to do is come up here. I'm telling you, bro.
I
Like
know.
so.
That's it though. Like we need if you don't want to disprove anything and you just want information, come on up too, just so we can elaborate on our stance a little bit for those and listening, but maybe on the fence or something like that, because like she just alluded to, the Globers have a hard time when they come in here.
They threw up the white flag a long time ago, brother.
Yeah, I've noticed that in the past few weeks have been less and less people coming in here to stand on the globe, stand on that globular surface.
They could be taking a holiday break, man. You never know.
I mean, the turkey is kind of round, isn't it? It's kind of globular. It's about when its legs are cut off and it's in the it's in that pan. It's kind of the same shape as the geoid, isn't it?
It's
Well, it
funny
does
you
become.
said, yeah, go for it, V3.
No, I was just gonna say, doesn't it kind of become concave as you eat the turkey? It becomes a concave turkey.
I guess you could see it that way. I mean, relatively speaking, that would work.
Check this out.
Wouldn't it be more of a hollow Earth?
Yeah. Funny. Here's what came to mind when D3 said, stand on the globe. Immediately, I got an image of a man running on a ball. It's like you can't stand on a ball, you got to keep running. But when you have a flat surface, you can literally stand firm, just like we're told to stand on the word. Again, guys, I'm sorry I'm preaching, man. I don't know. It always goes back to the Bible for me. But imagine that. If you want to stand on a ball, you can't stand. You got to run. They're always running from something, maybe.
So are there any particular points that people have an issue with that, or maybe you don't understand fully, or someone wants us to review? We had a great review earlier with the Aries experiment. the water in the telescope. But there's others that we can get into.
I got to drop off here, brother. I just wanted to ask, did anyone have the time for the fluoride thing going on tonight?
I think he said 8 p.m. If I heard that correctly.
Yeah, that's right. 8 p.m. Eastern, I think, huh?
I think
What is
so.
that
But
supposed to be on?
so Witsit is going to debate, I guess, some PhD doctor about
On what
the health
network or
benefits of
whatever?
fluoride. Oh, I don't know what network. Yeah, I'm
Right.
not sure.
It's probably
No,
I
I
don't
think
know.
that somebody else. He's trying to get Ashton Forbes on I think the ether.
I think WITS
I think
operates on Rockfin and YouTube.
Who in their right mind would debate that fluoride's good for you, let alone debate Witsit about that?
This
Anyone
doctor
who's been
apparently
through
wants to.
anyone
If
who's
I was
been through
him,
the
I'd just
medical
show up with a
teaching.
wheelbarrow full of fucking scientific papers saying it kills you, and I just walk in with that and just walk out afterwards.
People out there want it, man. They're mad that RFK said he was going to get rid of it. They're like, how do I get it back in my water? It's like, man.
Oh my God, I know, bro. I know.
That's because the Supreme
like-
Court or whatever in September, no?
You know, I completely get why people would have that debate if they haven't been exposed to alternative documentation or experiments or outcomes, and they've only been fed what they were taught in university
Propaganda.
and only a subset of approved papers and documentation and experiments that correlate with the mainstream narrative. If that's all you've got, then yeah, you would debate it, because from your perspective, everything you know says it's just fine.
Yeah, but what about that huge Supreme Court case in September that ruled that it's unsafe and lowers IQ of children, and now they're going to take it out of the water? I mean, I wouldn't argue it now. Maybe 6 months ago, but not after that.
Yeah, he's probably not even aware. And that's the thing. Like, these people, I can't say these people, but like a lot of people who get into these debates, they are in their own little bubble, bro. They're in their own little informational bubble. And
No, I know that. I saw the Tim Pool thing, and about 2/3 of the way through, it was clear by the body language that everybody knew they were outclassed, and like they're just they just all kind of knew. They were all just kind of like, huh? And even Tim and Pool was like, I'm not even going to interrupt my own show. I'm just gonna.
Facts.
You could tell they all just knew.
Tim made a couple little small jokes, but that was it. He was not really getting into the debate.
Dude, I thought Tim was a flat earther. So I'm learning now that he's not. So he's not actually
he's
like
a normie.
in that camp.
For this thing, Tim is a normie. Tim, yeah, he's a more of a political guy. Like, his show is about that, a lot of that type of stuff. I was surprised he even did this, to be honest. But I think it would be cool if we like really start throwing a whole shit ton of information at Tim and letting him like work his way through it. I think he would come out as a flat earther if he ever actually took the dive.
So was that one dude, the one other dude on the show, was he a globe stationary earther? Is that what was going on with that dude?
Yeah, no, he's like a geocentric. I think his belief system was like the Earth is like a He was against heliocentrism, but he was for geocentrism.
Well, yeah,
but then he was still arguing
that's essentially
against
the same thing. I think you mean he's a globey, but he's a geocentrist.
Yeah, he was, to me, that guy came across more of like a philosopher, like type of guy. Like he was really, really big into like the why, and not like, and like Witsit was just dropping the facts, and he was countering him. But then it was great listening to those two go back and forth.
Yeah,
right.
But even that guy was smarter than the other fella. And even he knew he was outclassed too. He even said it, I think.
Yeah, there was a couple times he tried to get Wits against the wall, but didn't really work out.
Yeah, that's how you know you got like good debaters is when, especially like Wits, he's able to like tell them what they just said and explain that that's not part of like you're conflating this with that. I
Right.
was just like, oh, it was really good. I was outclassed just trying to keep up and pay attention and like listen. I was like, oh my god, this is great.
What was the number
Yeah, it
one
was
point
good.
you took from it that you could say you actually learned from that debate?
I mean, I'm probably just the different experiments. The Aries experiment, right? And then what was the other one with the light where they were shooting the shooting the photons? Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Yeah.
And the back and forth between those, and then also Witsit was saying the Chicago skyline paradox thing.
Yep. Another observation. Yeah.
Another observational thing. Yep. Yeah, I was like, oof. I mean, dude, I'm telling you, I have to go back and rewatch it when I'm not driving and like take notes on key items and then go start my research. Because I was just listening to all of it and I'm like, oh my god.
Good.
This is
Have
great.
you ever
like?
Have you ever looked into the Canigou Mountains?
That was another thing they mentioned, and it was that in France.
Yep. Yeah, somewhere around there.
And something about
He
you're
went
not
into
supposed to be
that
able
as
to
well.
see
It's
them. Yep.
It's a great
I could
point.
tell you this: that fat NASA kid, he's either gonna watch it never again or a million times.
Fat NASA.
That's what I do know.
That dude may be like ready to throw his laptop out the window and be like, "My life's work is a scam."
Nah, he went home. He went home and watched a live NASA feed. That dude he's indoctrinated.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah, he was all fascinated with Elon's freaking, SpaceX launches and how excited he was, and I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, bro, literally came on and said, "I
bro. That's
measured
why I
the
don't
Earth
trust
and the
Elon,
sun
dude.
myself," and with
Yeah.
without blinking. Like, nah, he's full brainwash, bro. You can't even. I don't think we can even crack that.
100%.
He did kind of tap out that dude, though.
Yeah, he wasn't chiming in as
he
much.
backed off at the end.
Yeah.
Towards the end, he was like, "Whoa, they're going into."
You know, I really
areas
don't
that I
even
have
know
no
about
idea.
this stuff at all. What?
Again, NASA sticker on the laptop says it all.
So, have you had any? Has anybody here had any debates themselves with anyone?
Every time I try to debate somebody, they run away. Earlier in Ken's space yesterday, fucking Plavinsky. What is that guy's name? That fucking guy, Peter.
Okay, Peter. Yeah, Peter. I know Peter.
He always runs away
Watch the
from.
weak words. Watch the weak words. Watch the weak words.
What the fuck is a weak word?
No. Shout out to
I'm
Clyde
joking.
Bear
I'm joking.
because,
I'm joking.
he wanted me in particular to be respectful of my.
No, he ran
words.
off. Everybody always runs off when I try to
learning
corner him.
experience for me. Learning.
What would you use to begin your debate? Like for your debate, what do you stand on? Like, what's your main point?
Oh, we weren't. There was no premise.
I go with words.
I'm sorry. What?
Nah, there's no premise. We just got into a debate with that guy. He was telling us that you guys think that every single video with bubbles in space creating water balls, in weightless in 0G are all fake. And we were like, nah, we think they're on planes, And I told him it's on a plane, a free fall or whatever. And then he went on to explain that that wouldn't work out. Then why isn't your precious, he was saying, why isn't our buoyancy dynamics at play in free fall in that situation? And then when I asked him, then he was arguing that that wouldn't occur in free fall, even though that he thinks it's on a satellite in free fall. It was completely retarded. And when I tried to corner him, he took off. So, asshole.
All right, gentlemen, I'm sold. I'm totally sold. I'm going to go watch that Tim Pool thing with Witsit, our boy Witsit. And I'm also going to refresh my stuff with my other favorite guy, Rob Skiba, who was kind of my, usher into all of this type of stuff. So without further ado, my dear friends and gentlemen, ladies, God bless. I hope you have a great day, man. It was a pleasure. Thank you, everyone. Take care. Have a great one.
Yes, sir. You too.
Absolutely, brother.
Hey, I'll be honest. Like, I'm not even into the uh like the Bible trajectory on this particular topic, but that Rob Skiba dude, yeah, man, he's got some really good stuff, bro. If anybody in here has not checked out Rob Skiba's work, really good stuff.
I have not. I'll have to do some research.
Hey, Coffee, you missed a good back and forth earlier today, man. You're talking about Ares experiment with the water and the telescope.
Oh, dope. What's good, y'all? My bad. Happy belated Thanksgiving.
Yes, sir.
Who,
Likewise.
who was going back and forth?
It was Piezo and Alan were talking to Franco, the physicist, and then there was another guy. I forgot his name. He had a strange handle. I forgot his handle, but he was also like saying what was his point? His point was that the light wouldn't change how it ends up at the bottom of the telescope, but his reasoning was a little bit off, and they tried to break it down to him for like an hour and a half. It just didn't really reach him.
Oh, damn. Sounds interesting.
Yeah. It really was. Let me ask you a question, right? Since you're up here, what because we're having a lack of Globies come and have the conversation. What is one thing, one point that you like really dislike that flat earthers use?
Ooh, damn. That's a good one.
Yeah, take your time. We're not going nowhere. But yeah, if you could pick one that you think is just a terrible argument, or you just think it's not one that we should use, something like that. What's up, TM? I haven't heard from you all Saturday. You coming on mic, bro? What up?
Yo, TM.
TM been quiet. What's up?
We are really we're kind of stuck on the stars in the southern hemisphere, but I've seen that demonstration that I shared yesterday over in Flat Earth Dave that was pretty good, but that's always been a big problem for us, to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah, actually, no, that's a good one. You're right. I think Alan and Shane are really good at explaining how the same observations are possible on a plane. I'm not 100% familiar with the assessments that are made on that myself. But yeah, that's a good one. That's one that's often brought up too, especially by people from like Australia who are Globers. They're like, "You can't argue with me. I'm down here. I'm down under. I see it."
But then they got to contend with that the what do you call it? The density of stars is way less, so that's obviously something weird going on. So
yeah,
we got to figure that out.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to rely on our optics. That's where I'm at when it comes to anything at a distance in the sky or light at a
I'm gonna
distance.
post that thing for y'all up top real quick.
Cool. I know, Brian, you had a few.
Is it maybe because?
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that if you, and I, again, out of my scope, out of my class on this, but I'm just thinking, if you take a top-down view, right, like the UN logo, take the UN logo, and you're looking at a top-down view. Australia is in that southeastern quadrant, right? Like it's like way down there. So if that person standing in Australia is there, and then somebody else like in London or I don't know, New York or Quebec or something is over there, I'm just thinking, like, because of that location, would that be why they're unable to see the same type. And I guess isn't there argument that they can't see the Northern Star, or they can't see the same
Yeah.
constellations
Yeah,
that
they're
we
saying
can?
that it's a different. Yeah, pretty much.
So wouldn't that just be because they're physically located in a different quadrant of the realm?
That
Or is
could
that
be
not
it.
relative because it's just no, yeah, like I said, the only thing I'm thinking of is if you literally view top down, somebody standing in that southwestern quadrant
Mm-hmm.
may have a different perspective than somebody in the northeastern quadrant.
Mm-hmm.
If the stars aren't rotating the way we think they are, if we're not moving the way that we think we are, wouldn't they just have a different view, a vantage point? Their vantage point would be different from someone else.
Right.
You know, like I said, closer to that top center point where the 4 points are, the North Pole, what they call the North Pole, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is not even on the map. And why don't we have flights that go directly across, right? Like, why can't you go across the globe on the top? Why do we have to keep, going around the, like east and west versus north and south kind of thing? But I'm just thinking, like, if they're in that quadrant, then wouldn't they maybe have a different vantage point or viewing point of the systems? And I'm just, again, spitballing here. I'm not an expert by any means, and I haven't even been to Australia. But if you apply the whole like top-down view, right? A Gleason standard map, right? If you think about that, UN logo, and I'm just thinking it may make sense if somebody's standing there looking. It may look a little different, but again, these things are so far away and they're so high up that it's like maybe that could be totally wrong too. So I'm not sure, but just speculating.
I think the difference is I think it does throw a monkey wrench in some of the proposals for what's happening in the sky over a flat plane. I think it does. I think, like I said, Shane and Alan have some good explanations, but I don't know if they're 100%. If you guys are down there and want to come up and
I posted that thing. Go check out that demonstration. It's like the best one I've ever seen that I
Flat Earth
ever
Dave.
watched and was like, oh, that's cool. That does explain it. I've never seen anything else besides that.
There being a
It's up
reflection.
top. Yeah, a reflection of, I guess, 2 layers of dome it would have to be, I'm guessing. And I mean, it's damning to what I believe in my soul. In my soul, I believe we're on an infinite plane. So I don't even really like the idea of a dome too much.
No. So here's Goal. Think about this though. Okay, we've got our 7
some other
continents.
sort of medium. I thought about it, but go ahead. Yes.
I was so I've seen, and you've seen that map, right, of the land beyond the ice wall, right? Like, we've got these other masses of land beyond the ice wall, like, but beyond, we're contained within our little circular area, our realm, right? We're not allowed to leave it, right? But people have, like, humans have left. And Admiral Byrd, go look at all his stuff, right? The whole Antarctic Treaty and all that. Okay, we get that. But think about other planes of existence. They don't necessarily have to be circular like ours in this, Gleason standard map, right? There's a lot more beyond our ice wall, I think. I think that's pockets, like little snow globe. Like a snow globe, right? When you pick it up, you shake it, it's got water, all the little snowflakes, and they fly around. That's our dome, our firmament. What if there's multiple pockets, other dome-like, realms where there's land and 3D topographical planes with features on them, right? Mountains, seas, oceans, deserts, or other land types or geological features that we don't know about that could exist. So think about
I totally agree with you that it doesn't even necessarily have to be circular in nature. It doesn't even have to have 24 a sun that moves. It could be light all the time or dark all the time or fire. Then maybe that's where hell is. I mean, I just truly feel in my soul that it's infinite. It's an infinite plane, and I need to get out there somehow, man. And I'll take any chance, even if it means death, even if the probability is 20% of living. I'll do it. Give me the opportunity.
I agree. I want to find out what's beyond the ice wall, right? And it would make sense, like extraterrestrials, right? Extra terra, extra territory beyond an outer space, out of our space into another space. You know,
And it would make so
not
much sense how we're getting gamed so hard by all the politicians, and like, why would they do that and have to live here? Why would they poison the fucking river? It's obvious they're running away to somewhere. Maybe move if that's real, but who knows?
yes. And then you get into the whole like,
But who's
you know,
who's
Armenian
really
sex
doing
parties
that
and
though?
castles
Like,
in the sky.
but like for example though, like where have the politicians gone? They've all died, like right here. So I
Maybe.
can't
But have
buy
they
that.
died? Have they really died? Have they really died?
Well, okay, well then you're going into a whole nother thing, right? Like, are they aliens and living forever type stuff? Like that, you know, that's a whole different
I
thing.
think, dude, I
Well,
think there
I
is.
kind of
I think
assume that all the lower level politicians are just greedy fucking people that don't know shit. But the people at top, why would the people on top do it and have to live here? Like the very, you know
That's
what I
what I'm
mean?
saying.
They're going somewhere.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
because I
but the
don't think
thing
they're.
is, we don't
I don't
see
think
them
they're
going
people.
anywhere. They die right here. And so the only explanation
I'm talking
then
about
would
the
be,
people we
like you
don't
said,
see that
are they
control those
really
people.
dying?
Yes, 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 yes.
You know, and so then, but that's a whole different thing. Now you're talking about aliens who are living a long time and changing bodies or whatever. That's
It's not, I don't think it's. I think it's advanced advanced beings. I think there's a subterranean dwelling below us. There's
right.
got to be something with the shell. Look at the Shell logo of Shell, like the fuel company, Shell, Shoal. You know, there is something below us for sure, without a doubt. There could be a whole nother world below us. Facts. Then we're on this 3D plane that we can visually see with our eyes and verify. I can go to the beach. I can get in the ocean. I can go to a top of a mountain and ski down the mountain. I know I've seen it. I know it exists. Then I can look up, and there's clouds. There's a sky. There's luminaries. So it's not too much to think that there is advanced species, advanced human types, humanoids, advanced other types of life that are advanced. Whether you want to call them reptilian, or if you want to call them angels, you can get biblical with it, or you can just think about the fact that, like, okay, if we exist and we've gotten to this point,
Someone else might exist,
okay,
right?
someone else should exist. Look at Tartaria. That's my validation, is the mud floods and the history being a timeline. The timeline's all alive. It's complete. I don't think 1776 happened, the Revolutionary War, all that bullshit. I think that's all fucking fabricated.
Here, here.
I think that's all fake. Right?
Hell yeah.
Tartaria was stolen. The ether was stolen. Now we are in a pay-to-survive society where they say the electricity has to be generated in a power plant, and then it has to be sent through these cables just so we can profit. And you have to pay us for that energy.
And the quality of life is directly proportional to the cost of energy.
You know,
Yes,
I don't think
right.
Tartaria was stolen. I think something happened and it was discovered, you know, in various places.
It could have been a nefarious. I think a nefarious thing happened. I think something happened.
Star Wars.
Well, what would have happened nefarious that would have wiped out the entire Tartarian
the rising
empire?
Phoenix, dude. Some kind of craft or machine, some kind of plasma craft or Death Star machine came out and had plasma melted all the cities. Go look at the Grand Canyon. Go look at Sedona, Arizona. Dude, I've been to Sturgis, South Dakota. I've been to the Black Hills. I've seen this shit with my own eyes, and I'm like, oh my God, erosion did not create. These look like melted cities. They look like the rocks
I know what you're referring to. We see the same thing in Egypt.
Yes. So, and then if you think about the pyramids being giant obelisks that go way down, and then you look at mesas, and you're like, those are actually trees that were cut. This whole realm has been recreated, reshifted around. It's not what it used to be hundreds and thousands of years ago.
I've got
the tree thing. The tree thing. I got to push back on the tree thing. Right? There's when trees become stone, they do a particular type of transformation that leads to a particular type of stone, and those giant things they're not the same type of stone.
Those mesas are giant tree stumps.
They're giant tree stumps, dude.
Nah,
geology is just a study of petrified biology.
Again,
geology is just a study of petrified biology.
Petrified wood is not made of one substance. It depends.
Become that particular type of stone. then until then, I gotta remain with what we know about it. And so far, there hasn't been any particular trees that turn into those types of stone.
Dude, I ain't even lying, bro. I felt the same exact way, man. I was cruising on YouTube there, and this guy's all like, "Check it out, man! The mountains are made out of trees and stuff." And I was all like, "This guy's stupid," and I was like, I ain't even lying, dude. I went in there thinking this guy is stupid, and so I started watching it just to laugh at him. And I was like, "Yeah, that's a mountain. That's a rock. That's a rock." And he's like, "Right here, Bo." And I was like, "See, right there," because he was like going back and forth trying to show examples with trees, and I just wasn't seeing. And then he like pulled up one, and he's like, tree rings and stuff. I was like, "See, right there." And then he pulled it back, and it was the mountain. I was like, "Oh my goodness!" And then all of a sudden, it's just
dude.
like,
Now, see, I came in from
dude.
the opposite perspective. I actually believed it at first. I was like, "Yo, that shit looks just like a tree. Like that's got to be a tree." Even like the hexagonal and different striations in it. I'm like, "Bro, that is a tree." And then, but the
Dude,
more I
but
dug into it, and I learned about how trees actually become stone, and it just doesn't add up. The organic material becomes a certain. There's like a range of stone, like it doesn't become that, and those are.
Yeah, but
so
D, haven't you seen pictures of like guys in caves or like places in like Wyoming and Utah and like Arizona where you can walk through like areas and people go and do this as it's a tourist attraction, but you go walk through and it's like red and pink. It looks just like muscle tissue.
Oh yeah,
dude.
I've seen that.
It looks
Yeah,
just like it.
yeah, I've seen that.
So would it be too crazy to think that is a fallen giant, and then those fallen giants also were the same size of these trees?
I think so.
These mesas, they call them mesas.
I think so.
But they're actually like a machine, some precision craft plasma device, cut this shit down.
I think so.
You know, these were
I think it would
massive
be
trees,
too,
dude. Massive.
I think
big,
it would
big,
be
big,
too much of a stretch, unless we had some type of verification of flesh turning into that particular type of stone, or tree turning into that particular type of stone. And that's what so for me, it's a similarity, but nature works in that manner. There are a lot of similarities across nature. So.
But the timeline is a lie.
The timeline,
though, right?
yeah, I'm with you on the timeline.
Don't we all agree that the time? So if the timeline's a lie, then
not doesn't mean everything's a lie.
Why would it not? Why would it be?
Dude, you know petrification. Petrification over a period of time. Man, everything is a lie. You don't think it's a lie? It's a lie. Trust me, bro. Everything's a lie. Everything about it. The mythology actually is it's an accounting of a culture, man. It's they tell us they make it sound like it's some made up story. No, it's an account of like all the Thors and Hercules.
Yes,
those were
yes.
children of Liam, man. Yeah, man. The Titans were real, man.
Yeah,
we are descendants of giants.
Yeah.
And
Well,
if you
yeah,
look
giants.
at the scale,
Not mountain-sized giants, but yeah, giants, bigger than us.
Yes, giants.
Did y'all ever see the video of the old lady talking about how there's no trees that are over 200 years old nowhere on the planet, just a few.
Yes.
Like just a couple.
Is that accurate?
So, yeah, there's just a couple. There's just a few dozen.
I think it's called
Which
no
means
forest or something.
like the one we protect over there, the general or whatever in the redwood forest. That's like a secret location. That one's like one of the oldest. It's like 180 or something. But either way, these trees could grow forever, bro. And I mean, those are obviously tree stumps. You think like the Planeteers showed up and dude was like Earth, and it fucking just came out in Utah like that, dude? No way.
Yeah,
no way.
Devil's Tower.
Until you verify that the tree can become that particular type of stone, I got to stick with it not being.
But
a tree,
you can
bro.
verify that petrified wood could become many types of different stone depending on the minerals it is.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And the one,
so
and the
all
range,
we would need
the
is some
range of stone
specific type of application.
Translates into is not that one. So that's where the problem. That for me, that's where the problem is. Now, if there's a particular type of tree that we're not aware of that reacts differently and does become that type of stone, then maybe you got an argument. But until we find what that is, I don't see it.
What up, legends?
Well, those are
what up.
Those were giants.
Reality.
How's everybody doing?
chilling, going over a bunch of Earth stuff.
Love the conversation.
Conspiracies, as they call
just
them.
think about
Forbidden knowledge.
Frequency, vibration, magnetism. Everything is revolved around it. So when we hear about rust, it's not rusting. It's actually an electromagnetic phenomena. And this is for everything. So petrification is exactly the same. It's a magnetic, electromagnetic phenomena. It's the same way precious metals are refined. Just look up a silver cell. Through electrolysis, you can purify gold and silver to like 9999 gold, 4 nines. Everything is electromagnetic phenomena, hence the ether. So yes, petrification of every biological matter is possible through the right conditions. Depending on the frequency, the amplitude, and all those things will dictate what it will do. So you can have organic matter turn pretty much in anything depending on the electromagnetic phenomena.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I don't know if you can demonstrate that particular type of wood becoming that particular type of stone. But if you say that, you know, if you know of a specific frequency that can do that, you know, we would need a demonstration.
You know, this reminds me of.
It's logical.
This reminds me of the declassified Russian soldiers that report where they went and they saw a UFO and it got out and it fucking fried 2 of their boys with a laser and it turned them into stone. There's like a report declassified. You can look it up.
Yeah, I'm not refuting that things turn to stone and things petrify.
I don't believe in aliens, though.
Things do petrify. It's just that when things petrify in the natural process, you know, they become certain things. And
yeah, but the natural petrification that we know is flawed.
Okay.
Because the only way of petrification that we know, we could not observe. So it's just a story, the same way everything else is a story. Because they will tell you the only way petrification can take place is over millions of years. Hence, you could never prove it.
Yes.
So check this out.
I don't think that's the case. It does take time,
No,
but
it isn't the case.
it doesn't
That's true.
require millions of years.
But according to mainstream, it does. So if that's your base case.
Check out both in the Jumbotron there. And that's just 4 pictures of I got, man. These are allegedly mesas and mountains. Those don't look like giant
bro,
tree
like I
stumps.
told you, when I first looked into them, that's what I thought too. I was like, bro, those look like fucking tree stumps. You couldn't even tell me they weren't tree stumps until I actually looked into how trees become stone and what types of stone and how the stone doesn't, the types that they become don't match the types of stones that we see for these particular.
These are giant.
They do sure look like it. I ain't gonna lie.
What we got now,
I'm with you on that, bro.
What we got now,
it's just the stone doesn't match.
Also, we have a bunch of evidence about the oxygen levels back in the day and the CO2 and all that shit.
Correct.
Yeah. I mean, we had a flood and everything. I mean, these were the biblical trees, man. I mean, what we got now, we think are forests. They're just, you know, blades of grass compared to what used to be out there. Seriously, I mean, it's amazing, man, when you realize that, you know, there's the Tartarian stories say they knew they lived on the backs of giants and stuff.
Yeah, I don't refute giants either.
It's been
Giants are a really interesting topic.
Yes.
Multiple realms. I think multiple realms here have been have become and then were destroyed. Yeah. And that's happened a lot, many times, thousands of years probably. And then I think what we are now is a very, very tiny microscopic, you know, representation of what used to be. And this particular realm that we're in, there's something unique about this one. That's the reason why they got to come in and do these resets every 100 years. 180 to 250 years, something in that relative range. And it's happened over and over and over again. It's because there's a technology, there's some kind of advanced craft, technology, civilization, entities that I think this realm that we're in may just be just some fucking lab experiment. Correct. Some, you know, there's something in front of the sun. Okay, some kind of plasma craft. You could, I have video, I have images. You could take pictures and then run that photo of the sun and do all these filters on it. You could see there is some shit in front of the sun. There is some kind of device. So there's something that's cooking us. Yeah, dude, it's deep, bro. It's very, very deep. I'm telling you.
Just go back
one.
to the basics. We found out through our research in, let's say, level Earth, that we are in an enclosed dynamic system, and the only thing we can do is go from one phase to another. You cannot create or destroy energy. So we know that literally everything in our reality is only a phase change.
What do you
tell you
define
that
as
everything that
energy?
we have
What do
here
you
right
define
now-
as energy?
Exactly. That's not the point. The point that I'm going through is, if you look at the water cycle, the carbon cycle, even the petrification cycle, all these cycles that take place within this enclosed dynamic system is just a phase change from one to another.
Yeah, pretty much. I can mostly agree with that. It's a lot of phase changing because it's all built on the same underlying stuff.
All the matter is there.
Yeah.
Nothing can go in and nothing can go out.
Well, that I'm not so
Earth
sure
makes
about.
everything that we have. So oil can never deplete because the Earth makes it. Gold can never deplete because the Earth makes it. We think that all these things that we have in this realm is finite, but it's not. It's infinite. You cannot drain the ocean. We couldn't fuck this planet
I
up
don't
even
know.
if we wanted to.
About that. I mean, whether we're doing it or not, something is draining a lot of the waterways on the planet. I've seen this in various places.
That's the biological thing. So we are the direct response, or we are the cause of all of it. Deserts aren't created normally. They are created because of us, mostly because of agriculture. We need agriculture to work to feed everybody. So what's the first thing we do? We take away biodiversity to plant something infinitely. Now nature is no longer in a balance. And therefore you create climates that should not arise in the first place. There's a lot of people out there that created oases in the middle of the desert just by bringing back a biodome. The same goes with the natural park. It was literally dying off. And the only thing that they implemented was a group of wolves.
Yeah.
Now the group of wolves were killing the big deer. Now that the big deer was gone, the pastures no longer became pastures. It was getting overgrown again. Now other things come in and make sure that other things, and it's a snowball effect.
Right.
We are the direct result of everything that is around us. We could literally transform a desert back to an oasis within a decade.
Yeah, this
and
I
you can
agree
see
with.
the proofs over and over. Yeah.
Yeah, that I agree with. We can definitely change and shape things essentially to be how they were or how we want them to be. We have the technology, we have the techniques. We can do all of that.
The funny thing is, the only thing we have to do is do nothing. If we just leave nature to itself, it resolves itself. We constantly think that we are smarter than nature, that nature needs our help to actually exist, while the opposite is true. You can see even this evidence within the Vietnam War and the Second World War. Most people that died in the wars were the ones that were held by the medical staff. The ones that were left alone survived. Why? The human body knows exactly what it needs to do to survive. It's our intervention that actually killed them. And this is open knowledge. It's all, especially in the Vietnam War. where people were literally losing both their legs. The medic team comes along, and the first thing that the medic team does is give you a salt solution, thinning your blood and draining the body, instant death. Then they find somebody in a similar position that was just left alone, and he survived. Because nature knows how to survive. It doesn't need us. Not at all.
All right.
That wasn't on MASH.
Hey, Lynn, you got your hand up? What's up?
Well, let's see, on the petrification, I wish I'd saved the link and I didn't, but about a year ago, I saw a video of a guy in Florida who had a large collection of things that had been petrified over a period of just a few weeks.
Right.
I mean, at the most, a few months, you know. And then let's see what else was going to say.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It doesn't take millions of years to do it. That's not the actual
Yeah.
mainstream narrative. There's different situations.
Yeah, and then also the on YouTube, the Mud Fossil University, that guy.
Oh.
he has a name for a process that he says that can instantly turn humans into rock.
Yeah.
And that these, you know, is it the thinker? What that one rock thing is supposed to be? He said that's a real that was a real person. That was not sculpture. Anyway, he has like a what looks like a lung, what looks like a foot, or maybe it's just the big toe. Rocks, you know, that look like human body parts.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them he sent to university lab to have it checked for DNA, and it came back with human DNA from inside the rock. That was the lung, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
No, it's interesting. I don't know of anything that would do that immediately, like you said, but if it's a process where you're changing, like the other guy was saying, where you're changing one form to another, there may be processes that can be faster than others, right? It just speeds up the process. The process is the same, it just does it at a higher pace.
That's why I think there's advanced entities, beings that could also dwell below us and also dwell above us and amongst us.
Yeah, I think.
And there's probably those that we can't even see. Go look into the whole like night vision thing with Vietnam, with the pilots and what they were seeing when they gave these. They had a certain infrared spectrum that was being read for the first time, and these pilots were seeing crazy demon type things flying around them.
Yeah, I believe in alternate peoples that have been here. I don't know if they're still here, but I definitely believe in an alternate species similar to us, but not exactly like us, being present.
Yeah, I couldn't agree.
Which would explain why it's such a top-down lie for the timeline, the quote-unquote science, the quote-unquote history, his story. All of that is a top-down alignment, you know, of control of the masses. And I think it's because some evil forces just recently won. And I say recent, within 200 years. Tartaria was a free energy society. Why did it go away? Do you think they did it to themselves intentionally? I don't think so. I don't.